Volume 1, Arrival in a Strange World. Chapter 1, Riding the Wave of Transmigration. Liu Feng awoke from the depths of unconsciousness, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a vibrant expanse of emerald green, swaying gently in the breeze. As he turned his head, a sliver of sunlight penetrated the dense foliage above, casting a dappled glow upon his disoriented mind. Shaking his head to dispel the fog, Liu Feng stared in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. After a prolonged moment, his mind began to clear, and he abruptly sat up. A cry of agony escaped his lips, startling a flock of birds into flight. Liu Feng collapsed heavily, feeling as though countless needles were piercing his muscles, an unbearable pain coursing through him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he gasped for breath, the pain gradually subsiding after what felt like an eternity. Was I not just in the internet CAF competing with my classmates in Warcraft 3? I had just selected my character, as I always do, the Sword Saint B. Then the CAF experienced a power outage, the computer exploded, and then I fainted? Damn it! Liu Feng muttered under his breath, devoid of any coherent thoughts. What exactly had transpired? How had he ended up here? Where was this place? A barrage of perplexing questions swirled in Liu Feng's mind, amplifying his confusion. Could it be that I was kidnapped? He pondered, frustration mounting. But he quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Come on, I'm just a student at a mediocre university. What on earth would be worth kidnapping me? My entire being isn't worth more than 1,000 yuan. Could it have been that girl I encountered yesterday? The one who seemed like a descendant of a dinosaur from Jurassic Park. Didn't she mention her boyfriend was the leader of some gang called the One and Only? Did they really take me? Ouch, this pain is unbearable. Damn it, I haven't done anything to deserve this. I even help elderly ladies cross the street sometimes, though I admit I've occasionally gotten the direction wrong. But my intentions were pure. Are you blind as well as suffering from glaucoma? If your eyesight is that poor, you should consider getting retinal surgery. After cursing for quite some time, Liu Feng finally paused, his throat feeling parched. He realized that in order to understand his predicament and the events that had transpired, he first needed to regain his strength. He moved his fingers, the tingling sensation diminishing significantly. Gradually, he managed to straighten up. While discomfort lingered, it was no longer unbearable. He slowly made his way to the base of a colossal tree and crouched down, gritting his teeth. Soon, Liu Feng's brow furrowed deeply. What on earth? What kind of tree is this? Why does it have such a thick shell? Is it a new species? I've never heard of such bizarre trees on Earth. Where exactly am I? His mind, already burdened with confusion, swelled further with questions. Startled by the formidable thought that surged through his mind, Liu Feng silently lamented. Could it be that I have actually traversed time and space? Although this notion seemed rather overwhelming, Liu Feng, having honed his nerve through his experiences on the Qidian Forum, gradually came to accept this extraordinary reality. Within minutes. After all, there was no other plausible explanation for the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Who would have thought that I would find myself swept up in the current trend of time travel? Alas, I am indeed quite formidable, Liu Feng chuckled wryly. Well, it is what it is. If I have crossed over, then so be it. I achieved nothing on Earth, merely drifting through life like a lifeless shell. Perhaps I shall fare better in this alien realm. Liu Feng quickly adjusted his mindset. First things first, I must find my way out of this forest before devising my next steps. I hope this new world is more accommodating. After all, I am a new breed of humanity, bearing the weight of a new culture. I should not fare too poorly. Half an hour later, Liu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. What kind of cursed forest is this? I wandered for so long without seeing an exit. When will this end? Enough. I can't go on like this. I'm utterly exhausted. He found a relatively clean spot, dusted off his trousers, and sat down. Looking around, he noticed that the dense canopy of leaves allowed minimal sunlight to filter through, casting an eerie atmosphere over the forest. Coupled with the gnarled branches that seemed to claw at the air, it indeed resembled a scene from a horror film. Gulp. Liu Feng swallowed hard, sensing that his back was already drenched in sweat. He muttered softly, "Why does this place feel so terrifying? If they were to film a horror movie here, they wouldn't even need to prepare a backdrop. The setting is ready-made." Suddenly, a howl reminiscent of a wolf echoed through the air, seemingly not too far from Liu Feng's position. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes fixed on the direction of the sound, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and into his eyes, making them sting. Ignoring the discomfort, he swiftly picked up a sturdy branch from the ground, stripping it of its leaves. Gripping it tightly, it was now his only means of survival. Liu Feng was not about to confront a wild beast unarmed. He was no legendary warrior, nor was he the renowned muscle man from Earth. He was merely an ordinary student, albeit one with slightly developed biceps, which were more for impressing girls than for combat. Though he remained uncertain whether his status as an outsider would attract the attention of the local inhabitants, he had no intention of seeking out a beast for a thorough investigation. The growls grew increasingly closer, and Liu Feng seemed to sense the stench of blood in the air. From the dark shadows of the forest, a pair of crimson eyes gradually emerged, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence. As the distance closed, he finally discerned the full form of the beast, and with a firm pat on his chest, Liu Feng proudly declared to the others, "Indeed, I have traversed realms. May all those who pen tales of such journeys be struck by lightning and cast into foreign worlds, so they may experience the sensation themselves." Before him stood a creature reminiscent of a wolf, yet towering over its kin at over a meter in height. A dark-hued horn adorned its forehead, while its gleaming white fangs prompted Liu Feng to ponder, "What toothpaste do you use to achieve such a dazzling effect?" It was evident that this horned wolf possessed a formidable appetite, as drool dripped from its maw, and its blood-red eyes fixated on Liu Feng with evident malice. Tremors coursed through Liu Feng's body, and had he not been leaning against the tree trunk, he might have collapsed to the ground. Sweat coated his palms, rendering the makeshift weapon slippery and cold. The horned wolf seemed to revel in the panic displayed by its prey, for in its encounters with other fierce beasts, it had often found itself in similar predicaments after all. It was the weakest in this domain to express its perceived camaraderie. It curled its lip in what it believed to be a friendly grin. However, its interpretation diverged greatly from human aesthetics. Amidst the depths of his terror, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. "How dare you consider me your meal? First, inquire whether my mighty staff consents." He brandished the wooden stick, swinging it fiercely at the horned wolf, bellowing in a ferocious tone, hoping to intimidate the creature with an air of regal authority. Yet, Liu Feng seemed to lack the mastery of this royal demeanor, as his display of bravado was perceived by the horned wolf as a blatant affront. The creature, incensed, bellowed in response, charging at Liu Feng with blazing speed, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the air. Relying on his keen eyesight, Liu Feng timed the wolf's leap perfectly, retreating a step and swinging the stick with all his might towards its head. A glimmer of derision flashed in the wolf's eyes as it deftly swatted the wooden implement aside, shattering it into several pieces. Stunned, Liu Feng stumbled back several paces, narrowly evading the creature's initial assault, only to witness the horned wolf preparing to pounce once more. Enraged, he shouted, "Beast, do not be so audacious, witness how I shall subdue you." The horned wolf, taken aback by the sudden volume of his voice, hesitated momentarily, lowering its forepaws, poised to strike again at any moment. After the unicorn wolf ceased its assault, Liu Feng spread his feet apart, raised his hands before his chest, and wore a solemn expression, as if on the verge of unleashing a small universe. The unicorn wolf, intimidated by Liu Feng's imposing demeanor, dared not to attack recklessly and retreated a few steps, adopting a defensive posture. Liu Feng glared with fury and shouted, "Flash!" Before the echo of his command faded, he propelled himself backwards with astonishing speed, vanishing into the shadows of the forest, leaving the unicorn wolf stunned by the sheer force of Liu Feng's ultimate move. Volume 1. Arrival in a Different World, Chapter 2. One must remain low-key. Amidst the dense forest, Liu Feng tossed a red fruit he had just plucked into his mouth, chewing with a mumble. "What terrible luck after searching for so long. I've only found a few rotten fruits." After hastily swallowing the fruit, he discarded the pit into the underbrush, picked at his teeth with his fingers, and wiped his hands on his tattered clothing, which barely concealed his figure, before continuing on his path. "Damn it, that was truly perilous. I nearly became that wolf's dinner. Had I been consumed, who knows, perhaps I would have turned into mere excrement, nourishing some grand tree. Huh, that wolf is a fool to Isekai. My intelligence far surpasses that of a mere beast." With this thought, Liu Feng erupted into a boisterous laughter, his arrogant demeanor suggesting he had just vanquished a dragon. rather than narrowly escaping from a beast of lesser rank. However, one must not be too arrogant or boastful. A certain deity on earth once proclaimed, "Do not act pretentious, lest you invite misfortune." Though Liu Feng had not been struck by lightning, it seemed his fate was not much better. The wind leopard was now exceedingly irate. As the dominant creature in this small region, it was accustomed to the other beasts fleeing at the mere sight of it. Yet today, it had been struck on the head by several fruit pits and rudely awakened from its dreams by a cacophony of laughter. In its dream, its beloved had consented to its courtship, and it was eagerly preparing for the noble act of procreation when that detestable laughter shattered its reverie. How could it not be furious? Emerging from the thicket, guided by its innate sense of smell, it quickly identified the source of its annoyance, a rather ugly, foolishly laughing human. Liu Feng was now in a state of lamentation, wishing to weep. Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate? Merely tossing a few fruit pits summoned a wild beast. Sigh. On Earth, I play the lottery every day, yet I have never even won a consolation prize. The deity's advice to remain low-key and avoid pretentiousness rings true indeed. It is wise counsel that has not deceived me. The wind leopard granted no opportunity for Liu Feng, who was reveling in his own bravado, to reconsider his actions. With a sudden dip of its head and a swift upward motion, a visible arc of azure wind blades hurtled towards Liu Feng. Reacting quickly, Liu Feng dropped to the ground as the wind blades whistled past overhead, stirring a chilling breeze that struck the trees behind him. The massive trunk creaked ominously twice before splintering apart. Liu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Supernatural abilities? Magical beasts? He scrambled to his feet and fled, cursing under his breath this world was perilous. Earth felt so much safer. The wind leopard, observing Liu Feng's retreat, remained unperturbed. Lowering its head, it accumulated wind elements in its mouth, then suddenly raised its head, unleashing a formidable volley of wind blades aimed at the scrambling Liu Feng. In that critical moment, Liu Feng's mind went blank. It was as if time itself had stilled, the roaring winds fading into silence. Suddenly, something deep within his consciousness stirred, seemingly activated on its own. The wind leopard watched with pride as it executed its most powerful move, the Stormblade, a spell comparable to a human's fourth-level magic. The Stormblade approached its target, and a cruel smile crept upon the wind leopard's lips. Closer, ever closer. Just as the Stormblade was about to shred its prey into oblivion, the target vanished. Vanished? The wind leopard shook its head in confusion. Had its magic improved? Had its power intensified to the extent of obliterating the human? At that moment, Liu Feng felt the activation of something within his mind, and the world around him began to blur. The howling wind relentlessly battered his cheeks, a clear sign of rapid movement. Suddenly, Liu Feng regained his senses. He was indeed sprinting at an incredible speed. But how could he possibly run so fast? Ahead, a massive tree loomed 100 meters away. Uncertain of the consequences of colliding with it at such velocity, he couldn't help but recall the terrifying image of cars crashing on highways back on Earth, sending shivers down his spine. Stop. Ugh. Ugh. Please. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of wind rushed in, leaving him only able to scream internally. Stop. Quickly. Damn it, stop. I don't want to die. 50 meters from the colossal tree. 40. 20. 10. Liu Feng's eyes widened in terror, his face a mask of horror. Just 5 meters from the tree. Suddenly, his body came to an abrupt halt. However, the inertia from his incredible speed propelled him forward, causing him to tumble several times before crashing into the tree trunk. Pain shot through his head, darkness enveloped him, and in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Liu Feng's final thought was a fervent plea to the heavens. Damn it all. Jade Emperor, Buddha, may you all face divine retribution. Not long after Liu Feng fell into a state of unconsciousness, the sound of footsteps, akin to a gentle rustling, emerged from the nearby thicket. Following that, a voice as delicate as wind chimes chimed, "Grandfather, hurry. The fluctuations of the wind element were just over here." "Ha! My dear grandson, do not be hasty. This old man's constitution is not as robust as yours," came the response from an elderly voice. As the branches swayed, a charming little face peeked out from behind the vibrant green leaves. Her striking blue eyes sparkled like two sapphires, playfully glimmering beneath long, fluttering eyelashes. With a lively leap, She emerged from behind the branches, her curiosity piqued by the sight of Liu Feng lying on the ground not far away. She turned back, calling out sweetly, "Grandfather, come here. There's a person here, but I wonder if he is alive or dead." The elderly man appeared behind the girl, his face adorned with a warm smile as he replied, "Let us go and take a closer look." As they approached, the girl exclaimed, "Oh, grandfather, look. He is covered in blood." The old man furrowed his brow, examining Liu Feng's wounds. "These injuries are caused by the wind. I suspect that the earlier fluctuations of the wind element are likely connected to him. However, there is no trace of fighting spirit or magical energy within him." "Ha, grandfather, you are so silly. Since he lacks fighting spirit and magic, yet bears so many wounds from wind blades, he must have encountered a wind-type magical beast in the forest of death." The girl giggled, wrinkling her adorable little nose at the old man. "Ha, my clever granddaughter." The old man chuckled heartily. "Of course. I'm a Saint student of Star Blue Academy," the girl proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. Upon hearing the name of Star Blue Academy, the old man's eyes narrowed in a smile, his gaze toward the girl infused with a touch of pride. "What shall we do now, grandfather?" The girl pouted her rosy lips in inquiry. "You have a truly kind heart, dear granddaughter," she said, her blue eyes curving into beautiful crescent shapes. Ha. The old man chuckled joyfully at the girl's flattery, the deep wrinkles on his forehead easing, as if he had grown younger. Volume 1. Arrival in a Strange World, Chapter 3. Gale Steps. 3 months have passed since Liu Feng arrived in this world. Gazing at the two suns, one high and one low, suspended in the sky, he murmured softly, "Indeed, everything here is utterly different from Earth." Suddenly, a pair of delicate, fair hands obscured Liu Feng's vision. "Guess who I am?" A voice as light and melodious as wind chimes chimed from behind him. With his eyes covered, Liu Feng managed a wry smile, bemusedly replying, "Wire, you do this every day. Isn't it tedious? Can't you pretend not to know and amuse me a little?" The girl behind him, Wire, pouted in complaint. Turning around, Liu Feng fixed his gaze upon the gentle and charming girl before him. Her beautiful sapphire-like eyes, delicate face, and rosy lips created an image of perfection. Such a radiant beauty would be cherished like a precious gem on Earth, where every suitor would be judged by their designer attire, luxury cars, and multiple mansions. Liu Feng, in comparison, would be regarded as nothing more than a pile of refuse. Yet, this enchanting girl belonged entirely to him. An impulse surged within him as he suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her into an embrace, whispering, "Wire, you are truly wonderful." Initially startled, the girl stiffened but soon relaxed, her delicate hands encircling Liu Feng's waist, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. As the evening sun cast a gentle, rosy glow upon the young couple, it draped them in a beautiful aura. A cough interrupted their intimate moment. "Ah," the girl exclaimed, turning to find her grandfather wearing a bemused expression. Instantly, a flush of crimson spread across her fair cheeks, and she twisted away, hiding behind Liu Feng. A small hand gave a playful pinch at his waist. "Ouch!" Liu Feng gasped, gritting his teeth in feigned agony. "Wire, you are too ruthless." The girl pouted and murmured, "Who told you to act recklessly?" Noticing the lingering smile on Liu Feng's face, she relented. All right, let me help you." "Hey, you two little rascals. Do you really think I don't exist?" her grandfather interjected, displeased by their public display of affection. "Hee, old man Hark, what brings you to us?" Liu Feng responded with a cheeky grin. Upon addressing serious matters, old man Hark's demeanor shifted, and he spoke softly to Liu Feng. "In 2 days, Wire will need to report to the academy." Liu Feng felt the small hands on his waist tighten. "Understood," he replied quietly. "Wei go I don't wish to go to the academy." As Wei gazed at her grandfather's receding figure, she pouted and spoke to Liu Feng. "This is absurd," Liu Feng suddenly said, his tone stern. Looking into her azure eyes that shimmered with unshed tears, he felt a pang in his heart. He gently reassured Wei. Being admitted to the Star Blue Academy for further studies is the culmination of Grandpa Hack's efforts. If you choose not to go, wouldn't that bring him sorrow? "But you, Wei cried. "Do not fret. I am old enough to take care of myself. You, on the other hand, mustn't be lured away by other charming boys at the academy," Liu Feng jested. "Go to hell, you rascal," she replied, breaking into a smile. As night fell, 2 moons hung high in the sky, their silvery light cascading over the earth. The wind step technique, once activated, would render the user completely invisible and grant incredible speed. The duration of this ability was limited to 10 seconds, during which the first attack would be twice as powerful as the original. The skill's effectiveness would depend on the energy within the body. Without sufficient energy, it would drain the user's stamina until unconsciousness ensued. With a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes snapped open, and he shouted, "Wind Step? Sword Saint?" Overwhelmed with joy. He realized that possessing Wind Step meant he could also learn Mirror Clone, Fatal Strike, and even Blade Storm. The hope of becoming stronger was no longer a mere fantasy. The memories of being ridiculed and dismissed as a magical martial arts failure at the Adventurers Assessment Guild stung his pride deeply. Yet, there lingered a pressing issue: energy. While fighting spirit and magic could be considered forms of energy, they were beyond Liu Feng's grasp. What was he to do? As he racked his brain for a solution, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. I may lack fighting spirit and magic, but I possess the essence of Chinese internal martial arts. How can the skills of these foreign barbarians compare to the refined heritage of Huaxia? Internal martial arts, the quintessence of Chinese martial practices. However, what Liu Feng knew was not the legendary Nine Yang or Nine Yin techniques, nor any mystical manifestations like bamboo flowering or fragrant breezes. His knowledge was merely rudimentary. Having practiced a basic internal arts manual he found online after indulging in too many fantasy novels. After 2 years of training, the only noticeable change was his height, leading him to abandon it in frustration. Little did he know that this would become his lifeline in this realm. Though uncertain of its success, it was his last hope. He might as well treat a dead horse as a live one. Liu Feng closed his eyes, pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and focused his mind and heart. After all, he had diligently practiced this foundational technique for 2 years and was still quite familiar with it. Gradually, clarity returned to Liu Feng's mind as he envisioned a stream of ethereal energy coursing through his body, meandering along established meridian pathways. 1 circle. 2 circles. Yet still, there was no discernible movement. However, Liu Feng remained unperturbed. He possessed the wisdom of experience, having once sat cross-legged throughout an entire night, only to find himself unable to rise from his bed the following day. After an indeterminate number of rotations, Liu Feng suddenly perceived a realm unlike any he had ever witnessed with the naked eye, a world composed of countless luminous points, shimmering in red, blue, and green, perpetually dancing about. A profound realization dawned upon Liu Feng. These radiant points must be the magical elements and fighting spirit spoken of in this world. Within him, the ethereal stream continued its tireless rotation, and after countless revolutions, just as Liu Feng felt he could endure no longer, the magical elements surrounding him stirred violently. As though confronted by something formidable, a tendril of white energy surged forth from the periphery of these elements, crashing through the space like a tempest. Wherever it ventured, the luminous points scattered in panic, and some unwittingly drawn into the stream vanished without a trace, seemingly devoured by the white flow. At last, the white energy collided with Liu Feng's body and dissipated, allowing the surrounding elemental lights to resume their normal rhythm. Overjoyed, Liu Feng deftly controlled the fragment of white energy that had entered his being, carefully guiding it within. After completing a full cycle, he observed the white stream visibly swell, penetrating to the location of his dantian. Liu Feng ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and a brilliant glimmer flashed across his pupils before swiftly vanishing. He leapt from his bed and executed a swift set of military-style punches, exuding a newfound vigor, his fists cutting through the air with a discernible force. Approaching the window, he gazed at the sky, astonished to find that dawn was near. Had he truly practiced for an entire night? How could time have passed so swiftly? Did the ancient texts truly speak of masters who could meditate for 10 days, or even half a month? Liu Feng mused excitedly, contemplating the promising potential of his internal cultivation. Knock, knock. Hey, sleepyhead, the sun is about to shine on your backside, and you're still not up, came the melodious voice of Wei Air, reminiscent of wind chimes. Just as Liu Feng was about to rise and open the door, a mischievous impulse seized him. He paused, cast a glance back, and flopped onto the bed, raising his voice in exaggerated lament. Ouch, ouch, I'm in so much pain. Outside, Wei Air pouted, contemplating whether to report the lazy boy to her grandfather. However, upon hearing Liu Feng's dramatic wails, she hesitated, then promptly pushed the door open, only to find her beloved rolling about on the bed, seemingly in agony. She hurriedly rushed to embrace Liu Feng from behind, her voice trembling with concern. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. Having successfully executed his playful ruse, Liu Feng let out a chuckle, then lunged playfully, pulling the startled Wei onto the bed with him. Dazed, Wei took a moment to realize she had fallen into a trap. Pouting, she was on the verge of tears when, unexpectedly, a wide mouth outpaced her, capturing her luscious, crimson lips in a fervent kiss. Their tongues danced passionately, voraciously savoring the sweet nectar of intimacy. After a romantic French kiss, Wei nestled obediently in Liu Feng's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. Meanwhile, Liu Feng wore a triumphant smile, intermittently flicking his tongue across his lips, his expression utterly lascivious. Brother Feng, I am now yours. If you dare betray me, I shall sever that precious part of you. Wei suddenly lifted her head, addressing the self-satisfied Liu Feng with utmost seriousness. To emphasize her gravity, she playfully gestured with her hand between his legs. His smile instantly froze, and he chuckled awkwardly. So ruthless? What? Are you having second thoughts? Wei replied with a stern expression. Liu Feng quickly donned the most tender smile, softly assuring her, How could I? Marrying you is my greatest fortune. If you wish to regret it, I would never allow it. Now that's more like it. Hee hee, I was just teasing you earlier, so don't be afraid. Wei said with a satisfied smile, soothing Liu Feng's fears. Wei, I love you, until the heavens collapse, the oceans run dry, the sun and moon lose their light, and the universe crumbles. In that moment, the gentle, naive woman succumbed entirely to the sweet nothings woven by her lover. Chapter 4. Today's Humiliation. Tomorrow's retribution. The term saint-born refers to exceptionally gifted students who possess the opportunity to ascend to the saintly tier within a span of 40 years. After 3 months of acclimating to this world, Liu Feng has garnered a rudimentary understanding of the esteemed position held by saintly masters in the Nightfall Continent. In this land, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the strong, any lofty status is predicated upon corresponding power. To earn the respect of others, one must demonstrate prowess that surpasses that of their peers. Currently, the Nightfall Continent is home to 3 supreme masters and 4 saintly masters, collectively revered as the 3 supremes and 4 saints. Their status is of the highest regard, to the extent that even the kings of empires must bow in deference when they meet. The 3 supremes and 4 saints have agreed not to intervene in the conflicts among the various empires, save for invasions by foreign entities such as the Behemoth Empire to the north, the Sea Tribe to the east, and the legendary demon race. However, their influence carries significant weight. Their words are not easily dismissed by the empires. Furthermore, the 4 saints established 4 prestigious academies 50 years ago, which have since garnered widespread recognition, creating a vast network of disciples. Who among the continent would dare disregard such formidable potential? As for the 3 supreme masters, they have ascended to a divine realm where the number of their brethren bears little significance. Currently, Wei is a saint born at the esteemed Xinglan Academy, one of the 4 great academies of the continent. Old Man Huck operates a modest tavern in the small town, benefiting from its proximity to the Death Forest, frequented by numerous adventurers and mercenaries hunting magical beasts. Consequently, the tavern enjoys a thriving business. As Liu Feng descended the stairs while stifling a yawn, the tavern was bustling with patrons. Old Man Huck, attending to the customers at the counter, called out upon noticing Liu Feng's arrival. "Ah Feng, you rascal. Why aren't you attending to the guests? Are you trying to wear me out?" Liu Feng chuckled. "Old Man Huck, you're as spry as ever. Where's this talk of exhaustion coming from? You seem even more energetic than I am. You little rascal, all you know is to sweet talk. Get to work." Old Man Huck playfully rebuked, feigning a strike. With a grin, Liu Feng quickly grabbed a tray and maneuvered through the crowd. "Hey, black-haired kid. Bring me a bottle of fruit wine. Coming right up. Hey, brother, bring another bottle over here. Damn it, let me tell you. Our Blood Wolf mercenary group encountered a 5th-tier fire demon leopard in the Death Forest last time. We lost 8 brothers before we managed to take that beast down. But the demon crystal sold for 1,000 gold coins, so it was worth it." A burly man, bare-chested, boasted loudly to those around him, saliva flying. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, a 5th-tier magical beast could easily annihilate a moderately weak mercenary group. As Liu Feng navigated through the crowd, he listened to the boasts of others regarding their accomplishments. Time flew by swiftly. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Finally, I can take a breather," he sighed, leaning against the counter as he complained to Old Man Hack. "You are truly despicable, old man. With so many patrons, you can't even spare a single assistant. All you do is exploit me. Hey, hiring an assistant costs money. Young man, just put in a little more effort. I'm doing this for your own good." Old Man Hack chuckled in response. Liu Feng rolled his eyes and flashed him a dismissive gesture. Suddenly, the tavern doors swung open once more, drawing the attention of all present as they halted their conversations. Their gazes were drawn to a girl standing gracefully at the entrance. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. Liu Feng finally understood the meaning of a beauty that brings calamity, for this was indeed the epitome of it. What could be more alluring than a captivating figure, with a stunning visage and mesmerizing violet eyes that radiated an enchanting allure? Her long, lustrous purple hair cascaded down her back. Clad in a fitted purple outfit that accentuated her voluptuous form, she was the quintessence of beauty. If Xiao was considered the campus belle, then this enchanting woman before him was truly a siren. Liu Feng mused to himself, but quickly added, however, Xiao is only 17 and has immense potential for growth. In 2 years, she may surpass even her. The adventurers in the tavern had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with howls of admiration. Beautiful lady, how about sharing a drink? Aha. Come on, gorgeous. Let me treat you to some wine. This girl's figure is incredible, even more impressive than the renowned courtesans from the fragrant house I visited last time. Hearing the crude remarks in the tavern, the purple-clad beauty's expression turned frosty, and a fierce aura burst forth from within her, radiating her formidable status, 7th rank. The howl ceased abruptly, and the tavern fell into an eerie silence. The 7th rank was a level that the mere mercenaries could only look up to. The highest rank among the adventurers here barely reached 4th rank, unable to withstand even a single strike from her. The rule of respect for the strong reasserted itself in that moment. The beauty in red softly huffed, a bunch of spineless cowards. The crowd dared not voice their anger. With graceful steps, the red-clad beauty approached the counter, only to find an ordinary pale face. Black hair? Their eyes met, and the red-clad beauty's face darkened with anger. Coldly, she demanded, "What are you staring at?" Liu Feng stammered, "I was looking at your..." Before he could finish, her delicate hand swung toward his face. Having trained in internal martial arts for several days, Liu Feng's reflexes and perception had significantly improved. He tilted his head slightly and narrowly evaded the blow. Upon missing her strike, the beautiful woman appeared slightly taken aback. In a flash, her left hand seized Liu Feng's wrist, lifting and then flinging him heavily to the ground. The woman in red coldly remarked, "So? It turns out you are merely a martial arts wastrel, yet still so arrogant." With her brows furrowed in displeasure, she moved her lips to speak, but ultimately chose silence, perhaps deeming a martial arts wastrel unworthy of her words. As she sauntered past Liu Feng, she suddenly halted, retrieving a few gold coins from her pocket and tossing them at his feet. While she intended this act as a gesture of goodwill, she was oblivious to the fact that it served as a greater insult to Liu Feng than her previous actions. A surge of anger welled within him. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. The coins spinning before him morphed into mocking smiles. A fierce thought surged through his mind. He yearned to charge at her and demand recompense for the humiliation. Yet, reason swiftly reminded him that his current power was no match for hers. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Feng chose to endure, fully aware of the adage, "A gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late." Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and addressed the woman in red with a chilling tone. "The humiliation I endure today shall be repaid tenfold in the days to come." Upon hearing this bone-chilling proclamation, the woman in purple felt an inexplicable flicker of unease and perhaps even fear. Her alluring eyes glimmered momentarily, as if she wished to respond. But her pride ultimately silenced her, and she merely nodded slightly. Volume 1. Arrival in a Different World Chapter 5. Becoming stronger at the counter, Old Man Harker hurried over. Grasping Liu Feng's arm and apologizing to the beautiful woman in red, "I sincerely apologize. This child has always been like this. Please do not hold it against him." The woman in red turned her head away, no longer regarding Liu Feng, and softly addressed Old Man Harker, "Uncle, I am Nicola Snow, a student from the Star Blue Academy, here to escort Miss Veer to the institution." "Oh, I see. I truly appreciate your assistance," Old Man Harker realized. Then called out to Liu Feng, "Ah Feng, quickly go upstairs and fetch Veer." Once Liu Feng ascended the stairs, Old Man Harker sighed in relief and said to Nicola, "Miss Nicola, please have a seat here. Veer will be down shortly." Nicola nodded gently and chose a nearby table to sit. The adventurers around her quickly dispersed, not wishing to incur any unnecessary trouble. Nicola did not wait long before Liu Feng returned, accompanied by Veer, whose eyes were red from tears. Liu Feng whispered to Veer, Go bid farewell to Grandpa, then follow that sister and read to the academy. Veer quietly replied, Old man Harker chuckled nearby. What is there to say in farewell? You should hurry along with Miss Nicola to the academy. Don't you have anything to say to me? Veer asked. Her beautiful eyes filled with expectation as she gazed at Liu Feng. Looking into Veer's hopeful eyes, Liu Feng's heart softened. He took her small hand and spoke gently. In this life, I shall traverse countless mountains, not for the sake of cultivating another life, but solely to encounter you along the way. Tears began to form in Veer's beautiful eyes as she stifled a sniffle, trying not to let them fall. Nearby, Nicola Snow, with her keen hearing, caught Liu Feng's tender words, and her icy heart quivered slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at Liu Feng, seemingly unable to believe that such exquisite verses could emanate from the lips of someone deemed a failure in both magic and martial arts. Miss Veer, shall we depart? Nicola said softly. Sister, you can just call me Senior from now on. Nicola smiled warmly at Veer. All right, Senior, Veer replied with a cheerful tone. Let us go. There are griffins outside, and we will reach the academy soon. Nicola nodded in agreement. Outside, a colossal beast resembling a lion and a bird lay sprawled on the ground. This was the fastest transport beast in this world, akin to an airplane on Earth, although its speed could not quite match that of an aircraft. As he watched the griffin take flight, Liu Feng silently vowed, Veer, wait for me. When I reappear before you, I shall bear another identity. And Nicola Snow, I hope you will wait for me as well. 3 days had elapsed since Weir departed, and during this period, Liu Feng's cultivation had made significant progress. Now, upon entering a meditative state, the vital energies of the universe flowed incessantly into his body, and the duration of his wind step technique had extended from 10 seconds to 15. Today, Liu Feng intended to venture into the Death Forest. He had discovered a site abundant in celestial energies the previous day, and, anticipating that his training might take a considerable amount of time, he prepared his supplies and informed Old Hark of his plans. Armed with an iron sword, he strode boldly into the realm known as the Adventurer's Paradise, the Death Forest. Being on the outskirts, he encountered no formidable beasts along the way, only a few level 1 monsters, which posed little challenge to Liu Feng's current prowess. After effortlessly dispatching them, he continued on his journey. An hour later, Liu Feng paused to catch his breath and murmured to himself, At last, I am nearing my destination. This area can be considered the heart of the Death Forest, where 5th-tier beasts often roam, thus attracting fewer adventurers. Not far ahead, the thunderous sound of crashing water reached his ears. Liu Feng knew he had arrived at his goal. Before him lay a magnificent waterfall, with a long cascade of water pouring down like liquid mercury, crashing heavily against the rocks and producing a thunderous roar that left one in awe of nature's might. Taking a deep breath, the abundant vital energy flowed down his throat, invigorating his spirit. Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Indeed, this is a treasure trove. One day's cultivation on Earth cannot compare to a single deep breath here. Arriving at the spot he had identified the day before, he found a cave over 3 meters above the ground, its origins unknown, yet it was both concealed and defensible against beasts. Moreover, its proximity to the waterfall ensured a plentiful supply of vital energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Liu Feng's determination to grow stronger was unprecedented. In this land where strength reigned supreme, the weak were met with disdain and scorn. On Earth, he had been ordinary and lacked ambition, but now, in this world of the powerful, he possessed the means to become strong. Thus, Liu Feng was unwilling to remain an ordinary person. While he had no aspirations to conquer the continent, the least he could do was to protect those he cherished, ensuring they suffered no harm. He settled into a cross-legged position and swiftly entered a meditative state. The strand of true energy within him had thickened, resembling a finger, and the once constricted meridians had widened considerably, becoming more robust and resilient. The vital energies of the universe continuously surged into Liu Feng's body, being refined and absorbed into his dantian, where they contributed to the growth of his true energy. In the midst of his cultivation, time lost all meaning, and before he knew it, the morning had passed. Liu Feng had yet to reach the legendary state of abstaining from food, so he recognized the necessity of taking nourishment. Rising to a seated position, he stretched languidly, the sound of his joints cracking and popping like firecrackers resonating throughout the room. A lazy smile curled at the corners of Liu Feng's mouth as he murmured, This is the sensation, the feeling of continual growth and strength. I seem to have developed a fondness for it. He pondered to himself, I wonder how many tiers my current power encompasses? It should be at least tier 4. I suppose. Liu Feng, however, was somewhat overestimating his capabilities. In truth, he was merely a Tier 2 swordsman. After all, he was not a prodigious talent. And even with the aid of traditional Chinese martial arts, it was implausible for him to reach Tier 4 in just a few days. Nevertheless, should Liu Feng activate the Gale Step, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to contend with a Tier 5 warrior. With careful strategy and the doubling effect of the Gale Step's first strike, there existed a significant chance of success. That was the essence of the matter. If he were to successfully unlock his potential, his strength would begin to soar rapidly. For now, Liu Feng could only accumulate steadily, awaiting the day when he would transform from a mere chrysalis into a butterfly. Volume 1. Arrival in the Otherworld Chapter 6. The hunt for beasts. A week passed swiftly amidst cultivation. Liu Feng's true energy within the Dantian increased significantly. At this rate, he would accumulate sufficient energy for a breakthrough within a month. However, with provisions dwindling, Liu Feng was compelled to cease his training and allocate some time to hunt magical beasts, while also honing his skills. Armed with an iron sword, he descended from the cave and surveyed his surroundings, yet found no magical beasts, which puzzled him greatly. Typically, in forests where water sources abound, one would expect a congregation of animals. Why, then, was there not a single one present? Was the logic of Earth ineffective in this realm? After pondering for some time, Liu Feng gradually made his way towards the outskirts of the Death Forest. With his current abilities, venturing deeper would merely serve to transform him into a meal for the formidable beast within. After walking for several minutes, a thunderous roar echoed from the front, igniting Liu Feng's excitement as he hurried forward. Upon passing several towering trees, his view suddenly widened, revealing a thrilling sight. In an open space a few meters ahead, two magical beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, a third-order beast, the Crimson Magic Tiger, and a fourth-order beast, the Earth Violent Bear. It was evident that the Crimson Magic Tiger was at a disadvantage, lacking the regal demeanor of the Forest King, as it was battered by the Earth Violent Bear's massive paws, struggling desperately to evade its powerful blows. It seemed that its endurance was waning. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so for the inherently ferocious Crimson Magic Tiger? Driven to desperation, the tiger let out a deafening roar, and fire elements rapidly coalesced in its mouth, shifting from deep yellow to a pale red hue. Though the color lightened, Liu Feng could distinctly sense the volatility of the fire elements within the fireball. The pale red fireball was expelled at an astonishing speed towards the now upright Earth Violent Bear. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust billowing across the battlefield. After a moment, as the dust settled, Liu Feng craned his neck to observe the scene. In the aftermath, it appeared as though the Crimson Magic Tiger had been pierced by some weapon, its entrails spilling forth amidst a pool of blood, a clear indication of its demise. Meanwhile, the Earth Violent Bear, with a scorched chest and blood streaming down, sat panting heavily on the ground. The victor of this brutal encounter was unmistakably the bear. Yet, Liu Feng couldn't help but smirk, realizing that he would benefit from their struggle. With a sly grin, he emerged from his hiding place, sword in hand, and strode confidently towards the deceased Crimson Magic Tiger. The Earth Violent Bear, upon sensing the presence of this unexpected human, displayed no signs of rage, merely a flicker of derision in its large, drooping eyes. Standing beside the Crimson Demon Tiger, Liu Feng was poised to extract the magic crystal when an unexpected tension gripped his heart. Instantly activating his swift wind step, he vanished from the view of the Earth Magic Bear. With the extraordinary speed afforded by his technique, Liu Feng swiftly departed from his original position. Just as he left, the ground beneath him trembled slightly, followed by a series of explosive thuds. Observing the Earth Magic Bear, bewildered and scanning for his presence, Liu Feng felt a surge of indignation. He had not anticipated such cunning beneath its seemingly innocuous exterior. With approximately 10 seconds remaining of his swift wind step, Liu Feng deftly positioned himself behind the Earth Magic Bear, channeling his internal energy into his iron sword. He lunged with all his might towards the vulnerable patch of white fur on its back. The sword, accompanied by a thunderous sound, pierced the bear's vital spot. Withdrawing the blade, he retreated swiftly. Blood dripped from the sword's tip as Liu Feng gazed coldly at the Earth Magic Bear, which howled in agony, blood gushing from its injury, silently counting 1, 2, 3, down. With a resounding thud, the bear collapsed to the ground in response to its pained cries. Gazing at the two rather unappealing stones in his hand, Liu Feng felt a wave of disappointment. Was this truly the famed magic crystal? How unsightly it appeared. Setting a fire, he prepared to roast the bear's paw. As the savory aroma wafted from the fire, Liu Feng couldn't help but reflect, I I may not afford bare paws on Earth, but in this other world, I can indulge. One for me, one for the fire, haha. With these thoughts, Liu Feng sighed, reveling in the joy of his journey through dimensions. Devouring the two bare paws voraciously, he extinguished the fire with his foot and buried the remnants in the sand before slipping back into his cave to continue his cultivation. Days passed in Liu Feng's relentless pursuit of mastery, with the true energy within his dantian increasing steadily and the speed of transformation within his meridians accelerating. He sensed that his metamorphosis was drawing near. On this day, while in his usual meditative state, Liu Feng suddenly felt a stirring of the elemental energies around him. Above his head, half a foot in the air, a vortex of energy began to form, voraciously drawing in all surrounding elemental forces, including magical and combat energies, which were then converted and continuously channeled into the Baihui point atop Liu Feng's head. Simultaneously, his body underwent a monumental transformation. His meridians were relentlessly pummeled by the surging elemental energy, visibly expanding under the pressure, adapting to the influx of power. The tumultuous impact on his meridians was excruciating. This was a crucial moment. If he were to scream or lose consciousness now, the only outcome would be to be overwhelmed by the colossal elemental energy, resulting in an explosive demise, akin to a balloon bursting with air. Liu Feng's face contorted in madness, clearly pushed to his limits. As Liu Feng was on the brink of exhaustion, the tumultuous flow of his meridians finally ceased. At that moment, a refreshing surge of vital energy poured in from the Baihui acupoint atop his head, akin to spring rain nourishing parched earth, swiftly mending the damaged meridians. The revitalized meridians soon radiated with vibrant vitality, appearing more supple and resilient than before. Just as Liu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, his vision suddenly blurred, revealing a peculiar scene before him, a vast expanse of white space filled with ethereal white currents. As Liu Feng stood there, bewildered, the white currents began to shift, rapidly converging towards the center of the flow. With the dwindling energy, the space around him seemed to become increasingly empty, the currents flowing faster and becoming scarcer. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before his eyes, prompting Liu Feng to instinctively shield his eyes, only to realize he had no hands or feet. Observing this extraordinary phenomenon, a spark of insight ignited within him, and he exclaimed in delight, This is inner vision. I am within my dantian. Within the dantian. The flow of energy finally ceased its fluctuations, and though no currents remained, a stunning halo, reminiscent of the Milky Way, slowly revolved before him. Is this the energy vortex? Have I succeeded? Liu Feng murmured as he withdrew from his inner vision. With a mere thought, a powerful stream of true chi surged forth from the halo within his dantian, coursing through his meridians. With a determined shout, Liu Feng clenched his fists and struck the ground with force, creating a half-meter deep pit in the earth with a resounding crash. Gazing at his handiwork, Liu Feng smiled, aware that he had taken a significant leap forward on his path to strength. However, there remained a more pressing matter at hand, the opening of the acupoints. Volume 1. Arrival in Another World Chapter 7. Mirror Image Clone. The process of channeling energy is an essential phase in all internal martial arts of Huaxia. However, the number of energy points one must channel varies according to the level of one's internal cultivation. Liu Feng's foundational internal skill requires him to channel only 8 energy points, while the legendary 9 Yang Divine skill demands the channeling of over 30. Yet, this does not imply that Liu Feng's basic internal skill lacks promise. Despite the modest number of 8 points, these particular points are the fundamental gateways that every internal discipline must unlock. Basic internal cultivation represents the lowest tier of martial arts. Yet it serves as the progenitor from which supreme techniques evolve, making it the true source of internal power. It would not be an exaggeration to regard it as a remarkable tome with a low starting point but immense potential for growth. The 8 energy points to be channeled in basic internal cultivation are Changqiang, Xinting, Lingtai, Jinsuo, Mingmin, Renmai, and Dumai. Among these, Changqiang is the easiest to open, while Renmai and Dumai pose the greatest challenge. At this moment, Liu Feng has successfully formed a chi vortex, and the abundant vital energy in his surroundings provides the perfect opportunity for channeling. Once more, he assumes a cross-legged position and, with a focused thought, initiates the rapid rotation of the chi vortex within his dantian, continually absorbing the surrounding vital energy. This surge of potent true chi flows forth with Liu Feng's intent, swiftly propelling towards Changqiang. In an instant, a crisp sound resonates as Changqiang is successfully opened. With the opening of this point, the influx of vital energy from the heavens and earth increases significantly. Riding this powerful momentum, Liu Feng effortlessly breaks through Xinting, Lingtai, Jinsua, and Mimin, all of which are relatively easy to unlock. Gazing at the cleft marks, Liu Feng pauses momentarily, then breaks into a grin. Upon exiting the cave, he leaps vigorously, and a surge of true qi bursts forth from the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, causing his body to feel remarkably lighter. With little effort, he ascends to the treetops, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters. Standing atop the tree, he closes his eyes gently, attuning himself to the whispers of the gentle breeze that carries messages from the world around him. He senses two magical beasts engaged in a fierce struggle for food 100 meters ahead. He perceives a magical beast frolicking playfully several dozen meters to his left. He detects a small mercenary group setting up camp a few dozen meters behind him. Is this divine awareness? Liu Feng murmurs softly. Suddenly, an influx of information bursts forth from the depths of his mind, interrupting his contemplative state. This is? Mirror image clone? The mirror image clone technique allows the creation of a duplicate that possesses 20% of the original's attacking power. When attacked, the illusion vanishes automatically. Interval for use, 1 hour. Duration of the illusion, 15 minutes. Liu Feng is ecstatic. Observing the clone before him, he chuckles. Indeed, a true doppelganger. Identical to me in every way. The summoned doppelganger bore a striking resemblance to Liu Feng, though Liu Feng's visage appeared more animated, while the doppelganger's expression was devoid of emotion and its gaze coldly indifferent. Come, attack me. Let me witness your capabilities. Liu Feng beckoned with a casual gesture, commanding within his mind. Upon receiving the directive, the doppelganger did not hesitate and swiftly charged toward Liu Feng, its fist cutting through the air with ferocity. Aimed directly at Liu Feng's cheek. Liu Feng deftly sidestepped, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Too slow. Try to be quicker." With its left foot planted firmly on the ground, the doppelganger launched a fierce kick toward Liu Feng's abdomen, only for Liu Feng to seize its foot with one hand, executing a deft maneuver that sent it soaring into the air. In such moments of suspension, anyone would experience a flicker of panic. However, the doppelganger remained utterly devoid of emotion, ignorant of fear's existence. It knew only that its master commanded an attack, and thus it relentlessly pursued this objective with unwavering logic and tireless resolve, until time elapsed or it was dispersed. Utilizing the force from Liu Feng's push, the doppelganger performed a somersault, landing deftly on a nearby branch. With a slight press of its foot, it lunged at Liu Feng once more. Its inner energy concentrated in its fists, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes, each of which Liu Feng evaded with preemptive grace. With a playful smirk, Liu Feng once again sidestepped the doppelganger's assault, closing the distance swiftly and delivering a heavy blow to its chest with his left fist. With a resounding impact, the doppelganger dissipated into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight. Liu Feng flexed his limbs and, with a hint of admiration, mused, "Impressive. Free from the burden of extraneous emotions, it can generate extraordinary power. With merely 20% of my strength, it compelled me to exert 40%. Such a reflection was akin to a mobile combat machine. Considering the potential of the doppelganger's abilities mirroring his own in later stages was indeed thrilling. And Liu Feng found himself filled with anticipation. He checked the information regarding his gale steps once more. It can now last for 2 minutes. An increase of over 10-fold. Excellent, he nodded in satisfaction. With a powerful push from his toes, he propelled himself through the forest like an arrow, leaping off tree trunks for another burst of speed. While bounding amidst the branches, Liu Feng suddenly halted, perching atop a tree, his raven black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Was someone calling for help? Liu Feng furrowed his brow and tilted his head to listen intently. Indeed, another cry for assistance reached his ears. With a swift tap of his toes, he raced toward the source of the sound. Typically, those who ventured into the Death Forest were low-tier mercenaries with limited strength. Thus, the Mercenary Guild had established a guideline. Should one encounter a mercenary in distress, it was advisable to offer assistance. Ultimately, the decision to help rested with the individual. Kins was the leader of the Blazing Mercenary Corps, a 4th-tier combat master. Today, they had originally planned to venture into the Death Forest to hunt 3rd-tier magical beasts, in hopes of acquiring magic crystals to cover their expenses. However, just as they were about to set their traps, a formidable foe emerged, a 7th-tier magical beast. The Fiery Cloud Lion. 7th tier, a classification of magical beasts they had only glimpsed within the pages of adventure manuals, had never before encountered in person. Now, as they stood on the brink of witnessing the majesty of a 7th-tier beast, they found themselves unable to experience any joy. The Fiery Cloud Lion remained unscathed, while the mercenary group suffered the loss of 7 members, with none emerging unscathed. Volume 1. Arrival in a Different World, Chapter 8. The Fire Cloud Demon Lion. As Kins observed the rapidly dwindling number of his companions, tears streamed down his cheeks. And behind him, the Fire Cloud Demon Lion loomed, leisurely trailing them. Kins understood that, given the creature's speed, it could have effortlessly annihilated them all long ago. It was merely toying with them. When it grew bored, it would be the moment of their demise. Watching the Fire Cloud Demon Lion accelerate behind him, Kins felt a profound despair settle in his heart. With a fierce grip, he propelled the two individuals behind him forward and cried out sorrowfully, "Run. I will hold it off." Ignoring their pleas, he turned to confront the beast, gazing at the monstrous lion, akin to a towering mountain, as it lunged towards him. Kins despaired and shut his eyes. Moments later, puzzled by the absence of an imminent attack, he suddenly heard a roar mingled with anguish, followed by a somewhat youthful laughter. "Uncle, how much longer will you stand there?" Kins opened his eyes and turned to the source of the voice, a slightly frail boy. Though physically weak, he emanated an aura of harmonious vitality. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his deep black eyes sparkled like stars, drawing one in irresistibly. His short black hair exuded the unique vigor of youth. It was Liu Feng, who had swiftly arrived upon hearing the cries for help. "Are you referring to that creature?" Liu Feng pointed at a colossal beast in the distance. "Of course, hurry up," Kins exclaimed. "Oh, never mind. Don't run. It's coming. We can only die together now, little brother." Kins, intending to persuade Liu Feng to flee, found himself staring at the Fire Cloud Demon Lion. Now rising from the ground and shaking its head, he sighed heavily. "Ha, uncle, don't be afraid. Watch me deal with this beast." Liu Feng smiled at Kins. His tone as casual as if he were about to slay a mere chicken, as he brandished his iron sword and stepped forward to face the Fire Cloud Demon Lion. As Kins beheld the creature, now in disarray and fleeing from the boy wielding an ordinary iron sword, he suddenly felt as if this world had become foreign. He murmured, "Could it be that a 7th-tier magical beast is so weak?" He shook his head vigorously and murmured, "No, it's not that the Fire Cloud Demon Lion is weak. Rather, that black-haired boy is exceedingly strong. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, he has already surpassed the 7th tier? What else lies ahead?" With true energy coursing through his sword, Liu Feng unleashed a blade of energy that carved a deep wound into the Fire Cloud Demon Lion's skull, blood gushing forth. The lion held in agony, retaliating by spewing forth several fiery projectiles. Seizing the opportunity as Liu Feng defended himself, it retreated a few steps, its massive jaws opening and closing rapidly as it gathered the fire elements nearby. Observing the fierce battle, Kins shouted urgently, "Hey, little brother. That beast is about to unleash a large-scale spell. Quickly stop it." Although Liu Feng possessed the confidence to counter the formidable spell of the Fire Cloud Demon Lion, the presence of Kins beside him compelled him to halt its release, as large-scale magic often wreaked havoc indiscriminately. A thought flickered through his mind. Gale Step. Activate. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind a mere shadow in his wake. This display evoked a sudden jolt in Kins's heart, who watched in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng closed the distance of several meters, his iron sword slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, piercing the massive maw of the Fire Cloud Demon Lion and emerging triumphantly from its crown. Withdrawing his blade, he retreated swiftly. In that fleeting moment, the entire sequence of events transpired seamlessly. Kins gazed at Liu Feng, still bewildered, and stammered, "Is it over?" He muttered to himself in disbelief, "Is this still a human?" "Enough dawdling, my friend. Take this." Liu Feng interrupted Kins' reverie, presenting him with the magic core of the Fire Cloud Demon Lion. The crimson-hued 7th-tier magic crystal emanated a radiant glow, causing Kins' expression to shift dramatically as he grappled with his conscience. After a prolonged silence, he firmly pushed it away, asserting, "Young brother, do not be so hasty. The defeat of the Fire Cloud Demon Lion rests solely on your shoulders. We contributed not a single ounce of effort, and were merely a burden to you. How could we possibly accept this?" Seeing Kins' unwavering stance, Liu Feng paused momentarily before retrieving 2 5th-tier magic cores from his pocket. He earnestly insisted, "Uncle, if you deem the 7th-tier core too precious, then I shall let it be. However, I noticed that several of your comrades perished earlier, and you must have expenses to settle for their families. Hence, please accept these 2 5th-tier magic cores." Kins hesitated as he regarded the 2 magic crystals laid before him. It was disingenuous to claim he did not want them. Their mercenary group was in dire need of funds, which was precisely why they had risked their lives to hunt magical beasts. Yet, having just been rescued by Liu Feng, He struggled to accept the offering without feeling shame. Noticing Qin's indecision, Liu Feng urged with fervor, "Uncle, you strike me as a man of honor. Why must you be so hesitant? Consider the families of the fallen brothers. They may have been the sole providers for their households. Very well, young brother. On behalf of my deceased comrades, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Should you ever require assistance in the future, whether in battle or in peril, do not hesitate to call upon me. If I hesitate, may the gods forsake me and cast me into the depths of hell," Qin solemnly vowed, finally relenting. "Haha. Splendid. From now on, you may simply call me Xiao Feng," Liu Feng replied with a cheerful smile. Agreed. Outside the Death Forest, in the adventurous town, the tavern of Old Man Hark bustled with activity. At the crossroads, Qin inquired, "Xiao Feng, I am headed to the Mercenary Guild to report the mission. Where do you intend to go?" "Hee, I never expected that tavern to be owned by your family. I must pay a visit for a couple of drinks." "Certainly. But keep in mind that it comes at a cost, haha. Naturally, if you didn't charge me, I wouldn't bother coming at all. I'll take my leave now." As Liu Feng watched Qin vanish around the corner of the street, he smiled contentedly and remarked, "What a remarkable individual. He possesses a grand spirit yet remains attentive. Truly worth befriending." In the tavern, the hurried sound of footsteps soon echoed, and an elderly face, adorned with a beaming smile, came into view. It was none other than Old Man Hark. "Ha, you cheeky rascal, your tongue remains as slippery as ever," Old Man Hark chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Hee." Liu Feng laughed a couple of times, stepping forward to drape his arm around Old Man Hark's shoulders as they swayed their way into the tavern. Volume 1. Arrival in a Foreign World Chapter 9. The enchanting beauty. The following day, at the break of dawn, Liu Feng awakened from his meditative state. Today, he intended to visit the Mercenary Guild and, in the process, register as a mercenary. In this realm, mercenaries epitomize thrill and adventure. Their lives are fraught with tumult and peril. One moment, they might be reveling with comrades, indulging in hearty drinks and feasting on meat, and the next, they could find themselves at the mercy of a high-level magical beast. Descending the stairs, he called out to Old Man Hark, who was engrossed in ledger accounts at the counter. "Old Man Hark, I'm off to the Mercenary Guild." Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, Hark paused, momentarily taken aback. He hastily set down the ledger, irked, and exclaimed, "You young rascal, devoid of combat skills or magic, and you wish to become a mercenary? Are you not courting death? What will happen to Wire if you perish?" Observing the elderly man rambling on, his words spewing forth like a torrent, Liu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, bemused. Such matters were impervious to persuasion. He could only step forward and with a smile, addressed Old Man Hark, "Just watch." With that, he delivered a powerful punch to the sturdy mahogany counter, and in an instant, swiftly turned and dashed out of the tavern. Old Man Hark stared dumbfounded at the counter, which moments before had been intact. With two cracking sounds, it suddenly collapsed into a heap of splintered wood. After a brief moment, realization struck him, and he cried out in despair, "My century-old mahogany. 10 gold coins. You wasteful brat." The Mercenary Guild, one of the largest and oldest guilds on the Nightfall Continent, boasts millions of adventurers. However, it is said to be a rather loosely structured organization, rumored to lack direct authority. Yet, it possesses unparalleled and expedient promotional capabilities, akin to an advertising platform on Earth. As Liu Feng observed the throngs of people ebbing and flowing through the guild's entrance, even he, accustomed to the bustling crowds of Earth, felt a wave of astonishment. Upon stepping through the door, the interior seemed like an entirely different world. The cacophony akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in his ears. Overwhelmed by the clamor, Liu Feng felt as though the very fabric of reality was spiraling in reverse, his vision clouded with golden stars. A thought crossed his mind, and a surge of energy coursed through his meridians, enveloping his eardrums with a thin layer, finally silencing the incessant buzzing. Liu Feng understood, at that moment, why Wukong in A Chinese Odyssey chose to strike Tang Seng. Exhaling deeply, Liu Feng felt as though he were a fish in the ocean, navigating through the throng with ease. The multitude of bodies presented no obstacle as he swiftly approached the sign indicating the mercenary registration desk. Upon encountering the beautiful woman before him, he silently praised in his heart, "What a captivating beauty! An exquisitely beautiful visage adorned with fair cheeks, alluring peach blossom eyes, and a rosy mouth, complemented by a beauty mark that adds an enchanting allure. Cascading locks of fiery black hair gracefully drape over her porcelain shoulders, and her prominent bosom stands proudly, leaving Liu Feng utterly astonished. Indeed, the peaks are limitless, each higher than the last, her tantalizing figure, as supple and graceful as a serpent, accentuated by a form-fitting professional attire, introduces Liu Feng to a captivating version of uniform seduction from another realm. She is undoubtedly a stunning enchantress, or rather, a breathtakingly exquisite one. As Liu Feng's mind swirled with impure thoughts, he maintained an expression of composure. Smiling as he addressed her, "Miss, could you assist me in registering as a mercenary?" At this moment, Liffey was also scrutinizing the youth before her, a slender frame, an unremarkable fair face, and short black hair, an exceedingly ordinary individual. Were he to dye his hair, he would blend seamlessly into the crowd, indistinguishable from any number of common folk. Yet, his rare, deep black eyes were like the finishing touch on a masterpiece, transforming his otherwise mundane appearance into something harmonious and appealing. This boy possessed an air of mystery, a judgment that Liffey silently formed about Liu Feng. Unaware that he had garnered a hint of favor in the eyes of the beauty, Liu Feng noticed Liffey staring at him in astonishment, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. "Am I truly handsome? That cannot be. I recall my face being rather pedestrian. Or else I wouldn't have struggled to find a girlfriend on Earth." "Ah," Liffey exclaimed, a delicate blush creeping across her tender cheeks as she quickly replied, her voice sweet and melodious. The enchanting sound of her voice stirred a wave of fervor among the men in the hall, compelling them to feign aches in their backs and hastily seek out chairs. This captivating voice ignited a warm sensation within Liu Feng's abdomen, which he swiftly quelled, narrowly avoiding embarrassment. As he watched the beauty retrieve a small booklet from beneath the table and lean over to fill in her information, Liu Feng felt his heart race, nearly overwhelmed by the sight. The tightness of Liffey's professional attire accentuated her upper body, revealing a stunning expanse of white that left Liu Feng momentarily entranced. At the precise moment Liu Feng turned away, Liffey also lifted her gaze, meeting his with a piercing stare that chilled the air around them. "Have you seen enough?" she inquired, her voice icy, causing the atmosphere in the hall to drop several degrees. "Ah, brother, it's you. Have you ascended to the saint rank in just a few days? Come, let us step outside for a duel. Also, I believe I just spotted an SSS level mission." "I'm going to take it," another voice chimed in. "That person over there seemed to be the esteemed Yuan. It's been years, and he appears to be even more handsome. Let us go see him." Listening to these conversations, Liu Feng stood in a daze, astonished by these formidable individuals. Ascending to the saint rank in mere days? Far more impressive than even the mightiest of beasts. An SSS level mission? How extraordinary. It seems that the era of deities, which lasted for centuries, once witnessed the emergence of a figure known as the Supreme Yuan. How could such an extraordinary individual, possessing unparalleled prowess, possibly be familiar with mere mercenaries? Observing the mercenaries casually linking arms and vocally bantering as they made their way towards the exit, Liu Feng suddenly realized they were merely a group of seasoned veterans. A look of understanding crossed Liu Feng's face as he inquired, "What is the highest rank one can apply for here?" "Haha, splendid. Volume 1. Arrival in a Different World, Chapter 10. Confrontation, please follow me," Liffey said softly, covering her mouth with a delicate hand and giggling lightly. Liu Feng, utterly perplexed, had no choice but to trail behind her. In the inner hall of the Mercenary Guild, upon the training grounds, Liffey turned to Liu Feng and said with a smile, "You can wait here for a moment. The master will arrive shortly." With that, she swayed her alluring figure and gracefully exited the arena. Liu Feng stood in the arena, akin to a bewildered goose, gazing expectantly. After a while, the main door creaked open. Before him stood Liffey, now clad in a form-fitting female swordsman's attire. Liu Feng, feeling a surge of frustration, absent-mindedly touched his earlobe. In her new garb, Liffey emanated a strikingly different aura, a blend of fragility intertwined with a resolute strength that rivaled that of a man. Noticing Liu Feng's disgruntled expression, she smiled gently and announced, "I am Liffey, a 7th rank Earth Sword Master." With a slight tremor, her purple aura erupted forth, filling the training ground with an overwhelming presence. A tremendous pressure surged through the air, and Liu Feng finally stowed away any remnants of disdain, adopting a serious demeanor. He began to comprehend why the mercenaries in the guild held such trepidation towards Liffey. A 7th rank Earth Sword Master was among the elite on the continent, far beyond the capabilities of their humble guild. This marked Liu Feng's inaugural confrontation with an opponent of comparable stature in this new world. While he had previously vanquished the Fire Cloud Demon Lion in the Forest of Death, it was merely a beast and not a human of equal rank. Nevertheless, Liu Feng remained confident in his ability to best Liffey. With his genuine prowess, he had already approached the level of a 7th-rank master, and moreover, he possessed the wind step and mirror clone techniques, his true trump cards. Within him, true energy coursed rapidly through his meridians, eventually breaking free to form a subtle layer of protective energy around his body. Though it lacked the spectacular display of Liu Feng's soaring aura, it exuded a unique strength, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the mountaintops. Seeing that Liu Feng remained unfazed by her oppressive aura and that the fighting spirit in his eyes seemed to intensify, Liu Feng smiled in satisfaction. Drawing her broad greatsword from her back, she tilted her head and playfully inquired, "Am I allowed to strike now?" Liu Feng unsheathed a slender sword, infusing it with true energy, the blade glimmering at its tip. He nodded lightly, signaling for her to proceed. Despite the slenderness of Liu Feng's sword's aura, Liu Feng sensed its latent power. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked softly, "What an intriguing aura. It's quite formidable. However, prepare yourself." Before her words had fully settled in the air, she had already leaped towards Liu Feng, her greatsword slicing horizontally through the air. Accompanied by the sound of wind being cleaved, aimed directly at his midsection, Liu Feng chuckled softly, his iron sword held horizontally as the massive blade bore down upon it, bending it into a breathtaking arc. Yet, mere half a foot from Liu Feng's body, it came to an abrupt halt, unable to breach the seemingly fragile yet steadfast barrier. As Liu Feng's efforts to channel her energy proved futile, Liu Feng laughed lightly again, his iron sword sweeping with a powerful force infused with true energy, leaving Liu Feng in a state of disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng's sword struck like a venomous serpent, aiming for the openings that Liu Feng inadvertently exposed. Liu Feng found herself in a state of utter turmoil, narrowly avoiding Liu Feng's strikes several times, the iron sword grazing perilously close to her body. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. However, Liu Feng was not willing to succumb so easily, being a person of great pride. She felt a deep-seated resentment at the prospect of being bested by someone seemingly younger than herself. As she narrowly evaded yet another thrust from the iron sword, she pondered inwardly, "Is it truly time to employ that technique? Without it, I cannot ascertain his full strength. I must know the entirety of his capabilities too." With a fierce clench of her silver teeth, it seemed she had made a resolute decision. Liu Feng swung her massive sword to deflect the incoming iron blade, retreating 2 steps to gather her focus. With a concentrated thought, she invoked her technique, disintegration. Her energy surged dramatically, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 8th tier of Sky Sword Master. Liu Feng, having also taken 2 steps back, observed the increasingly flushed complexion of Liu Feng and the rising energy around her. He furrowed his brow, realizing that she must be utilizing some technique that temporarily amplified her power, albeit at a significant cost to her body. With a reluctant shake of his head, unwilling to witness such a beautiful woman suffer from the unknown repercussions of her actions, Liu Feng felt compelled to intervene. With a burst of speed, he activated the Gale Step, appearing behind Liu Feng in the blink of an eye. Before she could react, he delivered a heavy chop to the back of her neck, channeling his true energy through his fingers to forcibly quell her burgeoning power. The rebellious energy resisted fiercely, colliding repeatedly against the seemingly fragile white aura, yet it remained steadfast, gradually dissipating under Liu Feng's control. He caught her slender form as she began to topple, cradling her gently and setting her upon a nearby chair, awaiting the awakening of the enchanting beauty. After a brief interlude, Liu Feng stirred, uttering a soft moan as she regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes to find Liu Feng's smiling visage, a flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful features. Noticing his gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she prepared to rise, only to halt suddenly, her delicate brows knitting together as she closed her eyes again. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in shock, "You just subdued the energy within me?" Her tone was laced with disbelief. "What is it?" Liu Feng inquired, puzzled. Was it not a good thing that he had helped her contain that energy? With a quiet intensity, she fixed her enchanting peach blossom eyes upon the man across from her. "Ahem. That, Miss Liu Feng." Liu Feng felt an overwhelming discomfort under her gaze and cleared his throat. "Please, do not call me Miss Liu Feng," the beauty beside him suddenly interjected. Perhaps just Feo?" She murmured softly, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, deep within, she felt a thrilling shiver coursing through her skin at the sound of her own voice. This doesn't seem quite right." Liu Feng hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. "Are you wailing because you wish to evade responsibility for your actions?" Liu Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as she began to weep, her voice as melodious as a summer rain. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. Liu Feng was taken aback. Ah, Liffy. Or rather fair, one must speak with integrity. We are both innocent, I swear by the heavens. Should you continue with such unfounded claims, despite your beauty? I shall have no choice but to accuse you of defamation. Liffy raised her gaze, tears cascading from her beautiful eyes like pearls, splattering on the ground in delicate droplets. She lamented, our family has a long-standing ancestral decree, should one be defeated in a fair confrontation and their ability to retaliate obstructed. The defeated may choose to remain in the presence of their conqueror. What a preposterous decree! Is your ancestor's mind truly unhinged? To follow in the footsteps of those who bested you, would that not render you a mere servant? Liu Feng arched an eyebrow, disdain evident in his expression. Liffy pouted her crimson lips, but remained silent. How about this? Liffy, let us consider today's events as if they never transpired. You may continue to live freely, what say you? Liu Feng chuckled nervously, attempting to ease the tension. Though having a beauty by his side was undeniably pleasant, he sensed an ulterior motive lurking beneath her charm. Thus he resolved to decline her advances. That is not permissible. One cannot contravene ancestral teachings, Liffy replied, batting her long eyelashes with a playful tone. Liu Feng frowned deeply, his patience waning as he touched his earlobe, his voice turning increasingly frosty. I care not for such matters. I do not wish for those I do not favor to linger by my side. Your ancestral rules bear no significance to me, as they belong to your family, not mine. Enough said, farewell. He rose and made his way toward the hall. Just as he reached the door, a soft, teasing voice called out from behind. So, does that mean if you were to develop feelings for me, I could remain by your side? Is that correct? Her voice trailed off, growing faint, and had it not been for Liu Feng's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. Volume 1. Arrival in a New World. Chapter 11. The 7th grade badge with a casual shrug. Liu Feng remarked ambiguously, it seems so. Liffy, appearing quite pleased, nodded enthusiastically before taking a few steps forward, only to pause once more. She glanced at her tattered, form-fitting swordsman attire, which was beginning to reveal hints of spring, pouted her rosy lips, and softly said, You should go out first, I still need to change my clothes. Liu Feng nodded and turned to exit. As he watched Liu Feng's figure fade from view, Liffy bit her red lips in hesitation, pondering, am I really supposed to sacrifice my appearance to entice him? This is my first time, what should I do? If it weren't for those two scoundrels in my family who somehow found an 8th grade powerhouse, I wouldn't be exiled to this dreadful place. Sigh, the elders cannot act personally. Otherwise, I would summon Uncle Hua to deal with those two rascals. Overwhelmed with frustration, she stamped her small foot decisively. Oh well, I'll take it one step at a time. I certainly won't let this opportunity slip away. As Liu Feng appeared unscathed in the hall, the crowd fell into a momentary silence, which was soon replaced by a cacophony of chatter, seemingly revolving around him. Hey, how come this kid is fine? TCH. Just because he looks fine on the outside doesn't mean he has sustained internal injuries. Poor boy, doesn't he realize how formidable our thorny rose is? Upon hearing these remarks, Liu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, touching his earlobe as he made his way to the mercenary registration desk. A mercenary trailed closely behind him, chuckling, How was it, little brother? What was the experience like? Poor child, he seems genuinely dazed. Another mercenary chimed in with a tone of mock sympathy. What nonsense are you spouting now? Came a sultry voice from behind, laced with barely concealed irritation. Laughter erupted among the mercenaries in the hall. Ha! You're killing me. This kid's mother has been dead for over a decade. Could she be a ghost? Liu Feng couldn't help but laugh. This group of mercenaries was quite entertaining. However, the laughter abruptly ceased as they turned incredulously to Liffy. When had the thorny rose ever shown such tenderness? Most present had endured her merciless assessments. Yet men often gravitate towards what oppresses them. The more they are belittled, the more they are drawn in. Consequently, countless men across the continent's mercenary guild admired the thorny rose, though her 7th grade prowess was enough to intimidate the majority. Undeterred by the envious glares directed at him, Liu Feng nodded with a sense of self-satisfaction. Another 7th grade warrior, seemingly even younger than the genius girl of the mercenary guild. Liffy? Fortunately, I refrained from rushing in to play the hero. Otherwise, I would have lost face entirely. Liu Feng nodded in agreement. After a considerable wait, the formalities were finally completed. Liffy stretched her fair arms, indulging in a languid yawn, her alluring figure captivating the attention of all present. Oh dear, it's already noon, and my stomach is quite empty. How wonderful it would be if someone could treat me to a meal, she mused, casting a meaningful glance toward Liu Feng. Upon noticing the intent in Liffy's gaze, Liu Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, feeling a twinge of guilt for her efforts on his behalf, he smiled and said, "Might I have the honor of inviting the beautiful Miss Liffey to lunch? After all, sharing a meal is the swiftest way to build rapport," he thought, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Liffey's brows furrowed slightly, though her voice remained sweet as she replied, "Very well, since you express such sincerity, I shall grant your request. However, I must first change my attire. Please wait here." With a playful laugh, she flitted gracefully through the inner door like a butterfly. As is often the case with women, Liffey took her time to prepare, and an hour later, she finally emerged in a stunning red dress. Upon seeing Liu Feng waiting patiently, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks as she approached him softly. "Shall we?" Draped in her fiery attire, Liffey exuded an air of nobility and charm that ignited Liu Feng's ardor. This enchantress perpetually drew the gaze of men. He couldn't help but think that possessing such a woman would indeed be a splendid fortune. Noticing the passionate admiration in Liu Feng's eyes, a blush crept across Liffey's lovely face. Women may not always voice their desires, but they secretly relish being admired. Liu Feng, ever the gentleman, bowed slightly and said, "After you, beautiful lady." Together, they exited the mercenary guild, leaving behind a group of despondent men. Though the adventurers' town was modest in size, it was well equipped. In a quiet and elegant restaurant, within a private room, Liffey nibbled delicately at her food before pausing to observe Liu Feng as he devoured his meal. "Liu Feng, what are your plans for the future?" she inquired, idly toying with her fork. "I aspire to become a mercenary, to experience the thrill of adventure and seek the essence of battle, hoping to find my breakthrough," Liu Feng replied, wiping his mouth as he raised his gaze. "Do you wish to attend one of the 4 great academies? If so, I could assist you," Liffey asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "As long as you accept my favor. You need not worry about me not lending a hand when you are in need." "The 4 great academies? Huh. I shall attend, but not just yet. And when the time comes, it will not be for further studies," he responded with a smile. Liu Feng chuckled, his thoughts drifting to Wei Er's laughter, reminiscent of wind chimes, which filled his heart with warmth. Yet, this feeling was soon overshadowed by another presence, Nikolai Snow. Liffey nodded with a hint of disappointment. "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude." Observing Liffey's despondent expression, Liu Feng felt a twinge of emotion. Chapter 12. The Enchanting Beauty After Indulging in Food and Drink. Liu Feng cradled a cup of a tea-like beverage, his gaze fixated on the delicate beauty seated across from him. He suddenly mused that if such a stunning woman truly existed, it would indeed be a delightful experience. Under the intensity of Liu Feng's scrutiny, Liffey's cheeks flushed crimson, her head nearly bowing to her voluptuous figure. As Liffey mustered her courage, feeling a surge of bravery, she lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes locking onto Liu Feng's deep, starry orbs. Noticing that Liffey was finally willing to meet his gaze, Liu Feng chuckled softly, rising from his seat to approach her. Although he was aware that this exquisite woman likely had ulterior motives, Liu Feng was unperturbed. After all, the world was bustling with individuals pursuing their own interests. If she sought something from him, perhaps it was only fair for him to reap some rewards in return. As Liu Feng drew closer, Liffey's heart raced like a startled fawn. Must she truly sacrifice herself to win him over? She found herself in a quandary, clenching her small hand. She contemplated whether to strike him when an image flickered in her mind. Her mother, enduring disdain within their family while raising her. For her mother's sake, perhaps a small sacrifice was warranted. Gradually, she released her grip. Upon reaching Liffey's side, Liu Feng took her slender hand, gently pulling her up with a slight force. He wrapped his left arm around her delicate waist and tilted her chin with his right hand, teasingly asking, "What's this? The thorny rose of our mercenary guild is shy?" Liffey shot him a glance, her tone calm as she replied, "I am a woman too, possessing all that a woman should have. Tell me, what do you think I desire at this moment?" Liu Feng's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp. Yet, Liffey met his stare resolutely, her eyes glistening like water, soft as waves. With a grin, Liu Feng leaned closer, aiming for her luscious lips. A jolt of alarm coursed through Liffey, tinged with sadness. Was this truly how it must be? Were all men of such character? Slowly, she closed her beautiful eyes, resigning herself to the notion that if she wished to gain his assistance, some form of payment was necessary. Prepared to accept the impending kiss, she awaited the moment. Liu Feng observed her transformation with keen interest, but as he noted her eventual concession, he felt no thrill of triumph. To truly conquer such a remarkable woman, she must willingly submit. Otherwise, it felt akin to playing with a mere inflatable doll back on Earth, devoid of any genuine excitement. With an almost imperceptible sigh, He paused his movements and reached out to flick a speck of dust from her exquisitely delicate face. I am merely assisting you in removing the dirt from your visage. Why do you close your eyes? A soft laughter echoed in his ears. Liffy slowly opened her enchanting eyes, which held a complex gaze directed at Liu Feng, and murmured. Just now, while gently shrugging his shoulders, Liu Feng smiled and replied, I harbor no interest in puppets. Although I am aware that your approach to me surely harbors ulterior motives, I do not mind. Pray tell, what is it you desire from me? And what recompense do you offer in return? Liffy bit her crimson lip lightly. You are already aware? There are no fools in this world. Given your esteemed reputation within the mercenary realm, there is no need for us to engage in pretense. I hope to obtain your assistance. Recompense? I do not engage in endeavors devoid of compensation. Liu Feng raised his elegant eyebrows. What is it you seek? Status? If you assist me in seizing the position of clan leader, I shall grant you any request. Liffy let out a melodic laugh, gracefully crossing her legs as she settled into the plush chair. At that moment, she truly revealed her essence, elegance, nobility, and pride. Observing Liffy's transformation, Liu Feng smiled. Such a woman was worthy of pursuit at a cost. He had no appetite for mere ornaments, nor for those who were infatuated. Vivi? That would be a future pinnacle of strength, a being at the apex of the human realm. Status? I do not require such ephemeral trinkets. They shatter easily in the face of true power. I seek that which can genuinely move me. Liu Feng disdainfully curled his lip. What do you need? What could possibly move you? Liffy elegantly lifted the cup of water from the table and took a gentle sip, responding calmly. Had you asked me merely a few moments ago, I would have believed nothing could stir my interest. However, now I find myself intrigued by you. A hint of mischief danced at the corners of Liu Feng's mouth. You wish to pursue me? Upon hearing this, Liffy laughed playfully. There is indeed such an inclination. Do you have any notion of how many have sought me? Are you aware of their identities? Do you comprehend the extent of their power? Her words were sharp and incisive. Those details elude me, and I care not to know. All I understand is that since you have sought me out, it is clear you require my assistance. Moreover, I possess great confidence in my own strength. Within a year, or at most 5, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the saint level. Liu Feng gradually lowered his gaze, his tone imbued with unparalleled conviction. Liffy felt a sudden jolt of disbelief as she looked at Liu Feng. Saint level? Liu Feng tilted his head slightly. So do you agree? I eagerly anticipate witnessing your strength. Liffy gently nodded her exquisitely white chin. Since you have made a promise, allow me to establish a rule of my own. Liu Feng blinked, saying, from now on, you may cease utilizing your charms to gain assistance. I hope to be the first and the last person to benefit from this tactic. How domineering of you. Liffy laughed sweetly. However, I can agree to your request. First, tell me about your family, Liu Feng inquired, taking a sip of water. Hee, do you know Su-Han? Liffy giggled, covering her mouth. Liu Feng, who had been in this world for over 6 months, was quite familiar with that name. Su-Han, the founder of the Mercenary Guild, the legendary king of mercenaries, surpassed the supreme level of power and was an idol in the hearts of countless mercenaries throughout the ages. Hee, at least you are aware, Liffy nodded in satisfaction. Then you must be called Sophie, right? Yes, although this name is known by very few, Liffy replied, her eyes narrowing in a playful smile. Am I not fortunate then? Hee, of course. Chapter 13, Anomalies in the Forest of Death. Sophie gracefully lifted her cup, taking a gentle sip before suddenly appearing to recall something. She became serious, addressing Liu Feng. Do you know of any recent anomalies in the Forest of Death? Anomalies? Not that I'm aware of, Liu Feng replied, puzzled. A few days ago, our branch received numerous reports indicating that a significant number of high-tier magical beasts have left the inner depths of the Forest of Death and are surging outward. Many weaker mercenary groups have already met with disastrous fates, Sophie said, her expression grave. Oh, is that so? Liu Feng responded, somewhat surprised, as a thought crossed his mind. He remembered the day he rescued Kess, when a 7th-tier magical beast, the Fire Cloud Lion, had appeared outside the forest. How is the Mercenary Guild handling this situation? He inquired. The Mercenary Guild has issued an A-level mission to investigate the tumult caused by the magical beasts in the Forest of Death. Many capable mercenary groups from across the continent are already making their way there. It's been years since an A-level mission has surfaced. Those mercenaries are as excited as dogs spotting a bone or wolves encountering a maiden, Sophie laughed, adding a couple of coarse expressions she had overheard in the guild. Liu Feng stroked his chin and chuckled. Then it seems Adventure Town is about to experience a whirlwind of activity. Feng, did you know you might soon have trouble of your own? Sophie teased, her laughter reminiscent of a playful little fox. Me? What trouble could I possibly have? Those magical beasts are not my doing, Liu Feng asked, bewildered. Hee hee, I heard that the leaders of the 4 major mercenary groups are their respective young captains. Known in the mercenary world as the 4 heroes, Sophie stated, counting them off on her delicate, fair fingers. Looking at the captivating smile gracing Sophie's lips, Liu Feng suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and probed, could they all be your admirers? Bingo! Congratulations, you were correct. But alas, there is no prize, Sophie giggled. Clapping her hands, Liu Feng shrugged nonchalantly, but upon seeing Sophie's face harden due to his demeanor, he reluctantly added, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I shall deal with them. Though his words were brash, they were backed by strength, and a powerful individual indeed has the right to such declarations. Over the course of a month in Adventure Town, just as Sophie had predicted, countless mercenaries flocked to the town from various corners of the continent. The atmosphere became charged with excitement as strong individuals converged. The population of Adventure Town surged dramatically, with local-ins bursting at the seams. The innkeepers wore wide grins, unable to contain their joy as they witnessed the mercenaries bustling about in the streets, as if their long-lost kin had returned. A week has elapsed, and due to the extreme peril of the Death Forest, the Mercenary Guild has advised mercenaries to refrain from entering temporarily, a request that most mercenaries reluctantly acquiesced to. Another week passed, and impatience brewed among the mercenaries. The following day, the first mercenary group hastily plunged into the Death Forest, followed by a throng of mercenaries who eagerly followed suit. The town suddenly grew considerably quieter. That day, shocking news erupted from the mouths of the awakened mercenaries. Within the Death Forest resided a colossal black dragon, alongside a massive egg stained with blood. The dragon's strength was of the 9th tier, seemingly diminished after recent hatching. Within half a day, the news spread rapidly through various channels across the entire Yalan continent. Upon its dissemination, the continent trembled with astonishment. The dragon, an apex being at the pinnacle of the Yalan continent's biological hierarchy, was a formidable race that dared to challenge even the gods. Most adult dragons exist above the sacred tier, yet below the supreme. Even the king of the dragon clan is born at the supreme tier. However, the laws set forth by the creator are impartial. For every gain, there is a sacrifice. The dragons acquired unparalleled might but consequently lost their normal reproductive capabilities, thus their population has never exceeded 500. At the height of their power, the dragon clan numbered merely 300, and following the era of the gods, their numbers dwindled drastically. Despite centuries of recovery, they now number less than 100. The dragon's formidable power incited human greed, igniting a desire to possess them and fulfill their nefarious ambitions. Yet, as beings at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could dragons heed the commands of humans, whom they regarded as mere insects? Countless ill-intentioned individuals perished in the wrathful breath of the dragons. Nevertheless, human avarice did not wane. Upon realizing the futility of capturing adult dragons, their gaze shifted towards the slightly weaker young dragons and eggs. The Haas Empire, once the dominant power on the continent a century ago, occupied a vast expanse of the Yalan continent, with no empire capable of standing against it alone. The reason for this supremacy lay in its possession of a dragon, a red dragon. Each breath unleashed upon the battlefield claimed the lives of hundreds of soldiers, and under its immense draconic majesty, all creatures quivered in fear, daring not to provoke its ire. This dragon was acquired by the Haas Empire through great effort. When it was obtained, it was merely an unhatched egg. However, the Haas Empire resorted to wicked dark magic, forcibly hastening its birth and sacrificing the dragon's prolonged vitality in exchange for rapid growth. A year later, the dragon matured, and the Haas Empire commenced its conquests. With the dragon's assistance, the Haas Empire swiftly expanded its territories. However, 3 years later, the mighty dragon, having exhausted its vitality in a grand war, gradually succumbed to death, leading to the devastating defeat of the Haas Empire, which was compelled to retreat and ultimately surrender, ceding territory to numerous allied forces. Although the Haas Empire's dream of dominating the continent lay shattered, the great empires clearly recognized the formidable influence of dragons on the battlefield. Subsequently, each empire began to covertly inquire about young dragons or dragon eggs, as even the slightest whisper could incite a frenzy of violence. However, humanity's rampant capture of dragon eggs eventually ignited the wrath of the dragon clan. After 80 years, the dragons emerged in full force, with 87 formidable dragons launching an assault on the nation most notorious for capturing dragon eggs, the Afghan Empire. The Afghan Empire mustered all its strength to resist. In merely 3 days, an army of 280,000 was completely annihilated. The Afghan Empire was obliterated, leaving the continent in shock. The dragons, with their unparalleled and formidable power, conveyed a stark message to all living beings. The dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it shall incur its wrath. 50 years later, the Dragon Clan once again disseminated news. The Black Dragon Clan had been severed from the dragon lineage, and the Dragon Clan would no longer intervene in its affairs. Consequently, black dragon eggs became the most coveted treasures on the continent, driving everyone into a frenzy. Chapter 14. Boundless arrogance. The focus on the continent once again converged in the Death Forest, particularly within the Adventurers' Town and the Mercenary Guild. Liu Feng squinted his eyes, observing the young man before him, whose mouth was frothing with arrogance. His dark pupils glimmered with a dangerous light. Mere moments ago, this pretentious man had interrupted Liu Feng, who was engaging in flirtatious banter with Sophie. After an ostentatious self-introduction, he proceeded to enumerate his extensive connections, ranging from distant relatives to familial ties, ultimately conveying the message that his background was formidable and influential. He demanded that Liu Feng vacate the premises immediately and refrain from appearing near Sophie in the future, warning that refusal would lead to dire consequences. Following this, he coughed a few times and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Raising an eyebrow, Liu Feng languidly addressed the haughty individual. "Have you ever heard a saying?" The arrogant man looked puzzled. Liu Feng continued, "Those with true strength are called impressive. Those without it, however, are merely foolish. It is evident that you belong to the latter category." Liu Feng shrugged and smiled. The surrounding mercenaries, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, were momentarily taken aback by Liu Feng's words, before erupting into laughter. The haughty man's face darkened, his finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Feng, his jaw clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury. Taking a deep breath, he drew his long sword and, with a sinister expression, challenged Liu Feng. "Bastard, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Liu Feng's slender, dark pupils narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. The onlookers, unable to bear the sight any longer, shouted in protest, "Bokju, this young man has neither the will nor the magic to fight you. Besides, you are a 5th-stage swordmaster. Isn't this bullying?" "Very well, I accept. However, I have one condition," a calm voice, laced with a hint of chill, interjected. Bokju, unable to save face after the mercenary's rebuke, heard Liu Feng's words and could not help but laugh maniacally to the onlookers. He has agreed himself. You cannot blame me. Turning back to Liu Feng, he gritted his teeth and sneered. "Speak, bastard. I shall make you kneel and lick my boots. I seek a duel to the death." The softly spoken words cast an eerie silence over the crowd. Bokju's laughter faltered, his expression shifting rapidly, in stark contrast to Liu Feng's smiling visage. Bokju's face was a tumult of emotions, his heart racing with uncertainty, leaving him at a loss for words. In the realm of life and death, a duel that demands one's very existence, the most brutal form of contest is found on the Nightfall Continent. Observing the hesitant countenance of Baichi Yu, the surrounding mercenaries erupted in scornful laughter. With such a pitiful appearance, how could he possibly be one of the 4 heroes of the Mercenary Guild? With a physique as frail as a rat, his courage was no greater than that of a timid creature, provoked by the biting mockery. Baichi Yu felt his lips twitch involuntarily, and, in a moment of heated impulse, he blurted out, "I accept." The moment the words escaped his lips, a wave of regret washed over him. The calm demeanor of the man before him suggested he had some hidden advantage. Yet, at this juncture, to retract his statement would mean losing all face within the mercenary world. Thus, he could only pray that this individual was merely a blusterous fool. Liu Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Without further ado, he turned and strode towards the training ground within the Mercenary Guild, with Baichi Yu closely trailing behind, followed by a throng of onlookers eager for entertainment. Upon reaching the training ground, Liu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the anxious Baichi Yu. An impromptu referee among the mercenaries swiftly called the match to commence before hastily retreating to the sidelines, wary of becoming collateral damage. With a decisive step forward, Liu Feng unleashed a formidable aura that stirred the nearby debris. As he advanced, Baichi Yu felt as though he were a rabbit ensnared by a hunter, trapped in a suffocating gaze. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, yet he dared not wipe it away, paralyzed by the fear that any movement might provoke a cataclysmic assault from the man opposite him. Despair filled his heart. How had he attracted such a harbinger of doom? Did all skilled fighters now relish the thrill of hunting the weak? Step by step, Liu Feng's presence intensified, and by the time he stood before Bai Qiyu, his aura had reached its zenith. The frail figure of Bai Qiyu, overshadowed by Liu Feng's mountainous presence, seemed to grow immeasurably larger in his eyes, an insurmountable force that instilled an unshakable sense of dread. Pale and increasingly terrified, Bai Qiyu watched as Liu Feng slowly lifted his iron sword, moving it with an agonizing slowness towards him. To an outsider, it appeared almost languid. Yet, to Bai Qiyu, that ordinary sword transformed into a harbinger of death, amplifying his panic. He yearned to retaliate but found himself utterly incapable of raising his own weapon. Finally, as the sword hovered less than an inch from his throat, Bai Qiyu could endure no longer. He cried out in desperation, "Stop. Please, stop. I concede. I beg you. Halt." The iron sword came to an immediate halt, and Liu Feng offered a faint smile, his overwhelming presence dissipating as he softly uttered, "Apologize." He sheathed his sword and turned away. Sometimes, revenge does not necessarily entail the death of an adversary. In Liu Feng's heart, he has deeply planted a shadow within Bai Qiyu, marking the end of Bai Qiyu's journey in the realm of swordsmanship. As Liu Feng approached with measured steps, the onlooking mercenaries hastily dispersed. Though they did not directly confront Liu Feng's formidable presence, the occasional glimpse of his overwhelming aura left them in awe. In the Nightfall Continent, strength is revered, and to them, the powerful command respect. The admiration reflected in the mercenaries' eyes further reinforced Liu Feng's understanding of the rules governing this land. He mused internally, "It seems I am beginning to relish this sensation." In the hall, the charming and radiant Sophie, known as the Thorn Flower of the Mercenary Guild, leaned gracefully against the entrance, eagerly awaiting Liu Feng's emergence. Ignoring the fervent gazes surrounding them, she hurriedly approached him and softly inquired, "How was it, Feng?" With a light smile, Liu Feng placed his left hand on her slender waist and replied nonchalantly, "Poor, exceedingly poor. Such individuals are unworthy of engagement." Sophie felt a blush rise to her cheeks from the mischievous hand resting at her waist. She attempted to wriggle free, but to no avail. The intense stares from those around them stirred a sense of unease within her. Gently, she tapped Liu Feng's chest and whispered, "Let me go. There are so many people here." Liu Feng smiled slightly. "So, does that mean in a more secluded place, it would be acceptable?" Sophie's cheeks flushed even deeper. Chapter 15. The fragrant chamber of a beauty in a realm of pink, delicate fragrance, elegance, and opulence devoid of vulgarity, lay the boudoir of Sophie, which Liu Feng silently admired. In the Nightfall Continent, a woman's chamber resembles the sacred sanctum of ancient earth, where an unmarried maiden holds her most cherished place. When she encounters the one she adores, she may invite him into her boudoir, a gesture signifying that the man has entered not only the room but also the depths of her heart. However, a man possesses the prerogative to decline such an invitation, and to refuse entry is to spurn the affections of the maiden. Thus, when Sophie observed Liu Feng's lack of displeasure upon entering, an inexplicable joy welled up within her. Initially, her intentions toward Liu Feng were far from noble. She merely sought to harness his strength. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a mark of a man had indelibly etched itself in the depths of her soul. It was this very realization that led her to unwittingly usher him into her intimate space today. Liu Feng, however, remained oblivious to these customs, unaware that his casual entrance symbolized a passage into a woman's heart. Sophie poured a small cup of wine from a delicate flask, the aroma wafting through the air. Liu Feng, his brows arching with intrigue, remarked, "What a fine wine, Sophie. What is this delightful drink?" A flush crept across Sophie's cheeks as she playfully rebuked him. "You wine enthusiast." Then, with a gentle tone, she replied, "This is called Lianluo." Lianluo, a beautiful name for an exquisite wine. Liu Feng chuckled appreciatively. "You must partake in it." Sophie, lifting the glass, extended it toward Liu Feng with a smile gracing her lips. He accepted it and drank deeply. Upon witnessing Liu Feng's indulgence, Sophie giggled, covering her mouth delicately. "Do you know what this wine signifies?" Noticing the perplexed expression on Liu Feng's face, Sophie's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she playfully teased, "From birth, women of this continent have a bottle of specially crafted clear liquor buried underground by their loved ones. After 15 years, it is unearthed. And this wine is meant solely for the man they cherish most. It is called Lianluo." By the end of her explanation, Sophie's face resembled a ripe apple, her delicate hands twisting nervously. Liu Feng was taken aback. He had not known such traditions. It appeared that Lianluo bore a resemblance to the ancient custom of daughters red on earth. as he caught glimpses of the enchanting beauty stealing glances at his expression. A wave of tenderness and emotion surged within him. A gentle beauty had transformed a piece of tempered steel into a soft embrace, ensnaring a heart as sharp as a sword. With a gentle touch, Liu Feng pulled the anxious Sophie closer, embracing her and smiling warmly at his heart's core. "Fea," he said, "just now, a beautiful woman unexpectedly intruded upon my thoughts, and it seems I cannot dismiss her. What do you suggest I do?" Sophie chuckled softly, her eyelashes fluttering as she playfully replied, "Why would you want to drive her away? Do you not like her?" Liu Feng nodded solemnly and stated, "At this moment, I indeed do not." The lovely figure in his arms suddenly stiffened, her sparkling eyes reflecting surprise, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Do you truly not like her? Haha. Considering how exceptional you are, it's only natural not to be enamored." A subtle smile graced Liu Feng's lips as he softly confessed, "Because I have unexpectedly fallen in love with her, I no longer harbor any other affections." "Really? You love her?" Sophie was momentarily taken aback, her heart transitioning from sorrow to joy, rendering her momentarily speechless. She nodded vigorously, feeling as though her heart had melted into a vast pool of honey. Silently contemplating, "Is this what happiness feels like? Mother, it seems I have found it. Phone. I received word from the Mercenary Guild that the 4 great empires of the continent have dispatched their elite forces towards the adventurer's town. And even 9th-tier star warriors are on their way. It appears they are determined to acquire the dragon egg within the Death Forest," Sophie declared earnestly. Gazing up at Liu Feng, rubbing his earlobe, Liu Feng pondered aloud, "Does that lizard egg truly possess such allure? Having come from Earth?" Liu Feng's perception of dragons diverged greatly from that of this realm. The Chinese people are descendants of dragons, and the majesty and powers of dragons have long been deeply ingrained in his heart. With a head of a camel, a serpent's neck, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tortoise, scales of a fish, paws of a tiger, talons of an eagle, and ears of an ox, they are regal and majestic, soaring through the clouds, raining down vapor, and gliding across the heavens. Yet, in Liu Feng's eyes, the dragons of this world appeared merely as oversized lizards. "Feng, it is a dragon egg, not a lizard egg. A giant dragon is a divine being, while the highest lizard only reaches the 6th tier. How can they be conflated?" Sophie corrected him with a pout. Observing Sophie's earnest expression, Liu Feng shrugged noncommittally, noticing his indifferent response. Sophie shot him a disapproving glare but ultimately relinquished her effort to correct him, continuing to share information from the Mercenary Guild. The guild is also organizing teams, preparing to enter the Death Forest alongside the forces of the 4 empires when they arrive. And how will that dragon egg be distributed, given their momentum? I doubt anyone would relinquish it, yet there is only one egg, while at least 5 powerful factions are openly vying for it. Not to mention the hidden forces yet to be revealed, Liu Feng astutely pointed out, unraveling the central conflict of this dragon egg dispute. "Feng, you truly are clever." Discerning the essence of the matter at a glance, Sophie remarked, impressed. Sophie laughed sweetly and remarked, thus, "The competition for the dragon egg is far from the seemingly harmonious surface. Given the slightest opportunity, anyone would resort to underhanded tactics. Feng, do you know what secret orders each of the 4 teams received from the Empire?" She covered her mouth playfully, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. Liu Feng, his curiosity piqued, gazed at the smug Sophie who reveled in her teasing. With a raised brow, he pulled her closer and playfully smacked her pert backside, reproaching, "If you dare to tease, then you ought to speak." At the unexpected touch, Sophie let out a soft yelp, her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seeing Liu Feng's hand poised to strike again, she quickly surrendered. Wait, I'll tell you." Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "It seems they are indeed determined to acquire that dragon egg. What actions is your mercenary guild taking? We have also dispatched a direct team. Although our lineup pales in comparison to the 4 great empires, consisting of only 2 8th-tier experts," Sophie replied nonchalantly with a smile. 2 8th-tier? It appears your mercenary guild is not to be underestimated." Liu Feng, intrigued by such grand affairs, lifted Sophie's delicate chin and asked, "Fire. Could you possibly include me in this mercenary team?" Sophie's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "Of course, but what will you do to thank me?" Liu Feng, noticing the cunning glint in her eyes, smirked, "Are you certain?" "Certainly. I want to do it without some benefit." Before she could finish, Liu Feng silenced her with a kiss, lingering until Sophie was breathless. "How about that? Is this benefit sufficient?" Liu Feng's expression was one of playful mockery. "How unfair. You rogue, clearly you are the one profiting here. What do I gain from this?" Sophie pouted, casting him a playful glare. Is that so? Then why did I just see you looking more pleased than I? Liu Feng questioned, feigning confusion. Scoundrel, go to hell. Haha, if I were to perish, you would become a widow. Readers, the author is striving to climb the ranks. If you find this enjoyable, please consider a recommendation after reading. And if you think the content is too brief, feel free to save it for later. Thank you. Chapter 16, The 8th Rank Sky Swordsman. A week later. The teams from the 4 great empires finally arrived at Adventure Town. After a day of preparation, the grand procession set forth towards the Death Forest. Liu Feng was now following the mercenary group led by Sophie, one of the few directly affiliated units of the Mercenary Guild, observing the vigilant guards, most of whom were at least 4th rank. Liu Feng began to harbor doubts about the rumors claiming that the Mercenary Guild lacked its own forces. It seemed implausible that such an ancient guild, with its long-standing history, could possibly be so feeble. The circulating gossip might very well be a smokescreen released by the guild itself. Walking alongside Sophie, Liu Feng encountered the leader of their group, an elderly man clad in a flowing red swordsman's robe. Sophie approached him, softly stating, "He is one of the elders of our mercenary guild, a close friend of my father, and an 8th rank sky swordsman, Horda. He has always been very kind to me, so please try not to anger him." Liu Feng nodded gently, acknowledging her words. Horda had already spotted Sophie from afar and strode towards her with a broad smile. "Little Fea, let me have a look at you. It's been a year, and you have grown even more beautiful." Sophie smiled sweetly, stepping forward to grasp Horda's arm, playfully responding, "Uncle Horda, I've missed you too." Horda chuckled heartily, his gaze then shifting to Liu Feng, who stood nearby. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Little Fea, who is this young man?" "Uncle, he is my friend," Sophie replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she hesitated. Having seen Sophie's youthful demeanor, the wise Horda quickly discerned the situation. He scrutinized Liu Feng, noting his seemingly unperturbed composure, which caused him to furrow his brow. Sophie, observing Horda's expression, felt a rush of anxiety. Since Horda was a close friend of her father, any dissatisfaction on his part could lead to complications for her father. She leaned closer and whispered in Horda's ear, "Uncle, please do not underestimate Liu Feng. I couldn't even defeat him using the family's secret technique." Horda was taken aback, immediately responding with urgency, "You used the remnants of that technique? Do you not realize how dangerous that is?" Sophie flashed a sweet smile, reassuring him. "It's all right, Uncle. I hadn't even activated the full technique when Liu Feng stopped me." Only then did Horda exhale in relief, though his tone remained stern. "From now on, unless it's a matter of life and death, you are not to use that cursed remnant technique again, understood?" Sophie obediently nodded. Horda gazed at Liu Feng once more, his eyes now softened significantly. He extended his robust right hand and boldly exclaimed, "Come, my boy. Let me see just how formidable your strength is, worthy of my dear Fea." Liu Feng raised his sword-like brows, unflinching as he reached out his right hand to grasp Horda's. The juxtaposition of their hands, one large and one small, one yellow and one white, created an unusual spectacle. Horda's aura surged dramatically, an intense wave of fighting spirit coursing through him, gathering in his right hand and radiating a vivid crimson glow. As the pressure in their handshake escalated, Liu Feng's dantian began to accelerate, the galaxy-like cyclone within spinning rapidly. Powerful streams of true energy coursing through his meridians to fortify his palm against the overwhelming force. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Horda's energy swelled once more. His face flushed, clearly exerting all his strength. Liu Feng, too, bore a grave expression as a thin layer of white energy enveloped his right hand. The cyclone in his dantian operating at an extraordinary pace, causing sharp pangs of pain in his abdomen. The grass surrounding them had been violently stripped away by their fierce energy, and Sophie had retreated several paces, anxiously observing the two. "Second, what are you doing?" A thunderous voice interrupted their standoff. Both men withdrew, stepping back 3 paces to dissipate their momentum. Sophie rushed over, anxiously checking on Liu Feng, fearful of any harm. "Don't worry, young lady, your little sweetheart is perfectly fine. I haven't laid a finger on him," Horda teased, noticing Sophie's worried demeanor. Flushing a deep crimson, Sophie retorted, "Uncle Horda, you." Behind her, Liu Feng gently pulled her closer and smiled at Horda, saying, "Uncle Horda, your fighting spirit is truly formidable." I nearly faltered. "Haha. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Fea has good taste." Horda laughed heartily, evidently pleased with Liu Feng. "You old fool, couldn't you see he is a friend brought by Fea? Using all your strength is utterly foolish," scolded an elderly man in a red mage robe who emerged from a nearby tent. This is also a good friend of my father, Hua Bao, an 8th tier Grand Mage, and the brother of Uncle Hoda, who has always treated me well since childhood. Sophie quietly explained to Liu Feng. What did you say? Old man, if you're capable, come and try, Hoda thundered in response to Hua Bao's taunts. Hey, old man. I'm a mage. How can I compare with others? If time allows and I find the right venue, I'll let you see for yourself, Hua Bao retorted, unyielding. All right, Uncle Hoda, let us avoid further quarrels and not make a spectacle of ourselves in front of my friend, Sophie interjected, keen to diffuse the escalating tension. Uncle Hua Bao, this is my friend. I know, your little sweetheart, your friend. Humph, do you take me for a fool? If you were merely friends, would you be so eager to introduce us to your father? You little rascal. With a roll of his eyes. Hua Bao directly exposed Sophie's scheme. Caught off guard by Hua Bao's revelation of her innermost thoughts, Sophie felt a blush rise to her cheeks. She stepped forward, tugging at Hua Bao's sleeve while playfully pouting, Uncle Hua. The best way to deal with an elder who adores you is to act charmingly. Indeed. Sophie's sweet words made Hua Bao burst into hearty laughter. He affectionately tapped her nose and said, You little girl, considering how obedient you are. I shall refrain from whispering ill of you to your father. Besides, this young man is rather impressive, far superior to those for so-called mercenary prodigies. You are truly wonderful. Uncle Hua, Sophie exclaimed joyfully. Hua Bao scrutinized Liu Feng with a knowing smile and inquired, So, young man, do you also wish to venture into the Death Forest to seize a dragon egg? Liu Feng responded with a calm smile, Uncle Hua, I have no interest in that dragon egg. It's a harbinger of misfortune for whoever possesses it. I'm merely intrigued by such a grand spectacle. Hua Bao nodded approvingly, chuckling, Not bad. I didn't expect you to possess such insight, recognizing that it's a hot potato. He then surveyed the surrounding tents, reminiscent of white petals, and sighed. If you, a young man, can think of this, why can't they? Liu Feng replied with a light laugh. It's not that they haven't thought of it. It's simply that the item is too precious for them to part with. Hua Bao nodded and, sensing the weight of the conversation, swiftly redirected. Why don't you accompany Fei Er for a stroll? The scenery here is quite lovely, and girls need to be pampered. Liu Feng agreed with a nod and turned, leading Sophie deeper into the forest. Watching the two figures gradually fade away, Hua Bao suddenly whispered, What do you think of that young man? Hua Tao waved his broad sword with a smile. He seems fine, not the type to approach Fei Er with ulterior motives. His gaze appears genuine. Hua Bao chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in his murky eyes. Let us hope he is not deceiving Fei Er. Otherwise. Chapter 17. Sophie's heartfelt concerns amidst the lush, verdant woods. The chirping of the sparrows added a touch of vitality to the tranquil forest, while the diminutive magical beasts scoured the underbrush in search of sustenance. Sophie, akin to a jubilant bird emerging from the thicket, danced gracefully with the elegance of a woodland sprite. Observing the exuberance of Sophie, Liu Feng felt a soft smile grace his lips. Sophie, is your father the president of the Mercenary Guild? Liu Feng inquired suddenly. No wonder. Sophie, tell me about your family, he encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, she replied in a soft voice, Darling, do you know? Despite being born into this illustrious family of legendary heroes, I find no joy in it. From the moment of my birth, I have been inundated with tales of my ancestors' glory. In pursuit of their footsteps, I embarked on a grueling regimen of training. My childhood was forged amidst the clash of swords and the surge of energy. My father, ever stern, held high expectations due to my exceptional talents. Each training session left me adorned with bruises, and my mother, a gentle soul, would silently weep upon seeing my wounds. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Sophie's face, Liu Feng felt an inexplicable ache within him, envisioning a petite figure under the scorching sun, wielding an oversized sword, tirelessly swinging it in practice. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Sophie bit her lip and continued, In my family, I am not the sole heir to the Mercenary Guild. I have two cousins who also possess the qualifications and strength, and they, being male, receive far more support within the family. Thus, to avoid being surpassed by them, I must train even harder and cannot afford to be complacent. This is why I resorted to such tactics to bewilder you in Adventurer's Town, seeking your assistance. Gazing at the tearful Sophie, Liu Feng felt a pang of sympathy. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her close, caressing her silky, fiery locks, and kissing away the glistening tears from her cheeks. There, Sophie, do not be sad. From this moment onward, you are no longer alone. I shall stand by your side. My embrace will always be your strongest support. You shall never again suffer any injustice or harm. This is my solemn vow to you. Liu Feng, unwavering until death. Moved by her beloved's tender promise, Sophie felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, and tears like pearls cascaded from her beautiful eyes. Burying her head deeply in Liu Feng's embrace, after a tumult of sorrow and joy, she gradually lowered her eyelids and whispered, "Feng, thank you." Watching Sophie drift into slumber in his arms, Liu Feng felt a surge of affection and gently lifted her, ensuring her comfort in sleep. As night descended gradually, Sophie slowly awakened from her deep slumber. Opening her eyes, Sophie found herself lying in the embrace of Liu Feng, who was deep in quiet contemplation. As she gazed upon his fair, though not particularly handsome, visage, a profound sense of tranquility and contentment enveloped her. Fixated on his countenance, she suddenly noticed a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. A soft giggle escaped Sophie's lips as she pouted playfully, "You naughty one." Pretending to sleep. With a sigh, she added, "How ungrateful. After I diligently kept watch all day, all I get in return is this." At her words, Liu Feng's expression shifted to one of mock despair as he dramatically clutched his chest. "Who could tell if you were truly asleep or merely guarding me?" Sophie retorted, pushing herself up from Liu Feng's side. "You dare to question me, little girl? Just watch how I deal with you." Liu Feng exclaimed with feigned anger, "I'm not afraid of you. Come chase me." Sophie teased, a playful grin spreading across her face. "Just be careful not to get caught by me, otherwise. Beware of your tender backside." Seated cross-legged within the confines of the tent, Liu Feng entered a state of deep meditation. Sophie had been summoned by her uncles for a discussion, and although he had intended to join, the fierce glare of the elder dissuaded him from doing so. Within his dantian, a swirling galaxy of energy gradually turned, continuously absorbing vitality from the surrounding world to nourish his meridians and dantian. Threads of genuine energy unfurled from the vortex, flowing through his meridians and permeating every cell within his body. Liu Feng could almost hear the soothing murmurs of his cells in response to the influx. The two most crucial acupoints in the human body stood firm like impenetrable fortresses, resisting all attempts of the genuine energy to breach them. Liu Feng understood that, barring any miraculous opportunity, these acupoints would be difficult to unlock in a short span. Finishing his meditation, Liu Feng emerged from the tent, feeling restless and in search of a stroll. He observed a multitude of brightly lit tents scattered throughout the forest, resembling fireflies dotting the night. Lost in thought, he remained silent for a considerable time. "Hey, in this cursed place, who would dare to sleep soundly without a skilled guardian on watch?" Hoda chuckled, his tone laced with a deeper implication. "Are you worried about the beastly attacks, or perhaps them?" Liu Feng replied with a smile, casting his gaze around the encampment. "Smart lad," Hoda remarked, nodding approvingly before lowering his voice, "since you're aware. Exercise caution in the Death Forest. The two of us old men cannot spare our attention to protect Fair, so she will rely on you." Observing Hoda's serious demeanor, Liu Feng furrowed his brow. Was this conflict over the dragon egg truly so perilous? Haha, it will be far more dangerous than you can imagine. Though Hoda wore a smile, the gravity in his eyes remained undiminished. Chapter 18. The bloodthirsty magic ape the Death Forest, teeming with formidable magical beasts, ranks among the 4 great forbidden zones of the Nightfall Continent. Although it merely serves as a backdrop, its perilous nature instills fear in the hearts of many. At this juncture, it is imperative to elucidate the geography and history of the Nightfall Continent. Vast and expansive, the Nightfall Continent dwarfs Earth in size. Humanity resides in the most fertile and expansive central lands, where 4 great empires dominate, while numerous smaller nations cling to existence in their shadows. To the north of humanity lies the frigid wasteland, home to the formidable empire of the Behemoths. The Behemoth people are known for their fierce demeanor and considerable population, representing a grave threat to humanity. Historically, they have launched several large-scale invasion wars, driven by a covetous desire for human lands. At one point, they occupied vast territories of humanity. To thwart the incursions of these beasts, humanity constructed the magnificent Sunless Fortress, utilizing the natural barriers of the Stas and Xiao mountain ranges. This monumental endeavor, spanning a decade and requiring immense resources, successfully kept the behemoths confined to the icy wasteland for a century. To the east of humanity lies an endless ocean, inhabited by a powerful race known to humans as the Sea Folk. The Death Forest, located at the convergence of the 4 great empires, remains largely ignored due to its unique environment, rendering it a no-man's land. On the following morning, a multitude of troops stood distinctly upon their respective territories. Each contingent understood that this expedition into the Death Forest bore no true allies. The immense allure of the dragon egg rendered any pact as fragile as parchment, easily torn asunder, with potential betrayers lurking in the shadows, ready to strike when least expected. The Imperial forces commenced their silent dismantling of camps, and within the vast forest, the sounds of conversation were scarce, punctuated only by the occasional clatter of tents. Observing the discipline of the Imperial troops contrasted with the boisterous and unruly mercenaries nearby, Liu Feng could not help but lament the disparity between the elite and the rabble. Once all were prepared, the troops of the four great empires ventured first into the shadowy depths of the forest, closely followed by the larger contingent. The Mercenary Guild, numbering a mere 38, positioned themselves amidst the throngs for relative safety. Holding Sophie's small hand gently, Liu Feng whispered, "Once we enter the heart of the Death Forest, do not stray from my side, understood?" Upon seeing the seriousness in Liu Feng's eyes, Sophie sweetly smiled and nodded obediently. As they delved deeper into the Death Forest, powerful magical beasts began to launch relentless assaults on their ranks. The anguished cries of the dying mingled with the thuds of fallen beasts, resounding incessantly as the massive contingent diminished at a visible pace. Faces that had been vibrant mere moments ago quickly lost their color, becoming just another part of the graveyard that was the Death Forest. Liu Feng swung his iron sword, swiftly severing the neck of a fifth-tier beast, blood gushing forth and creating a small rain of crimson in the air. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "The beasts are becoming increasingly formidable. What was once nearly 3,000 strong has dwindled to just over 1,000. It seems the name Death Forest truly holds weight." Sophie, who had been shielded by Liu Feng without contributing a single effort, gently wiped the blood from his forehead and said somberly, "Indeed, we have only reached the central region, and the casualties are already this severe. Uncle Hua's team has lost 7 6th-tier experts as well. I shudder to think how many will remain deeper within. Who can be blamed? They all fear a knife in the back, choosing to fight solo. It's no wonder they're falling," Liu Feng scoffed, his lip curling in disdain. Sophie nodded lightly in agreement. A deafening roar erupted nearby, the sound of an 8th-tier beast, the bloodthirsty ape. Gasps of horror revealed the identity of this formidable creature. Observing the 4-meter-tall, crimson-eyed behemoth, Liu Feng quickly pulled Sophie back, recognizing that such a powerful beast was best left to the adept warriors ahead. Seeing Liu Feng's action, Sophie giggled softly, covering her mouth. "You really are incorrigible." Liu Feng chuckled wryly. "I have no choice. I must conserve my strength to protect you, my delicate flower." Sophie smiled and fluttered her long lashes, falling silent. The ape charged into the throng, its tree-like hands swinging like scythes, mercilessly reaping lives. The foremost group was torn to shreds in an instant. The mercenary ranks, incensed by the beast's brutality, rallied and surged toward it with weapons drawn. The ape, grinning wickedly at the approaching mob, pounced into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Screams erupted as limbs were severed and bodies were flung aside. The mercenaries finally grasped the terror of the creature before them, and the timid hastily retreated. Observing this, the ape stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom, boom. Countless sharp spikes erupted from the earth, piercing the abdomens, legs, and backsides of numerous mercenaries. Gazing upon the hellish scene before them, dread surged within the hearts of all present. A young mercenary, unable to withstand the gruesome scene, cried out and fled into the depths of the forest, disappearing from view. Moments later, a horrifying scream echoed from the direction he had escaped. Liu Feng instinctively shielded Sophie's gaze, cradling her head against his chest. Nearby, a furious grunt resounded. It was none other than the brutal demon ape. Turning to Hoda, he commanded, "Hold it off for just a minute while I deal with this beast." Hoda waved his broadsword with enthusiasm, replying, "Very well, I shall keep it at bay." Hua Bao, touching the ring on his finger, suddenly conjured a crimson magic wand. Liu Feng's heart stirred as he realized that the ring was likely the legendary spatial ring. Hua Bao's expression turned grave as he muttered intricate, obscure incantations. Liu Feng could distinctly sense the fire elements in the vicinity converging rapidly towards the red wand as the incantation quickened, hinting at the emergence of a formidable spell. The bloodthirsty demon ape sensed the flow of fire magic and roared in fury, charging towards Hua Bao. Hoda, grinning widely, intercepted it, his sword brimming with fighting spirit, successfully repelling the creature. Enraged, the demon ape lunged at Hoda, and they became entangled in fierce combat. With no time for banter, Hua Bao pointed the wand at the demon ape and intoned, "Infernal Lotus, 9th-tier magic, Infernal Lotus." A red lotus gradually materialized in the void, beautiful, radiant, and perilous. This was Liu Feng's assessment. Observing the fiery lotus in the air, The frenzied demon ape finally exhibited trepidation, beginning to retreat. With a swift motion of his wand, Hua Bao sent the stunning fire lotus racing after the demon ape, gradually engulfing it amidst its wretched howls. Chapter 19. A dark and windy night of murder. After employing the 9th-tier magic, the fiery red lotus, Hua Bao's complexion became somewhat pallid. He steadied himself with his staff, supporting his wavering form, and spoke softly to Liu Feng beside him. Young one, from this moment forth, you must exercise caution. My magical power is nearly depleted, and I fear that other teams may seize this opportunity to strike. Liu Feng nodded in understanding. Raising his gaze, he noticed several individuals casting malevolent glances in their direction, which elicited a cold smirk within him. Hua Ta beckoned the team to gradually move to the rear, where he and Liu Feng took on the role of sentinels. As night fell, it was time to halt and set up camp. Hua Ta summoned Liu Feng and Sophie into the tent. Inside the tent sat 3 individuals, including Hua Bao, who remained pale as he reclined on a seat. The other 2, whom Liu Feng recognized, were the only other 2 7th-tier experts in the group, aside from Sophie. Upon seeing Liu Feng, they greeted him with friendly smiles, to which he reciprocated with a nod and a smile of his own. Young man, allow me to introduce you, Hua Ta said, gesturing toward the middle-aged man on his left. This is Roma, a 7th-tier Grand Brawler. He then pointed to the man on his right, whose demeanor was somewhat frigid. And this is Urfa, a 7th-tier elite assassin. This is the young man I mentioned earlier. Someone not inferior to me despite his youth, and also the little romantic interest of my niece, Hua Ta added with a chuckle. This unconventional introduction left Liu Feng both amused and perplexed, while Sophie's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression playful. The 2 sides exchanged respectful nods. Hua Bao cleared his throat and spoke. I trust you are all aware of the purpose for which you have been summoned. The group nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Hua Bao continued. Previously, a number of weaker teams have inexplicably vanished within this forest each night. Surely, you understand the reason behind this? The group nodded once more. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired. Do we know which team intends to attack us? Hua Bao pondered momentarily before responding. There is a greater than 50% chance that it is the team from the Thieves Guild. They have long-standing grievances with our Mercenary Guild, so they are unlikely to let this opportunity slip by. Sophie suddenly asked, Uncle Hua, what is the strength of the Thieves Guild team? Hua Ta, who had been silent for some time, quickly interjected, they are somewhat inferior to us, possessing only 1 8th-tier Shadow Assassin and 3 7th-tier Elite Assassins, along with some intermediate assassins. However, they do not pose a significant threat to us. In a direct confrontation, they would not stand a chance against us. Yet, their expertise lies in assassination, and they are exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence. Liu Feng, suddenly enlightened, chuckled softly. Allow me to serve as the sentinel. I possess an innate sense of awareness. Very well, the safety of tonight rests in your hands. Otherwise, this old bone of mine may not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Hua laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to the impending violence. Indeed, this night, shrouded in darkness and howling winds, presented an opportune moment for murder and arson. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the earth, the moonlight as dark as ink. Amidst the pitch-black woodland, shadowy figures leaped and darted stealthily towards the tents of the Mercenary Guild. They have indeed arrived, Liu Feng thought with a cold smile. Tossing a leaf into a small tent, counting the dark figures, he estimated there to be around 30, with the few leading figures likely being their leaders. Just over 10 meters from the tent, the leader raised a hand, and behind him, dozens of shadows swiftly descended, melding into the shadows between the tree trunks. Observing their synchronized movements and silent landings, Liu Feng could not help but admire their skill. Truly, they are elite assassins. After a moment, the leader gestured forward, and the shadows surged ahead, 3 to each tent, bursting in and lunging towards the beds, brandishing fragrant daggers that struck with ferocity. It's a trap, retreat. The leader realized the ruse upon seeing the bundled clothing on the bed and decisively issued the command. As dozens of shadows rushed out of the tent, a sudden blaze illuminated the surroundings. Ha ha, Kamo, why the haste? Came a booming laugh, unmistakably that of the triumphant Hua Ta. A flicker of panic crossed the leader's eyes as he rasped. Old man, it seems you were prepared, waiting for us to walk into your snare. Heh, now you know. But isn't it a bit too late? I'll leave you a whole corpse later, Hua Ta jeered with wild laughter. Humph, old man, the victor remains to be seen. Kamo retorted fiercely, signaling without further ado. Immediately, the 2 sides clashed, screams shattering the tranquility of the night. Hua Ta charged towards Kamo, dispatching the lesser foes in his path. His crimson aura erupted, soaring skyward, creating a formidable pressure directed at Kamo. Sensing himself targeted by Hwata's aura, Kamo seethed with resentment, drawing a slender dagger infused with his own energy to meet the onslaught. Perched atop the treetops, Liu Feng surveyed the battlefield, noting the mercenaries faltering. He swiftly shot a leaf that pierced through the throat of an assassin, splattering blood. Assassins, after all, are not warriors, if they remain concealed. They are akin to venomous snakes lurking in shadows, evoking fear and unease. However, once revealed, they prove no match for warriors of equal caliber. Gradually, from dozens of assassins, only 7 or 8 remained, struggling to persist. Kame met with a senior assassin, surveying the surroundings, realizing there was no hope for escape. Yet he remained firmly locked in by Hoda. A powerful horizontal slash imbued with fierce energy forced Kame to dodge clumsily, only to see Hoda swiftly delivering another strike. In a moment of inspiration, he seized his bewildered companion from behind, positioning him in front of himself. With a slight push from his left foot against the companion's back, he leaped towards the outskirts of the battle circle, vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Hoda, witnessing this, cursed under his breath, despicable, and swiftly dispatched the senior assassin who stood motionless. After dashing into the forest, Kame ran for a considerable distance before finally stopping, panting heavily as he collapsed onto the ground. "Hello there," a voice called from behind him. Kame spun around abruptly, only to find a young man with a broad smile standing a few steps away. His pupils dilated in alarm. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this young man, something he had not experienced even from the old man Hoda. The young man was none other than Liu Feng, who had followed closely behind. "Who are you?" Kame inquired cautiously. "I'm the one sent to kill you," Liu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Haha, kid, you are far too arrogant." Kame's words were cut short as he stared in disbelief at the sword tip protruding from his chest. Slowly turning his head, he saw a face identical to that of the young man before him reflected in his fading vision. How could there be someone who looks so much like him? This was Kame's last thought before death. Chapter 20. The Golden Killer List bending over. The clone deftly slipped a vintage ring from Kamer's finger and tossed it to Liu Feng. As he caught it and began to rotate it in his palm, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. A space ring? This old man possessed such a remarkable item. With a surge of mental energy, he swiftly dispelled the magical seal inscribed upon it. Satisfied, he slipped the ring onto his left middle finger. A thought crossed his mind, and his consciousness entered the ring. Inside was a space approximately 3 square meters in size, cluttered with various items. Bottles and jars were scattered about, presumably containing poisons, essential tools for an assassin. In another section, a neatly arranged stack of documents caught his eye. With a slight mental command, the stack materialized in his left hand, bathed in the dim light of the moon. Liu Feng discerned the text upon them, the Golden Killer List. As he sifted through the pages, notorious names leaped out at him. Bloodfeather, a crystal-level assassin and 8th-tier shadow rogue, had completed 2 A-level missions, 13 B-level missions, and countless C-level tasks. He had participated in a mission to hunt down a Saint-level master. Although it was unsuccessful, he was the only one among the assailants to escape with his life. Shuai, also a crystal-level assassin and 8th-tier shadow rogue, had accomplished 1 A-level mission, 8 B-level missions, and numerous tasks beneath those tiers. Notably, he had successfully executed a cross-dio assassination of a star mage. Shadow Shark, a golden-level assassin and 7th-tier elite rogue, had completed 5 B-level missions and countless C-level tasks. He had once successfully slain a lord protected by 3 8th-tier masters, all while possessing only 7th-tier strength. As Liu Feng surveyed the names of these infamous assassins, who had once caused a stir across the continent, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Indeed, the Thieves' Guild possessed such a cadre of deathly reapers. It was no wonder their adversaries found themselves in dire straits. He pondered how the Mercenary Guild had managed to hold its ground against them for so many years, indicating that their strength surely exceeded what was merely visible. Truly, they were a band of cunning old foxes, Liu Feng mused with a cold smirk. Waving the stack of documents, he thought to himself, I shall entrust this to Uncle Hua and the others. They will surely be delighted. In light of Feyer's goodwill, I shall lend them a hand. With the list secured within the ring, he leaped toward the forest behind him, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Shortly after Liu Feng's departure, 2 shadowy figures emerged from behind a large tree, scouring Kamer's lifeless body as if searching for something. Moments later, one of the figures stirred, retrieving a thin envelope from within Kamer's garb. Upon sighting the envelope, the shadow visibly exhaled in relief and whispered to the other shadow beside him. Fortunately, the item remains. Indeed, let us hasten, came the reply. A light laugh echoed from behind them. The speaker was Liu Feng, who had not departed. Rather, he had sensed the two figures concealed behind the great tree through his keen awareness. Uncertain of their intentions, he feigned departure, remaining hidden while observing everything unfold. The two shadows trembled, then suddenly darted in opposite directions. Observing this, Liu Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "Since my friends are so ungracious, I shall have to take matters into my own hands." With that, he activated the Gale Step, his figure vanishing in an instant as he pursued the shadow fleeing to the left. The shadow ran desperately, the rush of wind roaring in his ears, a testament to his swift pace. A momentary pride swelled within him. Surely, such speed could rival even a 7th-tier master, could it not? Yet, before he could fully revel in this thought, a sudden pain pierced his neck, and the world around him seemed to spin. Below him, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. That corpse looked eerily familiar, flashed through the shadow's final consciousness. Liu Feng, who had mysteriously appeared beside the headless body, crouched to investigate. Minutes later, with a face of indifference, he grasped the shadow's doppelganger, leaping and tumbling through the woods. Wordlessly, he discarded the doppelganger before him, his expression uniformly cold. Liu Feng was not surprised. After all, it was merely a doppelganger lacking independent thought. Conversely, if the doppelganger were to speak at that moment, Liu Feng would be utterly astonished. From the deceased shadow's inner garments, Liu Feng retrieved an envelope, tore it open, and pulled out a piece of enchanted parchment. The magical script, glowing with a nocturnal luminescence, became vividly apparent in the darkness of the forest. As he read closely, the intensity of astonishment in Liu Feng's eyes deepened with the unfolding content. After thoroughly examining the message, tumultuous waves of shock surged within him. The scoundrels of the Haas Empire were exceedingly ruthless, contemplating the annihilation of all teams for the sake of monopolizing the dragon egg. They truly spared no expense, even deploying the ancient magic crystal cannon. The magic crystal cannon, of which only 4 remain in the Nightfall Continent, one for each of the 4 great empires, was a superweapon akin to nuclear bombs on Earth, always regarded as a formidable presence. Thus, it was often referred to as the immovable sacred tier, illustrating its tremendous power. The magic crystal cannon, revered by the 4 great empires almost as if it were a sacred ancestor, is permanently stationed at the pinnacle of their capitals unless faced with the calamity of national destruction. However, this time, the Haas Empire has gone so far as to relocate it from the capital for the sake of this dragon egg. Calming the tumultuous waves within his heart, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, continually contemplating. The magic crystal cannon must surely be hidden by the Haas Empire in a very discreet location. And there are undoubtedly many formidable guardians. Alone, I cannot stir much of a tempest, can I? He chuckled softly, deciding to hand over this letter to Uncle Hua and the others to see how they would respond. It would be best for every team here to be aware of the Haas Empire's conspiracy. Surely, their days would not be easy then. With a calculated plan in mind, Liu Feng carefully stowed the letter into his spatial ring and leaped forward through the forest, leaving behind a light remark, "Disperse." The clone standing in place promptly dissipated into the void. Chapter 21. The leader of the Mercenaries, Hamma. When Liu Feng arrived at the Mercenary Guild's tent, the remnants of the fierce battle, corpses and blood, had been meticulously cleared away. Were it not for the warmth emanating from the spatial ring upon his finger, he might have doubted whether the preceding events had been mere figments of his imagination. Descending gracefully from a nearby treetop, he landed as softly as a feather, stirring not a speck of dust. His sudden appearance stirred a flurry of commotion among the mercenaries, akin to startled birds, but once they recognized his face, they collectively exhaled in relief, loosening their tightly gripped weapons and offering Liu Feng respectful smiles. They were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, capable of matching the 8th-tier Sky Swordmaster Hoda in combat. In the realm of mercenaries, strength commanded respect, a principle that was transparently upheld. A fiery figure darted from the crowd and leapt into Liu Feng's embrace. It was Sophie. Liu Feng wrapped his right arm around her slender waist and asked with a smile, "Are you all right?" Sophie shook her head and countered, "Are you unscathed? I saw you chase after them and was rather worried. Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Liu Feng raised an eyebrow playfully. Sophie squinted her enchanting peach blossom eyes, appraising him from head to toe before proudly puffing out her ample chest, declaring, "Truly, you are the man I have chosen. Quite splendid, exceedingly splendid." Seeing Sophie's adorable demeanor, Liu Feng felt a wave of affection wash over him. He playfully tapped her delicate, jade-like nose, eliciting a charming pout from her. Come, let us see how Uncle Hoda is faring, Liu Feng said as he led Sophie toward the central tent. Hoda, beaming with joy, exclaimed, Little Feng, I must sincerely thank you this time. You have rendered us an immense service. Observing the two beaming men, Liu Feng shook his head in bemusement before dropping a bombshell of news. The Haas Empire has dispatched a magic crystal cannon, intending to eliminate everyone here. The brothers were left stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stared at Liu Feng. Sophie, unable to contain herself, let out a delightful laugh at the comical expressions of her uncles. It was evident that Liu Feng had already shared this unsettling news with her. Awakened by the sound of laughter, Hoda, with a hint of soreness in his neck, hesitantly asked, You mean, a magic crystal cannon? Each word was articulated with palpable hesitation. Liu Feng squinted and nodded affirmatively. I found it in the spatial ring of the deceased Kamo. Here, look. He raised his hand, revealing the ring, and an envelope materialized in his grasp. The two individuals barely glanced at the spatial ring, swiftly seizing the letter and huddling together to scrutinize its contents. How ruthless, they uttered in unison. What do you propose we do? Ho Bao inquired solemnly after perusing the letter. Damn it, we should go and eliminate the people of the Haas Empire right now, Ho Ta exclaimed, his fury palpable, clearly incensed by the insidious scheme of the Haas Empire. That would be unwise. Attacking them now would yield little benefit. Furthermore, I suspect they are already aware of the situation and have likely retreated. The magic crystal cannon is undoubtedly no longer in their possession. I surmise it is now hidden in a location that, once fired, would ensure a precise strike on our elevated position, Liu Feng calmly assessed. Ho Bao nodded gently, yet his brows furrowed deeply. According to the conditions outlined by Xiao Feng, they could roughly ascertain the enemy's position. The mountains surrounding the Death Forest were the only places that could fulfill such criteria. However, there were dozens of mountains in proximity to the Death Forest, and given the extensive range of the magic crystal cannon, all these mountains were suspect. Sophie interjected. Doesn't that mean it will be exceedingly difficult for us to locate the cannon's position? With so many mountains, each under suspicion, we cannot possibly scour every single one. Ho Ta and Liu Feng nodded in agreement. Ho Bao wore an expression of distress, lamenting, This is indeed the crux of the problem. If we continue to pursue the dragon egg, we must remain vigilant against that concealed superweapon. Yet, if we refrain from doing so, it will be difficult to explain to Zhang. Ho Ta shared his frustration. After a long pause, Liu Feng raised an eyebrow. Let us disclose this information to all teams aside from the Haas team tomorrow, inciting them to turn against one another. Now that the information has leaked, I believe the Haas Empire will hesitate to provoke the wrath of so many factions. After much contemplation, Ho Bao reluctantly acquiesced to this suggestion. As dawn broke, a delicate mist enveloped the Death Forest in a gossamer veil. The vibrant green leaves unfurled gradually, inhaling the essence of the heavens and earth. Droplets of dew glistening upon them, enhancing their verdant allure. All the teams began to emerge from their tents, preparing breakfast. Save for the Thieves Guild in one corner and the Haas Empire's team on the opposite side, from which not a single soul appeared. Though a hint of perplexity lingered on everyone's faces, a closer inspection revealed a glimmer of understanding hidden deep within their gazes. The cacophony of clashing and shouts from the previous night echoed in their minds. Each person here was an elite, fully aware of the night's events. Such occurrences were not uncommon. As members of the Mercenary Guild emerged from their tents, each exuding vigor and alertness, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Everyone's perception of the Mercenary Guild's strength has risen several levels. Indeed, the saying strength determines treatment holds true. The leader of the Mike Empire, accompanied by his team, approached Huo Bao and his companions with smiles on their faces. Hee, Brother Huo Bao, have you been feeling better? Even before his arrival, the words had already been spoken. Upon seeing the newcomers, Huo Bao quickly stood up, a broad smile adorning his face. Ah, it's you, Brother Hanma. Thank you for your concern. I am nearly recovered now, and I no longer regard some trivial matters. Though his words were polite, the tone carried a hint of deeper meaning. Well, it is good to hear that. Hanma seemingly remained oblivious to the undertone, responding with a smile. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to Liu Feng, who stood not far from Huo Bao, and squinted his eyes, asking, Brother Huo Bao, who is this? That is the friend of my niece, a fifth-tier swordsman. Huo Bao replied casually with a smile. Oh, I find that hard to believe. I have heard that the young lady, Sophie, is a seventh-tier earth swordsman. How could she choose such an inconsequential friend? Although he seemed to address only Huabao, his voice was loud enough for those within a dozen meters to hear clearly. Hiki, Miss Fayer and I share a special bond, and I do not concern myself with the boy's strength, Liu Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 22. The temptation of Sophie. Unbeknownst to Han Ma, he had unwittingly ascended to the esteemed blacklist of a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, he continued to engage in casual banter with Huabao. Suddenly, Huabao pivoted the conversation, inquiring, Brother Han Ma, are you aware of our remarkable discovery from last night? Oh. Han Ma's expression sharpened momentarily before dissipating, and he feigned indifference with a smile. What extraordinary thing are you referring to? Do enlighten me. Of course, but I must summon a few more team leaders before divulging the details. Huabao replied with a grin. What could be so significant that it requires? Han Ma's curiosity was piqued by Huabao's demeanor. Huabao offered a mysterious smile but refrained from answering directly, simply stating, this matter is truly astonishing. Do take care of your heart, brother. Within the spacious, well-lit tent, the leaders of various factions were seated in anticipation. All right, Brother Hua, can you now reveal what this is all about? Han Ma inquired with a smile. Noticing that everyone had gathered, the previously boisterous tent fell into a profound silence, all eyes turning towards Huabao, whose countenance bore a smile. Heh. I believe you all are already aware of the events from last night, Huabao said, narrowing his eyes and speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to one of discomfort. Observing their reactions, a cold smirk crossed Huabao's mind, though he maintained a facade of composure. Last night, our mercenary guild received a piece of information from the leader of the Thieves Guild. This revelation is so staggering that our guild cannot bear its weight alone. Hence, I have called you all here for your insights. A burly man seated at the edge interjected, Old Hua, if you have something to say, then say it outright. Don't dangle it before us like bait, or we might just leave in a huff, leaving you to relish it alone. Huabao cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, Elder of the Fighting Guild, please temper your temper. Since I have invited you all, I assure you I will not withhold anything. Clearing his throat lightly, he retrieved a letter from his bosom and presented it to Han Ma, seated in the first row on his left. Brother Han Ma, please take a look and pass it along once you have finished. Han Ma quickly extended his hand to receive it. Noticing the grave expression on Huabao's face, he surmised that this matter was indeed extraordinary. He unfolded the letter and began to read it intently. As his gaze descended the page, the shock on Han Ma's face deepened, and upon finishing, he could not help but exclaim, how is this possible? The onlookers were captivated by Han Ma's unusual demeanor, their necks craning in anticipation, wishing they could rush forward to seize the envelope and examine it closely. However, none among them were ordinary folk. And even the notoriously tempestuous warrior sat silently in his place, despite having crumpled his iron cup into a mere ball of scrap. Fortunately, the astonished Han Ma did not forget that a multitude awaited behind him. He gradually passed the envelope to those below, though his countenance remained exceedingly grim. The atmosphere within the tent was heavy and silent. Brother Huabao, is your source of information truly reliable? Someone inquired. Regarding last night's events. We are all aware that it was obtained from the Elder Karma of the Thieves Guild. Moreover, we encountered those in black who sought to intercept the message. It cannot be false, Huabao responded after a moment of silence. Eventually, the leader of the Star Blue Empire, an elderly man in a blue robe, broke the stillness. In this matter, I believe it is wiser for us to err on the side of believing it to be true rather than false. Upon hearing this, Han Ma inquired with a smile, might Master Lank have any insightful suggestions? Huabao merely smiled in silence. The assembly pondered for a moment before subtly nodding in agreement. The Haas Empire, if it executed this affair with sufficient stealth, truly had little to fear, as long as they eliminated everyone involved. The chances of seizing the dragon egg would be substantial. However, with the information now leaked, if they were not wary of the wrath of the continent's major powers, they might still take a gamble. Yet, given the current state of the Haas Empire's national strength, they likely lack the audacity for such a venture. Seeing the potential for resolution in this matter, Huabao sighed with relief. After all, a mere mercenary guild could hardly pose a threat to the Haas Empire. But now that representatives of the continent's major forces had united on the same front, the Haas Empire would undoubtedly face the consequences of its actions. He then laughed heartily. Indeed, Brother Lank is wise. However, I have another matter I wish to discuss with all the esteemed leaders present. With the experience of the previous encounter, the assembly no longer dismissed Huabao's words, encouraging him to continue with eager smiles. It is clear that we have all come here with the intention of acquiring that dragon egg. At the mention of the dragon egg, the crowd visibly reacted, their eyelids twitching involuntarily. Observing their expressions, Huobao secretly chuckled, for they all understood the perils of the Death Forest, teeming as it was with countless high-level magical beasts. Given their current strength, a direct assault would indeed prove quite challenging. The group nodded in agreement. Lank then turned his gaze to Huobao and asked with a smile, "Pray tell, Brother Huobao, do you have any brilliant strategies in mind?" "Not quite a brilliant strategy," Huobao chuckled, shaking his head as he took a sip of water. "It is merely a suggestion. I believe if we can unite and venture into the Death Forest together, the casualties might be significantly reduced. Overcoming the Black Dragon may not be an impossible feat thereafter." A glimmer of understanding sparked in Han Ma's eyes. "Are you suggesting cooperation?" "Precisely." Huobao nodded affirmatively. Lanka contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "I concur." Han Ma also smiled faintly. "I am in agreement." "Agreed. Agreed." After a brief discussion, many teams consented to a temporary alliance. Although the atmosphere appeared lively on the surface, each individual was acutely aware that such verbal cooperation would likely dissolve upon reaching the depths of the Death Forest. Once they arrived at their destination, betrayal could swiftly ensue, whether through stealthy strikes or open confrontation. In essence, the pact would be as fragile as a woman's thigh in the face of overwhelming temptation. Outside the tent, Liu Feng listened to the harmonious laughter emanating from within, a cold smirk creeping across his face. Sophie fluttered her long eyelashes, smiling slightly, and whispered in Liu Feng's ear, "Rest assured, darling, I am not merely evasive muscle. How could I be unaware of their sordid intentions?" A warm breeze brushed past Liu Feng's ear, igniting a tickling sensation. Raising an eyebrow, he pulled the startled Sophie closer, playfully growling, "Should I consider this a provocation?" Sophie responded with a charming smile, her voice sultry and enticing. "What do you think?" The sound sent a warmth coursing through Liu Feng's heart. "Hey there, little beauty, do not attempt to test my patience. Or else." He tightened his grip around her delicate waist, his right hand wandering playfully, a mischievous grin threatening. However, Sophie was undeterred. She pressed her ample bosom forward, her lips curving seductively. "Otherwise, what can you do to me?" Her provocative gesture ignited a fierce desire within Liu Feng, an insatiable flame that surged relentlessly. "Woman, you have successfully ignited the fire, but now, you must take responsibility for extinguishing it," he said with a wicked smile. Slightly out of breath, realizing she might have crossed a line, Sophie's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "Darling, please, I was wrong." Liu Feng shot her a stern look. "Isn't it a bit late to say that?" His right hand ventured upward from her soft waist, encroaching upon her curves. A shiver coursed through Sophie, warmth enveloping her as she felt powerless, succumbing softly into Liu Feng's embrace, allowing him to indulge in his desires. A sudden cough broke the moment, echoing from behind them. Sophie let out a delicate cry, lifting her head just in time to catch a glimpse of Huobao's gaunt, aged visage. Her cheeks flushed as if scorched by fire. She swiftly extricated herself from Liu Feng's embrace, tidied her attire, and hastily retreated into the tent. Yet, before departing, she did not forget to give a sharp twist to the soft flesh at Liu Feng's waist. His lips quivered in response, and Liu Feng found himself at a loss for words. It seemed every woman was acutely aware of this vulnerability in men. Turning around, he cast an irritable glance at the grinning Huobao and said, "Why are you here instead of accompanying the team leaders?" Huobao, undeterred by Liu Feng's displeasure, chuckled awkwardly. He understood that conversing with a man consumed by unfulfilled desires could be quite daunting, so he merely clasped his hands and offered a few nervous laughs. After a while, as Liu Feng finally managed to quell the fire of desire within, he spoke with a hint of indifference. "What is it, Uncle Hua? You seem to have something on your mind." Huobao nodded emphatically. "What is it?" "Ah, little Feng," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. "I see your progress with my niece seems quite promising." Liu Feng's heart began to race as he scrutinized Huobao's beaming countenance. He sensed that this old fellow's overly friendly demeanor was not without ulterior motives. As he anticipated, Huobao continued, "Little Feng, you must be aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor, correct?" Liu Feng felt a jolt within. With Uncle Hua present, what danger could there possibly be? "Ah, you are indeed cunning." Huobao chuckled helplessly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Little Feng, I genuinely hope you can assist us this time. A powerhouse capable of rivaling ninth-tier warriors like yourself is precisely what we need. Let us consider it a favor for Feyre, shall we?" Having reached this point, to decline would imply a lack of regard for Feyre. With a sigh, Liu Feng resignedly replied, Very well, what is it? I will do my utmost to help. Seeing Liu Feng nod in agreement, Wu Bao erupted into laughter. Little Feng, it's really not a monumental task. As you know, the teams from the 4 great empires are concealing 9th-tier celestial warriors. Even with the early withdrawal of the Haas Empire, 3 celestial warriors remain. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and interjected, "Are you suggesting that I should confront them directly?" Wu Bao shook his head, sighing, "Of course not. We understand that an 8th-tier warrior cannot possibly defeat a 9th-tier warrior. I merely hope that once we venture into the depths of the Death Forest, you will cooperate with us and protect our team." While the request seemed reasonable, the reality was that if Liu Feng refrained from engaging them, they would inevitably clear the area, leading to a confrontation. However, with Sophie present, it was simply impossible for Liu Feng to step back and remain uninvolved. Thus, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Esteemed readers, I kindly urge you to bestow your recommendations upon the humble potato. Rest assured, I shall relentlessly endeavor to provide updates, even at the peril of being fried. Thank you graciously. Chapter 23, Gale Demon Wolf. After a brief exchange, the various teams commenced their short-lived collaboration. Having gathered their belongings, they converged and continued their advance into the Death Forest. Observing the significantly diminished group, Liu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the perilous nature of the forest. What had once been a massive assembly of thousands now dwindled to merely over 1,000, and this was merely the forest midsection. The most treacherous depth still lay ahead. Moreover, the ultimate adversary, the Black Dragon, awaited them. Although its power had reportedly plummeted to the 9th-tier post-production, its imposing stature remained undeniable. Even a withered camel surpasses a horse in size. The Black Dragon possesses absolute immunity to fire magic, considerable resistance to most other magical attacks, and formidable physical defenses. Silently shaking his head, Liu Feng felt an overwhelming lack of confidence regarding their mission to seize the Dragon Egg, even with the presence of 3 concealed 9th-tier stellar-level experts. The large contingent advanced cautiously through the forest, treading softly to avoid attracting the attention of ferocious high-tier magical beasts. The entire forest was enveloped in silence. Save for the rustling of footsteps, not a single word was spoken. Liu Feng and Sophie accompanied the 2 brothers, Wu Bao, along with the team leaders. Situated in the midst of the formation, Sophie, suffocated by the oppressive stillness, was on the verge of speaking when Liu Feng's gaze silenced her, leaving her to pout and vent her frustration on the surrounding flowers and foliage, cursing silently to herself. Damn Liu Feng, that irritating pest. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the tranquility of their march. "My lord, trouble ahead. Magical beasts are approaching." The messenger, drenched in blood, indicated an initial confrontation with the beasts. "What kind of magical beasts? What tier?" Hama and Lan Ku inquired in unison. "My lord, they are wind demon wolves, 7th tier." Upon hearing this, the team leaders released a collective sigh of relief. 7th-tier magical beasts, though formidable, were not insurmountable. Yet, the messenger added, however, there are over 50 of them. The leaders, who had just relaxed, found their relief swiftly dissipating. "Damn it, couldn't you have just said that all at once? What a nuisance!" roared the hot-tempered elder of the fighting guild, his ire ignited by the messenger's half-disclosures. "Enough, Elder Quangzhan. This is not the time for blame. Let us arrange our ranks and prepare to confront the demon wolves." Lan Ku interjected with a light chuckle, diffusing the elder's fury. "Form ranks." With a commanding shout, the advancing formation swiftly transformed into a defensive stance. Although it was the first collaboration among the various teams, each brought forth their elite members, and with their considerable experience. Establishing a defensive array posed no challenge. A brutal clash was inevitable. Nodding slightly, Liu Feng pulled the somewhat excited Sophie behind him. Gazing at the formidable horde of demonic wolves before him, Liu Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, a great battle awaited. Leading the pack was a silver-tipped demonic wolf. Its grotesque head raised, blood-red eyes radiating a murderous intent. With a howl that pierced the heavens, it charged alongside its brethren towards the fortified ranks of defenders. As they drew nearer, the foremost knight could already scent the foul stench emanating from the wolf's maw, his fighting spirit coalescing around his lance, glowing with a faint yellow hue. "O God of light, be with me." The clash between man and beast commenced, blood and severed limbs flailing amidst the chaos. Liu Feng swung his iron sword with precision towards a demonic wolf. The resilient wolf hide, under the sharp edge of his blade, parted as easily as parchment. With a swift movement, he evaded the torrential spray of blood and launched a counterattack against another rampaging wolf. On the other side, the silver wolf was met with the furious onslaught of a berserker, its fists enveloped in deep crimson fighting spirit. the gauntlets absorbing the energy turned a bloody hue, with spikes gleaming ominously. The berserker's blows were devoid of finesse, relying solely on sheer strength, absolute power. His deep red fists bore down with immense pressure upon the silver wolf's head, while the silver wolf lacked the berserker's brute strength. Its agility and dexterity far surpassed that of its opponent. Dodging a punch, it retaliated with swift strikes, unleashing a relentless barrage of violet winds as if wielding them without the need for magical energy. The berserker, beleaguered by the onslaught of swirling winds, seethed with rage. His fighting spirit erupted violently, sweeping away the relentless gusts before him. With a powerful push off his left foot, he launched himself like a cannonball towards the silver wolf, delivering a forceful kick that sliced through the air with a resounding crack. The unprepared silver wolf was struck hard on the head, tumbling several meters before dissipating the force of the blow, eventually staggering to its feet. Astonished that the silver wolf could still rise after such a strike, the berserker was taken aback, but he wasted no time in denying the wolf a chance to recover, pushing off once more with his left foot to attack again. The silver wolf, now filled with fury, its blood-red eyes glowing more intensely as if on the verge of bleeding, appeared particularly fearsome. The man and beast were ensnared in a frenzied battle, unleashing a torrent of lethal techniques upon one another. The carnage continued unabated, screams echoed, blood flowed, and dismembered limbs danced through the air. The hellish scene unfolded once more. For an entire hour, the carnage persisted relentlessly. After a protracted battle with the silver wolf, the berserker finally found a weakness and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's flank. Struck at its vulnerable spot, the silver wolf faltered, swaying twice before the fury in its eyes swiftly extinguished. The slaughter came to a halt. Quabo sighed deeply, lamenting the loss of over 200 lives. The Gale demon wolf's ferocity was indeed formidable. Raising an eyebrow at the pool of blood surrounding him, Liu Feng also sighed, reflecting on the Death Forest, which truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 4 forbidden grounds. This was merely the lowest ranked among them. One could only imagine the peril that awaited in the highest ranked forbidden ground. As he spoke, an unexpected hint of anticipation crept into his tone. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, unwilling to linger in place. The stench of blood was overwhelming, a scent that would surely attract other vicious, bloodthirsty beasts lurking within the Death Forest. Chapter 24. Blood-toothed lizard dragon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the forest, the arduous journey of the day swiftly drew to a close amidst fierce battles. The sight of the pristine white tents elicited a collective sigh of relief from the weary travelers. Regardless of their formidable strength, each individual harbored a longing for solace and belonging. In this desolate and perilous Death Forest, the only source of nostalgia lay within the tents, where soft bedding and cozy sleeping quarters awaited. Wabao busily directed the team, felling trees and clearing the ground, while simultaneously offering gentle reminders to Sophie, who languidly leaned against Liu Feng, her eyes half closed and clearly fatigued. Observing her delicate visage marred by exhaustion, Liu Feng felt a pang of guilt. He tenderly lifted her into his arms and entered a spacious tent, gently laying her upon the plush bed, drawing a light silk blanket over her exquisite form. Taking a seat beside the bed, he began to circulate his vital energy, gradually alleviating the weariness that clung to him. After a day filled with combat, Liu Feng was not only physically drained, but mentally exhausted as well. The soothing, cool flow of vital energy coursed through his meridians, reminiscent of sipping an ice-cold tea on a sweltering summer day. When Liu Feng emerged from his meditation, the moon had risen, casting a silvery glow over the tranquil forest. He gazed at the still sleeping Sophie, a soft smile gracing his lips as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, whispering, "Good night, my dear." Stepping out of the tent, the moonlight enveloped the silent woods in a shimmering veil. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the treetops, settling into a meditative posture as he gazed at the resplendent moon. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered how Wei Er was faring at the academy, the memory of her melodious laughter echoing in his mind. "Do not worry, my dear, it will not be long before I come to find you. And I shall surprise you greatly," he reassured himself, awaiting the day he would reunite with her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally quelled his wandering thoughts and gradually slipped back into meditation. His mind became a canvas of clarity, though his eyes were closed. His inner vision was sharper than any physical sight. His consciousness extended outward, enveloping the small cluster of tents. Within this awareness, he perceived the subtle and the obscure, observing all in his mind's eye. Yet, As his consciousness continued to expand, three formidable presences suddenly pierced through, colliding violently with his awareness. "Damn it," he muttered. "Those three powerful entities must be the hidden 9th-tier Star Realm experts. I did not expect them to wield their consciousness so adeptly. I shall have to exercise greater caution from now on." At the heart of the encampment, three distinct elders opened their eyes, murmuring to themselves, "What was that fleeting thought just now? Surely it could not have originated from those two ancient figures. Then who could it be? Could it perhaps be the celestial powerhouse from the Hasti Empire?" Silently leaping down from the treetops, they slipped into the tent, sitting cross-legged. A wave of discomfort surged through Liu Feng's chest, and he understood that he had sustained a minor internal injury. With a day's journey remaining, by tomorrow evening, the expedition would reach the depths of the Death Forest, where they would encounter even greater perils. Rare magical beasts roamed the outside, but within, it would be a challenge to find creatures below the 6th tier. In the depths of the Death Forest, weaker magical beasts existed solely as sustenance, exemplifying the brutal law of the jungle. Today, they had finally arrived. However, the team was unfortunate. Shortly after entering the heart of the Death Forest, they were met with a formidable battle. The Bloodfang Lizard Dragon, an 8th-tier magical beast with a hint of dragon lineage, epitomized strength among the continent's creatures. Any beast bearing the name of a dragon was synonymous with power. This trace of draconic blood granted it a modicum of dragon might, albeit feeble in comparison to a true dragon. Its resilient and robust armor endowed it with exceptional resistance to both magical and physical attacks. While its razor-sharp claws could sever tempered steel with ease, these attributes allowed it to thrive in the Death Forest. However, recently, a black dragon had descended into the depths of the forest, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance that rendered the Bloodfang trembling, too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of confrontation. Fortunately, perhaps recognizing its own draconic heritage, the black dragon refrained from attacking it, merely expelling it from the innermost reaches, though it had vacated its vital habitat. The Bloodfang harbored no resentment, for it understood that the supremacy of the strong was an inevitable truth. Thus, it obediently retreated towards the periphery. Having gone a day without sustenance, hunger gnawed at it, yet the nearby feeble magical beasts had long fled in terror from the imposing draconic presence. The Bloodfang Lizard Dragon lay on the ground, enduring hunger while anxiously shifting backward, sending dirt flying. Suddenly, a scent wafted through the air. What is that aroma? So familiar. Ah, it resembles the scent of that human I encountered days ago. How delightful. There is food to be had. Liu Feng gazed at the colossal lizard that had come into view, murmuring, "What is this?" An 8th-tier magical beast, the Bloodfang Lizard Dragon. Beside him, Sophie wore a grave expression. It was a particularly troublesome high-tier magical beast, with formidable magical and physical defenses, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict serious injury upon it. Liu Feng squinted his eyes, surveying the thick armor, uncertain whether it could withstand the might of his sword aura. The Bloodfang Lizard Dragon charged towards the ranks with earth-shaking strides. A rampaging tank was Liu Feng's assessment of it. Countless spells and weapons imbued with fighting spirit struck its form, producing merely a few sparks without any significant effect, instead inciting the fury of the Bloodfang Lizard Dragon. With a powerful sweep of its colossal tail, those who approached were sent soaring into the sky, leaving behind a pool of blood and shattered innards. "Retreat if you are below the 6th rank," shouted the berserker beside him, unable to bear the immense casualties. Upon hearing his voice, a wide expanse of people instantly parted, opening up the previously cramped battlefield. Chapter 25. The purpose approaches. The formidable aura of battle and the arcane essence of magic ultimately withstood the ferocious onslaught of the Bloodfang Lizard Dragon. Following a fierce battle cry, nearly over 100 7th-tier warriors encircled the beast, unleashing their wild fury through waves of potent energies and spells. A unified display of purple radiance relentlessly struck the same vulnerable spot on the Bloodfang. Confronted with such a relentless barrage, the dragon's robust armor began to show signs of fissures, with crimson lifeblood seeping through the cracks. Numerous magical projectiles continuously pounded against its relatively weak abdomen, inferno fireballs, toxic barbs of earth, dark corruption, and frost spikes, among others. The excruciating pain ignited the dragon's inherent savagery, resulting in a horrifying roar that erupted from its maw as it furiously swung its colossal tail. The surrounding magical elements began to stir ominously. "Beware. It is about to unleash a powerful spell. Retreat." A commanding voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly maneuvered away. Liu Feng, standing a few meters away, suddenly felt the ground beneath him shift, causing alarm to surge within him. He quickly grasped Sophie beside him, leveraging the ground to propel himself toward a massive tree. At that moment, those below also sensed the instability beneath their feet and hastily sprang away. The once solid earth transformed into a quagmire, shrouded in swirling dark mist, with waves of black mud surging toward the throng. Where the mud surged, figures vanished, leaving only a solitary corpse drifting atop the mire. Mud explosive toxic burial. Sophie exclaimed in horror. Is that truly the name of the spell? How fitting, Liu Feng murmured, nodding in acknowledgement. The quagmire persisted for over 10 minutes, with the blood-fang lizard dragon at its center glaring ominously at the onlookers beyond the spell's reach, its tail lashing as if in mockery. A sudden piercing sound sliced through the air from the crowd, akin to a lightning strike, swiftly hurtling toward the boastful dragon. The object soaring through the air moved with astonishing speed, reminiscent of thunder, and only a few 8th-tier warriors discerned its nature. It was a wooden arrow, a vibrant green projectile, which Liu Feng, with his keen eyesight, identified clearly. Observing the blood-fang lizard dragon, which had been struck through the eye by the arrow and exited through its tail, rolling in the mire to alleviate its agony, Liu Feng noted that after a time, the creature finally ceased its struggles and collapsed heavily to the ground. Although the archer remained unseen, Liu Feng understood in his heart that it must surely be one of the 3 stellar masters. A heightened sense of vigilance enveloped my heart, unexpectedly. Another concealed archer of the celestial realm lurked in the shadows. Such a serpent of malice is indeed the most concerning. Embracing Sophie's delicate waist, I descended lightly to the ground. After a thorough reorganization of our ranks, we noted a reduction of over 50 individuals. Yet, this development failed to capture the attention of the leaders, for in their minds, these souls were merely destined to perish, were they not? The caravan pressed onward. Yet within a mere few hundred meters, the group suffered 3 consecutive assaults from ferocious beasts, resulting in the loss of over 300 lives, leaving devastation in its wake. Had it not been for the 3 celestial warriors concealed in the shadows, the casualties would have been far more grievous. Another night descended. However, within the depths of the Death Forest, none dared to sleep soundly. The dangers were extraordinary, and at any moment, a high-ranking ferocious beast could emerge from the depths, rendering one unable to awaken from slumber. In the dead of night, Hua Bao and Hua Ta approached Liu Feng's tent with grave expressions. What troubles you? Liu Feng inquired, sensing their worry yet feigning ignorance. Ah, little Feng, I trust you witnessed the prowess of those hidden celestial warriors today? Hua Bao asked, furrowing his brow with evident fatigue. Indeed, Liu Feng concurred. The presence of those 3 celestial beings had exerted considerable pressure upon him. Be cautious in the days to come, and take good care of dear Sophie. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Hua Ta's tone was rough, yet his words bore genuine concern. Certainly, Uncle Hua. I will ensure that Feier remains unharmed, Liu Feng assured with a warm smile and a nod. Moreover, strive to stay close to us. 3 8th-tier warriors can still make them think twice, Hua Bao advised. Liu Feng nodded again, then seemed to ponder something. Uncle Hua, do they truly possess such confidence in hunting the Black Dragon? Surely, 3 celestial warriors cannot be intending to confront it directly? Huh. Do you still believe they would engage the Black Dragon head-on? From what I know, the Zhongxia Empire has brought legendary weapons on this expedition, the dragon-slaying bow and dragon-slaying arrows. The Zhongxia Empire? I scarcely noticed their presence at the conference, Liu Feng remarked. They kept a low profile this time, neither making enemies nor forging alliances. Their contingent comprises merely over 30 individuals, yet they are the elite of the elite, graduates from the prestigious Yaowei Academy of the 4 great academies, truly formidable. Liu Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that they were not to be underestimated. Indeed, the team that had arrived this time was anything but simple. Each member was more formidable and more sinister than the last. With a grin, Liu Feng gave a thumbs up in agreement. As the main group continued their journey, the leaders of each team gathered together, unfurling a hastily drawn map to scrutinize its details. The leader of the Star Blue Empire, Lan Ke, pointed to a dark region on the map, proclaiming it to be the depths of the Death Forest, our ultimate destination where the Black Dragon resides. Hanma, the leader of the Mike Empire, nodded thoughtfully, calculating the time and distance. With satisfaction, he remarked, yes, we shall reach there in a day. Now, let us hope for fewer obstacles along the way. As the surrounding leaders heard that they would arrive in a day, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Yet they remained vigilant, for that fleeting alliance would soon come to an end. Chapter 26. The Super Beast Quieta deep within the Death Forest. A territory predominantly inhabited by high-ranking magical beasts, the arrival of the Black Dragon has seized the innermost domain. The immense aura of the dragon radiates outward, causing weaker creatures to flee in terror towards the periphery. Yet, some beings, once the sovereigns of the forest, possess powers comparable to that of the Black Dragon. Although their full strength is stifled under the dragon's oppressive presence, they reason that if one cannot prevail, perhaps 3 might suffice. After several confrontations, the Black Dragon, recognizing its limitations, reluctantly concedes, allowing these formidable beings to coexist within its realm. Quieta, however, is in a foul mood today. Just last week, it engaged in a fierce battle with the arrogant Black Dragon. Despite suffering greatly in their initial encounter, Quieta is no ordinary beast. It has ruled the depths of the Death Forest for over a century, an eternal sovereign among the wilderness. Upon gathering its brethren, for peak 9th tier magical beasts challenged the Black Dragon once more. The clash was cataclysmic, lasting 3 days before a truce was finally reached. In the end, the proud Black Dragon was compelled to lower its lofty head and delineate territories with them. Having triumphed over the Black Dragon, Quieta has experienced a buoyant mood for several days. After all, it was the Black Dragon had it not been for the recent emergence of its own offspring. It might have been snatched away for breakfast. Nevertheless, the victory has provided Quieta with ample bragging rights among its peers. However, this morning, the beast's good spirits were once again shattered. The insufferable aura of the Black Dragon has begun encroaching upon its territory, causing an unsettling sensation, as if being gnawed upon by flesh-eating ants. Just as Quieta resolved to confront the unsightly Black Dragon, an unexpected influx of humans invaded its domain, inciting its fury further. First, it would deal with these feeble humans before seeking out the dragon. The onlookers, upon beholding the colossal beast before them, paled in fright. A 9th tier peak magical beast. The bull beast Quieta. Sophie trembled slightly, murmuring the name. Quieta? It has a name? Liu Feng asked, perplexed. You can speak? He exclaimed, astonished at the notion of a talking creature. Surely such beings would be deemed monsters on Earth. Humph, what is so remarkable about that? The great Quieta not only speaks the tongue of humans, but also that of elves, dwarves, and orcs. Do not diminish the magnificence of the great Quieta with your trivial gaze. With a proud huff, a plume of white smoke erupted from its massive nostrils, signaling its inner pride. This remark left Liu Feng feeling somewhat ashamed. He had not anticipated that even a single magical beast could comprehend the languages of the 4 tribes, surpassing his own abilities by leaps and bounds. Beside him, Sophie, noticing the astonishment on Liu Feng's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Darling, do not underestimate the magical bull Quieta. It is said to have traversed half the continent, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. And it is among the most likely candidates to reach the sacred tier of magical beasts. A hearty laugh escaped her lips. Quieta's thunderous voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of mirth. Lord Quieta, I am the representative of the Zhongxia Empire, and I implore you, for the sake of our late emperor, to allow us passage. The leader of the Zhongxia Empire stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Quieta. Liu Feng found it somewhat surprising. This was perhaps the first time the leader had spoken since their entry into the forest. The Zhongxia Empire? A descendant of Qin Ding, perhaps? What proof do you possess? Quieta inquired, his massive eyelids flickering with curiosity. Lord Quieta, please behold. This is the bull horn you left for the late emperor, the leader of the Zhongxia Empire proclaimed, retrieving a segment of horn that measured several meters in length from his spatial ring. As Quieta's gaze fell upon the enormous horn, a glimmer of emotion finally stirred within his eyes. He took a couple of steps forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, realizing the enormity of his own form. Quieta paused. A sudden, blinding light erupted, compelling everyone to shield their eyes. Moments later, as the radiance diminished, they opened their eyes to behold a robust giant before them. Liu Feng finally comprehended how this colossal being had roamed the continent. The figure stood over 2 meters tall, exuding immense strength. Perhaps due to his nature as a magical beast, he radiated an ancient, bloodthirsty aura, his body marred with countless scars, each telling tales of perilous battles fought. Approaching the leader of the Zhongxia Empire, he seized the horn from his hands, caressing it thoughtfully, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. What is your name? Hanwei. With a heavy sigh, Quieta continued. Hanwei, your majesty must have informed you that this horn allows me to assist you with one endeavor. Would you wish to declare it now? Hanwei nodded solemnly, stating, Your Majesty, we hope that Lord Quieta can aid us in seizing the dragon egg. At this request, Quieta's expression bore no trace of surprise. He merely nodded with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall do my utmost to assist you. However, even with my efforts alone, I cannot contend with the Black Dragon Afet. Afet, no doubt, was the name of the Black Dragon, Observing Quiada's acquiescence, Hanwha felt a surge of joy. Rest assured, my lord, we have specialized weapons to combat the Black Dragon. You need only to delay it for a moment. Very well. Let us proceed. There are formidable beasts within that rival the mighty Black Dragon A-Fight. However, for my sake, they shall not trouble you. Additionally, A-Fight has no allies here. Thus assistance is unlikely. With that, he took the lead into the depths, and the people of the Central Xia Empire hurriedly followed. The other teams exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. After all, considering the presence of a star-level expert from the Central Xia Empire combined with the powerful Qiada, a ninth-tier beast on the verge of breaking into the Saint Realm, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Liu Feng gently nudged the man in front of him, Ho Bao, and softly urged, "Let us move. Uncle Ho, we have no other option now." Did Qiada not mention that there are many beings here as formidable as the Black Dragon? Without Qiada, encountering the Black Dragon will indeed be a challenge. Upon hearing this, Ho Bao nodded gravely and commanded, "Members of the Mercenary Guild, follow me." With that, he led the way forward, seeing a team take the lead. The remaining groups began to advance one after another. Ultimately, only the teams from the Star Blue Empire and the Mike Empire lingered in hesitation. After a moment, as the last team vanished from sight, Han Ma and Lan Ku exchanged resigned smiles and followed suit. No one had anticipated that the Central Xia Empire possessed such capabilities. None had foreseen that a legendary super beast would reside here, nor that this super beast had connections to the former emperor of the Central Xia Empire. Such unexpected revelations disrupted the original plans of the two nations. It can only be said that while humans can devise plans, the ultimate outcome lies in the hands of fate. Chapter 27. Quada versus A-Fight. Accompanying Quada, the group embarked on a brief, yet fortuitous journey. As they listened to Quada's commentary on the distribution of magical beasts in their classifications, beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. An overwhelming sense of lucklessness enveloped their thoughts. If even a couple of the beasts Quada had just mentioned were to appear, their small contingent would likely face utter annihilation. Be cautious and refrain from making excessive noise, Quada cautioned. Many magical beasts are averse to raucous sounds. Provoking them could lead to catastrophic consequences. Furthermore, he paused, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Feng, do not underestimate any magical beast in this realm. Their intelligence is remarkably high, at least on par with yours. Caught in Quada's gaze, Liu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Observing this, Sophie stifled a giggle behind her small hand. Now nearing the territory of the Black Dragon, a subtle aura of draconic power began to permeate the air. Within this domain, the flow of fighting spirit and magical energy became decidedly more obscure than usual. Liu Feng quietly circulated his true energy, relieved to find that it remained largely unaffected by the dragon's presence, perhaps due to its nature not being of this world, rendering the dragon's influence negligible, almost dismissible. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, mingling with a note of anguish. This was swiftly followed by a piercing dragon's cry. Upon hearing the dragoness call, an involuntary shiver coursed through the group. The dragon represented the pinnacle of existence on this continent, save for the gods, and was their target. With that, they surged toward the source of the dragon's cry, hastening their pace. Branches whipped past their ears, and tree trunks receded rapidly behind them. After a few minutes of frantic running, the landscape before them brightened, and their eyes widened in shock. Even Liu Feng's heart raced as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. Several dozen meters away, a colossal magical beast stood confronting the Black Dragon A-Fight. The beast towered 7 to 8 meters high, boasting the head of a lion, a monstrous tail, and antlers reminiscent of the legendary Qilin from Earth's myths. Opposite it, the Black Dragon A-Fight stretched over a dozen meters in length, its massive scales glistening with an inky sheen. Its expansive black wings beat rhythmically, causing the surrounding trees to sway, while plumes of black smoke billowed from its jaws, dispersing into the air. The beast and the dragon, locked in a standoff, sensed the arrival of the group but paid them little heed, their attention solely fixed upon Quada. The gaze of Shiba was tinged with surprise, while the Black Dragon A-Fight exhibited a hint of concern. In its prime, it would hardly have regarded them as worthy adversaries, yet circumstances had changed. Ever since that accursed entity had emerged from within it, siphoning off much of its strength, it had plummeted from the pinnacle of the saint rank to the apex of the 9th rank. With a resounding bellow, Quada revealed its true form. A colossal bull towering over 10 meters, once again before the eyes of the onlookers. Striding forward with immense strides, it approached Shiba, its massive jaws opening and closing. Hey, old lion, you've been rather inconsiderate. You didn't even call me, Quada, to join in the fray. You lazy beast. Aren't you the one who loves to sleep the most? The last time I sought you out, I ended up waiting for half a month. A mighty roar erupted from Sheba's mouth in response. Ha, Quada, Sheba, do not assume that I fear you. In my former days, your kind, mere ants, would not dare provoke the majesty of the Black Dragon, Aphite asserted, its voice resonating with a blend of draconic growls and human language. Humph, Aphite. Do not think of the Death Forest as your dragon fortress. The beasts of our realm have never feared your kind. And you are well aware that those days are behind you. All I know is we will not cower before you now, Quada retorted with a scoff. Sheba nodded vigorously, affirming the statement with its colossal head. A dead bull so audacious. I shall see what else you can do beyond seeking assistance. The Black Dragon Aphite snarled, unfurling its massive wings and diving toward Quada. Hanyu, seek your opportunity to strike. I will hold it off with Sheba, came the command, followed by a thunderous roar as countless blades of wind surged toward Aphite, with Sheba unleashing its own gusts beside it. Observing the oncoming wind blades, Aphite exhaled a corrosive dragon breath, dissipating them entirely. Is this all you can muster, Quada? Such feeble magic cannot even pierce my scales, it jeered. Disregarding the Black Dragon's taunts, Quada let out a tremendous roar, prompting the surrounding trees to grow wildly. Trunks as thick as serpents reached skyward, ensnaring the airborne Aphite. Upon seeing the approaching colossal trees, Aphite emitted a disdainful huff, murmuring incantations as a somber and cryptic chant filled the air. Dragon language magic, Inferno Tempest. Like a burning cloud, flames cascaded down, incinerating the ensnaring trees to cinders. Magic explosion. The thunderous declaration heralded Sheba's long-prepared 8th-tier spell. The explosive magic detonated against Aphite's massive form, inflicting no substantial damage, yet still causing considerable pain. An enraged dragon roar echoed. How dare you harm the great Black Dragon's body? With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the skies. The magical elements of the world began to stir rapidly. Be cautious, for it shall unleash a 9th-tier dragon language spell. For a full 3 minutes, intense magical fluctuations persisted. Those without the advantage of flight could only watch helplessly as the Black Dragon Aphite prepared this formidable dragon language spell. Humph, Quada. Brace yourself for the wrath of the great Black Dragon, Aphite declared, his voice resonating with a hint of pride. Meteoric descent. A fiery orb gradually appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards Quada with alarming speed. Even without witnessing the flickering, otherworldly flames, the sheer force of the impending impact deterred anyone from attempting to confront it directly. Quada's enormous eyes were filled with gravity as he focused on the rapidly descending meteor. It drew closer, the heat emanating from it unbearable, prompting the onlookers to flee in haste. The colossal fireball grew larger within Quada's gaze. Earth Shield. A powerful command erupted from Quada as the meteor approached within a mere 10 meters. Boom, boom. A thunderous roar reverberated around Quada as an exceptionally thick, circular earthen shield, glowing with a deep yellow hue, materialized before the spectators. The meteor continued its descent, crashing violently against the Earth shield. Bang bang. The earth-shattering sound of the collision erupted amidst a cloud of dust. The onlookers instinctively covered their ears, seeking refuge from the overwhelming cacophony. As the dust settled, the battlefield emerged. Quada's massive form lay drenched in blood, with several wounds charred black, unmistakably scorched by the intense heat. Liu Feng shook his head in dismay. It seemed Quada was no match for the Black Dragon Aphite after all. The Black Dragon, being a member of the dragon lineage, possessed an inherent advantage that was simply insurmountable. Chapter 28. The Battle of 3 Heroes and 2 Beasts against the Black Dragon. The triumphant Black Dragon Aphite let out a proud roar, flapping its colossal wings. Come forth. Quada, you are not yet my equal. You are a genius of the beast kin, and I have no desire to obliterate you. Humph. It is not a matter of desire, but of fear, retorted the nearby lion Sheba, his voice laced with disdain. Should you harm old Ku? Unless your entire Black Dragon clan arrives, no one will be able to protect you. Yet, it appears your clan has been cast out by the great dragon lineage. I doubt anyone will come to your aid. Aphite, struck by this painful truth, roared in fury, foolish lion, you have successfully provoked the ire of the Black Dragon. From its massive maw, a torrent of seething flames erupted, aimed directly at Sheba. A fiery shield enveloped Sheba, absorbing and repelling the immense dragon breath. The Black Dragon seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Sheba, as it unleashed a relentless barrage of flames without reserve. The color of the fiery shield surrounding Shiba darkened, clearly struggling to endure. Engage! A low voice echoed through the crowd. 3 figures sprang forth, taking position atop the treetops. Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock. These 3 seemingly ordinary elders were, in fact, the long-hidden 9th-tier stellar powerhouses. Liu Feng had observed them before but had not anticipated this revelation. The elder in black robes hailed from the Mike Empire. The elder in blue robes represented the Xinglan Empire. The elder in green robes belonged to the Zhangxia Empire. Upon their emergence, they radiated an immense aura, pressing toward Aphite, who hovered above. The sudden presence of these 3 formidable beings caused Aphite to feel a twinge of panic, prompting it to ascend several meters higher on its mighty wings. With 3 9th-tier stellar powerhouses and 2 9th-tier magical beasts, Aphite could not afford to underestimate this formidable assembly. In its prime, it could have disregarded such a formation, but that was not the case now. A dragon fallen from grace, beset by adversaries. Aphite felt a sense of sorrow. Yet, despite this melancholy, as a proud and fierce dragon, it would not shy away from any battle, not even against the divine. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension, a stillness that belied the approaching storm. A colossal dragon, a black dragon, 3 stellar powerhouses and 2 9th-tier magical beasts. Though the dragon had fallen from the sacred tier, it was still not to be compared to ordinary 9th-tier warriors. While ordinary 9th-tier beings were no match for the black dragon at this moment, in the realm of equals, quality could very well be exchanged for quantity. The fierce battle between the 3 warriors and a dragon is about to commence. The sun in the sky is gradually obscured by ominous clouds that seem to have appeared from nowhere. A gentle breeze stirs, causing leaves to swirl and drift into the distance. A sudden snap echoes. Someone has crushed a dry branch, shattering the tension that hung in the air. The elder in green robes strikes first, extending his left hand to reveal a bone bow exceeding half a meter in length, an argent arrow poised upon it, its tip shimmering with a verdant glow. With a swift motion, the arrow is drawn back, exuding an undeniable force. Curse it. The Dragon Slayer bow and the Dragon Slayer arrow, while humans. A panicked roar escapes from the dragon, who flaps its immense wings in an attempt to evade the arrow's deadly aim. The elder's right finger loosens, and the silver arrow tears through the void, leaving a white streak against the sky, piercing through the dragon's wing as if the robust scales were mere air. A pained roar reverberates, and the dragon, now deprived of the strength to continue flying, descends heavily, engaging in a fierce melee with the 3 warriors and 2 beasts, intermittently exchanging magical barges with the elder in black robes. The vicinity, stretching for hundreds of meters, is engulfed in the chaos of this battle. Liu Feng and the others are forced to retreat further, as they realize they cannot interfere in such a high-stakes conflict. Dust swirls, roars echo, and blood spills. On the battlefield, the black dragon Aphite has lost much of its former might and arrogance. Shattered scales and gushing golden blood paint a grim picture. The opposing trio and their 2 beasts are not faring much better. The lion-like creature lies on the ground, heavily injured, gasping for breath, clearly devoid of further fighting spirit. Quada is similarly battered, and the 3 stellar warriors appear to be at their wits' end. It seems to be a scene of mutual destruction. The elder in black wobbles, barely supporting his own weight, cackling malevolently. Black dragon Aphite, your strength seems to be waning, does it not? Insidious human, you can come and test it yourself, he retorts. Cackling, he adds, I wonder, great black dragon Aphite, do you possess the capability to withstand Lord Hans's 10th-tier forbidden spell, the dimensional space severance? The elder retrieves an ancient scroll from his spatial ring, its immense magical energy validating his claims. The onlookers' faces shift with shock. They had not anticipated such a formidable artifact in his possession. Liu Feng raises an eyebrow, contemplating. It appears that these great empires harbor hidden treasures, the Dragon Slayer bow and arrow from the Zhangxia Empire, the forbidden spell scroll from the Mike Empire. What could the Xinglan Empire possibly possess? Ever since the elder in black unveiled the scroll, a grimace has settled on the dragon's visage. A forbidden spell. Especially one of the most divine forces in magic, the spatial forbidden spell, would not have been feared in its prime, but now. A sigh of lament escaped my heart, accompanied by an undeniable sense of helplessness. Humanity, what is it that you truly desire? With a mocking chuckle, the old man in the black robe shamelessly declared, Very well, Lord Aphite, I shall take the dragon egg into the custody of the meek empire for you. How brazen. I thought, if you intend to seize the egg, then do so without pretense, for your words are but hollow proclamations. Liu Feng felt a profound disdain for the old man cloaked in darkness. In a fit of rage, the black dragon retorted, "Foolish and contemptible humans. Do not dare to covet my offspring." With a furious breath of fire, it asserted its defiance. The old man barely evaded the searing flames, snorting with disdain, "Refuse. Will you? Then perish, for we shall seek it ourselves." Magic surged into the spell scroll in his hand, which began to emit a soft silver glow, intensifying steadily. Dimensional Rift. The forbidden spell scroll ascended slowly, its silver radiance enveloping the sky. The black dragon, Aphite, seethed with resentment. "Pitiful humans. Hans is scarcely my equal from my prime. Do you truly believe I fear the scroll he has forged? Now, you shall understand that even after my fall from the holy tier, I still possess fragments of its power. Before the might of the holy tier, you are not but mere insects." The silver light gradually stabilized, revealing a colossal silver blade, 100 yards wide, that began to materialize as the surrounding space trembled in response. Chapter 29. The Power of the Saint Tier. The black dragon, Aphetet, gazed gravely at the enormous silver blade of space suspended in the void. Its colossal eyes began to glaze over. Observing this, the elderly figure in blue robes was struck with alarm. He recognized this state from the former dean of the Star Blue Academy, Dean. This represented the power of the Saint Tier, the ability to wield the forces of the universe as one's own. That is the distinction between a saint and an ordinary strong individual. A figure swiftly retreated several meters, watching in horror as the colossal dragon succumbed to the realm of the Saint Tier. The others, witnessing the blue-robed elder's demeanor, though not fully comprehending the situation, were guided by experience to retreat to a safer distance. They withdrew hastily, moving dozens of meters away. The magical elements in the surrounding environment began to coalesce, forming a vibrant, multicolored barrier several meters long in front of Aphetet. The forbidden spell, a grand dimensional rift, had been completed. Under the control of the elder in the black robe, it tore through the void as if disregarding the very fabric of space, colliding heavily against the magnificent shield wall. The clash of these two formidable forces surprisingly did not produce a thunderous sound. Silver and color intertwined continuously, splitting the sky in twain. The ongoing exchange of magic constantly countered one another, ultimately leading to their mutual annihilation. It was as if a beautiful fireworks display unfolded silently in the air, appearing without a sound and vanishing just as quietly. As they gazed upon the slowly mending rift in space, the onlookers felt as if they were in a dream. The legendary forbidden spell that had once terrorized the continent had been effortlessly thwarted. Could this truly be the power of the Saint Tier? Unbelievable. Suddenly, the elder in the black robe coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. He managed a weak smile, questioning whether this was indeed the power of the Saint Tier. It was undeniably formidable. The black scales on Aphetet dulled, its massive head drooping, casting a disdainful glance at the elder in the black robe. "Humph," it seemed to say, "indeed, this is the power of the Saint Tier, the realm you have pursued your entire life." After such a prolonged battle, the black dragon Aphetet began to show signs of fatigue. Its recent forceful entry into the Saint Tier had taken a significant toll on its spirit. The weariness of the black dragon was evident to all, stirring a mixture of excitement and trepidation among the onlookers. They stepped forward in unison, then hesitated, exchanging awkward glances. However, the initial embarrassment was swiftly overshadowed by their insatiable greed. "Withdraw." Hua Ba pulled Liu Feng, leading the group away, and the representatives of the three empires also retreated. With their ninth-tier experts at their sides, they regarded these teams with little concern. Multiple factions began to distinctly separate and position themselves against one another, as the enormous allure of the dragon egg left no one willing to relinquish their ambition. Human greed knows no bounds. "Ah, bastards! If you dare to strike, then kill." A piercing scream shattered the tense atmosphere, signaling the onset of chaos. It is rather ironic that while the black dragon still clings to life, a fierce struggle for its legacy has already commenced. Kayada cast a disdainful glance at the fray, transforming into his true form and hoisting the fallen lion cub onto his back. He bellowed at Hanyu, declaring, "I shall take my leave. Do not disturb me henceforth." With that, he disregarded Hanyu entirely, turning to the black dragon with a slight smirk. "Aphid, should you survive this ordeal, my brethren from the forest of death will refrain from troubling you." As Kayada's figure faded into the shadows of the forest, a collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining onlookers, save for Hanyu's group. The black dragon, Aphid, lay still as if oblivious to Kayada's words. Only the subtle rise and fall of its massive form hinted at the flicker of life within. The brutal conflict among humans had drastically reduced their numbers. Once in the hundreds, now dwindled to a mere 100. Two factions remained on the battlefield, the combat guild led by the Berserker and a contingent commanded by a middle-aged knight from the southern Aulon Empire. Although not as formidable as the four great empires, the Aulon Empire could still be considered one of the continent's major powers. Sophie acted as an interpreter for Liu Feng, who nodded in understanding. Who would dare to compete for the dragon egg without sufficient strength? Han Ma, having observed for quite some time, chuckled softly. Everyone is so impulsive. Peace is precious. Such bloodshed is deplorable. Yet, internally, everyone shared the sentiment that it is rather easy to advocate for peace once the casualties have nearly ceased. However, such thoughts were best kept to oneself, for no one would be foolish enough to voice them aloud and invite hostility. Lanka cast a sidelong glance at Han Ma, idly toying with a ring in her hand, and smiled. My dear Han Ma, how do you propose we distribute the black dragon egg? Her seemingly casual remark shifted the attention of the crowd to Han Ma. His expression stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure. My dear Lan Ku, how can I decide? Clearly, the strength of the central Xiao Empire prevails here. It seems the egg will most likely fall into Lord Han Yu's hands. Enough of this idle chatter. We do not even possess the egg yet. We can quarrel over it once it is secured, Han Yu remarked with a hint of mockery. The black dragon, Aphit, gently lifted its enormous eyelid, a derisive tone emanating from it. Humans, have you come to an agreement? Your greed and shamelessness remain ever evident. Han Ma chuckled lightly. Great Aphit, are you still unwilling to relinquish the egg that has placed you in such dire straits? Humans, do not waste your efforts. In light of this, we are left with no choice but to take matters into our own hands, esteemed elder. Han Ma let out a cold laugh, respectfully addressing the elder in black robes. The elder nodded slightly, waving his hand to conjure a wand that materialized in his grasp. Upon holding the wand, a surge of energy coursed through him, and in a somewhat hoarse voice, he declared, Aphit, I advise you to surrender the dragon egg. This time, there is no escape. Aphit cast a disdainful glance at him, expressing his defiance through action. Sighing, the elder in black shook his head in resignation and turned to the two other elders, one clad in blue and the other in green. With a smile, my fellow companions, let us join forces. I would not want to seize the dragon egg only to have it slip from my grasp. The elder in blue and the elder in green exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The elder in green raised his dragon-slaying bow once more. Observing this, the elder in blue chuckled and shook his head, thinking that if the green elder was willing to wield the dragon-slaying bow and arrows, it would be rather shameful for him to hold back. With a swift motion of his right hand, a massive crimson blade materialized from thin air, its overwhelming aura of bloodlust soaring into the sky, even rousing the half-conscious Aphid to open his massive eyes. The Dragon Slayer, a blade renowned throughout the continent. I did not expect such a legendary weapon to be in your possession. The Star Blue Empire truly spares no expense, remarked the elder in green, astonished. Without the requisite strength, who would dare undertake such a perilous task? Chapter 30, The Great Transfer of Dimensions. The three figures formed a triangular formation, subtly encircling Aphetet to prevent its last-ditch retaliation. Their formidable energies firmly locked onto Aphetet. The elder in the green robe concentrated, knocking an arrow. The arrow's tip pointed ominously at the ailing Aphetet, its silver point gleaming with a blinding radiance. The elder in the blue robe wielded the Dragon Slayer, his aura surging with intensity. Meanwhile, the elder in the black robe began to chant, his incantation resonating with enigmatic power across the sky. Seeing the determined stance of the three, Aphetet slowly rose, a mocking tone escaping its lips. Why did I ever create such a harmless scroll? It sneered. The trio gasped in alarm, realizing that a magic scroll crafted by Aphetet in its prime would possess power that rivaled the recent dimensional rift. The elder in the green robe acted first, releasing the silver arrow that streaked through the void toward Aphetet. The incantation of the black-robed elder quickened, while the blue-robed elder swung the Dragon Slayer with fervor. Too late. I've had ample time to prepare, Aphetet mocked, observing the incoming attacks. In an instant, the seemingly fierce assault halted just half a meter before it. Behold my forbidden spell. The great transfer of dimensions. Let us take a trip to another realm. With Aphetet's laughter, a circle of silver light erupted around it, ensnaring the retreating trio of green, blue, and black robes. However, the expanding silver ring continued its reach toward the crowd in the distance. Panic ensued as they turned to flee. A forbidden spell, whatever its nature, anything associated with the term forbidden was synonymous with formidable power. Let us go. Liu Feng's expression shifted, and he grasped Su Fei, urging her to run swiftly. Upon reaching Huabao and Huata, he kicked them forcefully. Propelled by this strength, they flailed in midair, yet the gentle push sent them flying a considerable distance. The leaders of the three empires, once assured of victory, now abandoned their noble demeanor, sprinting without regard for their aristocratic image, as if they wished for additional legs to aid their escape. Liu Feng, swift as the wind, despite carrying someone, outpaced the armored knights behind him. Oh, those are the knights of the Aolon Empire. How pitiful. Let us offer them a moment of silence. As he dashed past Han Ma, a cold chuckle escaped Liu Feng's lips. Look at you, old man, barely able to keep up. Allow me to lend you a hand. With a swift motion, he seized Han Ma's collar, instantly sealing the flow of his internal energy, and hurled him backward. Hey, who told you to offend me? Han Ma, caught in midair, looked on in horror as a swirling silver ring approached, leaving him no time to call for help before being engulfed within it. Hee, darling, you truly are something. Sophie chuckled, covering her mouth. Serves him right, Liu Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The previously rapid silver ring, which had seemed comparable to the others, suddenly expanded at an alarming rate, devouring all those behind Liu Feng in an instant. Liu Feng was taken aback. Unable to use his swift steps while holding someone, he resorted to a desperate sprint. Sophie, sensing the imminent danger, clutched him tightly. The silver ring appeared particularly interested in Liu Feng, relentlessly pursuing him. As the distance between Liu Feng and the silver ring diminished, he could feel an immense pressure bearing down on him. Glancing back at the encroaching ring, he gritted his teeth and whispered urgently into Sophie's ear, Fair, please remember to find a girl named Wayo at the Star Blue Academy for me and tell her I'm sorry. His words were swift and fervent. And before Sophie could react, he forcefully pushed her away. The recoil slowed him down, allowing the silver ring to swallow him whole. As she witnessed Liu Feng's figure being consumed, realization struck Sophie, enveloping her heart in despair as if the world itself had collapsed. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. Though Liu Feng's push seemed formidable, it was executed with gentle force, allowing Sophie to land softly without injury. Dazed, she stood still, her expression blank. The pain within her heart was unbearable. Was this the agony of love? Come on, silly girl. Xiao Feng might not be dead. It was merely a dimensional transfer. We must hurry, or all his efforts will be in vain. After devouring Liu Feng, the silver ring slowed, providing an opportunity for Huabao and the others to escape. In the depths of the Death Forest, a dozen individuals traversed its treacherous terrain, Huabao, Lan Ku, and Han Yu, who had just managed to flee from the depths. The atmosphere was heavy with despair. No one had anticipated that after sending in thousands of elite warriors, only a handful would emerge from the Death Forest. Han Yu nodded with a bitter smile, deeply resonating with the sentiment. How could they report back after losing over 1,000 elite soldiers, a star-level powerhouse, and a legendary weapon? The weight of their collective loss hung heavily in their hearts. Only Sophie walked slowly at the back, her expression wooden and indifferent, lost in her own thoughts. Upon seeing her demeanor, Huabao and Huata exchanged bittersweet glances. They gently encouraged her, Fair, do not worry, Xiao Feng will be fine. Sophie nodded somewhat numbly, her tone frosty. Rest assured, Uncle Hua, I am all right. Feng entrusted me with some matters that I must help him complete. Observing Sophie, who seemed to have matured considerably and grown colder in spirit, Huabao and Huata felt a mix of relief and concern. It appeared that Liu Feng's predicament had profoundly impacted Sophie. Chapter 31. The Realm of Dark Consciousness. A piercing headache enveloped my mind. Am I dead? My consciousness stirred amidst the shadows. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide as awareness began to return. Was I not drawn into the dimensional space of the Black Dragon Aphet's forbidden spell? Where am I now? In the depths of darkness, my consciousness exhaled a sigh of relief. My vital energy was still coursing within me, indicating that I had not perished but had rather been reduced to a state akin to that of a vegetative existence. In this abyss, there was no measure of time, no light, only an absolute void. Like a detached observer, I quietly watched the flow of my vital energy, which gradually healed the faint wounds within me. Perhaps it would not be long before I could regain control over my body. A deep sigh echoed through the dark expanse. In this timeless realm, I lost track of how long I had lingered. Until one fateful day, yes, just moments ago, within a tranquil surge of vital energy, a flicker of silver light suddenly burst forth. This startled my consciousness. What could that be? Why did it manifest within my vital energy? Yet, after that fleeting glimmer of silver energy, It vanished as if it had never existed. Nevertheless, my consciousness remained vigilant. I knew that the flash was no mere illusion. Under the dominion of awareness, everything was revealed with utmost clarity. Illusions were impossible. Thus, I awaited, concentrating all my awareness in anticipation, determined to lock onto the silver energy should it reappear. Time slipped away, and the silver energy remained elusive. However, my consciousness exhibited no signs of impatience. For in this enclosed darkness, it was the sole source of my amusement. At an unspecified moment, the silver energy finally re-emerged. My consciousness, now ensnared in an intricate web of awareness, swiftly initiated its capture. The silver energy, mingling with the vital force, rapidly dissipated, leaving it isolated in its spot. My vital energy surged forth, encircling the silver energy with layers upon layers of confinement. The silver energy, now alarmed, began to disperse. Yet, faced with an uncountable number of encircling layers, it found itself with no escape. The encirclement gradually constricted, pressing inexorably towards the trapped silver energy. At last, the first layer of the confinement drew near, swiftly closing in. Evidently, this silver energy was no easy prey. With a subtle tremor, it vanished in an instant, reappearing outside the layer of confinement. In the darkness, consciousness stirred with a hint of surprise. Once again, a layer of true energy encircled it. Flashes of light and layers continued to converge, ceaselessly, as if there were no end in sight. The silvery energy resembled a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, playfully tossed by relentless waves. Regardless of the abundance of energy, it would eventually deplete. The silvery energy, lacking the support of a similar essence, gradually revealed signs of fatigue. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, it was firmly ensnared by a ring of true energy, which swirled in multitude, encasing the silvery energy into a sphere of power. The consciousness shifted as a strand of true energy began to devour the silvery essence, incessantly breaking down its characteristics. A lively, flickering, and mysterious aura emerged within the realm of darkness. What is this? This is the power said to be closest to divinity, spatial energy? Questions subtly emanated from the depths of consciousness. The true energy, having consumed the silvery essence, underwent a transformation. The originally white true energy gradually morphed into a silvery white hue. A flicker of intention gradually took control of this altered energy, commencing an exploration. If this transformed energy proved beneficial, it would be embraced. If harmful, it would be allowed to dissipate. As the intention probed deeper, understanding of this energy began to unfold. It turned out that after being transported through the great dimensional shift, one had been sent into a mysterious realm, where a flash of silvery energy had entered the body. This newly birthed, altered true energy was formidable and immense. It possessed the purity and balance of true energy, interwoven with the enigma and mystique of spatial energy, seemingly posing no detriment to oneself. Since there appeared to be no harm, it would all be converted. The vast true energy gradually transformed, perhaps due to the elevated quality of the energy post-conversion. Originally substantial, the true energy diminished in size yet became significantly more condensed. Within the dark expanse, a sense of satisfaction resonated. The internal injuries began to mend, as vigorous energy once again filled the Dantian. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged forth, awakening a long-dormant consciousness. Accompanied by this agony, a searing red energy began to infiltrate from the outside, swiftly wreaking havoc upon the meridians and cells. Within the Dantian, true energy moved freely to confront the red essence. The two starkly contrasting forces commenced a fierce struggle within. The red energy was rife with explosive destruction, while the true energy exuded tranquility and balance. One was forceful, the other gentle, one destructive, the other restorative. The prolonged clash rendered the internal meridians increasingly resilient and rounded, while gradually adapting to the destructive intensity of the red energy. After an extended period, the crimson energy began to recede, gradually fading from existence. At this moment, the interior of the body had undergone a remarkable transformation. The rounded meridians shimmered with a crystalline hue, resembling a series of resplendent conduits. The mutated vital energy flowed at a velocity several times greater than before, completing a flawless cycle in but a fleeting moment. Within the Dantian, abundant vital energy, propelled by the galactic vortex, swiftly revolved, drawing an essence from the external environment. As consciousness observed the expanding Dantian, a long-forgotten yet significant task resurfaced in the mind, to strike the Ren and Du meridians. With a surge of intent, the tumultuous vital energy commenced its circulation, converging towards the Ren meridian. The outcome hinged upon this singular endeavor. In the depths of darkness, this thought flickered through the consciousness. The vital energy surged forward, resolutely colliding against the formidable iron wall. Boom. The realm of consciousness trembled violently. Had it failed? Another strike. Boom. After 38 relentless impacts, the once abundant vital energy began to wane. Yet, the forceful collisions were not without effect. The consciousness could distinctly sense that the iron wall was nearing its breaking point. Perhaps, with the next attempt, success would be within reach. The remaining vital energy, infused with an indomitable spirit, surged forth with vigor. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the vital energy surged through the Rin Meridian, immediately amplifying by several folds. After executing a perfect cycle within the body, it joined the galactic vortex in the Dantian. With this immensely powerful energy incorporated, the galactic vortex momentarily hesitated before spinning with a fervor that was over a dozen times faster than before. Within the dark expanse of consciousness, a glimmer of white light suddenly emerged, drawing the awareness inward. Chapter 32. The people of my hometown. As I slowly opened my eyelids, the intense sunlight, which I had not encountered for a long time, pierced my eyes painfully. I squinted slightly, and after a while, my vision began to adjust. I surveyed my surroundings. This is a cavern? A vast cavern. Suddenly, I felt the hardness and chill beneath me and looked down. I found myself momentarily stunned. A mountain of gold coins gleamed with a resplendent golden light, while to my left, a chaotic assortment of armor and weapons lay scattered, their magical glow attesting to their extraordinary nature. Where am I? My fingers fidgeted restlessly within the elongated sleeves of my robe. Rising to my feet, I stretched languidly, the sound of crackling fireworks echoing around me. I exhaled a breath of stale air. It felt refreshing. Abruptly, I halted, staring incredulously at my smooth, fair hands. Are these my hands? They are even fairer than a woman's. A thought struck me, and I hastily pulled open my collar, discovering that my skin had transformed into an even more delicate whiteness. A dark line of disbelief crossed my mind. As I stepped away from the mountain of coins, I was captivated by a flicker of magical energy beneath my feet. What is this? A magical trigger? There must be someone here. I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me. I was curious to see who had brought me here, yet apprehensive about their intentions. What a conundrum. I gently tapped my head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since I am not dead, it indicates that this individual harbors no ill will towards me. Otherwise, they could have acted while I was unconscious, couldn't they? With this thought, I resolved to hesitate no longer. I kicked at the magical trigger and then stepped aside, settling down to wait for the arrival of whoever was responsible. Not long after, a resounding roar echoed from outside the cave. A dragon? Is it Afet? Did it rescue me? My expression shifted rapidly as I grappled with the uncertainty of what this colossal dragon intended to do with me. The dragon descended from the mountaintop, its massive wings beating the air, stirring up wild gusts. You are awake? The familiar voice of the dragon resonated in my ears. Afet, did you save me? I inquired hesitantly. Upon hearing my question, Afet raised an eyebrow. To offer unsolicited kindness is rarely done with good intentions. What is it that you wish to gain from me? I doubt I possess anything of value that would warrant the attention of a saintly dragon like you. Surprisingly, rather than reacting with anger to my skepticism, Afet appeared somewhat anxious as it rubbed its enormous claws together. Indeed, I wish to ask for your assistance. Well, it's not quite assistance. I merely wish for you to listen to a single phrase. I am uncertain whether you can comprehend it. Listen to a phrase? Liu Feng's brow furrowed, utterly perplexed by the intentions of this colossal dragon. Speak, and I shall listen. If I cannot understand, you must permit me to depart. Hee, splendid. You are quite forthright. It is no loss that I used my own dragon blood to grant you this cleansing. Afet beamed with delight, feeling he had inadvertently revealed a hint of his secret, and promptly fell silent. Liu Feng's lips twitched. So it was that red energy that nearly cost me my life, which stemmed from your dragon bloodbath. However, I find myself in good health now, and seemingly have gained considerable benefits. Thus I shall not linger on this matter. Suppressing his irritation, he urged, recite it. Afet chuckled twice, cleared his throat, and exhaled a voluminous cloud of white smoke. This phrase is a fundamental lesson in our dragon lineage, passed down by the great dragon god. It is said that when we encounter individuals with black hair and black eyes, we should recite it for them to hear, to see if they comprehend. If they do understand, then... Liu Feng's heart leapt. Black hair, black eyes. His excitement surged. Hasten, speak. Do not rush to know just yet. If you truly comprehend, I shall share more with you. Now, listen closely. The pronunciation of these words is quite challenging. It took me years to articulate them clearly. The phrase is, hometown, people. Like a thunderclap, Liu Feng stood frozen. This was undoubtedly the Chinese language, although Afet's delivery was somewhat unclear. Liu Feng was certain it was indeed Chinese. He lunged forward, speaking in a flurry of excitement. I understand. I comprehend. Where did you see this? What of your dragon god? Did it teach you? Where is it now? You understand? You claim you comprehend? Truly? Yet Afet was evidently more agitated than Liu Feng, his massive wings flapping rapidly, and he had unconsciously begun to address Liu Feng with honorifics. Within the vast cavern, the exhilaration of man and dragon intertwined in frenzied elation. After a lengthy pause, both finally regained their composure. Afet broke the silence first. Could you recite it for me once more? It is not that I doubt you. It is simply that this is of monumental significance to our black dragon lineage. Liu Feng nodded gently and enunciated in the most authentic Chinese, each word deliberate. Hometown. People. Silence enveloped the space. Do not weep. Can you tell me where you learned this language? Was it from your dragon god? Indeed, this is the language passed down by our dragon god. And what of your dragon god? Liu Feng's expression grew animated once more. The dragon god. The dragon god perished in the battle of the gods 10,000 years ago. Afet spoke with a hint of sorrow. What? Perished? A flicker of hope within Liu Feng shattered instantly, leaving him somewhat dazed. The dragon god had once proclaimed that if one were to encounter a being capable of understanding his words, that individual would be the prince of the dragon clan, endowed with the authority to oversee them. Afet gazed at Liu Feng with a fervent intensity. The prince of the dragon clan? Is it truly as simple as that? Liu Feng rolled his eyes, harboring doubts. Oh, so your intention in saving me is for me to wield the prince's power to assist you? Liu Feng gently nodded and inquired. The black dragon Afet earnestly nodded in response. Chapter 33. The Mysterious Egg. How long have I been asleep? Liu Feng furrowed his brow and suddenly inquired. You have been in a coma for 3 months, replied Afet, extending 3 enormous toes and giving them a shake. 3 months I wonder about Sophie, and the others. Oh, Sophie. Liu Feng jolted upright, urgency in his voice. What happened to that girl the other day? Ah, the girl. Afet tilted its massive head. They are unharmed. When I discovered you had black hair and black eyes, I took you away. They were not affected by my magic. Oh, that a relief. A great weight lifted from Liu Feng's heart. Had Sophie truly fallen victim to Afet, he would have fought it to the bitter end, regardless of the odds. When do you want me to visit the dragon clan? Liu Feng glanced at Afet's colossal form. By the way, what exactly did your black dragon clan do to deserve such punishment? Liu Feng asked, curiosity piqued. Well, Afet hesitated. Since you were able to assist my black dragon clan, I shall share this with you. After pondering for a long moment, Afet finally spoke. In truth, the Black Dragon clan has committed no wrongdoing. The fault lies solely with me. Afet's tone grew somber. Liu Feng was taken aback, then replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. You alone are responsible? How does that implicate your entire clan? Hearing the discontent in Liu Feng's voice, Afet shook its head. The gravity of my transgression is far too great. My singular fault cannot be atoned for. What exactly did you do? What could warrant such consequences? Did you seduce the Dragon Emperor's daughter? Liu Feng was genuinely astonished. What misdeed could require the entire Black Dragon clan to atone? Let me assure you, even if I had seduced that old Dragon Emperor's daughter, he wouldn't dare retaliate against our Black Dragon clan. Afet seemed to hold little respect for the Dragon Emperor. In a moment of gluttony, consumed an egg left behind by the dragon god. Afet sheepishly revealed the origin of the calamity. Liu Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. You are truly audacious, daring to devour something left by your dragon god. It's no wonder suddenly struck by a thought. That egg you have now, is it that very one? It must be. Afet nodded vigorously, its massive head bobbing. How can you be so certain? Because I am a male dragon. Have you ever seen a male dragon lay an egg? As this was said, Afet suddenly burst into tears, her tears cascading down like a torrential downpour, her long black hair hanging down. Liu Feng began to comprehend why Afet had secluded herself in the death forest during her labor, where male dragons lay eggs. Surely, this was an unfathomable and ludicrous event within the dragon clan. After a considerable time, once her sorrow had subsided, Afet gently retrieved an egg the size of Liu Feng from her massive form. This is the thing that nearly led to my demise at the hands of the beast in the death forest, she lamented with indignation. Liu Feng, intrigued, leaned closer and lightly tapped the egg, producing a clear, resonant sound. You do not intend to hatch it? He inquired with a cheerful smile. I am a male dragon. How could I possibly hatch it? Afet replied, her enormous face clouded with despair. Wait, this egg has a pattern on it? Liu Feng exclaimed as he closely examined the dragon egg. Oh, Aphetet, drawn by curiosity, extended her colossal head towards the small design Liu Feng was pointing at. What is this? It resembles a snake, she pondered, but Liu Feng could no longer hear her words, his mind engulfed in astonishment. In his thoughts, he realized that this was no mere snake. It vividly resembled a Chinese dragon, with a dragon's head, a serpent's neck, antlers of a deer, eyes of a turtle, scales of a fish, paws of a tiger, claws of an eagle, and ears of an ox. Every detail affirmed its identity, a divine dragon. Waves of contemplation surged within him. The dragon deity of this world must surely be connected to the one on earth. This thought flashed in his mind like lightning, deeply engraving itself in the depths of his soul. Ah, Aphetet, it seems this dragon egg you possess is of little use to you. Am I correct? Liu Feng said with a warm smile that radiated kindness. Aphetet's massive body trembled. Dear future prince of the dragon clan, what do you intend to do? Well, he continued with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Since you seem unable to do anything with this egg, why not give it to me? In the future, I could also seek justice for your black dragon lineage. Finally, under Liu Feng's fervent gaze, Aphetet conceded, her enormous toe drawing circles in the ground. Very well. If you can hatch it, I shall give it to you, but you must never tell others that it is my egg. Rest assured, I would never disclose that. Liu Feng replied, rubbing his hands together with excitement. How do you plan to hatch it? Aphetet inquired, her massive head leaning in with curiosity. By the way, Aphetet, you were once a formidable saint. Cannot you transform into a more amiable form to converse with me? Liu Feng tilted his head to avoid the billowing white smoke that erupted from the enormous dragon's maw. Why is that? He pondered. The human form is so frail compared to the formidable strength of our magnificent dragons. Aphetet shook his head, but soon softened under Liu Feng's unwavering gaze. Very well. Let it be a transformation then. A brilliant light flashed. It seems that all beast transformations are heralded by such radiance. Gazing upon the striking young man with golden hair, Liu Feng shrugged and remarked with a smile, isn't this form far more appealing? Why cling to an unattractive visage? Aphetet wore a bitter smile. All right then, my future prince of the dragon clan, do enlighten me on how you intend to hatch it. I'm not sure. Perhaps using blood? Liu Feng confessed his ignorance regarding the hatching process. He gently bit his middle finger, allowing his blood to flow slowly, drop by drop, onto the colossal egg. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. What on earth? Why is there no reaction? I might bleed out before anything happens. Is this futile? Another 5 minutes slipped by. Is this ineffective? No more dripping. It feels like a waste of blood. Disheartened, Liu Feng withdrew his bleeding finger. Just as disappointment settled over the two, the giant egg began to tremble gently. What is happening? They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 34. The divine dragon of Huaxia. The tremors intensified, causing the hearts of the two individuals to flutter in tandem. Gradually, a crimson glow began to emanate, slowly absorbing the blood that adorned the surface of the dragon egg. However, this absorption seemed not to be a complete extraction, but rather a meticulous search within the blood, as if it were selectively choosing what to take. The scene was somewhat uncanny, even though the two were skilled and courageous. They felt a chill creeping into their hearts at the sight. The blood on the surface of the eggshell faded increasingly until it vanished entirely. The colossal egg trembled once more, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Why continue to shake when there was no blood left? Noticing their lack of reaction, the egg shook even more violently. What is happening? Aphic queried, perplexed. Liu Feng shrugged, indicating his own confusion, just as they exchanged baffled glances. A tender voice echoed in Liu Feng's mind. Blood. Still needed. A sudden jolt coursed through him, and he swallowed hard. Did you hear it speaking? Aphic shivered slightly. Surely, you jest. How could an egg speak? Have I misheard? Liu Feng, too, felt a twinge of confusion. But this uncertainty was swiftly eclipsed by the voice's insistence. Blood. Needed. Now imbued with a hint of a sob. By the heavens. It truly is speaking. Did you not hear? Liu Feng's eyes widened, fixated on the dragon egg. Goodness, to think such a colossal dragon could be so timid. He gestured an obscene gesture towards the majestic being. Stepping closer to the giant egg, he gently inquired, do you still desire blood? The egg quivered slightly in response. Oh, very well. Let this be a one-time act of blood donation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Feng resolved to hatch this egg. Gritting his teeth, he summoned forth a short blade of energy with his right finger, lightly slicing his wrist, allowing the warm blood to flow onto the giant egg. Once again, the egg began to glow with a crimson light, slowly absorbing the warm essence of his blood. Blood is the most vital component of life. Excessive loss could be perilous. The crimson liquid cascaded down. Finally, after 10 arduous minutes, Liu Feng, on the brink of collapse, slumped beside the giant egg. With this much blood, if you do not emerge now, I shall be at a loss, he uttered wearily. It seemed the egg understood. As it gently leaned against Liu Feng, gradually, the egg began to respond. Its surface color swiftly transformed to a vibrant red. A white mist, appearing unbeknownst to them, began to envelop the giant egg. A majestic and regal aura gradually emanated from the white mist. Outside a vast cavern, the hunter, Aphite, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart as an irresistible presence surged towards him. Overcome by an unresisting submission, he fell to the ground, bowing reverently in the direction of the cave. What is this? The dragon god? My heavens! The overwhelming aura soared into the sky, stirring countless white clouds that rolled and danced in a spectacular display. Across the continent, within the confines of 4 esteemed academies, for venerable elders abruptly opened their eyes wide, incredulously exclaiming, a supreme level? Who could it be? In a humble corner, 2 elderly men, engaged in planting trees and flowers, felt their shears tremble in their hands. They exchanged a grave glance, recognizing the seriousness in each other's eyes. In an instant, they vanished, leaving only the fallen leaves as evidence of their presence. In a grand city on the continent, within an opulent cathedral perched at its pinnacle, an elderly man clad in a white robe and adorned with a holy crown, who had been perusing the Bible, suddenly moved, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only a recently turned page of scripture. In the 23rd year of the continent's era, the presence of a supreme powerhouse re-emerged in the realm of humanity. Beyond the human territories, many mighty beings sighed deeply. Indeed, humans are a race favored by the divine. Inside the cavern, Liu Feng gazed in astonishment at the swirling white smoke. He too felt the earlier presence, though it bore no hostility towards him. Consequently, the aura merely brushed past him gently. Nevertheless, he sensed its formidable strength, which bore the 4 words, unparalleled might. After a while, the aura gradually subsided, and the white mist slowly dissipated. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced the void, diving into Liu Feng's embrace. Stunned by the speed, he pondered whether even his swiftest movement, the gale step, could match it. Looking down at the delightful creature nestled in his arms, Liu Feng's heart brimmed with joy. With a dragon's head, a serpent's neck, deer antlers, turtle eyes, fish scales, tiger paws, eagle claws, and cow ears, it was undeniably a divine dragon of Huaxia. The innate aura it emanated solidly confirmed this. Gently cradling the little dragon, Liu Feng laughed heartily. Who would have thought that I, Liu Feng, would encounter the dragon of my homeland in this otherworldly realm? Ha ha, the heavens do not forsake me. The tiny divine dragon gazed up with sparkling, lively eyes, playfully observing its inexplicably joyous mother. With a slight movement, the diminutive creature climbed up Liu Feng's wrist and nestled into his embrace. From now on, I shall name you. After a prolonged struggle to find a suitable name, Liu Feng suddenly realized his lack of talent for naming. Sigh, never mind. Just call it Little Jean. Shall we? The little divine dragon seems to harbor no particular fondness for names. It merely stirred slightly before retreating back into my embrace. At the cave's entrance, Aphite soared in with a flourish of its immense wings. Behold, it is indeed the creature that emerged from that egg. Liu Feng gently cradled little Jean in his arms. This serpent appears rather peculiar. Is it truly the master of that formidable aura? Aphite found it hard to believe. Indeed, it is unmistakably so. How unsightly. How can it possess the essence of a dragon god? Aphite scoffed at Little Jean's appearance. Ah, it seems that Little Jean comprehended Aphite's words. Its large, watery eyes widened as it opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of golden flames directed at Aphite. Having witnessed the scene of the little dragon's birth, Aphite dared not to confront it directly. Lowering its massive body, it evaded the fiery assault. The golden flames surged forth relentlessly, striking the resilient mountain wall. The hard stone crumbled like foam, creating a gaping abyss that seemed bottomless. A bead of sweat trickled down Aphite's colossal head. After all, you have been wandering within my belly for such an extended period. Why unleash such ferocity? Chapter 35. The fatal strike. It seems prudent for us to depart from this place. The overwhelming presence of the dragon has certainly stirred many souls. Aphite struggled to attribute the title of dragon to Little Jean. Liu Feng, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, recognized that the fewer individuals aware of Little Jin's true strength, the better. Aphetet descended, his immense form looming overhead. Liu Feng, with a light push against the ground, gracefully ascended to the dragon's vast back. With a powerful flap of his mighty wings, Aphetet soared through the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Shortly after their departure, the void quivered unexpectedly. They have already left. We are a bit late, remarked the elder in the azure robe. Indeed, yet the lingering aura of dragons remains. Could it be that another supreme being has emerged from their ranks? The elder in the gray robe mused, nodding slightly. Uncertain, but it must pertain to the dragon clan. The azure-robed elder chuckled softly. Old fool, since you have arrived, why not come forth and greet an old friend? The gray-robed elder smiled in return, his sleeves fluttering as a fierce wave of spatial energy surged forth, striking a distant corner of the void. Haha, these two old fellows are quite swift in their arrival. A blinding white light burst forth in the void, shattering the wave of energy, revealing an elder clad in white robes and crowned with a halo. Why have you left your temple? What brings you out? He inquired. A fourth supreme being has emerged in the human realm. How could I not be concerned? The elder in white replied with a grin. They have departed, yet I wonder if this powerful being is human or dragon, the gray-robed elder sighed. His tone tinged with melancholy. The azure-robed elder echoed the sentiment with a sigh. It has been over a century. At last, a supreme being has resurfaced. Ah. I can hardly bear the antics of you two old codgers. Since they are no longer present, I shall take my leave. The elder in white chuckled softly, his form flickering before vanishing into the void. Let us also take our leave, the azure-robed elder agreed. As the gentle breeze swept by, the two figures also faded from sight. Gazing into the boundless expanse of the sky, Liu Feng felt a surge of ambition swell within him. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed a long howl. His voice, imbued with inner strength, resonated like thunder, echoing endlessly. In the depths of his mind, a sudden awareness emerged. Liu Feng, with furrowed brows and closed eyes, contemplated. Fatal strike. Within a span of 24 hours, one may unleash attacks that are twice, 4 times, or 8 times more powerful than their original form, each to be utilized once. Skill effect: to shatter, to obliterate all that exists. Weapon requirement: heavy chopping weapon. Upon opening his eyes, Liu Feng was overwhelmed with elation. At long last, it has emerged, an essential skill for challenging the odds. How unexpected it is that this lethal blow requires a weapon. Yet, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising. Consider the stance of the swordmaster in the world of Warcraft. That is no mere sword. It resembles a formidable cleaver. In a desolate mountain range, Aphetet gradually descended. Aphetet, where do you intend to go? Liu Feng gently leaped down from the dragon's back, akin to a delicate leaf swirling in the breeze. I wish to explore the realms of humanity. How will you find me henceforth? Liu Feng tenderly caressed the soft body of the little golden creature in his arms and smiled. He playfully accepted the horn, secretly amused. I understand. You wish to borrow it, correct? Hee. This is the insignia of the Black Dragon clan's chieftain. It holds great significance for us, thus. Aphetet appeared somewhat embarrassed, as if realizing her own pettiness. Understood. Very well, farewell. Liu Feng placed the horn within the spatial ring on his finger. Farewell. Aphetet nodded her immense head, flapping her wings as she soared into the sky, swiftly transforming into a mere speck before vanishing beyond the horizon. All right. Let us depart as well. Liu Feng gently tapped the little golden creature's head, laughing. The little golden one emitted a couple of dissatisfied whimpers in response to his gesture. As Liu Feng descended from the rugged ridge, he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the vast grassland, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Where has that foolish dragon brought me? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Liu Feng, resigned to his fate, reluctantly set off on his journey. Across the vast grassland stretched an endless sea of green, gently swaying in the breeze, creating waves of verdant grass. Above, wisps of white clouds adorned the azure sky. Liu Feng's hands, restless in his pockets, fidgeted in boredom, while the grass ahead parted as he approached, as though an invisible force were guiding it aside. Looking upward, his eyes gently closed. The true energy within him began to circulate through his meridians. Liu Feng's pace slowed, becoming increasingly lethargic. Eventually, it took an eternity for him to lift his foot to take another step. With his right foot suspended in midair for over 10 minutes, he found himself unable to bring it down. His expression shifted continuously, as if pondering something profound. After a considerable interval, The look of confusion on his face transformed into clarity, and finally, that foot slowly descended. As it touched the solid earth, Liu Feng's figure flickered, vanishing from his original position and reappearing several paces away. What is this? A distance that feels like an eternity, yet is merely inches? Is it not? His face radiated with an exhilarated smile. As he hurried along his path, he sensed a surge of genuine energy emanating from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and reaching his feet, only to gradually dissipate. This phenomenon left Liu Feng perplexed. Logically, genuine energy lacks independent control and should not circulate erratically, as such behavior could lead to a perilous state of insanity. Not daring to be careless, he meticulously examined the meridian through which this energy flowed. However, the more he observed, the more astonished he became. Such an unusual meridian route could operate without succumbing to madness? Despite his trepidation, a profound curiosity began to swell within him. He wondered what might transpire if he were to truly follow this meridian's path. What would happen? This sudden thought lodged itself in his mind like a thorn, incessantly tempting Liu Feng. Perhaps he should give it a try. If it proved unwise, he could withdraw immediately. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure, Liu Feng's heart gradually capitulated. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed. Chapter 36. Reunion with an old friend. Have I succeeded? Liu Feng murmured. Just moments ago, the true energy within him had flowed through an unusual meridian, and suddenly, his body seemed to transcend the barriers of space, appearing several dozen steps away in an instant. What is this? A mirage of proximity? Or instantaneous movement? Yet, Liu Feng understood that this extraordinary method of spatial traversal was undoubtedly linked to the mutated true energy within him. This movement was extraordinarily peculiar, disregarding the distance of space and directly traversing through it. In the midst of battle, a sudden maneuver like this, one could only imagine how difficult it would be for anyone to counter it. Filled with exhilaration, Liu Feng began to experiment with the specific distances he could traverse using this technique. As he journeyed onward, he gradually unraveled the essence of this movement. Its maximum range extended to approximately 30 steps, or about 30 meters. However, this technique was not without its limitations. After each use, one must pause for 2 minutes before it could be employed again. Liu Feng named this technique Shun, a single character that encapsulated its essence. With hands lightly clasped behind him, his figure occasionally flickered and appeared several dozen meters away. He then strolled leisurely for about 100 meters before vanishing again in a gentle flash. The vast prairie, the azure sky, and fleeting figures created a scene both beautiful and surreal. However, the grassland was far from tranquil, teeming with various magical beasts. Though they were not as formidable as the high-level beasts of the Forest of Death, they still posed a significant threat to those of lower rank. Throughout his journey, Liu Feng effortlessly dispatched dozens of oblivious magical beasts, yet he encountered not a single human figure. With a flick of his fingers, a tuft of grass shot forth like a bullet, piercing the eye of a beast that had lunged at him, swiftly ending its life. In his arms, the lazy little golden creature turned over and continued to sleep. Liu Feng could only manage a wry smile. This fellow treats me purely as a mobile mattress. In another swift motion, he vanished from his spot once more. It was the second day of Liu Feng's stay on the prairie. The night sky over the grassland was breathtaking, with stars twinkling like mischievous little sprites. The moonlight, gentle as water, cast a beautiful veil over the prairie. Beneath this dark sky adorned with stars, a small flicker of firelight appeared on the grassland. Tender meat rotated gently on the grill, sizzling hot, with golden oil dripping from it, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the air. The enticing scent slowly spread across the grassland, drawing the attention of numerous magical beasts, their appetites whetted by the delicious fragrance. Surrounded by an increasing number of beasts, Liu Feng remained unfazed, casually uttering, "Chase them away, or you shall have no meat." A flash of golden light appeared in his embrace, and little Jean soared into the air, releasing a low growl that exuded a formidable dragon's might. The surrounding beasts trembled violently, too frightened to lift their heads as they scurried away with their tails tucked. "Meat, I want some," came the youthful voice from little Jin's mouth. Liu Feng, witnessing the dragon's ability to speak, exhibited no surprise, as he had evidently anticipated it. With a gentle smile, he retrieved a portion of roasted meat, dividing it in half and offering one piece to the drooling little Jean. The dragon extended its claws to accept it, its large, sparkling eyes radiating satisfaction. The man and dragon sat upon the grass, devouring their meal with fervor. As the day broke, Liu Feng casually kicked the now cold campfire apart, cradling little Jean as they ventured forth once more, leaving behind traces of blackened carbon and scattered bones, remnants of their brief respite. Occasional flickers left an ethereal shadow upon the grassland. Sunlight streamed through, casting a direct beam upon the ground, rendering the scene somewhat surreal. "Over there, someone," little Jean suddenly exclaimed, pointing with its front paw to the left. Liu Feng paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded, gently patting the dragon's head. He had no doubts about little Jin's prowess. The dragon squinted its large eyes in contentment, and with a slight exertion, Liu Feng propelled himself forward like an arrow. Kins was currently troubled. Ever since the previous mercenary group met with disaster in the Dead Hope Forest, he had led his team to the Sunless Fortress. Recently, the behemoths on the Orc grasslands had resumed their restless activities, with scattered orcs circling the castle's outskirts. Consequently, the Lord of Sunless, Duke Aot, had issued a task through the Mercenary Guild, B-level task, investigate the orc's strange actions, eliminate any who were suspicious. A B-level task. Even during the inquiry into the Black Dragon in the Dead Hope Forest, it had merely been an A-level task. Moreover, each orc with dubious behavior that was slain would yield substantial rewards, a rare opportunity indeed. Thus, Kins unhesitatingly accepted the mission. Although the orc grasslands harbored numerous terrifying beasts, as long as he did not stray too far from Sunless Fortress, he was unlikely to encounter any extraordinary dangers. However, that was only a relative consideration, especially in light of the over 100 third-tier beasts known as the Savage Blood Wolves before him. The Savage Blood Wolves were among the most fearsome creatures of the orc grasslands, not due to their strength but rather their unique ability to summon companions. According to rough estimates, there are no less than 2 million brutal blood wolves on the vast orc grasslands. 2 million. What an astonishing figure. Such a formidable force could effortlessly annihilate a small nation. Even the Star Blue Empire would not dare to confront them head-on, opting instead for a defensive stance, relying on their towering city walls to keep the beasts at bay. Now, all 4 members of the team have sustained injuries, and the brutal blood wolves have successfully encircled them, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Captain, let's fight these beasts," a voice called from below. Kentis sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he glanced at the furious dwarf. "Badass. Fight. Have you not noticed that everyone is already injured?" Beside him, a handsome elven archer shot him a fierce glare, yet his arrows flew unceasingly, whistling through the air as they struck true, piercing the throat of a wolf that had lunged forward, splattering blood in a violent arc. The stains of blood marred his once elegant form, rendering him somewhat disheveled. "Curse you, badass. If it weren't for your reckless tossing of objects, would these beasts have been drawn here?" In the center of the group, a young man clad in a red magical robe scolded the dwarf with ire. With a wave of his magic staff, he unleashed several fireballs that erupted amidst the wolf pack, eliciting a chorus of howls. Chastised by his companions, the dwarf felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head and chuckling. "I didn't know that tossing a few things would end up crushing that little brat." "Enough of this pointless chatter," Kentis commanded. "Hold on as best as you can, Beifa. Cast a fireball into the sky to see if anyone nearby can come to our aid." Kentis commanded a great deal of respect within the mercenary group, and as soon as he spoke, the others ceased their bickering. The mage Beifa then launched a fireball skyward. The crimson orb ascended rapidly, exploding brilliantly in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area for 100 meters, and even rendering distant figures faintly visible. "May the gods hear our prayers," he hoped. Chapter 1. The Fortress of the Setting Sun infused with fierce determination. The broadsword cleaved through the head of a charging wolf, sending a spray of blood into the air. "Captain, I fear our fate is sealed," the mage Beifa remarked with a bitter smile, having retreated to the center of the formation. A mage devoid of magic was no match for even the sturdiest of warriors. Kins nodded somberly. "Alas, it is my fault for insisting we take on this task." "Do not blame yourself, Captain. We were all in agreement," the elf comforted, swiftly releasing arrows as if from a crossbow. The dwarf bodies understood he had burdened them all, falling silent as the hammer in his grasp lost its vigor. Seizing the moment, a savage blood wolf lunged forward, its sharp claws glinting with a ghostly blue sheen, aimed at the dwarf's head. "Watch out." An iron arrow flew true, piercing the wolf's throat just as it was about to strike, blood spraying and splattering the dwarf's face. Observing his increasingly weary companions, Kins forced a bitter smile. It was clear that their end was nigh. "Huh, Uncle Kins, I didn't expect to find you here," a light laugh echoed from the distance. The trio exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of where the captain derived such confidence. Even a 7th-tier expert could scarcely hope to escape from such a horde of savage bloodwolves, let alone rescue others. All right then, came the airy response, and suddenly, a figure appeared before them with uncanny swiftness. The hearts of the 3 dwarves raced. What astonishing speed! Upon closer inspection, they beheld a youth who appeared to be in his early 20s, to the long-lived elf and dwarves. He seemed merely a boy still awaiting the full development of his teeth. Doubt crept into their minds. Captain, do you truly have such faith in him? Kins observed Liu Feng, whose aura was even more formidable than before, and he realized that the young man had evidently experienced a breakthrough in strength. A glimmer of joy crossed his face as he boisterously exclaimed, "Little Feng, it seems I have yet to repay you for saving my life last time. And here I am, in need of your rescue once more." Liu Feng smiled slightly, responding, "Uncle Kins, you have also advanced, haven't you? I wouldn't dare compare myself to you." The 2 men disregarded the surrounding pack of wolves, leaving the 3 dwarfs perplexed. Just moments ago, their captain had been filled with trepidation. How had he suddenly regained such bravado? Liu Feng, confident in his skills, certainly did not regard these small wolves as a threat. Kins, however, remained deeply affected by the earlier encounter in the Forest of Death, instilling in him immense faith in Liu Feng's abilities. Excuse me, boss." The dwarf bodice timidly raised his hand. "Shouldn't we deal with these wolves before we continue our conversation?" Upon hearing this, the 2 could not help but burst into laughter. "Well, I suppose I shall deal with these beasts before we continue our conversation," Liu Feng said with a smile. "That would indeed be troublesome." Kentis replied with a hearty laugh. The 3 individuals below eagerly craned their necks, curious to see how this seemingly extraordinary young man would manage such a vast pack of wolves. With a swift inhalation of inner strength, Liu Feng drew a large clump of grass leaves from the ground, which were then ensnared in his long, fair hand. With a flick of his fingers, each delicate leaf transformed into a lethal weapon against the wolves. Infused with his inner power, the grass leaves became as unyielding as diamond, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, leaving faint green trails in their wake. Each leaf struck true, piercing through the throats of the wolves and claiming their fierce souls. The 3 onlookers gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless, and even Kentis wore an expression of shock. Although he had known his companion was formidable, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary display. After all, these were mere grass leaves, capable of shattering with a tug. Yet here they stood, defying the very essence of the wolf pelts that could withstand 2 tiers of combat energy. In that instant, the positions of these once disparate entities had been utterly reversed. A profound silence enveloped the grasslands, as if the very wind had come to a standstill. Liu Feng gently brushed off the remnants of the grass from his hands. "Come now, why are you still standing there?" His voice roused the 4 from their stupor. Were it not for a flicker of reason, they might have rushed over to request an autograph. "Ha, Xiao Feng, you are becoming increasingly impressive. Allow me to introduce you to these 3 rather inept fellows," Kenneth proclaimed with a hearty laugh, addressing Liu Feng. Upon hearing their leader's words, the 3 could not help but display expressions of dismay. Kentis pointed to the young man clad in a red mage robe, saying, "This is the magician, Beifa, a 4th-tier fire mage, who constantly boasts of being the future Grand Magician of the Stars, though it is evident that his hopes are rather dashed." With a twist of his finger, he gestured towards the elf. "This is the elf, Mo Fei, a 4th-tier archer with commendable archery skills." Then he pointed at the dwarf. "And this is the dwarf, Badass, a rather scatterbrained individual. Every time we embark on a mercenary mission, he invariably stirs up trouble. Today's wolf pack was also his doing." The dwarf, upon hearing this, sheepishly scratched his head. "And this, of course, is Liu Feng, the young powerhouse I've often mentioned to you, a master of the 8th tier. Although he had broken through the meridian and entered the 9th-tier star realm with the aid of the dragon bloodbath in Aphit, it was prudent to conceal as much of his strength as possible." With a nod and a smile, he added, "You may call me Xiao Feng from now on." As Liu Feng gazed upon the towering fortress before him, his face was a mask of astonishment. "To my astonishment, I find myself in a realm where such majestic fortifications exist. The city walls, towering over 100 meters, boast a thickness of over 10 meters. Enveloping these walls is a specially crafted stone that absorbs magical energies, shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence beneath the sunlight. Atop the walls, numerous arrow towers rise in a staggered formation. In the heart of the city stands a magical tower, from which emanates a luminous barrier that envelopes the entire metropolis." "Hee. Xiao Feng, this is your first visit to the Sunless City, isn't it?" observed the dwarf Badass with a chuckle, noticing Liu Feng's astonished expression. "When I first arrived, I too bore a similar look. It is truly surprising that humans possess even greater creativity than goblins. Liu Feng nodded gently, acknowledging the grandeur before him. Indeed, I am quite astonished. No wonder the Orc Empire has made no progress in a century. Such an impressive city rightfully deserves the name Sunless City. Once you grow accustomed to it, you'll be fine. Come, let us first visit the local mercenary guild, Ken said, patting Liu Feng on the shoulder with a smile. Chapter 2. The Fiery Mercenary Corps. The mercenary guild within the Everbright Fortress is undeniably grander and more opulent than that of Adventure Town. If one were to liken the mercenary guild in Adventure Town to a modest inn, then this establishment resembles a luxurious five-star hotel. Above the entrance, the guild's vast magical inscription glimmers and pulsates subtly. Upon stepping inside, one is greeted not by the stifling heat and clamor characteristic of the guild in Adventure Town. The hall is resplendent, embodying an elegance that belies its reputation as a haven for the most boorish of mercenaries. A refreshing breeze wafts through the space, offering the weary mercenaries a most comforting reprieve. How does it feel? Certainly better than the mercenary guild in Adventure Town, Kinst remarked with a soft chuckle. Indeed. It's quite impressive, Liu Feng responded with admiration. Kinst hurried to the counter and, addressing the nearby task coordinator with a smile, said, Hey Neo, could you assist me in taking on a D-rank mission? Neo, the middle-aged man behind the counter, lifted his gaze and nodded, casually inquiring, So Kinst, did you not complete that B-rank task? Kinst shrugged. You know how it is. A B-rank task is hardly a walk in the park. Besides, I have a troublesome dwarf with me. Neo chuckled. How could I forget the task terminator of your team? Liu Feng, overhearing this, couldn't help but smirk and lowered his head, saying, Bottas, I didn't realize you had such a notorious nickname. Bottas, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, Well? Liu Feng, you know how dwarves love their drink, and I'm no exception. However, when I indulge, I tend to get a bit muddled. Is it not only the drink that leaves you befuddled? The elf beside them, Mo Fei, interjected with a roll of her eyes, questioning. Bottas, having made a mistake earlier that day, refrained from engaging in further debate, shaking his head and smiling instead. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating his desire to reassure Sophie of his well-being. However, the distance from Everbright to Adventure Town was indeed considerable. Even by Griffin, the journey would take a week. And only those of substantial influence could afford such creatures. Ordinary folk simply could not. With a silent sigh, he hoped that Fire would not worry too much and promised himself to visit when time allowed. As he raised his head, he noticed everyone's gaze fixed upon him and shook his head. I'm not sure. Then why not join our mercenary corps? Just let us know when you wish to leave, Kinst suggested eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Feng decided that he had little pressing matters at hand. Accompanying them on mercenary endeavors seemed appealing, and he was eager to experience the thrill of adventure. Thus, he nodded in agreement, accepting Kinst's invitation. Upon encountering Liu Feng's nod, Kinsey and the three team members exhaled in relief, with such a skilled individual present. Their tasks would undoubtedly become much easier and safer. What is the matter? Liu Feng inquired, noticing Kinsey's peculiar demeanor. Neo, somewhat surprised, cast a glance at Liu Feng before nodding in acknowledgement. Liu Feng responded with a slight nod. Let us go eat. We have yet to savor a satisfactory meal out on the vast prairie. Kinsey gestured enthusiastically, leading the way outside. The fortress of Yebiluo is indeed one of the premier cities of the human realm, bustling with shops displaying an array of peculiar goods, enticing passers-by to stop and gaze in wonder. Throughout their journey, Kinsey animatedly introduced various sights to Liu Feng, his enthusiasm eliciting visible displeasure from the three companions behind him. Why, they pondered, is there such a stark contrast among people? Their footsteps finally halted before a quaint restaurant. This place is excellent. It caters specifically to mercenaries. Boasting fine conditions and a vibrant atmosphere, Kinsey exclaimed with a broad grin. What do you think, Xiao? Do you like it? Liu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. It's all right. He held little regard for the dining experience, as long as the food was palatable. Upon entering the bustling hall, a lively and warm ambience enveloped them. Indeed, it was quite lively, Liu Feng mused, observing mercenaries lounging about, their bare arms on display. Kinsey led them to an empty table nestled in a corner. At Kinsey's beckoning, a graceful waitress promptly delivered the requested dishes. Cheers, Xiao. Let us toast to your joining us, Kinsey said, raising his glass with a cheerful grin. The dwarf, badass, already ensnared by the allure of the fine wine on the table, immediately lifted his large mug upon hearing the captain's words. Xiao, Congratulations on joining our fervent mercenary band. Haha, I shall drink first. He tilted his head back, downing the mug of ale in one go. Then slammed it on the table, exclaiming, another one, that was refreshing. Liu Feng was taken aback. He had heard tales of dwarves' love for alcohol, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Haha, brother Feng, pay no heed to this drunkard. He loses his wits at the sight of liquor, chimed the wizard Beifa, his warm laughter fostering a deeper camaraderie between the two. Liu Feng held a favorable impression of these individuals and, not taking offense, smiled and nodded in response. Seeing Liu Feng accept his address without objection, Beifa beamed with delight, becoming even more amiable. The bonds among the group at the dining table flourished swiftly, nurtured by the fine wine. As the 5 individuals were reveling in their meal, an exceedingly jarring laugh erupted from the side. Oh, isn't that Captain Ken's? What a surprise. You didn't perish on the Orc grasslands? I had mourned your demise for quite some time. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at the source of the ridicule. At a nearby table, a group of over a dozen individuals regarded them with palpable disdain, led by a figure clad in combat attire, 2 moons boldly emblazoned on their chest. A 6th-tier fighter. The captain always refrained from allowing us to teach them a lesson, preferring to maintain peace. However, such individuals only understand the language of fists, the elf remarked indignantly. What is the matter? Liu Feng inquired with a puzzled glance at Ken's, for he believed Ken's was not one to shy away from conflict. So why this reluctance? Observing the confusion in Liu Feng's eyes, Ken's let out a heavy sigh. It's precisely because of these 3 youngsters. I could handle it myself, but I fear their involvement. Beifa's face flushed, and he shouted, Captain, you needn't worry about us. Death is but a triviality. Uncle Ken's is quite right. With such people, mere tolerance is insufficient. They must be made to fear you in order to silence their foul mouths, Liu Feng said, patting Ken's on the shoulder. Do you wish to confront them? Liu Feng tilted his head and smiled at the 3 impetuous youths. The trio nodded vigorously. Yes. Very well. Start by hurling insults at them. If it comes to blows, I shall assist you. Chapter 3. Swatting mosquitoes. The 3 exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a spark of exhilaration. Even the relatively composed elf, Mo Fei, could not suppress a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, it had not been a fleeting ordeal for them to endure the bullying of the Delirium Mercenary Corps, with a formidable ally at their side now. How could they not feel a surge of excitement? Kins opened his mouth, seemingly poised to utter something, yet ultimately swallowed his words. As a seasoned mercenary with many years under his belt, he had long since grown indifferent to the specter of life and death. But the fervor in his heart remained undiminished. With a heavy thud, he slammed his cup onto the table, his eyes ablaze, and bellowed, "Let me take that scoundrel down." With the captain's declaration, the dwarf, badass, could no longer contain himself and shouted at the raucous crowd still hurling insults. You bastards are nothing but a pack of fools. Merely flaunting your captain's name to assert your dominance. Absolute trash. Indeed, a band of refuse, parasites, and scoundrels. Even Beifa, disregarding his identity as a mage, joined in the vitriol with enthusiasm. Scum. Yet, the elf Mo Fei maintained his grace, delicately uttering the words. The members of the Delirium Mercenary Corps were momentarily taken aback by this counterattack, but their anger soon erupted. They stood up, wiping their sleeves and brandishing their weapons, ready to engage in a brawl. Oh, what's this, Captain Ken's? Looking for trouble? The lead fighter scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Damn it, Wu Kai. Haven't you sought trouble with our mercenary corps time and again? Well, here is your chance, come at me. Badass retorted, rolling up his sleeves, his eyes blazing with fury. Humph, little dwarf, you think you can challenge me at mere 4th tier? You're not worthy. The fighter guffawed, his laughter echoing in the air, prompting the mercenaries behind him to join in the mockery. Not worthy? Then am I? A light, airy chuckle broke through, interrupting the fighter's laughter. The fighter narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young man with a smile on his face. In a chilling tone, he warned, Kid, you're not from the fiery mercenary corps, are you? I advise you not to cross our Delirium Mercenary Corps. An hour ago, I was not a member of the fiery mercenary corps, but before you insulted it, I had already joined their ranks. So Liu Feng shrugged lightly, smiling. Kid, don't draw attention to yourself, or you might not live long. The fighter hissed. Forgive me, but I have a penchant for meddling. Alas, what can I do? It's just my nature to be a good person, Liu Feng replied with a gentle smile, tilting his head back to sip the remnants of fine wine from his cup. The fighter's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he stepped forward. Step outside if you wish to brawl. Do you not realize the nature of this venue? A feeble admonition resonated in the air. The once exceedingly irritable fighter shuddered at the sound, halting his advance, and with a scornful laugh declared, "You dare to venture outside, kid?" Liu Feng tilted his head slightly. Choosing not to acknowledge him, his gaze fixed instead on the elderly man dozing by the counter. A gentle smile graced his lips, and without uttering a word, he articulated his stance through action, pushing past the fighter and striding towards the exit. "Let us proceed. I am pressed for time and lack the leisure to indulge in your games." The fighter's eyes twitched with barely contained rage. How long had it been since he had endured such humiliation? "I shall shatter your bones, piece by piece." The venomous words caused Liu Feng to momentarily pause. Just as the crowd anticipated his retreat, a soft chuckle escaped him. "Fortunately, you said that. Otherwise, I would have been troubled about whether to take your life later." Kins and his companions shared a knowing laugh, casting a sympathetic glance at the fighter. Poor Wu Kai, as it seemed the fighter was named. As they passed the counter, Liu Feng casually remarked, "A 7th-tier Earthsword Master. The mercenary guild possesses considerable strength." The feeble old man, propped up at the counter, trembled and finally opened his murky eyes. In a raspy voice, he replied, "Who would have thought that even an old man like me could be deceived?" Upon hearing this, Liu Feng couldn't help but smile. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, Wu Kai, with a dark scowl, donned a pair of finely crafted steel gauntlets, growling, "Boy, draw your weapon so I won't be accused of bullying you." Liu Feng smirked inwardly, thinking, "Very well. Let us see how you fare against a double attack from my lethal strike." He turned to Kins with a grin. "Captain, may I borrow your great sword?" "Certainly. Take it." Kins replied with a hearty laugh, tossing the massive sword to Liu Feng. Liu Feng caught it effortlessly with his right hand, weighing it thoughtfully, contemplating, "Surely this qualifies as a heavy cleaving weapon." He swung it a few times and stated, "All right, you may commence." On the bustling street, a throng of onlookers gathered upon witnessing the duel. It seemed Wu Kai was well known, as gasps erupted from the crowd. "Isn't that Wu Kai, the vice captain of the Crazy Dream Mercenary Corps? He is challenging someone. He is a 6th-tier fighter." Hearing the murmurs of astonishment, a self-satisfied grin spread across Wu Kai's face as he defiantly lifted his chin towards Liu Feng. As he gazed at the young man across from him, who once again displayed that detestable grin, Wu Kai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to contain the fury boiling within him. The sharp fingertips of his steel gauntlet glimmered with a menacing azure light under the sun. With a powerful push from his left foot, the stone slab beneath him shattered, and his left fist, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, hurtled toward Liu Feng's head. Without so much as a flicker of his eyelids, Liu Feng wielded his enormous broadsword, swatting at Wu Kai's rapidly approaching fist as if it were merely a bothersome fly. Wu Kai smirked coldly, his palms unceremoniously seizing the massive sword, preparing to exert his strength to wrench it from Liu Feng's grasp. Suddenly, the sword twisted violently in his grip, sending sparks flying as steel clashed against steel. His hands trembled violently, and Wu Kai was forced to relinquish his hold on the sword, his palms quaking uncontrollably. "Pathetic," Liu Feng remarked disdainfully, lifting his gaze with an air of contempt. Wu Kai's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, discreetly pressing a small mechanism hidden within his gauntlet. A minuscule black iron needle sprang forth from the tip of the gauntlet. So slender and indistinguishable in color from the gauntlet itself, it went unnoticed by the onlookers. However, Liu Feng, with his hawk-like eyes, perceived it clearly. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, glinting with coldness. "It seems it's my turn to strike," he said lightly. The moment his words fell, his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Wu Kai's pupils constricted in terror as he wondered, what kind of speed is this? He retreated frantically. "Where do you think you're going?" A soft chuckle echoed in his ear. Startled, Wu Kai unleashed all his might into a backward strike. Bang! The sound of steel clashing was accompanied by the cracking of bones. A figure was violently propelled backward, crashing through numerous stalls, leaving deep black streaks on the hardened stone ground that spanned several meters. "Ah, too easy to break," came a laughter. The crowd turned to see the young man, beaming with a smile as he wielded his giant sword, a hint of disdain on his face. If this young man emerged unscathed, then the one who was sent flying must be a 6th-tier fighter, Wu Kai. At this realization, the crowd fell into a state of disbelief. Who is this person, capable of swatting a 6th-tier fighter away as if he were nothing more than a pesky insect? What kind of strength does he possess? In truth, Liu Feng himself was somewhat astonished. Initially, he intended to deliver a direct strike, but considering the extent of his power, should he have truly swung down with full force? Wu Kai might have been cleaved in two rather than merely having his arms broken. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, Liu Feng refrained from taking his life, opting instead to strip him of the means necessary for survival. Perhaps, under certain circumstances, this would cause him greater distress than death itself. From this moment forth, becoming a fighter incapacitated in both hands is undeniably a profound agony. This contest harbors no semblance of mercy. Liu Feng comprehends fully that. Had Wu Kai been afforded the opportunity, he would unhesitatingly render Liu Feng powerless. Thus, within him resides no trepidation. With a cold gaze, he observes Wu Kai writhing and howling on the ground, before turning to the remaining members of the frantic mercenary corps, who stand in stunned silence, and inquires with a smile, "What? Are you not inclined to assist him?" Under Liu Feng's frigid stare, the group involuntarily shivers. The foremost among them stammers, "Young man, our leader will seek retribution for this." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng raises an eyebrow, his colossal sword tilting slowly. The man, witnessing this motion, is so horrified that he retreats several steps, only to be caught by his companions behind him. Observing the frantic mercenary members fleeing in utter disarray, Liu Feng scoffs derisively. "Hey, Xiao Feng, you are truly formidable," the boisterous dwarf Bada's first exclaims, a broad grin illuminating his face as he bounds over to Liu Feng, leaping in a manner that suggests he wishes to pat the hero on the shoulder. However, after several failed attempts, he merely scratches his head in frustration. "Hee, Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Kent also approaches with a smile, expressing concern. The joy radiating from his face reflects his inner delight. The mage Beifa appears equally flushed, brimming with excitement. The elf Mo-Fei simply gives Liu Feng a thumbs up. "Hee, not bad at all. Let us depart." Liu Feng smiles, surveying the throng of onlookers surrounding them. "Very well. Our objective has been achieved, and everyone is quite satisfied." The following days unfold with remarkable tranquility. For reasons unknown, the frantic mercenary corps refrains from seeking vengeance. Everything seems as it did in the past. Liu Feng accompanies Kent and the others on several missions, gradually developing an increasing interest in the life of a mercenary. "Hey, Xiao Feng, today we have secured a C-rank mission. Quite splendid. If it weren't for my cleverness, it wouldn't have been ours." The dwarf calls out from afar before reaching the door. "Oh, a C-rank? That is indeed impressive," Liu Feng responds, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected opportunity. Such C-rank missions are typically scarce, appearing only about once a month within the mercenary guild. It is astonishing that Bot has managed to seize one. The previously exuberant dwarf, upon hearing this, suddenly erupts with fury. "Haven't I told you countless times? Is your accuracy with about truly so remarkable? What is so praiseworthy about that? Why don't you demonstrate your prowess with my mighty hammer?" Observing the incessant prattling of the dwarf, Liu Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Botas, the captain has stated that if you continue to make such noise, you might as well forego drinking altogether." The cacophony abruptly ceased. The dwarf, feeling disheartened, scratched his head and muttered, "If you're not going to talk, then why deprive me of my drink?" He extended a piece of parchment towards Liu Feng, saying, "Here, Xiao Feng, this is the C-rank task. Take a look, it's rather promising." Liu Feng chose to disregard the dwarf's earlier comments and accepted the parchment, scrutinizing it carefully. The C-rank task entailed escorting the Faudalan merchant caravan safely to Peace Town, with a reward of 10,000 gold coins. After digesting the information, Liu Feng lowered his gaze in contemplation, sensing something amiss. The journey from the Sunless Land to Peace Town was merely a day's trek, requiring only a brief passage through a stretch of vast grassland, thus posing little danger. This task could easily be classified as D-rank, or even E-rank. How could it possibly be designated as C-rank? Furthermore, the remuneration seemed disproportionately high. "There appears to be a problem," Liu Feng mused. "Oh, what issue?" Mo-Fei, having put away his bow and approached, inquired curiously upon hearing Liu Feng's remarks. "Well, you see, this task should only be D-rank at most. Yet it has been elevated to C-rank, with a substantial reward," Liu Feng explained as he handed the parchment to Mo-Fei. "Very well, let it be so." Liu Feng replied with a gentle nod, adding with a smile, "I hope there is nothing serious at hand. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste Bada's good intentions, haha." Mo-Fei chuckled softly in response. Bada's, observing the two companions sharing a light-hearted moment, could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. A soft, youthful voice chimed from Liu Feng's embrace. Hearing this, Bada's grew even more perturbed, vigorously scratching his head and exclaiming, "Lazy snake, if you keep making noise, I'll cook you." though I've never eaten a long-legged snake. The little golden creature, slowly emerging from Liu Feng's arms, gave the dwarf a distinctly human-like eye roll and presented a fool card once more. Fool. Watching the dwarf disappear around the distant corner, Liu Feng smiled. Hee. It is quite pleasant to be with them. They are my friends. The little golden creature continued to slide from Liu Feng's embrace, landing lazily on his shoulder, basking in the gentle rays of sunlight. Mo Fei found Liu Feng's pet utterly perplexing. It had no wings yet could fly, and despite only being a 9th-tier magical beast, it spoke like a human. However, it did not resemble any 9th-tier super beast in Mo Fei's eyes, as it simply lounged in its masteress' arms, occasionally venturing out for a brief jaunt. Extremely finicky when it comes to dining, it indulges solely in the barbecued meats prepared by Liu Feng, dismissing all other delicacies with disdain. Consequently, everyone has dubbed it the eccentric lazy snake. Little did anyone suspect that it was, in fact, the fourth supreme being of the human realm, nor did anyone dare to entertain such a thought. Chapter 5, Slaughter, Part 1. As the hours drifted by in a tedious wait, the sky gradually darkened. The moonlight, with its delicate touch, began to reveal its sharp crescent, softly casting a gentle silver glow. Liu Feng, seated cross-legged upon a stone chair, suddenly furrowed his brow and murmured, "Something feels amiss. Mo Fei, let us venture out to find the captain." Mo Fei, who was practicing with his arrows, sensed the urgency in Liu Feng's voice and, his expression shifting, quietly stowed away his bow and arrows, fixing his gaze intently upon Liu Feng. Understanding Mo Fei's unspoken intent, Liu Feng realized he must devise a plan himself. With a frown, he resolved, "Let us first explore the surroundings and inquire at the nearby shops. We might glean some information." Mo Fei nodded affirmatively and swiftly dashed out. Liu Feng leapt from his stone seat, but just as he was about to exit, Mo Fei's voice rang out from outside. "Xiao Feng, hurry. The captain is here." Startled, Liu Feng rushed outside. There, he beheld Ken Si, Bei Fa, and Ba De Si, all bearing grievous wounds. Ken Si and Bei Fa had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A glint of cold light flashed in Liu Feng's eyes as a chilling smile crept across his lips. "Very well. Mo Fei, assist the captain and the others inside," Liu Feng calmly instructed. "Understood. What are you planning?" Mo Fei inquired with a slight nod. Hee. Did they not wish to play? "I shall keep them company," Liu Feng responded. "Be careful," Mo Fei, aware of Liu Feng's prowess, expressed his concern, albeit minimally. After Mo Fei helped Ba to see through the entrance, Liu Feng chuckled softly. "Tonight, I shall take lives." His tone remained tranquil, yet it bore a palpable air of menace. With a graceful turn, he made his way to the nearby armory, procuring 2 weapons, a light sword and a heavy sword, one for slashing, the other for cleaving. As he walked silently upon the expansive bluestone pavement, he gazed at the nearby houses, brightly lit and lively. The Mad Fantasy Mercenary Corps, a grand name emblazoned in magical script, radiated brilliantly against the dim night sky. Listening to the boisterous laughter emanating from within, Liu Feng couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Are you enjoying yourselves? Soon, your joy will deepen." 2 languid mercenaries stood at the entrance, arms crossed, occasionally casting envious glances inside. "Hey, brat, what are you doing standing there? Get lost. Do you not realize this is the domain of the Mad Fantasy Mercenary Corps?" The burly man on the left glowered at Liu Feng as he approached, his voice laden with irritation. "Who are you, kid? Looking for someone? Our captain's inside." "So tread carefully," cautioned the man on the right, his demeanor more astute, laced with an underlying threat. "Your captain is inside." "That's splendid," Liu Feng replied with a gentle smile. The 2 mercenary sentinels breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the words, initially believing they were about to greet a friend of their leader with smiles. However, their expressions froze at the light, airy remarks. "Second, act swiftly, summon the others." The burly man on the right growled, drawing his great sword for a swift strike, while reminding his comrades to raise the alarm. "No need for that. I shall enter myself shortly." The sharp blade, imbued with the force of the winds, descended directly towards the stunned Liu Feng's head. It drew nearer, closer still, and the man could almost savor the sound of the blade slicing through flesh, a wicked grin creeping across his lips. The sword struck Liu Feng's head with a violent force, yet there was no splatter of blood. The blade passed straight through Liu Feng's body, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The man's pupils constricted in shock. Was it an afterimage? A sudden, searing pain pierced his neck. Before he could turn, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to death. Withdrawing his sword and swiftly appearing before the fleeing giant, Liu Feng executed a swift slice, leaving a crimson mark across the man's throat. The burly figure stared in disbelief, eyes wide, before collapsing to the ground. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon your choice of companions. As he strode forward, the glimmer of his sword painted a path of blood, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Soft-heartedness? Compassion? Such notions were merely the charity of the strong towards the weak. Observing the brightly lit buildings ahead, Liu Feng smirked coldly. For every obstacle encountered on his path, a life had been extinguished. Murder is truly terrifying. But such is merely a concept on Earth. Here, taking a life is simplicity itself. The difference between slaying one and thousands lies only in numbers. You are strong. They are weak. You live. They perish. A straightforward and profound law. With a swift kick, he shattered the door, casting a cold gaze upon the startled crowd within. Remaining silent. 7th tier, Earth Mage. Young brother, I am MO2, the leader of the Delirium Mercenary Corps. What brings you here? As he slowly rose, observing the dripping blood from Liu Feng's blade, he understood that the guards in the courtyard had all been dealt with. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. You are the leader of the Delirium Mercenary Corps? You are the one who harmed Ken's, are you not? Liu Feng's gaze lifted slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, young brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. MO2's lips twitched, forcing a dry laugh. It's just that. Is it, or isn't it? The icy words interrupted his attempts at evasion. Damn it, you little brat. Who do you think you are to speak to our leader in such a manner? A young mage beneath MO2 seethed with rage at Liu Feng's audacity, shouting, let me tell you, our boss is a... Before he could finish, a severed head soared into the air. The pupils of MO2 suddenly constricted sharply. What incredible speed is this? A chill enveloped his heart. Where did Ken get the opportunity to encounter such a formidable adversary? Damn it, how could there be no news whatsoever? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he blurted out. You are the one who injured Wu Kai? Liu Feng nonchalantly nodded. That would be me. He chuckled lightly, little brother. Mud burial. However, MO2's tone abruptly shifted as he unleashed a high-tier spell. The hall trembled, and the solid ground swiftly transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring Liu Feng's feet tightly. With a sinister grin, MO2 declared, Brat, you are overly confident. Though your speed is astonishing, I am eager to see how you will escape from this mire. Third brother, shoot. A sharp command jolted those nearby awake. Understood. The archer swiftly readied his bow, the arrowhead gleaming with a cerulean light as it locked onto Liu Feng in the depths of the swamp. Chapter 6, Slaughter, Part 2. The arrow was knocked. Poised to strike. With a whoosh, the iron projectile hurtled towards Liu Feng's head. Liu Feng attempted to move his legs, ensnared by the mud. Yet he could not free himself. In the blink of an eye, the arrow approached, eliciting faint smiles of excitement from the onlookers in the hall. They reveled in the exquisite sound of the arrow piercing flesh and the beautiful scene of blood splattering. However, this time, they would be sorely disappointed. Liu Feng gazed at the arrow, which seemed to grow larger in his vision, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, the spectators in the hall stared in disbelief at the empty space where a man had been destined to meet his demise just a moment prior. Most notably, MO2 above them displayed an expression of sheer astonishment. He suddenly shouted, Be careful, gather around. The people in the hall had been comrades for years, some even for over a decade, and they shared an unspoken bond. MO2, with a grave expression, rose from his seat and grasped his nearby staff. Once in hand, the staff seemed to imbue him with a measure of courage, prompting him to speak in hushed tones. My friend, I understand that we may have gone too far regarding the Ken's brothers today, but they are in no position to retaliate, and you have also harmed our Wu Kai. Can we not let this matter rest? There is no remedy for regret in this world. A soft murmur echoed in his ears. MO2's body stiffened abruptly, cold sweat soaking his back as he turned pale with terror. When did someone approach from behind? The mercenaries below sensed their leader's peril. They exchanged hesitant glances, some contemplating a rescue, yet the specter-like speed of their adversary loomed ominously in their minds, rendering them immobile as if roots had taken hold of their feet. Swallowing hard, MO2 spoke with a dry throat. What is it that you desire, friend? He chose his words with utmost caution, yet his right hand subtly moved, a fragment of a scroll discreetly sliding from the ample sleeve of his robe. We can offer you an apology. Do you seek gold, or perhaps companionship? A trickle of magic flowed from his right hand, gently caressing the enchanted scroll. In his heart, Mo2 felt a surge of elation. Just a little more time. I need just a little more time. Yet before he could fully embrace his exhilaration, a low sigh shattered his hope. Ah. I initially intended to allow you to live a while longer, but it seems you seek your own demise. What a pity. With a sickening thud, Mo2 stared blankly at the blade protruding from his chest, his consciousness slowly fading. Is this what it feels like to confront death? Without a glance at the swiftly lifeless earth beneath him, Liu Feng stepped over it, a sinister, cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the anxious crowd below. You have a chance to survive, he proclaimed, his words igniting a flicker of hope among them. However, there can only be one. The joy faded, leaving only pallor. Silence, an oppressive silence. As death loomed near, the bonds of past friendship faced a severe trial. Death itself is not terrifying. Rather, it is the moments preceding it that instill fear. You may remain silent, Liu Feng remarked with a slight smile, casually kicking over a wine goblet on the table, the emerald liquid cascading forth. However, before this cup is emptied, the agreement is void. The faces of the crowd shifted anxiously. Silence reigned, broken only by the rhythmic dripping of wine on the ground. Liu Feng, seemingly unfazed, maintained his smile, yet to those below, it appeared as a devilish grin. Drip. Drip. The wine dwindled, each drop falling heavily onto the floor, synchronizing with the frantic beating of their hearts. Eventually, some could bear the pressure of impending death no longer. One individual at the back, his gaze flickering uncertainly before settling, raised his knight's sword slowly, aiming it at the back of his companion, and thrust it down mercilessly. A cry of anguish shattered the stillness. Under the weight of death, madness erupted among the others. Weapons in hand, they ruthlessly turned upon their former allies. The hall was filled with screams, and the crimson blood, illuminated by the lights, took on an otherworldly hue. Liu Feng observed the scene below with an icy detachment, the chaos reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The number of combatants dwindled rapidly amidst their mutual slaughter. Liu Feng swirled a glass of red wine, his gaze penetrating through it, revealing a landscape littered with corpses, grotesquely accentuated by the wine's vivid color. When the last bloodied figure, propped up by his great sword, swayed unsteadily to his feet, his eyes locked onto Liu Feng's. I have one. Let me go. Judging by the knightly armor he wore, he was indeed a knight. Yet, the virtues of knighthood, fairness, camaraderie, kindness, were utterly absent in him. Liu Feng merely lifted his eyelids slightly and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. The knight shot Liu Feng a venomous glare, dragging his battered body toward the exit. Perhaps by the time you graduate, you will have completely forgotten the knightly virtues your teacher imparted to you. Came the mocking laughter from behind. You never had a chance. I never intended for you to walk out alive. A sigh, laced with cold words, echoed slowly. The knight spun around, exclaiming, How can you not uphold your promises? In my eyes, you are no different from an NPC. Thus I see no reason to discuss principles of morality with you. Moreover, I refuse to allow a treacherous individual like you to roam freely, potentially causing me unnecessary trouble. If you are so ruthless to your own companions, how much worse would it be for me? Liu Feng smirked coldly, gazing down at the knight. Although the knight was unfamiliar with the term NPC, the look in Liu Feng's eyes reminded him of a hunter's gaze towards a destined prey. A shiver coursed through his body as he lunged forward with his long sword aimed at Liu Feng, yet he had already dashed out the door. Liu Feng's lips curled slightly. To run? Is that even a possibility? Ignoring the swiftly approaching blade, he lifted his foot and vanished from sight. The knight fled in utter disarray, vowing in his heart that he would make Liu Feng suffer a humiliation far greater than his own today. Suddenly, the image of those cold, piercing black eyes flashed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. The door was right before him. If he could just escape through it, surely that person would not dare to kill him in the open street. You are so slow. I have been waiting quite a while. A cold laugh echoed from the vicinity of the door. In the knight's horrified gaze, a slender, frail figure slowly materialized by the entrance. A torrential spring rain, a premeditated experiment, an incident that was anything but accidental. Chapter 7. The enforcement team. As Liu Feng glanced at the knight, who appeared ready to flee once more, he could not suppress a look of impatience. With a swift motion, he hurled his longsword, which, in the knight's horrified gaze, pierced through his throat and continued its trajectory, leaving the lifeless body suspended against the wall. Liu Feng extended his fair hand and vigorously wiped it against his clothing. Stepping outside, he noticed the street was devoid of pedestrians, as twilight had fallen. With a dismissive smile, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a formidable surge of internal energy that shattered the surrounding air, scattering luminous particles. The frenzied mercenary group dissipated into the ether. In the presence of friends, Liu Feng shed his cold, murderous demeanor, nodding with a smile as he inquired, "Captain, are they unharmed?" "Indeed, Beifa and Badasi are relatively unscathed, but the captain has sustained serious injuries and may be unable to undertake missions for a month," came the response. Laced with frustration, "Those bastards are ruthless." In his anger, Mo Fei momentarily forgot the grace typically associated with elves. "Never mind, if it takes a month to recover. That is acceptable as long as we are alive. As for those scoundrels, they have already vanished," Liu Feng reassured, his tone remarkably calm when referring to their disappearance. "You eliminated them all?" Mo Fei gestured vaguely in the air. "Well, they brought this upon themselves by antagonizing those who are not to be trifled with," Liu Feng remarked nonchalantly. "Ah, forget it. It's done. Let it be," Mo Fei conceded. Though the elven proclivity for peace struggled to reconcile with this harsh reality. Ultimately, the bonds of camaraderie prevailed, and he could only smile wryly and shake his head. Observing Liu Feng's retreating silhouette as he entered the room, Mo Fei let out another rueful chuckle. Gently pushing open the wooden door, Liu Feng softened his footsteps, making a subtle gesture towards the dwarf who had already noticed his presence. Badasi, ever astute, stifled his words and, with a grin, whispered, "Little Feng, did you avenge us?" Seeing Badasi, battered and bruised yet more concerned about vengeance than his own injuries, Liu Feng could not help but chuckle bitterly. "Rest assured, you shall be satisfied." With a wide grin, Badasi clapped Liu Feng on the shoulder. "Well done, you're a good lad." Rolling his eyes, Liu Feng cautioned, "Stay still, once you're well. You still need to accompany us on missions. Don't think you can slack off now. Be quiet, the captain has yet to awaken." "Beifa, how are you holding up?" Liu Feng queried, noticing the bloodstains on Beifa's form. "Haha, don't worry, brother Feng. I'm fine. Just a few superficial wounds. I'll be back to normal in no time," Beifa replied with a grin. "Very well, you all should take a rest. We shall discuss matters further when the captain awakens tomorrow." The following morning, Kins gradually stirred from his slumber, prompting Liu Feng to quietly exhale in relief. "Xiao Feng, speak to me honestly. What has become of the wild fantasy mercenary corps?" Kins inquired, propping himself up. "What else could it be? You are well aware," Liu Feng shrugged, taking a sizable bite from the fruit on the table. "Ah, you rascal, can't you?" Kins sighed with a bitter smile. "The actions of the Daybreak killers are quite severe. It is possible that the enforcement team has already traced us." "Oh." Liu Feng's gaze sharpened momentarily before returning to normal. "The enforcement team serves as the maintenance force of Daybreak, established as a violent organization specifically targeting mercenaries, comprised predominantly of individuals at least of the 5th tier. How many members are there?" "Well, it is said to consist of merely a little over 100, yet. I have heard that the leader of this enforcement team is none other than the brother of the Lord of Daybreak, Dukat, a top-tier stellar powerhouse, Ohio." "A 9th-tier stellar powerhouse?" Liu Feng's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that Daybreak harbored such formidable talents. However, the presence of a stellar powerhouse did not instill fear within Liu Feng. Rather, it ignited a sense of eager anticipation. The stellar tier powers he had encountered in the Death Forest, though fleeting, had left a profound impression on him. Now, having surpassed another threshold, he was keen to test his mettle against a stellar powerhouse. With a faint smile, he reassured, "Do not worry, Captain. The stellar tier is not as formidable as it seems." Kins smiled helplessly, wishing to offer further counsel, but upon seeing the resolute glint in Liu Feng's eyes, he relented. "Well, do as you wish. If that day truly comes, just abandon us and flee on your own." Liu Feng instinctively filtered out Kins' words. He not only felt confident in his ability to contend with the stellar powerhouse, but even if he lacked that confidence, he had the formidable dragon in his embrace. As for Xiao Jin's prowess, Liu Feng had never doubted it. At the very least, he recognized that he was certainly not a match for Xiao Jin. Kins' concerns were evidently well-founded. That very morning, upon discovering the tragedy befalling the wild fantasy mercenary corps, Dukat was incensed and promptly dispatched the enforcement team to commence an investigation. Following meticulous scrutiny, the suspicion eventually fell upon the blazing mercenary corps. After all, in recent days, they were the only ones to have clashed with the wild fantasy mercenary corps. Many had witnessed Liu Feng teaching Wu Kai a lesson that day, and numerous bystanders were present when Kins and his group were reprimanded by Mo Tuesday. Thus, the blazing mercenary corps held the greatest suspicion. Upon awakening that morning, Liu Feng sensed something was amiss. Surrounding him were an array of concealed yet piercing gazes. A slight furrow of his brow made the situation clear. These must be the so-called law enforcement squad. He couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. How could such feeble individuals hold positions of authority? Were they not afraid of being easily overpowered? In truth, Liu Feng was unaware of the true nature of strength in this world, which led him to such misconceptions. Members of the law enforcement squad were at least of the 5th tier, a level that many spend their entire lives striving to attain without success. For the average person, the squad was composed of elites, yet for Liu Feng, they barely qualified as mid-tier. Chapter 8. Rada with a slight twist of his lips. Rada gracefully leapt onto the rooftop, observing a shadow concealed in a dim corner. The figure swayed gently before vanishing from sight. Today, Rada's mood was rather somber, weighed down by the recent carnage within the Delirium Mercenary Corps. A total of 38 individuals had fallen, 25 at the 3rd tier, 9 at the 4th, 2 at the 5th, 1 at the 6th, and a 7th tier Earth Mage. Such a formidable assembly could hardly be obliterated easily, even by an 8th tier master. Among the deceased, most bore but a single wound, a deep gash at the neck, all identically placed. What did this signify? It indicated that there was but one perpetrator. The ability to eliminate so many mercenaries without their awareness showcased a power that undoubtedly matched that of an 8th tier. After thorough investigations, some leads finally emerged. Initially, the Blazing Mercenary Corps lacked any particularly formidable figures. However, today, intelligence revealed the presence of an unnamed powerhouse among them. This individual had previously incapacitated the somewhat renowned Wu Kai with a single strike. Shortly after this incident, the leader of the Delirium Corps ambushed the leader of the Blazing Corps on the streets, resulting in a confrontation. That very night, the Delirium Corps was annihilated. All evidence pointed towards the unnamed powerhouse within the Blazing Mercenary Corps. Thus, Rada found himself among the unfortunate souls tasked with monitoring the Blazing Corps. Oh, that fellow Albasan was an 8th tier master. His own frail 6th tier physique could hardly withstand a mere kick from such a being. Surely, this was the doing of that scoundrel Gansa, harboring resentment for not lending him money during their last visit to the paradise of exquisite delights, seeking revenge in this manner. As he continued to mentally berate that vindictive scoundrel, Rada's gaze remained fixed on the courtyard, undeterred by his inner grievances. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a young man who quietly entered his line of sight, gradually making his way into the courtyard. Rada's heart raced. Could this be the unnamed powerhouse? He appeared far too youthful, a veritable genius. Abruptly, the young man halted, as if sensing something amiss. And his head turned slowly. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Rada's heart tightened. He noticed a glimmer of amusement in the young man's eyes. Had he discovered us? A sense of disbelief washed over me. Had all the hidden masters of the enforcement team truly come here, and had he discerned my presence with a mere glance? The young man's piercing gaze continued to sweep the area, reminiscent of the keen sight of a hawk, stirring within me a profound sense of trepidation. His searching eyes eventually rested upon the shadowy refuge where I concealed myself. Had he truly discovered my hiding place? I felt momentarily stunned. My skills in concealment were renowned within the team. Even the esteemed Lord Ao could scarcely detect my hidden form. I repeatedly whispered to myself, he has not seen me. He has not seen me. Employing the stealth techniques of a rogue, I pressed myself further into the darkness. Yet, those obsidian eyes, as dark as the night itself, remained steadfastly fixed upon me. As I lamented my misfortune, I could not tear my gaze away from the young man in the courtyard. My eyelids fluttered momentarily before snapping wide open. The expansive courtyard, once bustling, was now eerily vacant, devoid of any presence. What manner of being was this? A chill crept into my heart as I cautiously lifted my head to glance at my companions hidden nearby, who were also stirred by the uncanny scene that had transpired. An involuntary retreat began to form in my mind, and my right foot subtly shifted backward. Well, my friend, what are you still watching? A soft voice suddenly echoed from behind me. My pupils constricted, and my body stiffened as I mustered all my strength to turn my head slightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure clad in white, with a face both pale and unremarkable. Was it not the very person I was meant to surveil? My lips quivered slightly as I managed to utter, "Hello, friend. I am merely admiring the scenery." "Oh, it seems there is nothing particularly scenic here, just a courtyard," the young man responded. His brow furrowed in confusion as he leaned closer. Alarmed by his proximity, I instinctively took several steps back. "Are you afraid of me?" he asked, bewildered. I swallowed hard and replied, "No, not afraid." "Oh," he nodded, casually inquiring, "are you part of the enforcement team?" What? I beg your pardon. I do not understand, I stammered, reflexively nodding before abruptly shaking my head and retreating another couple of steps. I turned my eyes, feigning confusion. What do you mean, sir? The young man frowned, his tone turning cold. If I catch you again, I shall eliminate you on sight. Now, be gone and summon your superior. Realizing that our surveillance had been uncovered, I sighed in resignation. Very well, esteemed sir, I shall report to my superior. Please, spare the others from your wrath. The young man rolled his eyes at my words. If I wished to kill you, would I bother with such trivial conversation? I am not a murderer. Now let us depart. Lada nodded eagerly, secretly harboring disdain. Who would believe you are not a killer? From his waist, he produced a magical whistle and gently blew into it, releasing a sound reminiscent of a bird's call. Upon hearing this avian sound, the surroundings stirred momentarily before settling into silence. All right, my lord, all our men have retreated. May I also take my leave? Lada inquired cautiously. Yes, depart. Do you expect me to invite you to dinner? The young man shot him a glare and waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, Lada felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and he bolted away, leaving a trail of dust as he disappeared around the corner of the street. Heavens! Am I truly that terrifying? The young man mused, scratching the back of his head in perplexity as he observed Lada's swift retreat. Once Lada rounded the corner, he slumped against the wall, panting heavily. Phew, that was frightening. The intensity of that individual's presence rivals that of Lord Aohao. I must hurry to inform my lord. Such an adversary is beyond our capability to confront. Chapter 9. Intrigued by Yu Ken's furrowed his brow as he gazed at the task scroll in his hand. Uncertain of what to do, this scroll contained a rather peculiar C-rank task that Bottas had obtained from the Mercenary Guild. Xiao Feng, what do you think? I'm injured and unable to take on this task, so I must rely on you, Kins remarked, glancing at his wounds with a wry smile. Not to worry. Liu Feng reassured him with a smile. I believe we should accept this task. If our mercenary group completes it, we can elevate to a C-rank group. Captain, it's all right. You can count on me, Bottas. The dwarf, eager for his first C-rank task, pounded his chest confidently. You? Kins shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming. It's precisely because of you that I feel uneasy. You complicate even the simplest tasks. Hee. After receiving Kins' reprimand, Bottas awkwardly scratched his head, casting furtive glances at Liu Feng. Seeing Bottas's comical expression, Liu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, don't be too hard on Bottas. He means well. Upon hearing Liu Feng's defense, Kins relented, chuckling. All right, Xiao Feng, I entrust these three rascals to you. Liu Feng nodded with a smile. Suddenly, stirred by an inner impulse, he rose and gazed toward the north, excitement and combat fervor flickering across his face. The other three were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Feng, what is this? The Starry Realm powerhouse. Surely, it must be the leader of the law enforcement team. Liu Feng responded with a gentle smile, devoid of any fear. Kins' expression changed, worry overtaking him as he stood up, anxiously clenching his fists. Forget it, Xiao Feng. Take these three away. Disregard me. Kins gritted his teeth, speaking with earnestness. Captain, do you lack faith in me? The outcome is yet to be determined, Liu Feng replied with a rueful smile, attempting to counter Kins' pessimism. Kins was taken aback. He had not considered it that way. In his mind, Liu Feng was at most an 8th-tier talent, despite his prodigious abilities. He was still so young. After all, 9th-tier powerhouses were rare in the human realm. The difference between 9th and 8th tier, though seemingly minor, was vast. A 9th-tier Starry Realm powerhouse could effortlessly defeat 3 8th-tier warriors. Such was the disparity. Liu Feng observed the formidable aura rising steadily from the north, feeling an inexplicable thrill within. The four, left in silent contemplation, sighed in unison. Liu Feng soared through the air, rapidly pursuing the powerful presence that was on the move. Hee, heading to the outskirts, are we? I share the same intent. Liu Feng chuckled as he followed closely behind. 2 formidable auras surged from the horizon, brazenly traversing the landscape and drawing the attention of numerous powerful individuals, yet none dared to approach. Although the identity of the owner of the latter aura remained a mystery, the former was quite familiar to some. The foremost figure was none other than the leading enforcer of the Sunless Realm, a 9th-tier stellar powerhouse, Aohao. However, the presence trailing behind him, equally as potent as Aohao's, left many in awe and disbelief. Who was this new stellar powerhouse that could stand toe-to-toe with Aohao? Liu Feng adeptly utilized the towering structures around him to firmly lock onto the preceding aura. His vital energy enveloped him in a thin membrane, shielding him from the slicing winds generated by his rapid movement. thus ensuring his safety. Gazing into the distance at the shadowy figure hovering in the air, Liu Feng's lips curled into a delightful smile. What a worthy opponent indeed. As they gradually exited the outskirts of the sunless city, their surroundings opened up to reveal an expansive grassland, a verdant sea, an ideal battlefield. Inspired by the vastness of the landscape, Liu Feng's spirit surged, and he let out a spirited cry that echoed across the skies. Hey, esteemed warrior ahead, do halt. If you continue running, you shall enter the territory of the beastmen. Haha, let us settle this here. The figure ahead, sensing Liu Feng's battle intent, halted and responded with a booming laugh that resonated like thunder. Liu Feng regarded the robust man before him with quiet admiration. What a straightforward fellow. Greetings, I am Ao Hao. May I inquire which esteemed master has trained you? Young brother? The burly man asked with a smile, believing that such an exceptional talent must have been nurtured by a remarkable mentor. Not wishing to clarify Ao Hao's assumption, Liu Feng merely inclined his body slightly in a gesture of courtesy. I am Liu Feng. My master deems me rather dull and forbids me from revealing his illustrious name. It was a clear evasion, yet Ao Hao, respecting Liu Feng's wishes, merely nodded in understanding. His expression then turned serious as he inquired, Liu Feng, did you orchestrate the massacre of the Dreaming Mercenary Corps? Liu Feng displayed no surprise at this question, responding with a nonchalant nod. Upon witnessing Liu Feng's acknowledgement, Ao Hao's demeanor shifted, and he coldly remarked, do you presume that there is no one in the Sunless Realm capable of holding you accountable for your actions? Is that why you act with such impunity? With a slight smile, Liu Feng maintained a cordial facade, though his tone carried a sharp edge. Ah, Lord Ao Hao, that statement is quite grave. The matters between myself and the Dreaming Mercenary Corps are purely personal grievances. It seems your esteemed organization has no jurisdiction over them. As Ao Hao's expression shifted once again, his eyes narrowed slightly. However, he stated, in an open dueling arena where the sun never sets. Had you slain him within the confines of the duel, I would have had no objections. Yet, you did not. Liu Feng raised his brows, so. Are you implying what I think you are? Ah, that will depend on whether you possess the capability. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, the surrounding breeze halting in response. Amidst the escalating tension, Liu Feng suddenly let out a light chuckle, shattering the carefully cultivated ambience Ao Hao had established. What are you laughing at? Ao Hao's displeasure was evident. I surmise that you must have some ulterior motive regarding me, my lord, Liu Feng remarked, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his dark eyes. Oh, on what basis do you draw such a conclusion? Ao Hao was momentarily taken aback, before donning a look of contempt. Yet, the flicker of surprise in his gaze inadvertently revealed his intentions. You are undoubtedly aware of my strength. Given that knowledge, why then do you persist in pursuing those insignificant beings? I assumed that the rabble of the Mad Mercenary Corps would hardly warrant your attention. Liu Feng smiled faintly and continued, yet, you remain fixated on me. Under such circumstances, it seems you have developed an interest in me. Ao Hao listened expressionlessly to Liu Feng's analysis, and only upon hearing the conclusion did a faint smile grace his lips. Indeed, I hold an interest in you. Chapter 10, God's Lair Windsplitter, are you interested in me? Liu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. No, I am intrigued by your prowess, Ao Hao quickly clarified. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Liu Feng inquired with keen interest. Indeed, Ao Hao nodded solemnly. On what grounds? Liu Feng lightly uttered. Hearing the subtly caustic tone in Liu Feng's words, Ao Hao remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he replied, because of your companions. Are you threatening me? Liu Feng's smile faded, replaced by a cold sneer. It is not a threat, but a request. Ao Hao corrected Liu Feng with earnestness. Oh, to request using my friends? Liu Feng scoffed. Heh, you foolish one. Ao Hao chuckled softly, observing Liu Feng's increasingly grim expression. He continued. If it weren't for my people rescuing your friend, they would likely be meeting their end by now. Liu Feng's dark pupils contracted sharply as he coldly asked. What do you mean? When dealing with foes, it is best to leave no roots for trouble. Yet you have committed this most elementary error, Ao Hao taunted. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing. Are you referring to Wu Kai? Huh, at least you haven't forgotten. Ao Hao nodded, smiling. Liu Feng gazed upon the self-satisfied grin on Ao Hao's lips and blinked. You do not think I am without any precautions regarding this, do you? Ao Hao was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The same words escaped Ao Hao's lips, causing Liu Feng to smile triumphantly. Do not say it is Wu Kai. Even you could never capture my friends alive. Do you believe that? Ao Hao shook his head. If you do not believe, I shall not explain the reasoning. Liu Feng slyly grinned, secretly amused. If you can capture anyone from Xiao Jin, I shall call you grandfather. However, should you desire my assistance, it is achievable. Liu Feng's words shifted, igniting Ao Hao's hopes. As long as you can defeat me, I shall aid you once. What? Upon hearing this demand, Ao Hao was initially taken aback, but then elated. Very well. In his heart, even though Liu Feng was also a 9th-tier star warrior, he felt confident in his ability to triumph, for strength varied among the stars, and Ao Hao was indeed among the stronger of them. With a graceful lift of his right hand, the space around him began to ripple, waves of visible distortion expanding outward. A colossal sword, gleaming with a verdant hue, abruptly materialized in Ao Hao's grasp. As he gently tightened his grip, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, shattering the white clouds above. The tremendous force pressed down, causing the very fabric of space to momentarily freeze. Liu Feng's smile vanished entirely as he concentrated, meticulously rotating the galactic cyclone within his dantian. Streams of vital energy swiftly coursed through his meridians, forming a protective barrier of qi that held back the immense pressure emanating from Ao Hao. His gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the magnificent green sword. Intricate, arcane patterns spiraled along its blade, glimmering subtly in the emerging emerald light. A splendid sword, Liu Feng remarked with genuine admiration. Upon hearing this, Ao Hao couldn't help but smile, his rough left hand softly gliding over the exaggerated blade as if caressing the delicate skin of a beloved. His eyes reflecting a tender light. The sword, measuring 30 feet in length and 20 in width, was said to be the weapon of the ancient wind deity, Ai Loasi. Having once been stained with the divine blood of 18 gods, earning its legendary status across the continent. This sword is exceptional, Liu Feng candidly praised, then continued, however. I believe that the renown of any weapon is intrinsically tied to its wielder. Thus, even if you possess this ancient artifact that once slew gods, you remain merely a stellar-level warrior, not the deity who once wielded it. Ao Hao was momentarily taken aback, though Liu Feng's words bore a hint of admonition. They resonated with profound truth and seemed remarkably beneficial to him. He nodded solemnly, a look of earnestness on his face. Thank you. Deep within, Ao Hao felt a surge of excitement. Having stagnated at the stellar level for over 2 decades without any advancement, he had long been perplexed by his lack of progress. Liu Feng's unintentional insight struck him like a revelation, illuminating what had once been a dark path. Liu Feng smiled lightly. No need for thanks. It is merely your own innate understanding. Though his expression remained calm, he felt a pang of envy within, pondering how this fortunate individual, armed with a fine sword and a sprinkle of earthly wisdom, could attain enlightenment so effortlessly. You might as well ascend to enlightenment, he silently cursed, maintaining an impassive facade. Shall we engage in battle? Hao nodded joyfully, genuinely pleased to have encountered such a benefactor. Liu Feng lightly nodded in response, deftly flipping 2 swords, one heavy and one light, into his hands. Observing this, Hao could not help but express his admiration. Brother Liu, your realm is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing ordinary individuals like myself. A twitch of Liu Feng's lips betrayed his inner lament. Alas, I am left with no worthy weapons. Nor do I wish to wield these broken swords. However, he concealed his thoughts beneath a serene smile, inquiring, shall we begin? Yes, let us commence, Hao affirmed, nodding emphatically as he sliced the air before him. A visible azure wind blade, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, surged across the grassland, sweeping a vast expanse of green as it hurtled toward Liu Feng. Yet, Liu Feng did not even flinch at the sight of the formidable wind blade, allowing it to collide fiercely with his seemingly fragile protective aura. The colossal wind blade, tinged with green, dissipated like a docile cat before the protective force, scattering grass remnants into the void. As the green remnants settled, a fierce assault ensued. Hao, expressionless, appeared in midair, his weapon poised to strike down at Liu Feng. Liu Feng gazed at the impending attack with a smile, showing no inclination to evade. Just as the blade was about to meet him, he met it head-on with his heavy sword, simultaneously uttering, double attack. The 2 heavy swords clashed violently in midair, causing the very fabric of space to momentarily freeze before erupting with force, sending grass shreds swirling into a mesmerizing green vortex at their point of contact. With a resounding thud, a figure was propelled from the grass remnants, leaving a despondent trail upon the ground. Another sound followed as a second figure emerged from the debris, their feet dragging deeply into the earth. Raising their head slightly, one of the figures chuckled, "Haha, you've met your match." Their bright, dark eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow amidst the swirling grass. Meanwhile, the figure in the distance slowly rose, nonchalantly brushing off the grass that clung to them, exclaiming with hearty laughter, "What a lad! I did not expect such immense and peculiar strength from you." Note: the additional commentary regarding updates and personal circumstances has been omitted as it does not pertain to the narrative. Chapter 11. The Confrontation of Stars, Part 1. A modest congratulation to myself. Last night, a tremor occurred, yet it left no mark. Today, I return with an update. Esteemed readers, do cast your votes and bestow your collections upon me. Thank you, dear potato, hehe. Ao how nonchalantly brushed off the remnants of grass from his attire, but within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. Such a peculiar and formidable aura of combat. As the party involved, Ao how was acutely aware of the sensations that coursed through him at the moment the two swords clashed. An enigmatic force surged through the point of intersection, striking heavily against his chest. Had it not been for his decades of battle experience, which prompted an instinctive eruption of battle energy, this single blow could have inflicted grievous harm upon him. The once mighty god-slaying sword seemed utterly powerless against the ordinary heavy sword, allowing that force to run rampant. Having coexisted with the blade of wind for decades, Ao how had never doubted its resilience. Yet today, such an anomalous occurrence instilled in him not only skepticism toward the blade of wind, but also profound apprehension regarding Liu Feng's unfathomable aura of combat. Gazing steadily at the unassuming youth standing at a distance with his hands clasped behind his back, Ao how remarked with a smile, such prowess, indeed worthy of such arrogance. Liu Feng nodded gently in acknowledgement, accepting the praise of this renowned star warrior. His right hand raised the iron sword slightly, poised for further combat. Observing this, Ao how erupted into hearty laughter. Well, young man, you possess courage, audacity, and strength. The repetition of well conveyed a deep appreciation, suggesting that in his eyes, Liu Feng had ascended to an equal echelon. Gradually, his laughter subsided, and he gripped the blade of wind once more, the previously waning momentum surging dramatically, transforming into a palpable force that sent the surrounding grass swirling through the air. Upon reaching the 9th tier of the star realm, the color of battle energy would revert, morphing into one's intrinsic battle energy hue. Ao how's azure battle energy revealed its essence, the element of speed, the wind. Liu Feng narrowed his black eyes, observing Ao how's intensified aura. Although startled, he felt no fear. Instead, an impulse to engage surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the chaotic battle spirit within. In a confrontation between titans, the moment is paramount. Any detrimental emotions must be temporarily cast aside. Let us engage. A low voice thundered, echoing across the vast grassland. Witnessing the flicker of fervent battle spirit igniting in Liu Feng's dark eyes, Ao how could not help but grin, revealing a battle-hungry smile. With a powerful thrust of his right foot against the ground, he vanished from sight in an instant. A colossal sword abruptly appeared beside Liu Feng, descending with lethal intent toward his neck. Liu Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he subtly shifted his right foot backward. The sharp blade, imbued with fierce fighting spirit, sliced horizontally across Liu Feng's neck, eliciting a few strands of black hair to flutter. The iron sword coiled around the rough, powerful hand gripping the massive sword like a venomous serpent, its sword aura radiating a subtle chill. Liu Feng was not versed in the intricacies of swordsmanship, yet he recalled a saying from Earth, in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. It was this velocity that Liu Feng sought as his unique sword technique. He had already sensed the transparent sword aura enveloping the ordinary iron sword, infused with an inexplicable power that compelled Ao how to exercise utmost caution. With a fierce swing, he unleashed a bellow, fighting spirit explosion. This formidable technique, available only to the stellar warriors, could instantaneously amplify his fighting spirit by 30%. The fighting spirit surged once more along the blade, carving a greenish mark in the empty space before him, and then it struck heavily against the seemingly fragile iron sword. On one side lay the legendary weapon, the god-slaying wind-cleaving sword. On the other, an ordinary iron sword, commonplace in shops. The disparity between heaven and earth was stark. Under normal circumstances, Ao how would have been confident in shattering 100 such iron swords into fragments. Yet now, an absurd thought emerged in his mind. The iron sword would not break. He must be wary of its counterattack. Although this notion seemed preposterous, Ao how firmly believed it. The massive sword, infused with tremendous power, bent the iron sword into a breathtaking arc, yet at the last moment, it was firmly steady just before contact. This defensive maneuver had been employed by Liu Feng during his battle with Sophie, yet now it appeared to be executed with even greater finesse and fluidity. With a smile, Liu Feng winked at Ao Hao, and then, amidst Ao Hao's astonished gaze, he subtly shifted his right foot. This movement, reminiscent of an antelope's graceful leap or an eagle's majestic dive, bore no trace of conventional technique, a spontaneous creation of Liu Feng's own design. That foot struck sharply and accurately against Ao Hao's chest. A resounding thud echoed upon impact. The two figures swiftly parted from one another. Liu Feng observed the torn fabric of his shirt and marveled at Ao Hao's quick reflexes. He was well aware of the speed of his own kick, and with unreserved honesty, he declared that this was the most gratifying strike he had delivered since arriving in this strange world. Should he be asked to replicate it now, he doubted he could achieve the same result. Remarkable skill, Ao Hao mused, brushing the footprint from his chest, feeling a mix of exhilaration and frustration. He was thrilled to encounter such a formidable opponent, yet felt a twinge of discontent, as despite their evenly matched struggle, he seemed to be the one in a more precarious position. Liu Feng licked his lips, his gaze fixated intently on Ao Hao. The implication clear, they would battle once more. Gazing into Liu Feng's unwavering combat spirit, Ao Hao felt a fervent fire ignite within him. How many years had it been? How long since he had experienced such exhilaration? He had never been one to shy away from conflict. The blood coursing through his veins harbored a profound affinity for battle. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he bellowed, "Fight!" The wind surged, clouds roiled, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The immense presence of the two warriors surged once more across the vast grassland, stirring the languid clouds high above. The considerable distance that separated them seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. On the expansive prairie, the sound of clashing swords echoed incessantly. The two figures occasionally flickered into view, engaging in fierce, relentless assaults. The supple layers of grass were torn asunder, revealing the hidden brown earth beneath. As they clashed again, they swiftly separated, each propelling themselves several meters away, maintaining a watchful stance. Both were tattered and disheveled, yet their expressions bore no hint of despair. Only excitement and fervor for combat. Breathless and exhilarated, Ao Hao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "What a thrill! Truly exhilarating, brother. You are indeed remarkable." Through the series of battles, Ao Hao began to harbor a faint respect for the young man before him, and his address to Liu Feng became increasingly familiar. Liu Feng rested his heavy sword on his shoulder, offering a slight smile. "Brother Ao Hao, you are also quite impressive." This renowned star warrior, known for his immense reputation, clearly sought camaraderie, and Liu Feng was not one to decline such an offer. "Brother Ao Hao, you haven't yet unleashed your full strength, have you?" Liu Feng's twin swords clashed, producing a series of resonant sounds. Ao Hao laughed triumphantly. "5 levels, you too, correct?" Raising an eyebrow, Liu Feng remained silent, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Shall we test again?" "Very well, but this time I shall give it my all." "Losing to a young lad like you would surely be a laughingstock," he replied, facing Liu Feng's renewed provocation with hearty laughter. "Brother Liu, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a top-tier Star Warrior's battle armor," Ao Hao declared, a proud smile gracing his lips as he drove his sword into the grass beneath him. With the final word escaping his lips, the azure battle aura enveloping him surged with vigor, materializing into a towering 3-meter-high form that swiftly surged into his being. As the immense aura enveloped him, Ao Hao's body emitted a faint azure glow that gradually intensified until it completely shrouded him. In the distance, Liu Feng squinted his dark eyes, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ao Hao's transformation. The azure light slowly faded, revealing a robust figure within. With the disappearance of the blue radiance, Ao Hao finally unveiled his true form. Standing at a modest height of around 1.80 meters, Ao Hao now towered over 3 meters, donned in a suit of battle armor that resembled an iron giant, concealing his entire physique. The azure armor was intricately adorned with mysterious runes, through which streams of azure energy flowed incessantly. Observing Ao Hao, now encased like a steel turtle, Liu Feng's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Would this serve as a decisive blow? It was nothing more than a mobile, oversized sandbag. Oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere target in Liu Feng's eyes, Ao Hao's boastful voice emanated from beneath the armor. "What do you think? Have you ever seen anything like this? Aha. There are surely no more than 10 individuals in the realm of humanity who possess such battle armor." Though hidden beneath the armor, Liu Feng could easily envision the smug grin that accompanied Ao Hao's words. With a slight smirk, he thought to himself, "Soon, you'll discover whether your turtle shell is as impenetrable as you believe. Watch closely, I am coming." A thunderous shout reverberated from within the armor. Grasping the wind-splitting sword before him, Ao Hao's colossal feet left deep impressions on the grass below. Despite the seemingly massive armor, Ao Hao's speed remained undiminished, perhaps even enhanced. Witnessing Ao Hao charging like a rocket, Liu Feng chuckled softly. Speed. That is my forte. With a slight shift of his form, he vanished just as the gleaming giant sword reached him, leaving behind only an afterimage that was shattered by the colossal blade, dissipating into the void. A fierce kick, accompanied by a whistling sound of slicing air, struck towards Liu Feng, who effortlessly evaded the blow. The two figures danced across the expansive grassland, engaged in relentless combat, their forms flickering in and out of existence. Both were masters of speed, pursuing and transcending it. Countless afterimages appeared on the grass and in the air, only to fade away repeatedly. The occasional sound of clashing steel confirmed that a fierce battle was underway. Liu Feng struck fiercely with his sword against the radiant azure armor. The iron blade emitted a feeble wail, yet the armor bore no mark of impact. Heh, ordinary swords are ineffective against my battle armor. The triumphant, yet arrogant laughter resonated from beneath the armor. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow and murmured softly, "Is that so? Well then, allow me to demonstrate my quadruple attack." With another swing of his sword, he soared high into the sky, ascending several dozens of meters. Observing this, Ao Hao let out a resonant laugh. "You've lost. Young one, prepare to receive my move, the Crescent Moon Slash." With the wind cleaving sword in hand, a powerful azure light erupted, forming a crescent arc at the tip of the blade. The azure crescent sword beam traced a long trajectory in the air, piercing through the barriers of space, and hurtled towards Liu Feng with great ferocity. Liu Feng's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the flickering azure light of the crescent sword beam, acutely sensing the immense power it concealed. It was formidable indeed. Unless he unleashed the quadruple attack from his deadly strike, he could not hope to withstand it. Yet, that quadruple attack needed to be reserved for breaking through the tortoise shell below. Was it not excessively extravagant to employ an octuple attack instead? It would be wiser to evade. In a fleeting moment, Liu Feng had already arrived at his conclusion. With his extraordinary vision, Liu Feng remained steadfastly focused on the rapidly approaching crescent sword beam. As the icy cold light of the sword beam brushed against his skin, he vanished from sight in an instant, leaving Ao Hao in astonishment. Had his ultimate move simply been evaded? A sense of despair began to creep into his heart. But the overwhelming pressure from above snapped him back to reality. Looking up at Liu Feng, who was descending with a heavy sword, Ao Hao was perplexed. What was his intention? Did he seek to cleave through the battle armor? That seemed implausible. However, there was no time to ponder further as the attack from above was upon him in the blink of an eye. With the threat looming so close, Ao Hao channeled his fighting spirit into his sword and braced himself to meet the blow. A thunderous explosion resonated at the point of their clash, sending azure shards scattering through the air. Ao Hao, his face filled with horror, gazed at the continuously peeling away battle armor enveloping his body. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, forming a mist before him that slowly dissipated. Today's updates have arrived. For those with tickets, please cast your votes for Potato. Additionally, do not forget to save your favorites. Let us strive for the rankings tonight. I kindly ask for everyone's support. How could you achieve such a feat? Ao Hao's complexion turned pale, his incredulous exclamation echoed. The renowned battle armor of the continent was shattered by a single strike, and it was done with an ordinary heavy sword? It is truly hard to believe. Liu Feng smiled slightly, asserting that in this world, absolute defense does not exist. The best offense is indeed a strong defense. Bowing his head, he gazed at the finely fractured steel sword in his grasp, a sigh escaping his lips. After all, it was merely an ordinary iron sword. Although it ultimately broke through the formidable battle armor, it too faced the risk of shattering due to the immense pressure it endured. It seems I must swiftly seek a more suitable weapon. Ao Hao regarded the ordinary young man before him, whose features were not particularly handsome yet bore a hint of confidence in his smile. After clearing his throat twice, he remarked, "Well done, you truly are formidable. Capable of breaking my battle armor." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he continued with admiration. Countless orc warriors have long desired to shatter this armor with a single blow, yet they all failed. Who would have thought that today? It would be you who achieved this? Liu Feng chuckled softly, not pursuing the conversation further, and stepped forward to assist him cautiously. "Do not worry. This minor injury is of little concern to me." Ao Hao waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he needed no assistance. Slowly rising to his feet, Ao Hao fell silent, staring blankly at the two bright suns suspended in the sky. Liu Feng observed his somewhat dejected figure, perplexed by the scene. "Ah, it is as fate decrees," he murmured. After a prolonged silence, Ao Hao finally sighed, You may go. I shall ensure that matter is handled discreetly. Your friend is surely safe now. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow. Placing his hands behind his back, he walked slowly to Ao Hao's side, gazing up at the blazing suns, smiling. I would like to hear what assistance you require from me. Ao Hao abruptly turned his head, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. You are willing to help me? Speak, and if it is within my capacity and not excessive, I am unlikely to refuse, considering you fought alongside me. Liu Feng shrugged lightly. Ao Hao fell into silence, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a considerable time, he finally sighed softly. You should be aware of humanity's adversaries, correct? Orcs? Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly. Ao Hao solemnly nodded, stating, Orcs, a multitude of races with a vigorous reproductive capacity, yet due to the barren northern lands that yield little grain, they have long coveted humanity's fertile territories. Every 3 years, they initiate a war, and prior to each conflict, a grand duel is held with us. At this point, Ao Hao's tone paused, and Liu Feng understood that the main event was approaching. If we emerge victorious in this duel, it would severely undermine the morale of the orcs while significantly boosting our own spirits. However, should we suffer defeat, the Orc Empire would capitalize on their heightened morale to march northward and declare war on the Star Blue Empire. So, who are the participants in the duel? Did we win or lose last time? Liu Feng inquired, his arms crossed. Ao Hao was momentarily taken aback by these two questions and replied with a wry smile. Last time? We certainly lost. Otherwise, I wouldn't be scouring for reinforcements so desperately. The participants in the duel are all elite individuals selected from the 4 major academies of humanity. Oh, Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The 4 major academies? Does that mean the Star Blue Academy is included? With all participants being elites from the 4 academies, how could we possibly lose? Surely, they are not all inept, are they? Liu Feng smirked, mocking the situation. Hey, you underestimate the Orc Empire too much, don't you? The team sent by the 4 academies last time was formidable as well, comprising 1 8th tier for 7th tier and 7 6th tier fighters. Such a lineup cannot be taken lightly, Ao Hao explained. Then, what was the lineup of the Orc Empire last time? Liu Feng nodded, prompting for more information. There were 2 9th tier Star Realm warriors, 2 8th tier for 7th tier and 6 6th tier fighters. Ao Hao responded, his tone laden with gravity. Liu Feng was somewhat taken aback. Only 2 Star Realm warriors were dispatched? The remainder matched the elite personnel from the 4 academies. Are the orcs truly that gifted? Hee. While orcs may not possess the wisdom of humans overall, their population is vast, several hundred million. Even if a Star Realm expert emerges among 1 million, they would still have dozens, Ao Hao remarked with a pained smile. That makes sense. Liu Feng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Did you engage in the last duel? I presume you faced considerable challenges against those 2 Star Realm warriors. If it were a one-on-one match, I would have absolute confidence in defeating them. However, those 2 rascals are twin brothers, naturally attuned to one another, and their synergy significantly amplifies their offensive capabilities. My battle armor was shattered by their combined efforts last time. Ao Hao sighed in frustration. Liu Feng's mind suddenly sparked with intrigue. Twin brothers? How does our synergy compare to that of me and my mirror image? I truly wish to find out. How about the team dispatched by the 4 academies this time? Liu Feng's eyes gleamed as he playfully inquired. This time, the composition is somewhat better than last. Among the 4 academies, there are now 4 8th tier and 8 7th tier fighters. Ao Hao replied with a hint of satisfaction. Is there not a 9th tier? Liu Feng asked, casting a sidelong glance. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, Ao Hao nearly choked on the words, retorting. Do you think that starry strong warriors are as common as weeds by the roadside? One could easily grasp a handful. Liu Feng shrugged nonchalantly, so this time. We have you and me, 2 9th tiers, for 8th tiers and 8 7th tiers? Ao Hao nodded in affirmation. Are you aware of the Orc Empire's team for this time? Liu Feng inquired, folding his arms. What do you take me for? This matter is deemed confidential within the Orc Empire. How could I possibly acquire such information? Ao Hao rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly displeased with Liu Feng's assumption that he was all-knowing. All right, I concede to your request. I am equally intrigued by such promising prospects. Liu Feng chuckled softly, patting Ao Hao on the shoulder. With Liu Feng's agreement, Ao Hao's face broke into an excited grin as he returned the gesture. Good brother, thank you. Observing the flush of excitement on Ao Hao's face, Liu Feng merely shrugged lightly. Suddenly, a delicate figure flashed through his mind, that of Wei Er. Ao Hao. Do you know of a girl named Wei Er from the Starry Blue Academy? Oh, Wei Er? Could she be the saintly prodigy specially recruited by the Starry Blue Academy this time? Ao Hao was momentarily taken aback by the fervent gleam in Liu Feng's eyes. Yes, that's her. Will she be coming this time? Liu Feng nodded eagerly, pressing for an answer. She will not be attending. According to an old friend of mine, she has been personally taken under the wing of Dean Dian and is currently undergoing intensive training. She is unlikely to make an appearance this time. Ao Hao replied with a light chuckle, a hint of envy in his tone. After all, being taken in by a saintly powerhouse grants access to the profound mysteries of the saintly realm, a privilege that many powerful beings across the continent covet. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he also felt a flicker of joy for Wei Er's fortunate circumstance. After all, the Dean of the Starry Blue Academy is one of the 4 saintly beings in the human realm. With such an exceptional mentor, Wei Er must be overjoyed. In the depths of his mind, the melodious laughter of the girl echoed softly, bringing a warm smile to Liu Feng's lips. Noticing this, Ao Hao couldn't help but chuckle knowingly. What is this? Liu brother knows that talented young lady? Liu Feng smiled and nodded, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes. Talented young lady? Are you referring to Wei Er? Huh. Are you unaware of how Dean, the esteemed head of the Star Blue Academy, extols her virtues? Ao Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. Within 10 years, she shall ascend to the sacred realm. Liu Feng's expression faltered, struggling to grasp the weight of that proclamation. Ascend to the sacred realm in merely a decade? The earliest individuals to achieve such a status on the continent seemed to reach it in their 70s, didn't they? That was in the past. The young lady Wei Er has now garnered fame across the continent. The sacred realm is the lifelong aspiration of someone like me. It truly evokes a sense of envy. Ao Hao chuckled, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. Come now, my friend, do not be disheartened. Ascending to the sacred realm is contingent upon opportunity. Perhaps one day, in a whimsical moment, you shall soar. Liu Feng clapped Ao Hao on the shoulder, jesting. Do you think that's a trivial matter? Sir, indeed. Ao Hao retorted playfully, amused by the banter. The Star Blue Academy has only 3 participants in this battle, yet over 100 spectators have come to witness. For such high-level contests greatly benefit their comprehension of the realm, thus receiving the Academy's full support, Ao Hao explained. The trio comprises 1 8th tier and 2 7th tier individuals. Oh. Liu Feng nodded in understanding. Let me tell you something, Ao Hao continued, his excitement palpable. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to laugh. For Ao Hao's demeanor resembled that of gossip mongers on the streets of Earth, primed for juicy tidbits. The 8th tier student from Star Blue Academy is an unparalleled beauty. Her allure is simply enchanting. Ao Hao's eyes glimmered with the thrill of gossip. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow again, amused by Ao Hao's infatuation. Brother, you seem to have surpassed the age of pursuing beauty, haven't you? Besides, your daughter must be around the same age as her, right? With a dramatic eye roll, Liu Feng chose to ignore him. Upon noticing Liu Feng's exaggerated eye roll, Ao Hao finally grasped the situation, awkwardly rubbing his hands together before hastily diverting the topic. Do you know the name of this enchanting beauty? Liu Feng rolled his eyes once more, yet Ao Hao pressed on with his gossip. You don't know, do you? She is the eldest daughter of the Nikola family, one of the largest clans in the Star Blue Empire. Liu Feng's heart skipped a beat as a beautiful name from the depths of his memory resurfaced. Nikola Shui? You know her? Ao Hao inquired, turning to Liu Feng. A smirk danced at the corners of Liu Feng's mouth, as the memory of her left a profound impression. The spinning gold coins in the tavern flashed in his mind, and he whispered softly, Nikola Shui, are you prepared to face the consequences? Unexpectedly, you two are indeed a kindred spirit. Ao Hao grinned widely, and Liu Feng's obsidian eyes narrowed slightly. He found no inclination to refute Ao Hao's words. Let them think as they wish. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, cascaded over the earth, draping the boundless grassland in a vast silver veil. When does that grand duel commence? Liu Feng reclined gently on the soft grass, letting out a comfortable sigh. Observing his languid demeanor, Ao Hao could not resist lying down as well. There is still over a month left. Oh, Liu Feng nodded. Since there is still more than a month, there remains ample time to assist the captain and the others in completing that rather peculiar C-rank task. The thought of letting Mo Fei, Beifa, and that bewildered little dwarf tackle the mission alone left him uneasy. Well, I should take my leave now. After a considerable time, as the twin moons hung low in the sky, Liu Feng propped himself up, brushed off the grass clippings from his attire, and smiled. It's truly quite relaxing to be with you. Ao Hao beamed in agreement, nodding. Although he found it somewhat perplexing that a 9th-tier master would still be working in an ordinary mercenary group, he refrained from inquiring further. He understood that the seemingly ordinary young man before him, with his black hair and dark eyes, was anything but mundane. This is a person who feasts on tigers while appearing to be a mere pig. Rebirth aspiration. Reborn in 1982 Hong Kong, transformed into an ordinary high school student. Accompanied by a supermaid. Essentially, it is a reincarnation-themed urban tale, yet it possesses unique elements. It is a rather commendable book that friends should consider reading. Looking at the anxious expressions on their faces, Liu Feng felt a warmth in his heart. With a smile gracing his lips, he slowly stepped through the doorway. The sharp-eyed bodice spotted Liu Feng at the entrance immediately, leaping 2 meters in excitement and exclaiming, Look, look, I told you would be fine, haha. Beifa rushed out from behind, his face alight with enthusiasm. Brother Feng, are you all right? Did you defeat that guy? That guy, presumably refers to Ao. Liu Feng shook his head. No. Beifa was momentarily taken aback and then sighed, somewhat dejected. Liu Feng squeezed past him, made his way to a chair, and plopped down comfortably. A draw, neither a victory nor a defeat. Although I fortuitously managed to vanquish Ao, it is perhaps best not to broadcast such an occurrence widely, for it seems to hold little advantage for oneself. Otherwise, the tranquil days ahead may dissipate like mist. Upon hearing this, Beifa's round face once again illuminated with excitement as he rushed to Liu Feng's side. Brother Feng, I wish to become a swordsman. Being a mage holds no future. Liu Feng chuckled at his words. You aspire to be a swordsman? Beifa nodded vigorously. Very well, let us begin our physical training tomorrow. We shall first run a lap around the sunless day, followed by 1,000 lifts of a dwarf's hammer. That should suffice, Liu Feng said with a smile. Completely disregarding Beifa's increasingly pallid complexion, Liu Feng chuckled softly. This lad, so frail, desires to be a swordsman. All right, you scamp, be off and do not bother me. Quintus said with a smile, waving Beifa away. Xiao, are we still undertaking the task tomorrow? Indeed, why would we not? Liu Feng replied with a squinting smile. Ah well, I shall not dissuade you further. Just be cautious, Quintus remarked, initially intending to urge him to reconsider, but upon seeing that confident smile, he swallowed the words he had prepared. Liu Feng drained the cup of water and suddenly felt a stir within. Has that Wukai been here? Yes, he has. Though he merely circled around the entrance before being apprehended by a group of individuals who seemed to appear from nowhere. I have no idea what they're up to, Quintus replied, revealing his own confusion regarding the matter. Oh, Liu Feng nodded, acknowledging the truth in Aohao's words. Very well, I shall owe him this one favor. Although I was prepared, it ultimately proved unnecessary. What? Is something amiss? After years of navigating the mercenary world, Quintus possessed a keen insight and could easily discern that Liu Feng was preoccupied. Liu Feng shrugged and recounted his conversation with Ao in detail. At that moment, Mo Fei, who had been quietly seated at the back, suddenly spoke. Oh, a grand duel? Those events can be quite brutal. Liu Feng was taken aback. Brutal? Observing Liu Feng's astonishment, Mo Fei smiled. Perhaps Ao refrained from mentioning it to you, knowing your strength would render such concerns unnecessary. Oh, now I am intrigued. Liu Feng leaned forward. In what manner is it brutal? I have heard from my kin that this duel was organized by the orcs to bolster their morale, correct? Liu Feng nodded slightly. The orcs possessed a particular skill that could enhance their attack power by 50%, bestowing upon the Orc Empire formidable combat capabilities. However, this ability bore a critical flaw. At this juncture, Mo Fei paused, raised a cup of water from the table, and took a gentle sip, leaving the room's occupants in a state of heightened anticipation. After a prolonged silence, under the fervent and subtly murderous gazes of the crowd, he leisurely continued. The drawback is that once this skill is employed, the orcs lose their sanity, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter until they exhaust their stamina. Beside him, Badass suddenly leaped to his feet and exclaimed, I am aware. In my clan, there are those who have forged weapons for the orcs and have heard of this skill, which they refer to as frenzy. During duels, many orc combatants resort to it in pursuit of victory. In such a state of mental disarray, human fighters face 2 grim choices: to fight to the death or succumb. Even if victory is achieved, it is a Pyrrhic one. Failure would result in being torn to shreds by the mindless orcs. Indeed, it seems rather perilous, Liu Feng mused, stroking his chin. Despite his words, his interest in the impending grand duel intensified. Observing Liu Feng's expression, Mo Fei realized that all his elaborations had been in vain, and he shrugged helplessly at Kensi. Ah, fret not. I shall be fine. Liu Feng replied cheerfully as he rose from his chair and stretched lazily. Those rascals do not intimidate me. His final remark, delivered in the distinct dialect of Sichuan, left several listeners bewildered. Unperturbed, Liu Feng swayed towards the room, saying, "Come on. It's time for bed. We have that C-rank mission tomorrow. Xiao, let us retire." A golden shadow burst forth from Kinzi's sleeve, racing through the air and leaving a fleeting trace before diving into Liu Feng's embrace. Watching Liu Feng's swaying figure, Kinzi and Mo Fei exchanged glances of exasperation, sharing a resigned smile. At dawn, two radiant suns rose punctually from the horizon, continuing their age-old duty of illuminating the earth. If they possessed wisdom, they might well harbor a deep resentment towards the legendary figure who created them. As the first rays of sunlight brushed the courtyard, a wooden door creaked open slowly. Liu Feng ambled out with a languid gait, surveying the somewhat desolate courtyard, feeling quite disgruntled. Why must I rise so early? He pondered. Noticing the tightly shut doors around him, Liu Feng sighed in resignation and strolled out at a leisurely pace. Glancing at his empty hands, he grimaced. What has become of this? Have I turned into a mere caretaker? Beifa swallowed the food in his mouth and remarked, "Feng, you are truly remarkable." Liu Feng rolled his eyes in response, dismissing him entirely. He seized the breakfast from Beifa's hands and approached the quiet Mo Fei, smiling as he offered it to him. "What about the team leader?" Mo Fei replied with a slight smile, accepting the food. "He has gone to the mercenary group to check on that mission. I still have some concerns. Here's the second update. Tonight, in an effort to climb the rankings, I, Todo, visited several internet cafes. It was quite the arduous task. After reading, please remember to cast your votes and don't forget to add to your collections. Thank you, everyone. Great Tang, book number 10022146, is assigned work of the third editing group at Xidian. My mother is a princess. My wife is also a princess. My mother is my wife's aunt, and my sister is married to my little uncle. Father, those are the marks of love. The bonds of Xinping do not possess such allure. Then I shall become the queen of the courtesans in Chang'an. The young master is not foolish. He is quite astute. Witness the resurgence of Guazi, the most cultured unlicensed coal mine owner of Jinzhong, as he navigates through absurdities, gaining infamy throughout Chang'an. It is a wonderful read. I encourage everyone to take a look. Dear readers, Todo has been quite restless yesterday, but the updates are still delivered on time. I would appreciate it if you could shower me with your recommendations and collections, as I seem to have fallen from 3rd to 6th place. How tragic. What is the status, team leader? The keen-eyed badass immediately spotted Kins entering and hastily swallowed what was in his throat, shouting out. Kins, disregarding the dwarf, wore a serious expression as he placed the mission scroll on the table, furrowing his brow. This task is indeed rather peculiar for a C-rank mission. It has enlisted the help of 3 B-rank mercenary groups. Oh, Liu Feng raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Who issued this task? It was released by the Huajin Chamber of Commerce. Kins replied, still frowning. Oh, the Huajin Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 major chambers on the continent? Liu Feng paused, considering the implications. If this task was truly from the Huajin Chamber, then there must be something amiss, as they usually engage only in substantial business dealings and tend to overlook minor transportation escort tasks like this one. However, their involvement this time suggests there is indeed a mystery at play. Team leader, do you know when the transport team will set out? Liu Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on the scroll on the table. They are set to depart shortly. The 3 mercenary groups are already gathering, Ken stated, plopping down onto a nearby chair. Oh, Liu Feng nodded and turned to Badass with a smile. Hurry and gather your things. We will be going as well. Understood. Badass grinned widely, excitement propelling him to dash away, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. Never mind. I leave it to you. Kens, who had intended to say something more, could only muster a plea. Liu Feng responded with a smile, assuring him, rest assured, Captain, I will handle everything. When Liu Feng and his companions arrived at the convoy, the area was already bustling with a throng of people. With great effort, they squeezed through the crowd. After taking a heavy breath, Liu Feng tossed the package in his hand to the dwarf behind him and approached the chubby uncle who had been shouting at the front of the cart. Hey, uncle. Who is in charge of this convoy? Oh, I am a member of the Blazing Mercenary Corps. We accepted the task issued by your guild. Liu Feng smiled softly, pulling out the task scroll from his embrace. Oh, the chubby uncle paused. I recall that the leader of the Blazing Mercenary Corps is Kens, right? He bought a weapon from me last time. Why isn't he here? Our captain was injured this time and could not come in person, so he sent us instead. Liu Feng shrugged. Just the 4 of you? The chubby uncle asked hesitantly. Yes, why? Is there a limit on numbers? Seeing his expression, Liu Feng furrowed his brow and inquired. No, there is no restriction on the number of participants. It's just, you are too few. When interacting with those 3 mercenary groups, avoid provoking them. Their tempers are quite volatile, the chubby uncle kindly warned upon noticing their small number. Oh. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly without further comment. Avoid provoking them? One could only hope they wouldn't come seeking trouble. Hey, young man. I must take my leave. Those fellows are approaching. Be careful. The chubby uncle, who had been chatting amiably, suddenly changed his expression and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. As though pursued by a demon. Liu Feng smiled slightly. His keen ears had already detected the sounds of laughter and raucousness approaching from behind. Surely, they were the source of the chubby uncle's distress. However, they would do well to pray they didn't come looking for us, or else. But alas, the heavens often conspire against one's wishes. Hey, you lot in front, stop right there. Which mercenary group are you from? The leader of the mercenaries, a burly man wielding a massive axe, felt a chill as Liu Feng's icy gaze fixed upon him. He took an involuntary step back, momentarily faltering. A surge of indignation welled up within him. After years of skirting the edge of life and death, how could he be intimidated by the gaze of an ordinary youth? If word of this got out, how could he maintain his standing in the bloodthirsty mercenary corps? The furious axe-wielding brute charged forward, brandishing his massive weapon, and barked. What are you looking at, you little rascal? Liu Feng, with his eyelids slightly lowered, allowed a fleeting glimmer of cold light to flash within his dark pupils as he replied icily, Do not provoke those you cannot contend with, for it may bring trouble to your friends. The axeman was momentarily taken aback, but soon his anger intensified. You little brat, how dare you act tough with me? Today? Liu Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, an eerie light shimmering in his dark eyes, fixating intently on the man before him. The axe-wielder trembled, his heart racing. The hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, as his palms grew slick with sweat, betraying his rising fear. Are you calling me? Came Liu Feng's chilling tone. Ah, no. I mean, not at all. The axeman stammered, but his wits returned quickly as he swiftly changed the subject. Haha, I noticed that you seem to be mercenaries on this task as well. I just wanted to greet you. Ha, that's all. Observing the awkwardly chuckling brute, Liu Feng smirked slightly. Oh, so there's no issue then? Can we leave? The axeman hastily shook his head. Ha, my friend, you have quite the sense of humor. But there is a matter. You may go. Liu Feng nodded indifferently and turned to depart, leaving the embarrassed brute standing there. Haha, Brother Fei-En, what's wrong? Did that kid offend you? Do you want to teach him a lesson? A shifty-eyed man crept forward, grinning obsequiously. Damn it, get lost. It's your lot that caused this. So mind your manners, or the captain will flay you alive. The axeman, seething with unspent rage, found his anger flaring even more upon seeing the loathsome face of this individual. After venting his frustration with a string of curses, he finally fell silent, cleared his throat, and strode away, leaving behind a group of bewildered mercenaries. Dearest readers, yesterday was quite the tumultuous day for me, truly vexing. Nonetheless, I have delivered the update on time. I humbly ask for your support with recommendations and collections. It seems I have plummeted from 3rd to 6th place. What a tragedy. This is the most chaotic tale ever, book number 174075, signed work of the 4th editing group of Yudian. I am truly unfortunate, while others traverse worlds. I can only be traversed. While others woo women, I can only be wooed. In my pawnshop, I have hosted a series of intriguing clients, including Jing Ku, Li Bai, Guan Yu, and Qin Kuai, leading to a string of amusingly absurd events. This book is rich in humor, combining elements of cultivation, time travel, urban life, and romance, all in abundance. Thus, it is aptly named the first chaos in history. Ah, my friend S. book is truly remarkable. Hey, portly uncle, could you arrange a vehicle for us? Liu Feng, accompanied by 3 others, caught up with the hurriedly fleeing portly uncle. What's the matter? They didn't harm you, did they? The portly uncle craned his neck and glanced behind Liu Feng and the others, whispering cautiously. Haha, dear fat one, you possess a wonderful sense of humor. The fact that we did not take action against them is indeed their fortune. What could they possibly dare to do to us? Badass laughed heartily, drawing the attention of those around them. At that moment, the weather was reminiscent of a cool autumn day on Earth. Yet the portly uncle was so startled by Badass's loud voice that beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He hastily pulled them into a corner, urging them to lower their voices. Listen, this time the Merchant Guild has invited 3 mercenary groups who are not to be trifled with. Steer clear of them. Oh? Which 3 mercenary groups did the Huajin Merchant Guild invite? Liu Feng, noticing the uncle's grave expression and evident fear of the mercenaries, inquired with curiosity. The portly uncle hesitated momentarily, then turned his head, ensuring that no one was watching them, before whispering. The 3 mercenary groups are the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Group, the Undead Mercenary Group, and the Riot Mercenary Group. I never expected it to be these 3 mercenary groups. Is the guild out of their minds? Why would they invite them? Beifa, who was nearby, exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing those names. What's the matter, little Bei? Do they pose a problem? Liu Feng raised an eyebrow and questioned. Haha, Beifa chuckled bitterly. These 3 mercenary groups are well known in the mercenary world. While other groups typically take on tasks such as hunting magical beasts or escorting merchant caravans, these 3 disdain such assignments. It seems that the Huajin Merchant Guild must have spent a considerable sum to recruit them, but for such a C-rank task? How could that be? Oh, since these 3 mercenary groups do not accept tasks involving the hunting of magical beasts or other similar commissions, how do they sustain such a large number of members? Liu Feng rested his chin on his hand, perplexed. Alas, they indeed do not take on ordinary tasks, but they do accept tasks related to warfare. The portly uncle shook his head and sighed. Warfare tasks? Liu Feng inquired. Yes, indeed. When 2 nations go to war, they hire mercenary forces as expendable troops. The remuneration for such perilous endeavors is indeed substantial, hence they need not worry about sustaining their members, the portly uncle explained with a shrug. Liu Feng nodded in understanding, pondering for a moment before asking once more, what is the strength of their leaders? The portly uncle once again surveyed the surroundings, lowering his voice even further. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Corps is an 8th-tier Sky Swordsman, while the leader of the Death Row Mercenary Corps is a 7th-tier Grand Fighter. Although his rank is not as lofty as the former, he is a Death Row inmate, and thus, when engaging in combat, he fights with reckless abandon. Determined to carve a piece of flesh from his opponent, embodying a truly ruthless character. He slaughters as if he were butchering rabbits, devoid of mercy. The leader of the Riot Mercenary Corps is an 8th-tier Crystal Knight, whose steed is a formidable ironback lizard, possessing a trace of dragon blood, granting it immense charging power. Quite impressive indeed, Liu Feng remarked softly, his eyelids drooping in contemplation. Such formidable strength among these 3 mercenary corps undoubtedly places them at the forefront of the mercenary world. 8th-tier status is something many mercenaries can only aspire to. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as Kensi, who encountered the illustrious Liu Feng and managed to retain him within their ranks. In the realm of human kingdoms, there are surely no more than 500 9th-tier powerhouses. Each of these formidable individuals is well cared for by the great empires, and even the proudest nobles must smile and nod in respect upon encountering them. Thus, upon hearing Liu Feng's quiet admiration, Beifa and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting the shared amusement in their eyes. Let us go swiftly. I shall take you to find a carriage where you may rest. Do not provoke them along the way, with so many of them around. There should be no significant trouble, the portly man urged, oblivious to their subtle exchange. By the way, we still do not know your name, good sir, one inquired. Ah. Call me Xiao Gang, or Fat Xiao if you prefer. Everyone refers to me as such, he chuckled. Fat Xiao, your name is quite amusing, came the playful retort. Seated cross-legged in the cramped carriage, Liu Feng lifted the window curtain, staring vacantly out into the distance. Aside from Badass, the others sat quietly, awaiting the vehicle's departure. Badass, feeling a tinge of boredom, glanced at the silent trio, grumbled a couple of words in irritation, and then succumbed to slumber. The carriage fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, Liu Feng emerged from his reverie, casting a glance around the quiet interior of the carriage, and offered an awkward smile. Perhaps, Beifa, for this mission, it would be wise for you not to stray too far from me. I sense something amiss. I cannot fathom what this damned merchant guild is up to, Liu Feng stated, tapping his forehead thoughtfully. Exchanging serious looks, Beifa and Mo Fei nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of his expression. And, that fellow, you must keep a vigilant watch over him as well, Liu Feng added with a light-hearted chuckle, gesturing toward the already slumbering Badass. Beifa and Mo Fei followed his gaze, observing the diminutive Badass snoring away, and could not help but let out a resigned sigh, feeling a sense of exasperation for having such a quirky teammate. Mo Fei let out a sigh, assuring, rest assured, we shall do our utmost to keep an eye on him. However, At times, this lad tends to be rather muddled, and there is little I can do. Fa nodded in understanding, likely having experienced the consequences of a dwarfesque confusion himself. Sensing their discontent, Liu Feng shrugged helplessly. This is beyond my control. I must prioritize your safety. I cannot expend my efforts in this regard. You must fend for yourselves, haha. In response to such evasive remarks, the two could only express their profound disdain with a pair of exaggerated eye rolls. An avalanche has occurred, Liu Kai proclaimed. I have traversed into another realm. Confronted by the wonders of the underground, Liu Kai declared, I shall become a mining magnate, the greatest of them all. I intend to establish a mining company in this foreign land, forming a multinational conglomerate. Liu Kai's motto was clear. While others acquire treasures through conquest, I shall unearth them. Others build fortresses, I shall mine them. With an air of arrogance, Liu Kai concluded, even in death, I shall carve out my own piece of sky. The caravan, after a prolonged wait, finally set forth. The round wheels rolled over the hard blue stones, producing a peculiar sound. The vehicle was drawn by a creature resembling a horse from Earth, yet it was nearly twice as robust. Its sharp teeth attested to its carnivorous nature, crowned by a single, dark-hued horn measuring about half a foot. A ray of sunlight graced its surface, bestowing a wild beauty upon it. The vehicle was crafted from special materials, insulating its occupants from the jolts of the exterior. The verdant trees outside receded in a blur. Liu Feng softly inquired, We must have exited the bounds of the Eternal Day City, correct? Mo Fei nodded, replying, Indeed, we have. In half a day's time, we shall enter the Orc grasslands. The notion of the Orc grasslands. Liu Feng interlaced his fingers, murmuring softly as he retrieved a map. He carefully unfurled the scroll across his lap and examined the intricate lines depicted. Pointing at a red line, he asked, Is this our route? Mo Fei leaned in for a closer look and nodded affirmatively. Liu Feng's gaze followed the red lines as they progressed. It appeared to be an ordinary path, devoid of any apparent issues. Yet, an unsettling feeling stirred within Liu Feng. Why this unease? Had he forgotten something? With a quiet sigh, he refocused his attention on the map, gently tracing the red route with his fingers. Suddenly, his hand hesitated and came to a halt. Liu Feng tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the surroundings. This was the only route traversed by the convoy through the vast Orc grassland. His brow gradually furrowed as his fingers pressed heavily on this spot. Could it be that this unsettling feeling originated from here? Liu Feng felt a twinge of uncertainty within, but decided it would be prudent to exercise caution. Perhaps sensing Liu Feng's unease, someone cautiously inquired, Is there a problem? Liu Feng offered a wry smile, replying, I'm not entirely sure. It's merely an instinct that something may indeed transpire there. The convoy continued its journey. Encountering no disturbances along the way, everything remained tranquil. Liu Feng silently admired the formidable mercenary group, despite their individual prowess being modest. Their synergy rendered them unafraid of any formidable foe below the 6th rank. He pondered what the three leaders might be like and yearned for an opportunity to witness their capabilities. His thoughts were soon realized as the twin suns in the sky concluded their daily labor, lazily descending until they vanished at the horizon. The sky darkened abruptly, only to be illuminated by the rising twin, silvery moons. The convoy halted its progress for the night, as even those with a modicum of common sense understood that it was unwise to travel in the wilderness after dusk. The night was the preferred hunting time for the ferocious beasts. Liu Feng adjusted his attire slightly, exchanged a few words with the three companions, lifted the canvas of the carriage, and stepped outside. Moments earlier, someone had come to inform him that the leader was requested at the main tent for discussions. Among the four of them, with Ken's absent, it was naturally Liu Feng who would take charge. Approaching the bright tent before him, Liu Feng's mind swept through the interior, detecting three formidable presences imbued with a hint of bloodthirst. Surely, these must be the leaders of the mercenary group. Yet, there was another presence that felt particularly elusive. Inside the tent, the brilliance momentarily caused Liu Feng to squint. As his gaze swept across the room, he beheld the attendees. At the forefront sat an elderly man in splendid robes, his face adorned with a smile. Presumably the person responsible for the Huajin Merchant Association on this occasion. Seated below him were three burly men, arranged in a row. Upon noticing Liu Feng's entrance, the four ceased their conversation and turned their attention towards him. Liu Feng took a cautious step forward, and suddenly, the three powerful presences enveloped him, constricting the space around him with a palpable intensity. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from them was enough to terrify an ordinary person to the point of paralysis. Liu Feng felt a momentary shock. Though he had encountered 8th-tier experts before, none had exuded such a fierce aura. However, the intensity of the oppressive aura had little effect on him. With a dismissive shake of his head, he disregarded the 3 formidable presences and sauntered over to an empty chair at the far end, taking a seat with his eyelids slightly lowered. Observing Liu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the 4 individuals within the tent exchanged glances, their expressions shifting momentarily before reverting to normalcy. The elderly man in the ornate robe spoke first, a smile gracing his face. "Might you be the leader of the blazing mercenary corps?" Liu Feng nodded gently. "Ah, young brother, I wonder how Captain Ken's is faring? He provided protection for my convoy last time, and I have yet to express my gratitude in person." The elder's visage radiated warmth. Yet internally he was astounded. What level of strength did this young man possess to so easily disregard the fierce auras of the 3? It puzzled him how Kens had come to associate closely with someone of such humble standing. These words were merely a ploy to win Liu Feng's favor. With a faint smile, Liu Feng replied, "The captain has sustained some injuries and is unable to undertake missions, so I have been sent in his stead." "I see." The elder responded, chuckling softly. "I am Huan of the Huajin Merchant Guild." "Liu Feng, just an insignificant fellow," Liu Feng stated flatly, as if speaking of a mere passerby. Huan inwardly dismissed him with a smirk, responding with a smile, "Brother Liu Feng, these 3 gentlemen are the leaders of the other mercenary groups hired for this caravan." "Indeed, young brother, quite impressive," boomed a burly man, thumping his chest as he laughed heartily, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Feng. "I am Shui Lang, the leader of the bloodthirsty mercenary corps." "I am Bao Gan, leader of the riot mercenary corps." "Liu brother, I look forward to your guidance henceforth." The man in the middle, a hulking figure with a brutish countenance, raised his hand and fixed Liu Feng with a similar intense gaze. "Xiao Sha, leader of the death row mercenaries," the man at the far end stated coldly, though a flicker of fiery ambition still burned deep within his eyes. Liu Feng nodded distantly, clearly perceiving the fervor in their gazes. Understanding that they were likely eager to test their mettle against him after witnessing his ability to withstand their combined pressure. Internally, he cursed softly. 3 lunatics. They would undoubtedly be fitting candidates for confinement back on Earth. The trio remained blissfully unaware that in Liu Feng's mind, they had already become caricatures of criminality, or they would surely voice their protests. "Ah, Brother Liu, the purpose of our meeting today is to discuss the route we should take moving forward," Huan said, gesturing to the map laid out before him with a smile. "Oh, this segment of the journey appears devoid of significant obstacles," Liu Feng replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Or perhaps you have some insights to share." Huan, momentarily taken aback, with a flicker in his gaze, let out a dry chuckle. "Brother Liu, you truly possess a knack for jest. What do I know? I merely summoned everyone for a casual discussion." Liu Feng, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 brigade leaders, observed their composed expressions, unperturbed by the peculiar nature of this mission, which prompted a slight curl of his lips. With a languid yawn, he raised his eyelids and remarked lightly, "Well, let us continue our deliberation. I am not well acquainted with this place and have no suggestions." The presence of the 3 brigade leaders suffices. Upon hearing this overt evasion, the 3 brigade leaders exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher his intent. However, Huan, positioned above, discerned the underlying meaning with clarity, his expression subtly shifting. Had the individual before him truly been the former leader of the ordinary mercenary group, Ken's, he would have undoubtedly waved him off. Yet, the young man representing the fiery mercenary group possessed an inscrutable prowess, one that even Huan could not fully gauge. If he were to receive guidance from him on their journey, the task would likely become significantly easier. Wearing a faintly amiable smile, Huan said, "Brother Liu, let us not rush. I wish to discuss the remuneration for employing your mercenary group." Liu Feng was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. This individual sought to retain him with financial incentives. Amusement flickered within him as he crossed his legs and replied, "Oh, is not the commission available from the mercenary guild?" With a smirk in his eyes, Liu Feng nodded, silently cursing under his breath. Nonsense. Had it been the brigade leader here, such words would have remained unspoken. Nonetheless, he conceded, "Very well, I shall accept on behalf of the brigade leader. When someone offers money, it is prudent to accept rather than refuse." "Ah, Brother Liu, now we can deliberate on the journey ahead," Huan inquired cautiously. Upon receiving Liu Feng's nod, he promptly handed over the map, pointing to a specific location, and said, "Brother Liu, upon reaching this point, it may very well depend on you and the 3 brigade leaders." Liu Feng's gaze sharpened, fixating on the spot indicated by Huan. It was precisely the area that evoked a sense of unease within him, a brief stretch traversing the ogre grassland, yet an unavoidable passage. Could you explain why it is at this juncture that we must rely on you? Liu Feng lightly tapped on the table with his fingers. Upon hearing this question, the three brigade leaders paused momentarily, directing their attention towards Huan, whose expression fluctuated. The tent fell into a brief silence. After a considerable time, Huan managed a bitter smile and shook his head. This is a confidential matter pertaining to our trading company, and it is truly inconvenient to disclose. I beg your pardon. The three brigade leaders furrowed their brows. Yet, considering the generous remuneration, they suppressed their discontent. Liu Feng tapped his fingers on the table, suddenly pausing, causing Huan's heart to leap into his throat, fearing that this hot-tempered young man might storm off. With his brows tightly knitted, Liu Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "Since this is a confidential matter of your guild, I shall refrain from further inquiries." Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he straightened his posture, fixating intently on Liu Feng's lips, anxious that he might utter any words of withdrawal. Observing Huan's expression, Liu Feng felt a surge of amusement and chuckled. Do not be hasty. I merely wish to propose that we will adjust the remuneration based on the challenges encountered during this mission. Furthermore, upon reaching the designated location, you must apply at the Mercenary Guild for a level that corresponds to the task's difficulty. What say you, esteemed captains? The three captains exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, signaling their consent to this suggestion. Hearing Liu Feng's proposition, Huan's spirits lifted. The weight on his chest dissipated as he eagerly nodded. Excellent. Let us finalize this decision. Should this mission be successful, I shall certainly request that the guild grant you double the remuneration. With a favorable start, the atmosphere began to lighten. Huan instructed his companions to serve food and drink, and they all indulged in hearty toasts. The drink was Dragon's Breath wine, made from leaves tainted by the breath of a mighty dragon, hence named Dragon's Breath grass. This potent concoction was favored by dwarves, though many humans also relished its intense flavor. Liu Feng gazed at the emerald liquid in his cup, chuckling inwardly. If Badass were to catch a whiff of this wine, he would surely awaken from his slumber. Shaking his head, he downed the drink in one gulp, and his attendant promptly refilled his glass. The blood wolf across from him could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Bravo! Brother Liu not only possesses formidable strength, but also drinks with such panache." Liu Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging the compliment, for he understood that without the true energy within him dissipating the fiery liquor, he too would be overwhelmed. Noticing a stir from the little one, Liu Feng was taken aback and asked with concern, "Xiao Jin, what is it?" Xiao Jin raised its tiny dragon head, its sparkling eyes fixated on the table filled with Dragon's Breath wine. In a tender voice, it softly uttered, "Want. I want. You drink." Liu Feng followed its gaze and was momentarily stunned, lifting his cup in astonishment. "You want this?" Xiao Jin nodded vigorously, its adorable head bobbing. "But this is quite potent." Liu Feng frowned slightly. "Whoa, want?" Seeing its favorite drink before it, yet being unable to partake, Xiao Jin resorted to a pitiful pout, trying to charm Liu Feng. Overwhelmed by Xiao Jin's adorable insistence, Liu Feng cautiously brought the cup closer to its mouth, whispering, "Just a little sip, all right? This is..." Before the words had left his lips, Liu Feng was taken aback by Xiao Jin's astonishing maneuver. Goodness, the art of contraction? Liu Feng's mouth fell agape. This was utterly absurd. He glanced around, and, thankfully, the others were engrossed in their revelry, paying little heed to this spectacle. Xiao Jin's diminutive stature further rendered him inconspicuous. After adjusting his attire, Liu Feng rose and waved his hand to the crowd, swaying his body as he made his exit. As he stepped out of the tent, a refreshing night breeze greeted him, invigorating his somewhat dispirited spirit. He spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, allowing his inner energy to circulate rapidly. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a slender stream of green liquid shot forth from his sleeve, striking the ground with a sizzling sound. A soft chuckle escaped him as he wiped his slightly damp fingers on his sleeve, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With a gentle leap, he soared to the pinnacle of a tree, his hands resting lightly behind him as he gazed up at the two luminous moons, lost in contemplation. The silvery moonlight cascaded gently upon him, enveloping him in a delicate veil of silver. His shoulder-length hair, as dark as ink, danced lightly in the breeze. Adorned in white attire, he stood poised and elegant. The three individuals moving gracefully behind him paused, momentarily stunned, their surprise evident. Despite their ability to mask their presence impeccably, They were baffled by how he had perceived them. The Blood Wolf, grinning broadly, revealed their intent. "We three have witnessed your remarkable prowess, Brother Liu, and are eager to experience it firsthand." "Oh," Liu Feng replied, tilting his head in feigned ignorance. The trio exchanged knowing smiles before propelling themselves from the ground. Landing gracefully on a nearby treetop, they bowed respectfully towards Liu Feng, requesting a friendly contest. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Liu Feng's mouth. "Very well. I too am keen to ascertain whether the legendary strength of the three esteemed captains holds true." He welcomed their challenge, for in this world, the principle of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Only by demonstrating superior strength could one earn the respect they sought. He now seeks to earn their respect, and there is but one way to achieve this, to bring them to their knees. The Blood Wolf, the Violent Gang, and the Death Prisoner. Upon receiving Liu Feng's nod of approval, could not help but reveal a faint smile, their eyes ablaze with an inexplicable fervor, as if yearning to break free. Liu Feng gently bent forward, smiling as he inquired, "I wonder, esteemed leaders, shall you all engage together, or shall one of you step forth first?" His tone was calm, yet his words were laced with arrogance. However, the three were far from ordinary men and did not take offense at such trivialities. The Blood Wolf observed that neither of his comrades seemed inclined to take the initiative, and with a hearty laugh, he declared, "Brother Liu, do not underestimate others. Allow me to be the first to test my mettle." He gestured for the others to stand back. The Violent Gang and the Death Prisoner nodded in agreement, swiftly retreating several meters away. With his right hand poised, an exceedingly massive heavy sword materialized from the spatial ring on his finger, appearing in his grasp. The sword is the soul of a swordsman. Only one who wields a sword can truly be called a swordsman. As the heavy sword was in his possession, the Blood Wolf's aura surged dramatically, crimson energy erupting from his body. Liu Feng gazed at the colossal weapon in awe. It was the largest sword he had encountered since arriving in this otherworldly realm. In this land, swordsmen's weapons were invariably heavy and broad, unlike the slender, agile blades of earth, which would surely be ridiculed as mere toys here. Their sword techniques lacked the grace and nimbleness found on earth. They pursued an entirely different path, absolute power. With a calm demeanor, Liu Feng summoned a heavy sword, considerably smaller than the Blood Wolf's weapon, into his hand. He performed a distant salute befitting a swordsman. A tremendous pressure loomed before Liu Feng, subtly compressing the surrounding space. With a soft smile, he swung the heavy sword before him with vigor. The air resonated with a crisp crackling sound as the immense pressure shattered completely. The Blood Wolf's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the momentum he had cultivated would be so effortlessly dismantled by a single stroke from his opponent. His countenance grew increasingly solemn as the crimson energy enveloping his giant sword intensified, seeming on the verge of dripping like blood. With a slight sway, he appeared mere feet away from Liu Feng, the massive sword imbued with formidable energy, descending fiercely. The gale produced by the sword swept Liu Feng's hair back, revealing his eyes, dark and star-like. Liu Feng chuckled softly, lightly tapping his right foot on the treetop, gliding backward. The attack followed closely. Yet no matter how vigorously the Blood Wolf urged his sword, it remained half a foot away from Liu Feng, as if a mirror of space stood before him, resisting the assault. The Blood Wolf's gaze sharpened as he fiercely spun his enormous sword, unleashing a thunderous roar. Wolf slash. The massive blade emitted a blinding crimson radiance, subtly forming the silhouette of a Blood Wolf at its tip. As soon as the Blood Wolf materialized, it let out a silent howl towards the two silver moons overhead and lunged swiftly at Liu Feng. The Blood Wolf seemed to transcend the constraints of space, flashing before Liu Feng in an instant, its scarlet claws slashing down towards his face. Sensing the energy within the Blood Wolf's sword aura, Liu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and he mused internally, what a dense scent of blood. No wonder this individual survived the battlefield. However, still a bit too weak. His heavy sword gleamed faintly as a blade of energy, barely a foot long, manifested and sliced toward the Blood Wolf. With a crisp sound akin to searing heat meeting residual snow, the formidable Blood Wolf's sword aura was cleaved in two by the brief blade of energy, scattering into a myriad of crimson motes that dissipated into the void. As the sword aura shattered, the Blood Wolf, connected by a thread of spirit to it, turned a shade of deep crimson and could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. Noticing this, Liu Feng smiled faintly and refrained from pursuing. Lightly landing on a nearby treetop, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Well done, Blood Wolf." "I concede." The Blood Wolf, with a bitter smile, shook his head. "Well done? I barely exchanged a few moves with you. Speak honestly, are you at the stellar stage?" Liu Feng chuckled and shrugged. Upon seeing his tacit acknowledgement, the Blood Wolf let out another rueful laugh. I can't believe my misfortune. I've been pushed out to be the scapegoat by these two rascals. The two individuals, who had swiftly joined him, exchanged knowing smiles at this remark. What's the verdict? Shall we continue? Liu Feng asked, resting his heavy sword on his shoulder and tilting his head with a grin. The three Blood Wolves exchanged glances once more, their expressions turning sly. All right, let us continue, but it will be the three of us against you. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Liu Feng was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly bold and forthright individual to possess such cunning. Moreover, it appeared that the other two shared similar sentiments. Unable to suppress a sigh, he remarked, You are quite shameless, aren't you? The Blood Wolf chuckled. Who told you to be vague about your true strength? I've suffered a great loss because of it. Liu Feng rubbed his forehead and sighed dramatically. Shameless, are you making excuses now? With a heavy heart, Liu Feng looked down and sighed. Although I know you are trying to provoke me, I still cannot help but want to give you a good thrashing. He swung his heavy sword fiercely, striking the air before him and leaving several shallow marks in its wake. Come forth. Let us see if you can compel me to exert my utmost strength. As the sword marks gradually faded, the Blood Wolf trio felt a jolt of surprise. These few casual strikes possessed the power to rend the very fabric of the void. This youth is indeed formidable. Bao Gang stood upright, his face grave, extending his right hand to fiercely bite into it, blood cascading down. Undeterred, he dipped his fingers into the blood and began to trace something in the air before him, murmuring softly. Observing Bao Gang's fingers dancing in the air, Liu Feng furrowed his brow, acutely sensing an energy from the surrounding world converging swiftly towards Bao Gang's fingertips. Closing his eyes, a thread of divine thought quietly shot forth, adhering to a glimmering point of light. As the divine thought made contact, the energy point did not resist. Instead, it warmly drew closer to the thought. Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback, a sudden clarity blossoming in his mind. Is this what constitutes spatial energy? The divine thought ventured towards Bao Gang once more, revealing an unseen spectacle. With Bao Gang's bloodied finger in motion, an arcane and intricate magical array began to form silently. Opening his eyes, Liu Feng fixed his gaze upon the invisible magical array. Bao Gang dared not divert his focus, meticulously sketching out each line. Once the final stroke of the magical array was completed, he sighed in relief, yet immediately steeled himself, murmuring an obscure incantation, Ancient God of Contracts. Heed the plea of your servant. Allow me to forge a blood pact. Summon forth. With a thunderous shout from Bao Gang, the magical array erupted in a blinding radiance, compelling everyone to shut their eyes. Liu Feng squinted, his gaze piercing through the narrow slits to fixate on the source of the brilliance. The light flickered and vanished, prompting all to swiftly cast their eyes towards the scene. A colossal beast, exuding a fierce aura, stood in place, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the crowd, letting out a tremendous roar that reverberated through the surrounding woods. A gigantic hand emerged from behind, gently caressing the beast's belly. Well, what do you think? This is my contract partner, the 8th-tier beast, Ironback Lizard, which carries a trace of dragon blood. It took considerable persuasion with my mentor to acquire it. This expression, if adorned on a handsome young man, would be a breathtaking sight, yet, on this burly figure, it appeared rather peculiar. The Ironback Lizard seemed to relish this treatment, nudging its massive head gently against Bao Gang. Liu Feng gazed at the imposing beast, astonished. Could it be that what transpired moments ago was a summoning magic? As if aware of Liu Feng's thoughts, Bao Gang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is summoning magic. However, it can only call forth creatures that have entered into a blood pact with the summoner. And one can only bind a single creature in a lifetime. With a graceful leap, Bao Gang ascended onto the back of the towering iron-backed lizard. A brilliant light flickered in his hand, and a colossal spear, measuring 3 meters in length, materialized, amplifying his already formidable aura, which cascaded from above like a celestial curtain. To Bao Gang's left stood the rejuvenated Blood Wolf, wielding a massive sword that glimmered with intense battle intent, poised lightly in front of him. To his right was the fully equipped death row inmate, clad in steel gauntlets that glinted with a subtle azure hue under the moonlight, his sharp fingers rhythmically extending and retracting. Feeling the soaring energy of the trio, Liu Feng was invigorated, gripping his heavy sword tightly and releasing a soft, resonant cry towards the heavens. His voice, akin to the rumble of spring thunder, reverberated through the night. The numerous tents flickered to life, and a throng of disheveled mercenaries hurriedly emerged, weapons in hand, creating a chaotic scene. Realizing he had stirred up trouble, Liu Feng awkwardly smiled at the 3 individuals opposite him. The Blood Wolf trio felt a surge of frustration. It was only then that the mercenaries below noticed the trio above and the enormous beast nearby, erupting into exclamations of astonishment. Isn't that the leader of the Blood Wolf, Bao Gang, the death row inmate? What are they doing? Leader Bao Gang has summoned the iron-backed lizard? And who is that young man across from them? He seems to be from the blazing mercenary group. Observing the ongoing commotion below, Blood Wolf's face flushed with embarrassment, and he growled, in 10 breaths, "If I see anyone down there, they will have to face me one-on-one." A silence fell over the crowd, followed by a swift realization as they quickly dispersed. Within moments, the ground was strewn with discarded armor and weapons, and surprisingly, even a pair of trousers. Such speed left Liu Feng astounded, marveling at their prowess. A quick glance revealed numerous tents suddenly sprouting small holes, blinking as they did. The three leaders exchanged resigned shrugs, fully aware that as long as curiosity lingered in the hearts of these young ones, they would risk everything just to catch a glimpse. With that thought, they couldn't help but cast a fierce glare at the culprit. Liu Feng, once again wearing an awkward smile, timidly inquired, "Shall we continue fighting?" With a fierce glare from Blood Wolf, he exclaimed in anger, "Fight? Why wouldn't we fight? Don't think that just because you've created this scene, you can escape." Evidently, he believed that Liu Feng had intentionally awakened so many people. Liu Feng, feeling quite dejected, shrugged his shoulders to express his innocence, albeit to no one's belief. A glance to the side revealed the glimmering objects in the tent, twinkling in the darkness. Internally, he cursed bitterly. Have they never witnessed a brawl before? Is this really necessary? The thoughts of those in the tent echoed. If it were ordinary people fighting, we wouldn't have the time to concern ourselves with them. But you are no ordinary individuals. Such a confrontation among powerful beings is indeed a rare spectacle. Blood Wolf swung his massive sword with vigor, laughing. "What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are, feel free to admit it. We won't pressure you." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng shook his head and sighed. "Here we go again with this tactic. Can't you come up with something new?" Raising his gaze to meet the fervent expressions in the eyes of the three, he understood that unless he engaged them wholeheartedly tonight, they would not relent. Gritting his teeth, he thought, since you were so eager to fight, why not oblige you just this once? Tightening his grip on the heavy sword, a cold voice emerged. "If you seek battle, then let us engage." The bold words reminiscent of Genghis Khan flowed from Liu Feng's lips, still exuding the aura of a formidable warrior. Upon hearing this proclamation, the corners of the three men's mouths curled into smiles, their fighting spirit intensifying, their collective momentum surging to its peak without any restraint. Three powerful presences began to converge in the void, gradually taking on a palpable form. Sensing the pressure emanating from the air, Liu Feng chuckled softly, his body trembling slightly as a pale silver light erupted from within, enveloping him swiftly. Internally, he praised, "Remarkable. I never anticipated that their energies could complement one another so well, amplifying their power exponentially. However, in comparison to the stellar stage, they still fall short." With a gentle flick of his heavy sword, the tip sliced through the air, producing a series of strange sounds. The trio's momentum had reached its zenith, forming an almost tangible force that descended from the heavens like three colossal curtains, a truly magnificent sight. In the tent, gasps of astonishment erupted. "Wow, the captain is incredible. Haha, but it seems like the three captains are ganging up on one person. Ah, that remarkable individual seems even more extraordinary." Though his words were light, they could not escape the notice of the four present. Liu Feng smiled slightly. "My apologies, esteemed leaders. I seem to have overshadowed you." He chuckled. Blood Wolf's lips twitched. "You brat. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us finish this business," roared Bao Gang, gripping his massive knight spear. With a swift kick of his left foot against the belly of the ironback lizard, the creature, in perfect sync with him, let out a thunderous roar that resonated like rolling thunder. It then charged forward with great strides, rushing towards Liu Feng. Blood Wolf and the convict, not to be outdone, leaped into position, flanking Bao Gang on either side, their weapons glowing with fierce energy, standing out vividly against the night. Liu Feng smirked, tightening his grip on his heavy sword, and charged forward, determined not to yield. The distance of over 100 meters vanished in an instant as both sides surged at incredible speeds. The foul breath of the ironback lizard met Liu Feng head-on. Just as everyone braced for a collision between Liu Feng and the giant lizard, he deftly tapped his toes. Soaring several meters into the air like a swift swallow, his heavy sword slicing down towards Bao Gang, who was perched atop the creature. Seeing this, Bao Gang bellowed, channeling his energy into the spear, and thrust it forcefully towards Liu Feng's sword. Clang. The sound of steel meeting steel erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Baogang, forced back by the immense force, had to steady himself against the ironback lizard's tough hide to regain his balance. The ironback lizard, however, let out a mournful cry under the strain of the overwhelming power. Liu Feng skillfully dissipated the force in midair, far surpassing Baogang's efforts. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a gust of wind surged from the side, none other than the ever-watchful convict. The convict lunged forward, slipping into Liu Feng's embrace, his limbs moving rapidly. He could not allow the fighter to enter his personal space, for that would be perilous. Liu Feng's expression hardened as he wielded his energy-infused heavy sword, blocking the swift strikes of the convict's steel gauntlets, sparks flying with each contact. The convict's attack speed was astonishing. To the mercenaries inside the tent, he appeared as a flurry of afterimages, relentlessly assaulting the young man. The convict showcased the fighter's prowess to its fullest. Fists, fingers, elbows, head, knees, and legs became lethal weapons in that fleeting moment. Though Liu Feng appeared to be evading with some difficulty, he understood that if he retreated just one more step, he would escape the convict's range of attack. At which point, the convict would be at his mercy. He lightly stepped back in the void, allowing the convict's heavy strike to miss. Liu Feng smiled slightly. Now, it's my turn, big brother convict. His heavy sword shimmered with a faint silvery hue, gliding towards the convict. The convict's eyes widened. That seemingly weak sword had locked onto him, leaving no avenue for escape. The heavy sword seemed to transcend the barriers of space, arriving in an instant. The convict's expression grew grave, his energy surging like a torrent, matching that of Bloodwolf and Baogang. Perhaps the portly uncle's claim of him being a seventh-tier powerhouse was not entirely unfounded. The red energy on the gauntlet surged outward several feet. Crossing his fists, the convict exclaimed, "Life and death fist." With a shout, the crimson glow of the gauntlets abruptly contracted, all absorbed within. The gauntlets turned from red to black, swirling with dark energy, accompanied by faint, unsettling screams that echoed in the air. Liu Feng remained undeterred, his heavy sword continuing its horizontal descent. The convict, expressionless, let out a low growl, meeting the strike with his fists. As the gauntlets passed, cracks appeared in the very fabric of space. Liu Feng's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated such formidable power from the convict's punch. Within his dantian, the cosmic whirlpool spun rapidly, drawing forth powerful energy to enhance his heavy sword. Clang. Bang. The clash of sword and fist produced a thunderous sound, unleashing a blinding light that compelled the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes. As the brilliant light faded, they reopened their eyes to find a slender figure standing triumphantly in midair. The convict, propelled backward, was intercepted by the arriving Bloodwolf. Landing atop the ironback lizard, the convict stared in astonishment at the shattered remnants of his steel gauntlets. Unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the lizard's back, he cupped his hands in salute towards the young man standing defiantly in the void. Murmuring with a bitter smile, "I admire you, brother." Cough, he barely managed, before another trickle of blood escaped him. Liu Feng descended swiftly, feeling somewhat apologetic. I truly regret that, big brother convict. I couldn't hold back." Bloodwolf laughed heartily. "What is there to regret? It's natural to sustain some injuries in a spar." The convict nodded lightly, signaling for him not to mind. Baogang waved his massive spear once more, stating earnestly, "Brother Liu, the contest is not yet concluded. Neither I nor Bloodwolf have been injured." Liu Feng was taken aback. "More to come?" The Bloodwolf and Baogang exchanged knowing nods. Liu Feng, with a hand on his forehead, sighed in despair. The death row inmate revealed a terrifying smile and chuckled. "Brother Liu, just agree to them. Otherwise, you won't find any peace tonight." Liu Feng was astounded. How could one be so shameless? He retreated violently, appearing in the air several dozen meters away, and exclaimed in fury, "If you're coming, then hurry up. Do you think it's pleasant to be out here in the cold night air?" Bloodwolf and his companions burst into laughter at the scene. Baogang, with a hearty laugh, responded, "Well, since Brother Liu is so spirited, how could I not join you?" Hearing this, Liu Feng nearly spat blood in frustration. "Damn it, you dragged me out here to fight in the dead of night. And now it's turned into my responsibility." Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Enough of the dilly-dallying. Men don't fuss. Let us settle this quickly so I can go to sleep." Observing the rejuvenated duo, Liu Feng lightly waved his heavy sword, gesturing for them to come forth. Bloodwolf and Baogang exchanged glances and nodded. Baogang took a deep breath, gently patted the ironback lizard beneath him, and chuckled, "Good partner, you better not embarrass me." The enormous ironback lizard seemed to comprehend his words, letting out a soft roar, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Liu Feng. The combined aura of man and beast surged, creating an overwhelming pressure. "Ha ha, brother Liu, let me show you the might of a knight and his contracted beast." Baogong's aura suddenly intensified, bolstering his confidence. Bloodwolf, unwilling to be outdone, elevated his own aura to its zenith, his hair standing on end, reminiscent of a super scion. Liu Feng smirked slightly. "All right, let us begin." With a light tap of his toes in the void, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, hurtling towards the two. His heavy sword cleaved through the air, aiming a swift strike at the leading Baogang. Baogang, expressionless, thrust his massive spear with lightning speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air before him. The fighting spirit erupted forth, his hands never ceasing, as he unleashed a barrage of 10 thrusts, pinning Liu Feng firmly within the spear's shadow. To the onlookers, it appeared that Baogang held the upper hand. However, within his heart, he struggled with his thoughts. This kid is too monstrous. Is he actually testing my speed? In Baogong's heart, clarity prevailed, for he was acutely aware that his proud shooting speed had merely become a test for his adversary's evasion capabilities. Yet, at this moment, it was utterly impossible to lower his weapon. The faintest trace of his opponent's presence loomed in the void, fixated upon him. The slightest hint of retreat would unleash a deluge of relentless attacks upon him. Now, all he could do was pray for the swift arrival of Bloodwolf. Liu Feng's gaze lowered slightly as he advanced amidst the ceaseless barrage of gunfire, maneuvering forward, backward, left, and right. His mind, as clear as a mirror, reflected every incoming attack without exception, guiding his body to execute the most flawless evasions. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Liu Feng's mind. He sensed the once overwhelming speed of the gunfire beginning to wane. He gently opened his eyes and cast a glance at Baogang, who was gritting his teeth in perseverance, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What's this? Are you struggling to hold on? Then allow me to take the stage." With a graceful shift, I glided through the dense, seething shadows of crimson energy, materializing above the head of the ironback lizard, much to the astonishment of Baogang. Observing the terror etched on Baogong's face, Liu Feng smiled gently, poised to strike him down. However, at that moment, a formidable surge of energy surged from behind. Liu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, compelling him to halt his impending assault. He sprang several feet into the air, executing a deft maneuver to stabilize himself mid-flight. Turning to face the source of this new threat, he beheld an enormous tail as formidable as iron, adorned with countless razor-sharp spikes that glimmered in the moonlight with a verdant sheen, while the tips of these lethal protrusions shimmered with a hint of blue, indicating their toxic nature. The colossal tail coiled and danced protectively around Baogang, effectively shielding him. Following the tail's trajectory, Liu Feng discerned that the assailant was none other than the ironback lizard itself. Impressed, he remarked, "What a clever beast," employing the strategy of surrounding the enemy to rescue its master. Yet before he could finish his admiration, a powerful gust swept in from behind. The Bloodwolf, having finally arrived, was now a mere step away. Liu Feng tilted his body slightly, and the massive sword sliced through the air, the sharp wind severing a few strands of his dark hair. The great sword, realizing its initial strike had failed, quickly pivoted and slashed horizontally. Liu Feng's gaze sharpened, and the sword's aura once again manifested, precisely targeting the tip of the Blood Wolf's colossal blade. As the two formidable forces clashed, the space between them began to warp ominously. Liu Feng wore a smile, clearly possessing residual strength, while the Blood Wolf's face flushed, indicating he was exerting his utmost effort. The disparity in their power was palpable. With a low, commanding shout, Liu Feng intensified the silvery radiance at the sword's tip. Meanwhile, the enormous blade of the Blood Wolf began to fracture under the immense pressure, revealing its inability to withstand such force. At this critical juncture, the Blood Wolf was forced to summon every ounce of energy, channeling a torrent of fighting spirit into his great sword. Yet, it was evident that he was vastly outmatched, the crimson glow emanating from his blade steadily fading. Liu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he prepared to exert further force to secure his victory. However, another wave of formidable energy rushed towards him from behind, causing him to frown slightly. The mirror image technique, with a subtle twist of his form, an identical figure emerged, gradually materializing in the astonished eyes of onlookers. As the mirror image took shape, it retrieved a heavy sword from Liu Feng's spatial ring, swiftly advancing to meet the oncoming colossal tail. Baogong's pupils constricted in disbelief. Mirror image magic? A wizard? How could this be possible? Today marks the day when the potato descends from the charts. To facilitate future inquiries regarding updates, feel free to add this book to your shelf. Moreover, do not forget to cast your recommendation votes. A colossal steel tail, resembling a venomous serpent, writhed and twisted through the air. A testament to the cunning of the ironback lizard. The figure known as Mirror Image bore a face devoid of emotion, with pitch-black eyes that reflected no sentiment. Its form flickered with astonishing speed, rivaling that of its true self. This left the onlooker, Baogang, utterly astounded, prompting an involuntary exclamation. What in the world is that? Even the typically expressionless condemned prisoner was visibly taken aback. Two shadows clashed in the air, their movements a blur. Despite the enormity of the steel tail, it could not land a single blow on Mirror Image. Like a shadow, it trailed closely behind the tail, deftly evading every complex maneuver as if it were an unyielding parasite. The tail executed a swift, agile thrust once more. Mirror Image, coldly observing the ever-enlarging tail through its gaze, pronounced with a sharp command, double attack. With a resounding crack, the massive tail gradually detached amidst the incredulous stares of the spectators below, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of yellow dust. The ironback lizard let out a wretched howl from the impact, causing Baogang to twitch his lips. Silence enveloped the numerous tents, especially among the members of the riot mercenary corps who were intimately familiar with their leader's ironback lizard. Typically, with its assistance, the leader was nearly invincible among the 8th-tier ranks. However, today's events shattered the idol they had revered. Within the central massive tent, Huan wore a grave expression and whispered, "What do you think?" Despite the absence of anyone behind him, he posed the question nonetheless. "I don't know." "He is quite formidable," came the reply. Huan fell silent, then inquired, Do you feel confident in facing him?" The tent once again fell into silence. After a moment, a shadow in one corner flickered slightly, and a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the enclosed space. Within the emptiness of the tent stood a slender black figure, its veil billowing softly. I was uncertain of its capabilities, which seemed rather enigmatic. With a grave expression, Huan nodded and furrowed his brow, suggesting that it would be prudent to treat this figure with utmost respect and avoid any offense. This mission must not falter. Liu Feng gave a slight shake of his hand, forcefully bringing down the already weakened blood wolf. Sheathing his sword, he stood still, directing his gaze toward the mirage suspended in the void. The blood wolf lay on the ground, wiping the blood from his lips with a bitter smile, acknowledging, truly formidable. As expected of the stellar rank, a pitch-black spatial vortex abruptly manifested, swiftly drawing the injured ironback lizard into its depths. After completing this, Baogang clapped his hands and, pointing at the mirage in midair, inquired with a smile, "Brother Liu, did you summon this?" Liu Feng nodded slightly, perplexed by the reason for the question. Baogang chuckled. "Brother Liu, may I have the honor of testing the strength of your mirage?" Liu Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to gaze at the indifferent figure before him. Feeling a surge of intrigue, even he was uncertain of the true strength of this reflection, especially after it had been upgraded following its immersion in dragon's blood. He had not summoned it since then, not even during his confrontation with Aohal. Now, an opponent had come forth on its own accord. And a formidable one at that, prompting a sly smile to curve Liu Feng's lips. "Very well, since you desire it, let us proceed," he chuckled softly. With a subtle shift, he appeared atop the pinnacle of a colossal tree. The figure of Baogang cracked a smile, gripping his colossal spear firmly, his fighting spirit surging forth as the spear's tip pointed ominously at the reflection suspended in the void. Sensing the pressure emanating from below, the reflection inclined its head slightly, its icy gaze fixed upon the crimson entity, lifting its heavy sword with deliberation. Liu Feng smiled faintly, feeling a thrill of anticipation. "Go forth, defeat him." Baogang's expression turned steely as he tightened his grip on the spear, his fighting spirit erupting from beneath him as he flashed into the air. The spear's tip directed menacingly at the reflection. Responding to the command, the reflection cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon its adversary, the heavy sword now angled. Exuding a palpable sword aura, a grave expression crossed Baogang's face. He had witnessed the inexplicable energy at the tip of that ordinary heavy sword before, and it could be aptly described as indomitable. The crimson fighting spirit coiled around the spear like a cunning serpent. The overwhelming presence was utterly ineffective against the unthinking reflection, a fact Baogang recognized even with his limited understanding of it. Thus, he refrained from exerting unnecessary effort. With a slight elevation of the spear, he bellowed, "Bloodied spear." As countless spear shadows danced through the air, The crimson fighting spirit surged like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the reflection. The slender figure of the reflection bobbed amidst the colossal wave, resembling a fragile boat adrift, yet it maintained an air of grace within the turmoil. Bao Gong's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on the spear once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of thrusts. Each strike birthed exquisite crimson spear blossoms, vibrant and captivating. As the spear's shadows flickered past, the space was marked with faint dark streaks, signaling that they were not mere spectacles for admiration. In the midst of this, the reflection appeared to be at a disadvantage. Perched on the tree's apex, Liu Feng pressed his feet down slightly, oscillating with the swaying branches while crossing his arms. A smile playing on his lips, his expression undisturbed. Yet another wave of blood-red spear shadows surged forth. The reflection regarded the oncoming tide of crimson with a frigid stare, its obsidian eyes devoid of emotion. The spear blossoms drew ever closer, and the reflection finally made its move. With the heavy sword poised horizontally, it lunged forward to meet the deluge of blood-red spear shadows. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Bao Gang stared in astonishment at the heavy sword that had accurately struck the tip of his spear, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected reality. The myriad spear shadows were but illusions, meant to deceive the eye, while the true lethal strike lay hidden beyond them, flickering in the void. However, the pressure coursing through his hands confirmed the truth of the situation with undeniable clarity. Looking into those obsidian eyes, which seemed capable of devouring light, a flicker of dread stirred within him. Yet, Bao Gang was steadfast of heart. At that critical moment, he bit down on his tongue, dispelling the fear that threatened to paralyze him. Resolute, he averted his gaze from those eerily dark eyes, his fighting spirit surging within him as he threw back his head and let out a furious roar. With his fighting spirit intensifying, the crimson hue of the spear deepened, steadily advancing toward the reflection. The reflection remained aloof, enveloped in a soft silver glow that shrouded it completely. The heavy sword in its grasp emanated a faint silver light, the sword aura extending further, accompanied by a melodic ringing. In a cool, composed voice, it intoned, "Break." The silver luminescence erupted, dispersing the towering crimson light entirely. Bao Gong's face paled in shock as he noticed cracks beginning to form in his spear, which soon shattered under the pressure. Yet the reflection's momentum did not wane. It thrust the heavy sword directly at Bao Gong's chest. Gasps erupted from the onlookers below as Bao Gang watched the swiftly approaching blade, his expression unwavering. Just as the heavy sword was a mere half-inch from Bao Gong's chest, the reflection suddenly dissipated into the void, leaving the unsupported sword to fall limply to the ground, crashing heavily upon the grass. Bao Gang exhaled a sigh of relief, only then realizing that his palms were drenched in sweat, prompting a rueful smile to escape his lips. Atop the tree, Liu Feng's lips curled into a smirk. "What a waste of my time last night. There must be some form of retribution for you. Friends who are interested should take a look." The next day, at dawn, two radiant orbs, a high and a low sun, quietly emerged from the horizon, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the world with a soft brilliance. The mercenaries were already busy preparing their gear for the day's journey. The entire camp buzzed with activity, yet it exhibited a discipline far superior to that of ordinary mercenaries, for these were warriors who had survived the battlefield. Though the crowd was somewhat preoccupied, they could not help but cast glances of reverence, even admiration, towards a particular vehicle they passed. This seemingly unremarkable carriage was, in fact, the abode of Liu Feng and his companions. The previous night's fierce battle had left a profound impression on all, except for the still sleeping bodies. While Beifa and Mo Fei had witnessed it clearly. Strength commands respect. This is an immutable rule of the world. Liu Feng had displayed extraordinary prowess, and it was only fitting that he garnered extraordinary respect in return. To single-handedly contend with 3 8th-tier warriors was a display of audacity and might beyond measure. The mere thought of it stirred the blood of the mercenaries. In their eyes, even an 8th-tier warrior was an unattainable figure. Moreover, this individual was rumored to be a legendary 9th-tier starry-tier warrior. The concept of the starry tier was elusive to them. Many had lived their lives without ever encountering such a formidable being, let alone witnessing their battles. They only knew that the starry tier was immensely powerful, indubitably formidable. A flicker of excitement and gratitude coursed through them. They were thrilled to have witnessed such a fierce clash and felt fortunate to have been roused from their slumber the night before, lest they miss this rare spectacle of combat. Liu Feng opened his somewhat bleary eyes, the cool morning air causing a shiver to run across his exposed cheeks. Fully awakening him, stretching languidly, he surveyed the 3 disheveled figures sprawled across the carriage, shaking his head in mild frustration. With a gentle kick aimed at Bottas, he elicited a series of snorts. The corner of his mouth twitched as he leaned down, whispering into the dwarf's ear with a sudden shout. "Where's the ale?" The dwarf's eyes flew open, his head shaking vigorously. Where's the drink?" His robust nature caused him to overlook Liu Feng's presence entirely. As he spun about in search of the elusive liquor, suddenly, a rush of cold air enveloped him from behind, jolting the dwarf's mind into clarity. Turning around, he was met with Liu Feng's stern expression and scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. "Ah, little Feng, you're awake early." Liu Feng's eyelids twitched in exasperation. It became evident to him why this fellow caused Mo Fei and Beifa such headaches. His obliviousness was astounding. With a weary sigh, he replied, "It is already morning." Awaken them both. After breakfast, we must continue our journey. Upon witnessing the sullen expression on Liu Feng's face, the dwarf felt a pang of embarrassment. He hesitated momentarily before breaking into a smile, refraining from further idle chatter, and promptly roused the two from their slumber. It seemed that neither Mo Fei nor Beifa had the same light-hearted spirit as this fellow. Merely a gentle shake was enough to trigger their vigilance, prompting them to swiftly seize their weapons and rise. Upon recognizing Liu Feng and Ba Das, they exchanged a glance and let out a sigh of relief. Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction and remarked with a smile, "Let us first satiate our hunger." Beifa chuckled, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he gave Liu Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, last night was truly remarkable." Liu Feng, unaware of the specific reference, merely smiled faintly, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and leapt out. Ba Das, intrigued, leaned over and inquired, "Xiao Feng, what transpired last night?" Beifa rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard the question entirely. As Liu Feng and the others disembarked, a rotund figure came rolling towards them. "Ha, Lord Liu Feng. Lord Huan invites you to dine with him," he said with a broad smile. It was Qiugong, whom Liu Feng had met previously. "Oh, dear chubby uncle. Are you part of this caravan as well?" Liu Feng felt a fondness for the jovial man. "Please, Lord Liu Feng, do not call me that." "I cannot bear such a title," Qiugong replied, waving his hands dismissively, a pained expression on his face. Liu Feng smiled slightly, unconcerned, and nodded. "Then please, lead the way." "Dear chubby uncle." Seeing Liu Feng's insistence, Qiugong let out a wry smile. Though his demeanor was bittersweet, his admiration for this young man surged within him. After all, in this world, there were few who possessed such strength while still showing respect to an irrelevant old fellow. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly wish her to marry him, he thought joyfully, his steps becoming lighter. The surrounding mercenaries, upon noticing the young man in the white attire who had caused such a stir the previous night, straightened up, their gazes filled with fervor and admiration. Some bolder mercenaries could not resist greeting him from a distance. Among the four, only Ba Das felt perplexed by the gazes of the mercenaries, a sense of unease creeping over him. He hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up with Mo Fei, cautiously whispering, "Mo Fei, something feels off. Those mercenaries have an unusual look in their eyes. Is there a trap ahead? Should we warn Xiao Feng?" Mo Fei paused, then shook his head with a chuckle. "You little dwarf, just follow along. Are you afraid of being slaughtered?" Ba Das retorted angrily, "When has a warrior of the dwarf clan ever feared anyone?" Mo Fei rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further, and swiftly moved ahead, leaving behind Ba Das, who continued to murmur incessantly. Liu Feng greeted the awe of the crowd with a serene countenance, his fair hands gently resting behind him as he followed Qiugong step by step towards the tent located at the center of the camp. The mercenaries gazed at Liu Feng and his companions with reverence as they entered the tent, only to later exchange glances, shaking their heads in regret for not having greeted their idol. Upon reaching the tent, Qiugong halted, aware that his status did not permit him entry. After exchanging pleasantries with Liu Feng, he retreated with a beaming smile. Gently lifting the curtain, Liu Feng led the way inside. Within the spacious and brightly lit tent sat three factions, comprising the three captains, and at the forefront, Huan. Upon seeing Liu Feng enter, Huaman's face broke into a broad smile as he rose from his seat to welcome him, exclaiming, "Brother Liu, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." Liu Feng nodded subtly and chose a table in the corner, guiding the three men to it. The Blood Wolf trio offered Liu Feng faint smiles and nods of goodwill. Noticing the lingering pallor on their faces, Liu Feng smiled apologetically. The fierce battle from the previous night had fostered a sense of camaraderie in his heart towards these three captains, a testament to the bonds forged in the crucible of conflict. Breakfast was unremarkable, yet it illustrated the status and treatment of mercenaries within the convoy. In the past, the fervent mercenary band would have been unworthy of such privileges. However, with the emergence of the formidable Liu Feng, everything had changed. Strength dictated status. As the convoy set forth under the rising sun, treading upon the fresh morning dew, they embarked on a day filled with arduous tasks. This mission saw the deployment of over 1,200 members from the three major mercenary factions, each comprising nearly 400 individuals, a commendable scale in the mercenary world. Furthermore, these were elite survivors from the battlefield, far superior to ordinary mercenaries in both prowess and spirit, cohesion, and discipline. These three mercenary groups could easily rank among the top in terms of combat strength. Liu Feng and his companions had already disembarked from the ordinary vehicle, and Huan had arranged for them a luxurious carriage at the center of the convoy. Regarding this gesture, Liu Feng merely shrugged, offering no objections. If he wished to curry favor, Liu Feng was content to let him do so. The lengthy journey unfolded slowly beneath the rolling wheels of the carriage. Liu Feng did not remain idle in the vehicle like a fool. Instead, he requested a unicorn from Bloodwolf and followed closely behind the three captains, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The surrounding mercenaries gazed at these four titans, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. The trio of Bloodwolf had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny, while Liu Feng felt a twinge of discomfort, albeit resigned to it. Gradually, he would adapt. Bao Gang, noticing Liu Feng's unease, offered a comforting smile. Liu Feng, disheartened, nodded in response. Casting a sidelong glance, he observed Huan, whose face was adorned with a smile, yet bore a slight frown as he gently guided his horse to squeeze between the three. In hushed tones, audible only to them, he inquired, "Have you sensed the peculiarity of this task?" The trio of Bloodwolf paused, exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, Bloodwolf remarked, "Indeed, this mission is rather strange. Given the reputation of the Huajin Chamber of Commerce, it is inconceivable that they would engage in such transportation affairs. Moreover, for a C-rank task, they have expended considerable resources to enlist our services. Furthermore," he hesitated, furrowing his brow, "Huan holds a significant position within the Huajin Chamber of Commerce. Anyone bearing the surname Hua is integral to its core. It is peculiar for someone of high stature to personally oversee a transportation task." Bao Gang and the convict, upon hearing Bloodwolf's analysis, instinctively slowed their pace and nodded in agreement. Liu Feng gently urged his horse and queried with curiosity, "Haven't you all inquired? You should have the right to understand the task's intricacies and challenges." Rubbing his furrowed brow, Liu Feng sighed. "Well, let us proceed and see. I suspect this mission will not be easily accomplished. Alas, I have only undertaken a few tasks, and already I encounter such troublesome circumstances." Upon hearing Liu Feng's lament, Bloodwolf and Bao Gang erupted into hearty laughter. Even the typically stoic convict managed a slight smirk. The mercenaries traveling alongside cast bewildered glances at the jubilant captains, utterly perplexed by their mirth. The laughter drew Huan closer. He kicked his unicorn into a trot and cheerfully asked, "What is this? Have you three stumbled upon something amusing? Care to share a laugh with this old man?" Liu Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "We are merely reveling in the ease with which we might earn your reward, dear Uncle Hua." Such a jest. Bloodwolf and his companions silently derided Liu Feng's words. Huan, wise from years of experience, easily discerned the underlying message. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "If Brother Liu is in need of funds, do not hesitate to let me know. The Huajin Chamber of Commerce warmly welcomes formidable individuals like you." Upon hearing Hua and subtly inviting words, Liu Feng smiled faintly, stating, "Being a mercenary is indeed quite enjoyable. I find it to my liking. As for other matters, I am currently disinterested." Huan's words were merely spoken in jest, without any anticipation that Liu Feng would acquiesce. In this era of formidable beings, who does not possess a touch of eccentricity? Thus, Huan paid little heed to Liu Feng's refusal, lightly chuckling as he shifted the conversation elsewhere. After a day's journey, they were now quite near the vast Orc grasslands. Liu Feng sat atop his steed, gazing into the distance, where a lush expanse of verdant grass stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Was this the source of my unease? The words escaped his lips in a gentle murmur, carried away by the wind. "My Lord Liu Feng, Lord Huan requests your presence for a discussion in the tent," called the rotund Xiaogong as he waddled over from afar. Liu Feng nodded, a cold smirk curling at his lips. The old fox is beginning to worry, is he? The Bloodwolf trio remained silently in accord. Observing this, Huan's brow furrowed, his tone growing more serious. "Gentlemen, since you have accepted the task we laid before you, it is imperative that you commit wholeheartedly. This is the most fundamental virtue of a mercenary, is it not?" Liu Feng raised an eyebrow in mockery. "Lord Huan, have you forgotten that as the task issuer, one must not withhold any pertinent regulations from the mercenaries? The three members of Blood Wolf exchanged glances, their eyes turning to Liu Feng, seemingly inclined to heed his counsel. After all, as long as this young man of the stellar rank was present, they felt confident that no matter the challenges they faced, provided they were not obstructed by the legendary Saint-rank warriors, they could prevail. Moreover, what do you suppose a Saint-rank warrior would do? Would they intervene for the sake of your merchant guild? Dream on. Even if you are the renowned Huajin merchant guild of the continent, that is utterly implausible. Liu Feng fixed his gaze steadily upon Hua's murky old eyes, unwilling to look away. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. Very well, Lord Huan, I shall provisionally agree to your request. However, should danger reach a critical threshold, I will abandon this task, and as for the commission, it shall be forfeited, for once a life is lost, no amount of wealth can remedy it. Huan let out a quiet sigh of relief, nodding vigorously in response, inwardly reflecting. As long as you do not depart at this juncture, it will suffice. If we truly encounter them, it will not be as simple as you wish it to be. In the meantime, a fifth-tier black dragon was astonished to see a hatchling emerge from its egg, blowing a bubble with its mouth. The Shushan sect had taken in a new disciple who only indulged in slumber all day. The Ming dynasty's founding emperor had adopted the use of electric light bulbs. A novice apprentice, just learning magic, had felled a golden bison with a divine artifact. A young lady had thrown the entire harem of Emperor Taizong of Tang into disarray. Zhang Wuji, in a deep valley, had dissected a gray ape, discovering a note wrapped in oiled paper inside, which read, "You have arrived too late." Such was the nature of time travel. This is an era of profound transformation, where traversers roam freely across countless dimensions. The indigenous inhabitants of each realm, subjected to relentless turmoil, rise in defiance. The absurd yet malevolent counterattack unfolds. The Traversing Treasure Guide is a remarkably compelling tome that promises to evoke uncontrollable laughter. Surrounding mercenaries have formed a defensive formation, encircling a dozen or so horse-drawn carriages. Liu Feng, alongside the three captains, rides centrally, while the trio has dismounted their vehicles and trails closely behind Liu Feng, cautiously brandishing their weapons in readiness. The entire entourage exudes an unusual tranquility, punctuated only by the sound of rolling wheels and the rhythmic thudding of numerous footsteps. Liu Feng closes his eyelids, allowing his steed to advance instinctively, enveloping the convoy with his consciousness. Every subtle movement within the procession is meticulously registered in his mind. The Blood Wolf trio observes Liu Feng's actions with a sense of familiarity. Throughout their journey, this seemingly ordinary young man has provided them with ample astonishment. They harbor a tinge of envy towards the fortuitous leader of the unseen mercenary band. Pondering why such a remarkable youth has eluded their paths, does it truly require a stroke of luck? They exchange glances, shaking their heads in frustration. Suddenly, Liu Feng, with his eyes still shut, softly remarks that someone approaches from behind. The Blood Wolf trio is momentarily taken aback before they call out emphatically, halting and forming a defensive stance. The group swiftly rearranges itself after a brief commotion. The Blood Wolf trio gazes intently towards the rear, and after a moment, the unmistakable sound of hooves resonates, followed closely by the appearance of a mercenary clad in a red uniform. Upon recognizing him, the Blood Wolf members exhale in relief. It is indeed a scout from their mercenary band, though they wonder why he was not observing the situation from the back. Liu Feng furrowed his brows. Lost in thought, there may be a situation. Xuelang felt a tightening in his chest, falling silent as he cast his gaze upon the approaching mercenary leader. Behind him, a fearsome horde of brutal blood wolves emerged. Xuelang was taken aback, never having anticipated an encounter with the most terrifying creatures of the Orc grasslands. Upon receiving the news from the messenger, the mercenaries began to stir uneasily. After all, encountering the brutal blood wolves in the Orc grasslands was nothing short of a nightmare. In the bygone days of the human kingdoms, a once mighty empire, with an army of 100,000, attempted to traverse the Orc grasslands, only to be annihilated by millions of brutal blood wolves, leaving not a single survivor. It is said that the blood of those 10,000 men stained the ground a deep crimson. Henceforth, the fearsome reputation of the brutal blood wolves spread, commanding respect and caution from both humans and orcs alike. The trio of blood wolves swiftly quelled the rising panic, restoring a semblance of calm within the ranks. Observing the settling crowd, Liu Feng shot a fierce glare at the distant, furtive Huan Xuelang, his face etched with gravity, turned to Liu. "Brother Liu, what do you think we should do about this situation?" As the words reached the ears of Baogang and the condemned prisoner, their gazes instinctively shifted to Liu Feng. This was indeed the advantage of Liu Feng's extraordinary prowess. He was not easily overlooked. The trio of blood wolves contemplated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The group resumed their journey, albeit at a considerably reduced pace, yet their formation appeared much more orderly. Liu Feng, noticing the improvement, nodded in satisfaction and beckoned Mo Fei and the others to approach him. Do not stray too far, otherwise, should trouble arise. I may not have the time to assist you, Liu Feng cautioned gravely. Mo Fei and Beifa nodded slightly, and even Badass, intimidated by the solemnity etched on Liu Feng's face, dared not utter another word, nodding repeatedly in compliance. Among the mercenaries, remnants of fear lingered on their faces. Though they were seasoned warriors who had survived the battlefield, the thought of a swift demise from a single strike was hardly terrifying. Yet, the brutality of the blood wolves was another matter entirely. A single bite could tear away large chunks of flesh, while one remained acutely aware. An ordeal that few could endure. No one was inclined to converse. They hurried along, eager to escape this cursed prairie. Time slipped by quietly as the wheels turned. Above, the two radiant suns began their slow descent, heralding the end of the day. In the brief span of that afternoon, Liu Feng received several urgent reports from Scout Station behind them. The flurry of messages made it clear that the cargo they were transporting was undoubtedly linked to the savage blood wolves. However, to maintain the morale of his men, Liu Feng and his companions discreetly received these reports without sharing them with others. Gazing at the two suns gradually sinking in the sky, Liu Feng turned to the blood wolves beside him and sighed softly. I believe it would be prudent to set up camp. The wolf pack is most formidable at night, and if there is something they desire within our convoy, they will seize the opportunity tonight. The blood wolves nodded gravely, urging their companions onward. Damn it! What on earth has this old man brought that could interest such beasts? The intense anger etched upon the face of the individual, who seemed to be deeply concerned, was a clear indication of their extreme frustration towards Huan for concealing vital information. The condemned man sat silently upon his unicorn, an impenetrable expression obscuring any emotion, save for the mournful whinnies of the horse, which served as a reminder to the two of his tightly grasped mane with his right hand. Under the relentless urging of the Blood Wolf trio, the construction of the camp finally reached completion as the second round of daylight descended upon the vast grassland horizon. Observing the surroundings, with sturdy ironwood fences and numerous mercenaries, a sigh of relief escaped their lips. At long last, a defensible sanctuary had been established. Hoping it would withstand the onslaught of those beasts, Blood Wolf surveyed the seemingly solid encampment, exhaling deeply, and remarked with a hint of hopeful mirth. Liu Feng, upon hearing this, shrugged and cast his gaze towards the rear of the camp, where shadows of wolves flickered ominously, as if the stench of blood had already begun to rise. In a realm far removed from our own, the saga of the supreme being of the demon realm unfolds, chronicling the tale of Nantian, a being capable of commanding the elements and unrivaled in power. Yet, during his ascension to the divine realm, a misstep led him to be reborn in an alternate world known as the ancient Martial Continent. Was this mere happenstance, or a scheme intricately woven? Witness how Nantian navigates through layers of enigma to uncover the ultimate truth, for what lies behind the truth may merely signify a new beginning. The book of my friend is quite remarkable. Those who find themselves in a literary drought might consider taking a look. In the vast expanse of the grassland, as twilight approaches, the celestial bodies align, the sun sets in a high and low dance, marking the boundary between heaven and earth. In contrast, the silvery orb of the moon gradually ascends, illuminating the night. The argent moonlight signals to all, the daylight has waned, and darkness has descended. As the silver moon rises, casting its radiant glow over the great prairie, Liu Feng furrows his brow and gazes up at the moon, shaking his head in resignation. The heavens do not favor him. If tonight's moonlight were but dim, it would greatly benefit his endeavors. Yet, it shines with an unparalleled brightness, much to Liu Feng's discontent, who usually revels in the moonlight. Beside him, Bao Gang's expression mirrors his distress, a bitter smile escaping his lips. What a stroke of misfortune! This truly feels like adding insult to injury. The bloodthirsty wolves and the condemned prisoners also wear expressions of despair. The ferocious blood wolf possesses a racial skill known as Moonlit Frenzy, which augments its attack power by 50% under the full moon. Once activated, this skill transforms the blood wolf into an exceptionally ruthless beast, undeterred by the prospect of death. In such circumstances, there are but two outcomes. Either they are all vanquished, or they unleash havoc upon their foes. On the vast orc grassland, the ordinary blood wolves are merely Tier 3 creatures. However, For every 10,000 common blood wolves, one will mutate into a Tier 6 blood silver wolf. And for every 10 million, a Tier 9 moon wolf king will emerge. Legends abound that on the Orc grassland, there have been sightings of a moon wolf howling at the heavens. Yet, such rumors remain unverified, leaving the existence of the moon wolf king shrouded in mystery. The blood silver wolves serve as the elite guard of the moon wolf king, and only the true king can command these warriors within the immense wolf pack. To this day, aside from a millennium-old tale of 1,000 wolves charging together, there has been no further news of them. Within the encampment, mercenaries diligently polish their beloved weapons, having received word from their leader that tonight, the ferocious blood wolves will attack. Initially, this news instilled a sense of trepidation among the mercenaries, but soon they regained their composure. Since the situation is unavoidable, they must strategize on how to confront it. Having survived the battlefield, they understand well, in the face of danger, fear serves no purpose. It only makes one more susceptible to demise. Observing the mercenaries steadfast behind the barricades, though their faces betray a hint of panic, their grip on their weapons remains strong and resolute. The trio of leaders nods in satisfaction. With a hint of pride, the blood wolf remarks, "So, what do you think, Xiao Feng? These little ones are not so bad, are they?" Liu Feng surveyed his surroundings and remarked with a light chuckle, "Excellent. Far superior to the average mercenaries. The mere fact that you can pick up your weapons to resist upon hearing the infamous name of the blood wolf speaks volumes about the commendable training you three have received." Upon hearing Liu Feng's praise, Blood Wolf and Bao Gang burst into hearty laughter, while the condemned prisoner offered a faint smile. The previously tense atmosphere was shattered by their laughter. In the distance, the mercenaries, witnessing their leader's jovial spirit, were filled with admiration, encouraged by their leader's mirth. A surge of camaraderie welled up within the mercenaries, prompting them to grip their weapons with renewed vigor. Liu Feng, who observed all of this, nodded in satisfaction. A few light-hearted remarks had uplifted the spirits of the mercenaries. Blood Wolf, having noticed the small movements of his subordinates, discreetly gave Liu Feng a thumbs up, harboring a deep admiration, albeit tinged with envy, for the leader of the fervent mercenary band capable of attracting such talents. As the silver moon ascended to its zenith, the ethereal silver glow permeated the atmosphere. A long, haunting wolf howl echoed from afar, soon followed by a chorus of howls, transforming the space into a domain of wolf cries, resounding throughout the camp. Damnable beasts, they understand the power of intimidation, Bao Gang seethed, listening to the cacophony. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, casting his gaze deep into the grasslands. With each wolf howl, pairs of glimmering green eyes began to materialize in the darkness, eyes filled with murderous intent, brutality, and ferocity. The area in front of the camp had become the realm of the blood wolves. Report. Leader. We are cut off from the rear by a sudden appearance of a wolf pack. Report. A wolf pack has emerged on the left side of the camp. Leader. A large pack of wolves has appeared on the right. With each urgent report, the expressions of Liu Feng and his companions grew increasingly grave. How cunning. They've encircled us. Blood Wolf cursed angrily, delivering a fierce kick to a nearby wooden stump. Liu Feng replied solemnly, "There is no point in lamenting now. Prepare for battle, gentlemen." With that, he drew his heavy sword and strode toward the barricade. Blood Wolf and the others quickly retrieved their weapons and followed suit. Through the gaps in the barricade, Liu Feng could clearly see the countless glimmering wolf eyes. He sighed inwardly, directing his gaze to the center of the camp, where their patron, Huan, resided. What on earth was he transporting to provoke such a horde of ferocious blood wolves? The moonlight was intense, casting its silvery glow upon the vast grassland. As the first wolf could no longer contain its instincts, it lunged toward the camp. With the movement of one wolf, 1,000 followed suit. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of earth-shaking roars, the colossal pack of wolves commenced their assault. Within the camp, the hands of the defenders were slick with sweat, their grip on their weapons growing cold and clammy. The blood wolf furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Archers, prepare. Mages, ready your spells." Under the leadership's command, the mercenaries swiftly regained their composure. The archers drew their powerful arrows, aiming at the advancing wolves, while the mages adjusted their ropes, grasped their staffs, and began chanting esoteric and profound incantations. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in the blink of an eye as the wolves charged forward. Just a few meters from the camp, the blood wolf raised his hand decisively and shouted, "Loose." With a swift whoosh, countless arrows surged forth, propelled by the might of strong bows, creating a deluge of projectiles that rained down upon the wolves. The sharp arrows pierced through the skull of the blood wolf, spilling forth a cascade of blood. Yet, the sight of blood did not deter the pack. Instead, it ignited their bloodlust. Their eyes growing increasingly crimson as saliva dripped from their mouths. The wolves continued to surge forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades as they relentlessly charged toward the camp. The blood wolf remained unfazed, his gaze locked onto the gaps in the barricade. He raised his hand once more with determination. Mages, prepare your spells. Upon hearing this command, the mages hastened their chants, and moments later, their incantations reached completion. However, the blood wolf did not call for a singular spell but unleashed a barrage of magic. Earth mages, rift technique, deploy. At his command, several earth-toned mages stepped forward, pointing their staffs toward the ground before the camp. A gray light flickered upon the earth elemental crystals, subtly gathering energy. In a realm where ancient martial arts and magic intertwine, a tale unfolds of the demon realm's supreme being, South Heaven Demon Lord. Having the power to summon storms and dominate all, he ascended to the divine realm, only to find himself in the wrong place, reborn within a world known as the ancient Martial Continent. Was this merely an accident, or a conspiracy? Witness how South Heaven navigates the dense fog of uncertainty to uncover the ultimate truth, or perhaps, the truth itself is merely a new beginning. The book by my friend is quite remarkable. Those who are experiencing a shortage of reading material should certainly take a look. As the incantations of several individuals resonated, the earth before the camp trembled violently. A colossal fissure gradually opened from the ground, akin to a gaping mouth, devouring all the blood wolves that rushed forth. The Earth Splitter, initially a mere 4th-tier spell, manifested the formidable power of a 6th-tier magic through the seamless collaboration of several mages. Countless blood wolves were engulfed by the immense chasm, yet the relentless tide of wolves continued to surge forth. The fire mage prepared for the next onslaught. Despite the flawless execution of the magical assault, the stern expression on the blood wolves' faces remained unchanged. Swiftly, commands were issued, and several figures in crimson robes emerged. The lava flow, a seemingly trivial 4th-tier spell, unleashed immense devastation at this moment. Torrents of scalding lava erupted from the vast pit created by the Earth Mage, swiftly filling half of the cavity. The intense heat of the lava incinerated the carcasses of the blood wolves in an instant. A 4th-tier earth spell and a 4th-tier fire spell momentarily held back the throng of blood wolves, preventing them from advancing even a single inch. Liu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he struck a nearby blood wolf, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is splendid. Such harmonious cooperation." It was no surprise that Liu Feng was somewhat overwhelmed. The adeptness displayed in the use of magic would elicit admiration from anyone fortunate enough to witness it. A hint of a smile appeared on the typically serious visage of the blood wolf, who nodded proudly, stating, "This synergy was cultivated through blood and fire within our mercenary group, forged in the race against death itself. As the saying goes, outsiders marvel at the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies." Although Liu Feng was not a master of magic, his understanding of magical fluctuations gave him confidence that his abilities rivaled those of a star mage. Such magical coordination requires more than merely chanting incantations in unison. Each mage's magical resonance is unique. Only when these resonances align to a certain degree can spells be successfully combined. Should one attempt to force a union without such synchronicity, the result would invariably be catastrophic. Thus, it is no wonder that the blood wolf took such pride in the collaboration of these mages. "Captain, the wolf packs on 3 sides are stirring. They are now charging towards us." A sharp cry shattered the smile on the blood wolf's face. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and spoke, "Brothers Balgon and Churchio, could you lead them in to the left and right? I shall take charge of the wolves approaching from behind. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders exchanged glances and nodded solemnly, each leaving a few mercenaries for Liu Feng. Baogang and the condemned prisoner hurriedly made their way over. Liu Feng took a deep breath and commanded, "Let us move." Behind him, a throng of mercenaries promptly followed suit, with Mo Fei closely trailing Liu Feng as well. The camp was only a few dozen meters wide, and they quickly reached the rear. Through the wooden slats, Liu Feng glimpsed the distant blood wolves howling at the moon. Turning to Mo Fei, he instructed, "Mo Fei, go to the blood wolf leader and borrow a few of those mages. Have them alter the terrain." Mo Fei nodded and swiftly dashed off. Gazing at the silver moon hanging high in the sky, Liu Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Tonight will be another bloody battle. The mages arrived shortly thereafter, and after a brief preparation, the Earth Mage employed a 5th-tier spell, Earthquake, along with a 4th-tier spell, Ground Split, transforming the area behind the camp into a vast chasm, with a narrow bridge barely wide enough for a single person standing forlornly above it. Liu Feng surveyed the mage's handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, esteemed mages." The mages bowed respectfully. Their admiration for this young man who had single-handedly commanded 3 leaders overshadowing any sense of trepidation. "My lord Liu Feng, you are too kind. We must take our leave. Bao Gang and the others require our magic." Watching the mages retreat in haste, Liu Feng nodded approvingly once more. "Brother Bloodwolf, your subordinates are quite disciplined," he remarked. "What shall we do now, little Feng?" asked the dwarf Bottas, gripping his massive iron hammer, his eyes fixed intently on the blood wolves outside the camp. His expression devoid of fear, tinged instead with a hint of greed. "Blood wolf meat is the finest. I savored it once while on a mission for the leader, nearly biting my tongue off." Liu Feng's eyelids twitched rapidly. He inhaled sharply, turning away to avoid lingering his gaze on the insufferable dwarf. Beside him, Beifa stifled a laugh behind her hand. The moonlight was thick, casting a silvery glow. Finally, the blood wolf stirred, and with a piercing howl, countless blood wolves surged forth like a crimson tide. Liu Feng exhaled slowly, addressing the mercenaries beside him with a firm command. "Stay here and be vigilant for any stragglers. Do not venture out." With that, disregarding the astonished looks from the others, he deftly slipped out of the towering camp like a leaf caught in the wind. It was only then that they reacted. Feeling warmth in his heart at the concern of his companions, Liu Feng chuckled softly, a hint of frustration evident as he shrugged. "Could you have a bit more faith in me? Am I truly to be consumed by these wolves? Moreover, if I do not emerge, how long can this scant number of individuals and these inadequately supportive wooden stakes hold out?" Rest assured, all is well." Mo Fei and Bei Fa fell into silence simultaneously. Liu Feng spoke with great insight. "The number of people here is minimal, and if we engage directly with the pack of wolves, it is utterly impossible to endure for long. The seemingly sturdy camp barricade will not withstand for long either." Liu Feng took 2 large strides forward, blocking the soul passage. A heavy steel sword leapt into his right hand as he stood proudly. The moonlight, the solitary bridge, the white-clad figure, and the wolf pack painted a beautiful yet eerie picture. In The Lord of Beasts, book number 1000236. After unintentionally acquiring a witch tower unearthed from an ancient tomb in the Miao region, Yang Ling traversed into another realm. While others could only summon 1 or 2 beasts, he, endowed with mysterious and formidable sorcery, could tame thousands, assembling a vast legion of magical creatures, mistakenly regarded as an ancient summoner. During his leisure, he ventured out to hunt. Dragons were nothing to him. He absorbed their power and refined their souls, rendering them as obedient as a dog. In times of need, he sold a few beast crystals. What is a king, after all? Upon meeting, he still addressed him as boss. He navigated effortlessly through life's intricacies, and what of beautiful women. Fragrant grass flourished in every corner of the world. A young man embraced a prosperous life in this extraordinary realm. The book of a friend, for those interested, may be worth a glance. The wolf pack surged like a tidal wave, and as I surveyed the scene, an expanse of crimson filled my vision, seemingly foreshadowing the impending brutal slaughter. The heavy sword was raised slightly, reflecting the brilliant silver moonlight. Within mere moments, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed amidst the throng of wolves, their rancid breath spewing forth from their savage jaws. Liu Feng gently closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, opened them abruptly. His pitch-black pupils were chillingly cold, exuding a mirror-like indifference. His heart was as icy as the void, perceiving all living beings as mere blades of grass. The first blood wolf finally ascended the solitary bridge. In its crimson eyes flickered a bloodthirsty gleam, its sharp claws glinting with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. The fierce wolf's maw lunged violently toward Liu Feng's throat. With a slight lift of his eyelids and a subtle elevation of his heavy sword, a glint of cold light flashed. The wolf's head tumbled down, rolling away from its massive body. The wolf pack continued to surge forward. The death of the first wolf did nothing to instill fear within their ranks. Liu Feng's expression remained impassive as he relentlessly swung his heavy sword, weaving a net of death around him. Any wolf that entered this scythe-like web of blades was severed in twain, collapsing into the massive pit below. Within the camp, a group of mercenaries stood in stunned silence. Gazing at the frail figure that guarded the stone bridge, a sense of awe quietly spread from the depths of their souls. They murmured in low tones, "Incredible! So powerful!" The faces of the dwarves Badass and Beifa flushed with excitement, and even the usually composed Mo Fei, gripping his bow, revealed visible veins in his hands. On the solitary bridge, blood continued to dance in the air, and the howls of wolves rose and fell like a haunting melody. Liu Feng's white shirt remained pristine, and his heavy sword was untouched by blood. The wolf pack pressed on, their claws failing to lay a single scratch upon him. No wolf could withstand the relentless blade aura. A mere stroke sufficed. None dared to approach within half a meter of the figure in white. The grass remained lush and green in that space, while beyond it, the ground was matted with blood. With another swift strike, he cleaved a blood wolf attempting to breach his defenses in half. Raising his gaze, he observed the crimson tide and sighed with a wry smile. Ah. Without an area attack skill, this is truly exhausting. If only I could unleash a blade storm right now. I can only imagine how much easier it would be. A light chuckle echoed in his mind as a shadow quietly formed in the void behind him. A blood wolf. Seeing the loathed human finally retreat, rejoiced and leaped towards the end of the bridge, just as it believed it had reached the shores of success. A heavy sword appeared as if slicing through the void, cleaving its head in two. Liu Feng sheathed his sword, shook his shoulders, and chuckled softly. You think it would be so easy to escape? On the solitary bridge, the mirage remained steadfast, ruthlessly continuing its slaughter. Liu Feng, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. With a gentle leap, he floated down into the enclosure. Mo Fei's body trembled slightly as he regarded the confident smile on Liu Feng's face, involuntarily exclaiming, Xiao Feng, you're astonishing. I genuinely aspire to become a swordsman, lamented Beifa with a sorrowful expression. Xiao Feng, you truly are remarkable. From now on, when we drink, I permit you to partake of my share, the dwarf exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he patted his chest, addressing Liu Feng. The fact that the dwarf was willing to share his prized wine signifies that Liu Feng's standing in his heart has ascended to the level of family. This is a well-known saying among dwarves on the continent. A warmth spread through Liu Feng's heart as he nodded with a smile, gradually calming the fervor of those around him. Through the wooden slats, he gazed outside, witnessing the relentless carnage. Blood splattered in torrents, while the mirror image remained unyieldingly calm. Wielding a heavy sword to fend off countless blood wolves at the bridge's edge, the blood wolves did not limit their assault to this single point. Beyond the fissures in the earth, many began to advance in a relentless manner. Countless blood wolves leaped madly into the crevice. The land fissures, painstakingly created by the mages, were substantial, and the blood wolves that plunged down found themselves unable to climb back up immediately. Thus, Liu Feng felt little concern. He raised his gaze to the slightly shifting round moon and could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, can't you move a little faster? Of course. The lofty silver moon remained oblivious to his grievances. He turned to Mo Fei beside him and whispered, You all stay vigilant here, but do not venture outside. I have a sense of when the mirror image will dissipate. Mo Fei was taken aback, but quickly responded, Are you planning to go to the three captains? Liu Feng nodded, his brow slightly furrowed. I am somewhat uneasy and wish to take a look. Understood. Go ahead. We will keep watch here. Mo Fei nodded in affirmation, urging him to hasten. Liu Feng smiled and patted his shoulder before swiftly making his way towards the location of Bao Gang. Bao Gang, with a furrowed brow, surveyed the distant solitary stone bridge. Here, more than 10 mercenaries had already lost their lives, and the casualties continued to mount under the onslaught of the blood wolves. After all, they lacked Liu Feng's strength and enduring combat capability. The essence of fighting spirit emphasizes explosive power and intensity, while the internal strength of Huaxia advocates for longevity and continuity. They certainly did not possess Liu Feng's enigmatic skill, the mirror image. This rational attack, capable of harnessing the majority of one's original strength, was a phenomenon never before witnessed in this world. Hence, Liu Feng's bizarre mirror image was undeniably an extraordinary existence in this realm. Hey, Bao Gang, how are things on your end? A cold voice emerged from behind. Bao Gang turned his head and saw Liu Feng leaping swiftly towards him, growing ever closer. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, What brings you here, Brother Liu? Surely, your side hasn't been overwhelmed by the blood wolves, has it? Liu Feng smiled faintly and shrugged. If you all have yet to falter, how could I possibly be worse off than you? Bao Gang broke into a smile, albeit it quickly faded as he cast his gaze towards the mercenaries engaged in a fierce battle with the blood wolves, sighing, Alas, we have lost over a dozen brothers. Liu Feng silently nodded, offering solace. Do not grieve too deeply. Once one embarks on the path of a mercenary, meeting one's end in a mission is a fate that befalls many. Bao Gang shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the sorrow clinging to his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he asked earnestly, Brother Liu, is everything all right on your end? Ah, the Blood Wolves continue their relentless assault. By heavens! What on earth is that scoundrel Huan transporting to incite such madness among these bloodthirsty creatures? Baogang forcefully kicked the broken sword before him, sending it hurtling through the air with a mournful whistle, claiming the lives of several wolves. Liu Feng furrowed his brow. This old man is remarkably reticent. His lips sealed tight. However, if the Blood Wolves do not relent in 2 months' time, we shall have no choice but to compel him to relinquish his cargo. The Blood Wolves have encircled the camp, attacking with reckless abandon. The mercenary guard has suffered grievously, with over a third of the original 1,200 now fallen, leaving barely 800 standing. Within the encampment, atop a towering vantage point, the 3 captains wore expressions as grim as iron, their fists clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Liu Feng remained silent, at a loss for words to offer them solace. The loss of such a significant number of elite fighters is unbearable for anyone. And these mercenaries are not merely subordinates. They are brothers who share life and death together. Outside the camp, after a fierce assault, the Blood Wolves, having incurred heavy casualties, began to slow their onslaught. This afforded the remaining defenders a brief opportunity to recuperate, though they all understood that this was but a fleeting reprieve. None were willing to squander it. Perhaps it was their final chance to breathe in fresh air, to caress their beloved weapons one last time, to tread upon solid ground. The silence was suddenly shattered as Liu Feng, with a fierce kick, shattered a rotting wooden stump beneath his feet, striding purposefully toward the main tent. The sound of splintering would startle the 3 companions, and as they witnessed Liu Feng's actions, they were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend the gravity of the moment. Their expressions shifted, and they cast their gazes toward the comrades with whom they once fought back to back. The laughter of yesteryears had vanished, leaving only the somber acceptance of death and a hint of regret. The corner of the Blood Wolf's mouth twitched as he brandished his giant sword, his countenance darkening as he followed suit. Baogang exchanged a glance with the condemned man, exhaling slowly as he retrieved his weapon and stepped forward. Sensing the quiet stir behind him, Liu Feng slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, slowing his pace to walk in parallel with the 3 behind him. What is this? Are you truly willing to forsake that substantial reward? With a slight tilt of his head, Liu Feng chuckled, while Xiao offered a bitter smile and shook his head. What can I do if I can't bear to part with them? Should I truly send my brothers to confront those countless beasts? Baogang and the death row inmate nodded in deep agreement. Liu Feng laughed lightly. Life is far more valuable than wealth. Without life, money is utterly useless. Huan's tent was positioned at the safest and most central part of the camp. Liu Feng gazed at the shadows moving against the fabric of the tent, a faint sneer forming in his heart. He boldly lifted the curtain and stepped inside, followed closely by the 3 others. Upon seeing the sudden intrusion of the 4, Huan, who was seated on the bed, was taken aback, though his face was contorted with anger. What are you doing? You enter without so much as a warning. Were you not supposed to guard the camp outside? Why have you come here? Observing Huan's evident fade of strength masking his weakness, Liu Feng raised an eyebrow and coldly stated, Huan, you must clarify what exactly you are transporting today. Why have you provoked such a horde of ruthless blood wolves? Huan's expression shifted drastically, and he retorted angrily. You are mercenaries. Having accepted my task, you must fulfill it. Otherwise, I will report you to the Mercenary Guild and have you expelled from the mercenary world. Liu Feng let out a cold laugh, saying, Huan, have you forgotten what I previously informed you? If the task issuer conceals information regarding the difficulty of the mission, the mercenaries have the right to refuse to continue executing it. Huan's face froze, and he stammered in a forced defense, No, I did not conceal any information. Oh, so we are indeed this unfortunate? Encountering such a large-scale assault by savage blood wolves on the fringes of the Orc grassland? Liu Feng mocked. Huan's face flushed. Yet he remained obstinate. I do not know. Liu Feng's gaze turned icy, and he declared, in that case, I hereby announce that the fiery mercenary corps withdraws from this mission. Xiao stepped forward. The bloodthirsty mercenary corps also withdraws from this task. Chaos mercenary corps withdraws. Death row mercenary corps withdraws. With 4 withdrawals, Huan's weary figure swayed precariously. Grasping the edge of the bed, he rasped, Even if you withdraw now, you cannot escape the pursuit of the savage blood wolves. Liu Feng scoffed lightly. Better than waiting here for death. The number of savage blood wolves will only increase. With so few of us, we cannot hold out for long. Are you truly prepared to abandon the task? Huan raised his head, revealing his murky, aged eyes, his tone gradually turning cold. Liu Feng's lips curled slightly as he was about to speak when a sudden tension gripped his heart. The figure, with a swift motion, vanished into the void, leaving behind only a shadow that lightly stirred. The four individuals present stood in a daze, staring blankly at the empty space, particularly Huan, whose cataract-ridden pupils constricted sharply. What is this? Stealth technique? Xuelang cleared his dry throat, sensing that it seemed even more thorough than a typical stealth technique. Bao Gang shook his stiff neck, his voice tinged with bitterness. The condemned prisoner nodded silently, his lifeless face etched with shock. After a moment of bewilderment, Huan appeared to regain his senses, urgently raising his voice. Lord Liu Feng, please, do not kill her. Please. Observing Hua and seemingly frantic demeanor, Xuelang and the others felt inexplicably perplexed. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed within the empty tent, the sound of flesh colliding. A shadowy figure was hurled from a dark corner of the tent, crashing heavily within its expansive confines. Following this, Liu Feng's silhouette abruptly materialized in the very corner from which the shadow had been flung. The trio, their heads drenched in sweat, approached with curiosity, asking, "What happened? Brother Liu? Who is this person?" Liu Feng cast a glance at the shadowy figure struggling to rise from the ground and remarked, "8th rank, Shadow Assassin. Huan, your guard is quite formidable." The three were taken aback, their astonishment mounting. They were surprised that Huan had concealed such a capability, and they were alarmed that Liu Feng had managed to capture a dignified 8th rank assassin so directly. Just how much strength does this man still possess? The three leaders let out a weary sigh. "Huan, can you provide an explanation?" Liu Feng's voice grew increasingly frigid, indicating that if Huan failed to offer a satisfactory answer, he would not hesitate to execute both individuals. Huan hurriedly helped the shadowy figure to her feet, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right, Ing?" "Uncle," a cold voice emerged from beneath the black veil. The Bloodwolves trio was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged bitter smiles. Realizing that she was indeed a female assassin, Huan pulled the female assassin behind him, his face laden with apologies. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Liu Feng." Inger was merely confused for a moment. "I implore you, please show mercy and spare her." "Uncle, do not plead for him." Inger gently tugged at Huan's garment, urgency creeping into her icy tone. Liu Feng cast a disdainful glance at the pair, who seemed to share an ambiguous connection, and impatiently remarked, "I have no time to indulge a foolish woman. I lack the leisure for such trivialities." Upon hearing this, the assassin named Ingo abruptly lifted her head, her eyes exposed beneath the black robe, ablaze with fury. With a slight movement, she seemed poised to lunge forward. Yet, her form shuddered, and a fleeting shadow of despondency flickered across her watery gaze, which soon became hollow. A voice, hoarse and dry, emerged from beneath the veil. "Yes, Elder." Her tone was harsh and grating, a testament to the fact that the assassin had employed some arcane technique to alter her vocal quality. Such a skill was essential for any thief. The figure cloaked in black shifted slightly, transforming into a streak of darkness that darted into the shadowy corner of the wall, gradually vanishing from sight. Liu Feng suppressed a smirk, fully aware of the old man's ulterior motives. An unveiled 8th-tier assassin would hardly pose a challenge to a warrior of the same rank, yet a concealed 8th-tier assassin was not to be underestimated, even by ordinary star-level experts. However, you seem to have forgotten that Liu Feng had just effortlessly drawn out the concealed Inger moments ago. Lowering his gaze, Liu Feng softly inquired, "Huan, have you made up your mind? Will you finally disclose what you were transporting?" Huan clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Liu Feng, with a raised brow, spoke coldly before turning to leave, followed closely by the Bloodwolf trio. As they passed a shadowy corner of a tent, Liu Feng's right hand shot out with lightning speed, seizing a dark figure and hurling it violently behind him. "This is the second time. I do not wish for a third. If it occurs, I shall show no mercy." The shadowy figure lay on the ground, eyes filled with despair. The once proud skill of concealment now seemed utterly inadequate and futile in the eyes of this similarly youthful adversary. Beneath the black veil, she bit her lip in defiance. Glaring at the slender form before her, Liu Feng and his companions continued their slow march, while Huan remained silent, his hands clenching and relaxing repeatedly, betraying the turmoil within him. The atmosphere within the tent was peculiar, heavy with tension. Just as Liu Feng was about to lift the curtain, a weary, aged voice called out from behind, "Lord Liu Feng, please, I implore you to stay. I have something to share." Sighing softly in relief, Liu Feng turned slowly to face Huan, who was approaching him step by step. A quick glance at the Bloodwolf trio revealed their solemn expressions had softened slightly. The shadowy figure swayed gently, concealing herself once more. Liu Feng's mind clearly indicated to him that she was lurking not far from Huan, in an excellent hiding spot. This distance was neither too close nor too far, allowing her to strike at any moment, providing perfect protection for Huan. He felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that this foolish woman was not as lacking in protective skills as her concealment abilities suggested. Yet it was somewhat unjust to judge her so harshly. The terrifying aspect of a thief lies in their mastery of stealth, and she had indeed reached an extraordinary level in this skill. Liu Feng's consciousness automatically scanned everything around him. In his perception, the rogue's stealth was akin to a bright beacon. Thus, he could effortlessly extract the shadowy figure from her hidden state. Huan trudged forward with labored steps, leading the way, while Liu Feng and the others followed closely behind. Liu Feng's curiosity about the unknown object grew stronger. What could it possibly be? To their astonishment, a multitude of wolves, burdened by hardship, had traversed from the very heart of the Orc grasslands to the outskirts, intent on intercepting them. As they passed several tents, a heavily sealed vehicle gradually came into view. Liu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his mind stirring with intent to penetrate the vehicle's defenses. However, much to his surprise, his typically infallible mental probing was thwarted by this peculiar contraption. Startled, Huan stepped forward, gently caressing the vehicle's exterior while softly remarking, "The outer shell of this vehicle is crafted from the exceedingly rare star silver, a material capable of thwarting the scrutiny of formidable beings and magical beasts. Star silver is an exceptionally unique and precious magical metal, its worth rivaling that of mithril. It is a favorite among wizards. Merely incorporating a small amount when forging a magic staff or armor bestows them with the ability to absorb magic." The four companions gasped in disbelief. They have constructed a cage using such a precious and scarce material? How extravagant! Perhaps sensing their thoughts, Huan offered a wry smile. "When you witness what lies within, you shall comprehend who is truly more valuable." The group exchanged astonished glances. Huan ceased his speech and, with deliberation, retrieved a most unusual key from his spatial ring, inserting it into the large lock. This lock was crafted with the assistance of the vice president of the Thieves' Guild. Only with this key can it be opened. However, with immense force, it could be forcibly unlocked, though that would require the combined strength of several Star Realm experts to succeed. As the peculiar key was inserted into the lock, it emitted a series of creaks, and a faint glow gradually appeared, only to dissipate quietly upon contact with the key. With a gentle turn, the locking mechanism sprang free, and the carriage door trembled slightly before swinging open. Leading the way, Huan stepped inside, followed closely by Liu Feng and the others. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, showing no signs of crowding despite their entry. A magical lamp cast a bright yet soft light, illuminating the center where a small cage lay. Within it, a moonlit wolf lay languidly upon a warm cushion. "This is what we were transporting?" Liu Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Huan chuckled softly before erupting into hearty laughter. "Did you think this is merely an ordinary wolf?" The group fell silent. A wolf cub so fiercely coveted by the brutal blood wolves could hardly be mundane. A startling thought flickered in Liu Feng's mind, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the Moon Wolf King? The Interstellar Demon Clan?" An esteemed production of the 4th editorial group of Yudian delves into the realms of mecha modifications, pharmacology, and mineral studies, all seemingly intertwined with the art of alchemy. A demon alchemist, stranded in a world dominated by technology, is poised to unleash unprecedented upheaval. This narrative unfolds with the mention of the Moon Wolf King, a figure shrouded in legend, now manifesting before their very eyes. The atmosphere seems to crystallize at that moment, as the blood wolves stand agape, their gaze fixed upon the small wolf confined within the cage. In the shadowy recess of the vehicle, a subtle tremor ripples through the air. Indeed, the Moon Wolf King, rumored to be recently born, has drawn the attention of the wolf pack, which seeks its sovereign. It is clear that the ferocious blood wolves have sensed the faint aura of the Moon Wolf King, prompting their arduous journey to provide aid. A breakthrough in the unfolding events crystallizes within Liu Feng's mind, revealing the intricate web of deception that has ensnared him, rendering him a mere pawn and a scapegoat. Furious at the revelation of the entire scheme, Liu Feng strides forward, seizing the deranged Huan by the face and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Huan is sent hurtling backward, sliding along the vehicle's edge before crashing onto the floor, blood erupting from his mouth as a result of the brutal impact. Following this, Liu Feng swiftly kicks again, this time striking a curtain behind him, causing a dark silhouette to tumble forth and crash violently against the vehicle's wall. The Shadow, witnessing Huan's injury, had intended to advance and deliver a lethal strike. Coughing lightly, a trickle of blood stains the black veil, and the large eyes of the figure, filled with defiance, lock onto Liu Feng, whose murderous intent grows ever closer. I believe I mentioned there would not be a third time, Liu Feng states, his tone growing colder as he crouches down. The figure, silent yet resolute, gathers their inner energy, seemingly ready to strike down the woman before them. Despite sensing the latent menace emanating from the young man's fingertips, the figure remains unmoved. The black veil stirs slightly, and a harsh, grating voice emerges. I will make you hear your own voice, a tone I utterly despise. Liu Feng's brow furrows slightly as he responds coldly. What you say about your own voice is of no concern to me. Certainly, the thoughts within her remained unspoken. She was not foolish enough to voice them. The crisp and icy tone of I shall defeat you echoed anew from beneath the black veil. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, lowering his head. Their shared breaths palpable in the air. Inger, somewhat flustered, instinctively recoiled. What do you intend to do? Observing the girl's anxious demeanor, Liu Feng let out a derisive scoff. I merely wish to glimpse the visage concealed beneath your veil, to discern what renders you so fearful of revealing it. With a flick of his right hand, he attempted to tear away the delicate black fabric. A gasp escaped Inger, her defiance crumbling as panic flickered in her eyes. She pressed her back firmly against the vehicle, clutching the veil tightly to her. Noticing her distress, Liu Feng's lips curled into a smirk, his tone suddenly icy, yet directed not at the girl before him but rather at Huan, lurking in the shadows. Are you done with your charade? I am well aware of my own strength. At most, I would only force some of your surplus blood to spill. As the leader of a prestigious mercenary group, the three men quickly pieced together the unfolding situation. Bloodwolf inhaled deeply, fist clenched, evidently struggling against immense rage. Though the condemned man maintained an impassive expression, his eyes blazed with fury, and his massive hands emitted ominous sounds. Violent Gang, similarly enraged, took a deep breath, attempting to quell his anger, but I cannot hold back any longer, he bellowed, charging forward with a fierce punch aimed at Huan, the force slicing through the air. Lacking Liu Feng's finesse in controlling his strength, should his blow connect with Huan, the consequences would undoubtedly be fatal. Meanwhile, Inger, disregarding the perilous young man before her, let out a piercing scream. No? The wind from the punch was chilling, and just as all believed tragedy was imminent, Violent Gang abruptly redirected his strike. Slamming his fist against the side of the vehicle beside Huan, he exhaled heavily, casting a fierce glare at Huan. Do not presume I lack the courage to kill you. Though your Huarjin Merchant Association wields considerable power, I have clawed my way up from the depths of death. Damn it. Witnessing this, Inger let out a heavy sigh, her body shifting as she activated her stealth technique, preparing to retreat into the shadows. Liu Feng smirked, swiftly extending his right hand into the void. A piece of black fabric appeared seemingly from nowhere, fluttering to the ground, accompanied by a soft exclamation. You. The veil is soiled. Allow me to remove it. Liu Feng approached Violent Gang, lifting him up and directed a cold smile towards the motionless Huan. Will you not rise? If you truly wish to remain unresponsive, I could lend you a hand, ensuring you never rise again. His tone was laden with an ominous chill, indicating that his regard for the cunning old man had plummeted to its nadir. Huan shuddered slightly before gradually rising. His aged visage was etched with despondency. Ah. Now you are aware of the items we are transporting. Will you still proceed with the mission? The blood wolf scoffed coldly. You old fool. Have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend what you are carrying? That is the Moon Wolf King, not an ordinary pup. The beasts outside are merely the usual savage blood wolves. The Moon Wolf King's elite guard, the Blood Silver Wolves, have yet to reveal themselves. Continue with this mission? We would be doomed. A sudden and piercing howl of a wolf reverberated through the air, emanating from the doorway. This howl, in stark contrast to the previous savage cries of the bloodthirsty wolves, was imbued with a sense of pride. The Blood Silver Wolf had arrived. Before the eyes of the crowd appeared not just a sky drenched in crimson, but a vast expanse dominated by a colossal wolf of silver hue amidst the blood-red backdrop, its presence commanding respect. The surrounding pack of wolves had ceased their relentless assault, approaching the formidable Blood Silver Wolf with reverent strides. They howled in unison, their cries echoing across the heavens. As the multitude of wolves surged forth, other beasts recoiled in fear, fleeing in haste away from the wolf pack. Thousands of 6th-tier Blood Silver Wolves and hundreds of thousands of ferocious blood wolves possessed the power to obliterate an empire. Such an immense formation quietly coalesced upon the prairie. Liu Feng's complexion turned ashen, and the faces of the three captains were equally grim. It was evident that anyone witnessing the assembly of these colossal wolves would be hard-pressed to maintain a positive demeanor. Captains, please summon the mercenaries from other areas and gather them here. Together we might endure a little longer. It appears they intend to launch a frontal assault, Liu Feng directed. The captains nodded reluctantly, realizing they had little choice. The wolf pack roared with unrestrained ferocity, sending waves of howls towards the camp. Even the full moon seemed to be influenced by their presence, its silvery light intensifying. All the warriors in the camp were present, and the blood wolf gestured towards the bustling mercenaries nearby with a wry smile. Liu Feng, feeling somewhat dejected, nodded thoughtfully as he observed the wolves, some sitting, some standing, some howling. It seemed as though they were waiting for something. The trio of blood wolves shuddered at the thought. Could it be that even the blood silver wolf has come? Who else would they be waiting for? A brief silence ensued. Suddenly, Bao Gang spoke softly, perhaps. There is also a moon wolf king among them. His quiet words struck like thunder, and the atmosphere in the small space became palpable with tension. Liu Feng was the first to break the oppressive silence, chuckling lightly. Do not be so despondent. After a pause, noticing the trio still appeared disheartened, he felt a flicker of irritation. Is there truly a need for such fear? You have all risen from the depths of despair. Do you not see that you are the backbone of your team now? You have all become complacent. Who still possesses the vigor to hunt wolves? A series of words straightened the spines of the three, and as Liu Feng finished speaking, their faces flushed slightly, and they exchanged awkward smiles. Yet they cast aside the fear that had gripped their hearts. Indeed, how many times have we risen from the heaps of the deceased, and still, we run. The blood wolf clapped Liu Feng's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. Liu Feng sensed the force emanating from that large hand on his shoulder and rolled his eyes in frustration. This was sheer retaliation. Rest assured, even if the Moon Wolf King were to arrive, I would still be able to escort you all to safety. Liu Feng replied with a faint smile, his tone imbued with an unassailable confidence. The three blood wolves exchanged glances, utterly perplexed as to where this young man had acquired such audacity to rescue individuals from the clutches of hundreds of thousands of ferocious blood wolves, tens of thousands of blood silver wolves, and an even more terrifying Moon Wolf King. What kind of power would that require? A saint level. That was a definitive answer. Yet, within the entire human realm, there were only 4 such individuals, each possessing an alarmingly high status. Would they really come to save a mere band of mercenaries? Unthinkable. Thus, they merely chuckled and dismissed the notion. Observing their expressions, Liu Feng understood their thoughts all too well. He offered a slight smile, but refrained from elaborating. When the time came, even if trouble ensued, he would have no choice but to summon Xiao. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Feng gently patted his abdomen, where resided an entity of unparalleled might, the Xiao Divine Dragon. Hey, Xiao Feng, it seems we are in for a big misfortune this time, haha. A loud voice rang out from behind, eliciting a wave of irritation from Liu Feng. Taking a deep breath to suppress his annoyance, he suddenly felt a surge of admiration for the captain, who had managed to survive so long amidst the bewilderment of these dwarfs. Turning around, he grit his teeth and exclaimed, "Dwarf, it appears this mission was assigned to you, was it not?" Mo Fei chuckled softly, stepping forward to gaze at the countless wolves in the distance, expressing concern. Xiao Feng, do you think we can manage this time? Liu Feng shrugged with a smile, saying, I don't know. Let's observe for now. However, your survival is paramount. The previously serene wolf pack suddenly stirred with fervor. A thunderous wolf howl echoed from afar, sending reverberations through the air. At the sound of the howl, the pack lowered their heads, emitting fearful whines. Even the typically haughty blood silver wolf bent its forelegs slightly, unwilling to engage. As the howl drew nearer, the group gradually discerned the figure approaching, a colossal moonlit wolf towering over 3 meters, shimmering across the grassland. Indeed, it was the Moon Wolf King. Such incredible speed. Liu Feng sighed, astonished by the swiftness displayed by the Moon Wolf King. The expressions of the crowd soured the moment the majestic creature appeared. With an elegant gait, the Moon Wolf King slowly advanced to the forefront of the pack, causing the wolves to retreat in reverence, bestowing due respect upon their sovereign. As its gaze fell upon the humans in the camp, the creature parted its formidable jaws and proclaimed, "Humans, surrender the young Moon Wolf, and I shall allow you to depart unharmed. Otherwise." The chilling human language emanated from the Moon Wolf King's maw, swirling ominously within the camp. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. The revelation that the Moon Wolf King could articulate human speech left them in shock. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the melodic quality of its voice. Reminiscent of a young maiden's playful scold, captivating their very souls. Upon this realization, the crowd abruptly shook their heads in disbelief. What sorcery was this? That one could find the voice of a she-wolf so enchanting? They had encountered magical beasts capable of human speech before, after all. How many of the super beasts in the Death Forest could not? Moreover, Kayada could even transform into a human form. Casting a glance around, Liu Feng noticed the three commanding leaders subtly signaling him to respond. With a sigh of annoyance, he inwardly expressed profound disdain for the three robust men. He leaped gracefully out of the camp, clasped his fists, and cleared his throat. I wonder, esteemed Moon Wolf King, might I inquire how we humble mercenaries have provoked you to such a grand display of force? Liu Feng discerned that the appellation of the Moon Wolf King before him necessitated a certain positioning of humanity. You are formidable. However, should you refuse to surrender the little Moon Wolf, you shall not escape the vast grasslands. The Moon Wolf King cast a glance at the young man, who exuded an aura of danger, and spoke softly. Liu Feng offered a wry smile, realizing that the conversation had barely commenced yet was already bereft of substance. Suddenly, the Moon Wolf King stirred. His form radiated a brilliant light, and his colossal physique swiftly diminished. A petite silhouette emerged amidst the luminescence. As the light faded, a woman appeared, elegantly stretching with a languid grace, her exquisite figure flickering in and out of sight within the glow. A sultry voice drifted through the air. Ah, it has been many years since I inhabited a human form, hee. On the prairie, the breeze seemed to pause, captivated by the beguiling presence of this enchanting woman. Liu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment that welled up within him, striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. A sound reminiscent of a dropped jaw echoed from behind him, prompting Liu Feng to shake his head with a wry smile. However, he could hardly blame them. The woman before him, nay, the she-wolf, was indeed mesmerizing to an extraordinary degree. When the wild and the opulent converged so perfectly, she could drive the world into a frenzy. Her long, slender legs exuded an explosive wildness, while her silver hair shimmered under the piercing moonlight. Draped in a moon-white wolf fur robe, she gracefully concealed a figure that could incite insatiable desire. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated an innate allure and nobility, and her rosy lips curved into a proud smile that seemed to look down upon all of humanity. Ah, how you all still cling to this mere facade. The Moon Wolf Queen remarked with a captivating smile, her jade-like fingers lightly tracing her exquisite visage. At that moment, the dazzling moonlight appeared to be overshadowed by her unparalleled beauty. Liu Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, and in a desperate attempt to regain his composure, he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain dispelling the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. With a bitter smile, he realized that engaging her in conversation in his current state might leave him utterly enchanted, unable to find his bearings. Gently closing his eyelids, he allowed his mind to sink into a serene stillness, only to snap them open suddenly, his heart as cold as ice, yet perceiving all as mere trifles. Miss Moonwolf, we are unaware of what you are referring to. Please allow us to depart, the Moonwolf King said, momentarily taken aback. A glimmer of astonishment flickered across her exquisite countenance. She did not expect this young man to awaken from her enchantment, a feat surpassing that of ordinary star-seekers. She playfully covered her lips with her delicate hand, a soft laugh escaping. Dear child, you need not resort to such words to dismiss me. Our wolf clan possesses our own means of searching. Through my senses, I can discern that the next Moon Wolf King is right there. Her slender, onion-like finger pointed toward a tightly sealed carriage within the camp. Liu Feng's heart raced, cursing inwardly, as expected. The Moon Wolf King smiled gracefully and approached with a gentle stride. As she moved, her moon-white wolf fur cloak revealed glimpses of spring light, showcasing a vast expanse of pristine white. Evidently, she wore only this singular cloak, beneath which, nothing at all. Within the camp, blood flowed freely. The Blood Wolf and the Violent Gang exchanged awkward glances, while the death row inmate wisely shifted his gaze to the full moon above. Liu Feng, however, found himself instinctively overlooking the breathtaking scene. As the Moon Wolf King advanced, he began to retreat step by step, for in his heart, he perceived the woman before him as exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, as long as he maintained a distance of 10 paces, he felt confident in confronting her every move. Thus, it was imperative to keep that distance, preferably, as far as possible. Noticing Liu Feng's withdrawal, the Moon Wolf King's delicate brows furrowed, and her lips curled slightly. Are you afraid of me? Liu Feng nodded honestly. Afraid, because should you take another step forward, we would be forced to fight. The Moon Wolf King was momentarily stunned, surprised that her intentions had been discerned by this individual. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face as she shot an icy glare at the impassive Liu Feng. She raised her slender, snowy arm, pointing toward the carriage in the camp, and declared coldly, "Will you release them or not? If you choose to let them go, I shall overlook your transgression of stealing my people. However, you must surrender the thief. If you refuse, we shall engage in battle. I have hundreds of thousands of wolf cubs at my back and am not afraid to annihilate you." Silence enveloped Liu Feng. The camp remained still, and the Moon Wolf King fixed her gaze on the young man, equally silent. The wolf pack, under their leader's command, also fell into a hush. After a prolonged pause, Liu Feng finally sighed. "I cannot decide this matter alone, but I do have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it?" The Moon Wolf King's expression hardened. "I have no interest in your suggestions. The little moon wolf must be returned to us. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to lead my pack to assault the human kingdoms." Feeling his goodwill rejected, Liu Feng's irritation flared, and he scoffed disdainfully. "Do you truly believe me to be a fool? Should you dare to lead your wolves beyond the Great Prairie, a saint-level powerhouse will personally intervene to obliterate your clan." The Moon Wolf King, upon hearing this, wore a half-smile. Her expression inscrutable. "Do you presume that there are no saint-level powerhouses among my clan? For thousands upon thousands of years, my wolf clan has thrived on the vast orc grasslands. Could it truly be mere luck?" Liu Feng was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. How could those formidable beings not desire to eradicate a menace like the savage blood wolves? Yet, the wolf clan persists, suggesting they possess something that even the holy tier experts fear. And what could instill such dread in a holy tier individual, if not another of their kind? "Ah, dear child," she scoffed, "this continent is not as simplistic as you imagine." Liu Feng felt a flush creep across his face in response to the mockery of this enchanting woman. "We also harbor that which you dread," he replied with a gentle smile, dismissing his earlier defeat. "What you seek is the living moonwolf, not a lifeless one. You may indeed have the power to annihilate us all, but rest assured, the moonwolf you save will merely be a corpse." The Moonwolf Queen grew increasingly frigid, as if her words could freeze the very air around them. "Humans are indeed despicable. Regardless of how the ages change, your shamelessness remains constant." Liu Feng could only endure her insults in silence, feeling a swell of frustration within. "Very well, state your proposal. I shall consider it. But do not dare to challenge my limits. Such actions would bring no benefit to you." The Moonwolf Queen seethed with rage, her ample chest heaving. Yet for the sake of the little moonwolf's safety, she relented. "You may allow us to exit the orc grasslands first, when we reach the borders. We shall surrender the moonwolf to you. How does that sound?" Liu Feng chose his words with care, fearful of inciting the ire of this exquisite she-wolf. "Do you truly think us fools? The infamy of human deceit is renowned across the globe. Would I place my trust in you? Dream on. Can you not propose something constructive?" Liu Feng's temper flared. "Is this unacceptable? Is that also out of the question? What, then, do you truly desire? Surrender the moon wolf cub and the thief, and I will allow you to leave." "That is impossible. We cannot hand over the thief. And the moon wolf cub can only be given once we have exited the grasslands." Both parties held firmly to their stances, unwilling to yield. Each had their own fears, and neither dared to shatter the negotiations. As they grew parched from their heated exchange, the Moon Wolf Queen stamped her delicate foot in frustration. "Can you not take a step back?" Liu Feng's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "Dear lady, do you think this is a game? A step back could cost countless lives." Suddenly, a mischievous glint danced in her eyes. "I have an idea. Let us see if you can accept it. How about a contest? The victor dictates the terms." Liu Feng felt a growing irritation towards the meaningless chatter, yet he was slightly stirred by the words spoken. However, it was prudent to inform the others. He could only represent himself, not make decisions for them. "Allow me to discuss this with my companions, if you please." "Go on. Go on. A man should not be less decisive than a woman. I truly detest such men," the Moonwolf King said, her finely arched brows knitting in impatience as she waved her hand dismissively. "That is how it stands. What do you propose?" Liu Feng spread his hands towards the key figures around him. A brief silence ensued before Bloodwolf broke it. "Hee. I doubt anyone here possesses the strength to surpass you, therefore," Bloodwolf stated, with both Balgon and the prisoner nodding in agreement. The group's gaze shifted to the silent Huan. "Must I truly surrender the little moonwolf?" At this juncture, Huan remained obstinate. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. "You still wish to keep it? The pack outside will undoubtedly prevent you from taking it off the vast prairie. Moreover, we have already suffered greatly due to your task. What more do you desire? It would be a mercy to cast you out now, leaving you to them." His words spilled forth, revealing the anger boiling within Liu Feng. Huan offered an awkward smile, fidgeting with his hands. Bloodwolf cast a sidelong glance at him. With a bitter expression, Huan nodded reluctantly after a long pause. It seems I must once again play the role of a hired muscle. What a tiresome fate. Liu Feng's somewhat melancholic words elicited a shared chuckle from the group. Well then, have you made your decision? The Moon Wolf King, lazily reclining against a giant wolf, inquired. Liu Feng nodded. I shall be your opponent. It was evident that the uselessness within the camp did not warrant his intervention. The Moon Wolf King, with a graceful gesture, pointed towards the camp, her head tilting slightly as she asked with curiosity, for some reason, I sense a distinctly dangerous aura emanating from you. Could you elucidate this? Liu Feng was taken aback, realizing that the dangerous aura she sensed must pertain to the little Jin in his arms. He was astonished that the Moon Wolf King possessed such perceptive abilities, capable of vaguely sensing Jin's existence. While surprised internally, he maintained an impassive facade, scratching his head in feigned confusion. What do you mean? A dangerous aura? I am unaware of such a thing. The Moon Wolf King, with a slight furrow of her brows, observed the seemingly genuine movements before her, casting doubts upon her own instincts. With a casual wave of her hand, the surrounding pack of wolves swiftly retreated, though they still maintained a subtle encirclement of the camp. Stretching languidly, her exquisite and voluptuous curves were perfectly showcased before Liu Feng. It had been many years since she had engaged in combat with a human, and a sense of anticipation welled within her. Do not disappoint me. She playfully winked at Liu Feng. Her flawless silhouette and enchanting gaze struck Liu Feng's vision with palpable intensity. Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted to himself. If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not be disturbed. If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not be disturbed. This enchantress possesses an extraordinary allure, perhaps even surpassing that of Feyre. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he addressed the charming woman before him. Miss Moon Wolf King, if you intend to fight, then let us engage directly. There is no need for you to test my resolve. Upon hearing this, the Moon Wolf King let out a light laugh, her delicate arm swaying gracefully. You are quite intriguing. However, I shall strike now. No sooner had she spoken than her right foot lightly flicked, creating a fleeting shadow as she charged toward Liu Feng. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from her graceful form, he dared not show any signs of negligence. A ruler who had roamed the vast orc grasslands for years could not be underestimated. With a subtle shift of his left foot, he deftly evaded her attack. Her delicate fist tore through the air, grazing the surface of his clothing, the force of her blow causing his flesh to ache. Liu Feng grimaced slightly, his fingers deftly maneuvering over his spatial ring, summoning a heavy sword. The sword is the embodiment of a swordmaster's essence. Once grasped, Liu Feng's aura surged dramatically. With sword in hand, he fiercely swung it towards the enchanting beauty before him. The Moon Wolf King, witnessing this, playfully chided, "What an uncouth man." Yet, her words belied the ferocity of her own response, as her fragrant shoulder trembled slightly. The once luxurious wolf fur draped upon her shoulders suddenly stood erect, entangling the heavy sword with surprising agility. Furrowing his brow, Liu Feng had not anticipated that what appeared to be mere ornamentation could be wielded as a weapon. With a vigorous twist of his heavy sword, he aimed to sever the binding. Sparks flew as the blade clashed against the wolf fur, which remained unscathed. This is no ordinary wolf fur. Your feeble sword cannot break it. The Moon Wolf King chuckled softly, her bare, pale foot never ceasing its movement, tracing an uncanny arc through the air as she aimed a kick toward Liu Feng's throat. Is that so? He retorted, the tension mounting. Liu Feng smiled lightly, pressing his right foot against the small one, channeling the true energy within him into the heavy sword. The sword's aura flickered, and Liu Feng would not allow her to have her way. The sword's aura surged forth, slicing sharply across the wolf fur cloak. With a soft hiss, the moon-white cloak was cleaved in two under the astonished gaze of the Moon Wolf King. Liu Feng reached out with his right hand, seizing the half of the moon-white cloak, chuckling softly. The Moon Wolf King, slightly flushed with embarrassment and anger, felt a flicker of white light in her hands. After a moment, the brilliance dimmed, revealing two petite daggers that twirled playfully in her fair hands, creating a flurry of blade flowers. Isn't that your teeth? Liu Feng teased lightly. The Moon Wolf King's face changed. You scoundrel, even my teeth could slay you. The daggers shot towards him like arrows. Liu Feng smiled faintly, his heavy sword constantly parrying, chopping, and slicing, keeping the pair of dagger-like serpents at bay. Two figures flashed across the vast grassland, their forms obscured, with only the sound of clashing weapons resonating in the air. The onlookers in the camp stared blankly at the fleeting silhouettes. Bloodwolf let out a bitter laugh. I never expected this kid to possess such formidable strength. During our last encounter, he must have been concealing a great deal of his power. Bao Gang and the condemned man nodded in agreement, realizing that the gap between the starry stage and the 8th stage could not simply be bridged by numbers alone. Liu Feng gently swung his sword to block a dagger aimed at his eyes, preparing to counterattack when his heart suddenly tightened. The Moon Wolf King swiftly closed the distance. Leaping into Liu Feng's embrace with a delicate laugh, "You've exposed yourself, little one." Her slender, pale elbow struck fiercely against Liu Feng's chest. Liu Feng grunted in response, forcing down a mouthful of blood that had risen in his throat. Although the Moon Wolf King had seized the opportunity to strike him, she too had left her chest vulnerable. Liu Feng's left hand shot out unabashedly, landing on her ample and pert bosom. The Moon Wolf King's face flushed crimson as she retreated with a charming scold, "Rogue." Liu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling, mutual. Chapter 37, The Great Battle with the Moon Wolf King Part 2 in this narrative. The protagonist Liu Feng has been reincarnated as an ordinary high school student in Hong Kong in 1982, accompanied by a remarkable female maid. The essence of the story revolves around the theme of rebirth in an urban setting, yet it presents unique elements that set it apart. Liu Feng nonchalantly shrugged. In the face of life and death, what concern was there for the notions of rogue or not? However, the sensation he had just experienced was undeniably pleasant, stirring something within him as that soft feeling resurfaced in his palm. Though his thoughts wandered, he maintained a facade of indifference, for he dared not provoke the she-wolf before him, lest her embarrassment morph into wrath, unleashing a bloody vengeance upon the camp behind him. Amidst the camp, the sound of swallowed breaths resonated collectively. What fortune! This was the shared sentiment of the onlookers. Had Liu Feng been aware, he might have spat blood in despair. The Moon Wolf King's complexion remained slightly flushed, her beauty unparalleled, with enchanting eyes fixed intently upon Liu Feng. He averted his gaze, fearing that should their eyes meet, he would be ensnared, and this seemingly exquisite woman was, in truth, a wolf, ferociously dangerous. Who could fathom her ulterior motives? With a slight furrow of her brows, the Moon Wolf King playfully chided, "Why do you not dare to look at me? Am I so unappealing?" Her voice, reminiscent of a lover's playful teasing, was sweet and intoxicating, sending shivers through one's very bones. Yet, if the cold glimmer in her beautiful eyes were to soften just a tad, she might achieve an even greater perfection. Liu Feng's heart raced wildly as he cast his gaze downward, where he beheld her delicate, pale feet, perfectly arranged like small shells, adorable in their simplicity. How does one even confront such a situation? Liu Feng found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze. Letting out a deep sigh to express his vexation, the Moon Wolf King gently caressed the moonlit white fur that Liu Feng had severed, her lips pouting slightly, while the cold glint in her eyes intensified. With a sudden, fierce burst of energy, the Moon Wolf King leaped over 100 meters away, tilting her head toward the silvery full moon and unleashing a piercing howl. In response, the nearby pack of wolves joined in a harmonious chorus of howls, their cries echoing across the vast grassland, startling numerous powerful beings. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, fixated on the stunning figure in the distance, feeling her overwhelming aura of fury. His own fighting spirit surged within him, his gaze ardently tracing her graceful form. "I am eager to test the limits of my speed, to see how formidable I could become with an eightfold attack." Suspended high in the sky, the full moon suddenly cast a silvery glow that enveloped the Moon Wolf King entirely. A formidable sense of oppression emanated from the radiant light, soaring upwards like a column of silver that could be perceived for miles around. Countless powerful beings were taken aback, and a myriad of doubts and suspicions arose. Was that not the Moon Wolf King's howling frenzy? It was unclear what had compelled her to resort to such measures, as formidable adversaries emerged from the shadows. Various expressions of astonishment, goodwill, and malice erupted across the plains. Liu Feng's body trembled slightly as silvery true energy erupted from him, enveloping his form in a faint shimmer. His eyes remained fixed on the pillar of silver light, while myriad gazes within the encampment were likewise transfixed. After a moment, the silver light began to wane, revealing the enchanting figure within, now only partially obscured. Ultimately, the brilliance dissipated, unveiling the situation within. Her visage remained unchanged, still a perfect amalgamation of wildness and pride. Yet her once waist-length silver hair had now cascaded to the ground. "Heh, a human warrior, you have managed to force me to this extent. Might you reveal your name?" The Moon Wolf King delicately treaded the void with her bare feet, rising into the air, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sensing the latent pressure emanating from her exquisite form, Liu Feng solemnly nodded. "Liu Feng. Heh, I am truly curious. Who is your master?" To have trained such a formidable disciple, the Moon Wolf King inquired, her elegant arm supporting her refined chin, a tone of genuine curiosity lacing her question. Liu Feng tilted his head slightly, his eyes twinkling as he replied with a light chuckle. My master deemed me too foolish, too inept, and warned me not to divulge his name, fearing that I might tarnish his reputation. Thus, I cannot say. He refrained from claiming self-taught prowess, as such assertions would hardly be credible. It was far better to concoct an elaborate persona, allowing others to remain uncertain of his true nature, fostering a sense of caution towards him. If he had been molded into such a formidable warrior, one could only wonder how powerful his master must be. Should a disciple be formidable, would their master not be equally so? Anyone would naturally follow this line of thought. Should a disciple strike, would not the master soon emerge? As for the fear of being unmasked, this world is vast, and who could guarantee there were not a few eccentric hidden masters? The Moonwolf King, perceiving the evident insincerity in his words, felt a flicker of anger rise within her. Yet, she truly dared not to take lethal action against Liu Feng. At most, she might impart a lesson. With a strand of silver hair twirling between her fingers, she playfully laughed. Liu Feng, our earlier bout remains unfinished. Do you dare to continue now? If you dare not, then return my Moonwolf to me. Liu Feng's eyes sparkled with brightness as he chuckled. Why should I not dare? Regardless of your actions, I shall accompany you. The Moonwolf King, with a smile gracing her lips, gently clapped her delicate hands and remarked with satisfaction, such boldness. I have quite taken a liking to you, so do not let me down. A bitter smile curled on Liu Feng's lips. Such affection was truly beyond his capacity. He raised his heavy sword, its tip aimed at the void where the Moonwolf King resided. Moonwolf King, please. Ah, how courteous of you, the Moonwolf King replied, her lips curling with a gentle smile. Suddenly, her figure flickered and in the emptiness above, a breathtaking silhouette of a smiling beauty lingered. Liu Feng lifted his eyelids, channeling his true energy into the heavy sword, and forcefully struck behind him. From the void behind, a cascade of silver hair shot forth, colliding with the heavy sword, producing a clanging sound akin to steel meeting steel. Indeed, ambushes seemed to be a woman's penchant, Liu Feng mused as he beheld the enchanting figure before him. The Moonwolf King, still radiating joy, nodded knowingly. The more beautiful the woman, the more she favors a stealthy approach. Remember this lesson well, little one. I have imparted wisdom upon you. Liu Feng chuckled lightly and nodded as the sword's aura materialized, sweeping towards the Moonwolf King. What a cunning little one, she teased, her fair feet lightly tapping the air, retreating several paces to evade the sword's sweeping force. Her graceful form stood suspended in the air, long silver hair dancing in the wind, harmonizing with her exquisite visage, as if an angel from the celestial realm had descended to the mortal world. Chapter 38, The Great Battle Against the Moonwolf King Part 3. After the frenzied howl of the Moonwolf King, its power surged dramatically, rendering Liu Feng unable to wield his sword as freely as he once did. He sidestepped a seemingly gentle strike from a jade-like leg, and with his heavy sword infused with sword aura, he delivered a merciless blow. The momentum suggested that if it struck, that pristine white leg would surely be severed. Suddenly, a cascade of silvery hair materialized, ensnaring the heavy sword with unyielding strength. Liu Feng tugged with all his might, but the seemingly fragile strands remained immovable. Behind him, a chilling energy surged forth, compelling him to abandon his weapon. In a moment of clarity, a figure emerged silently from the void behind him. Swiftly, a heavy sword was summoned from his spatial ring, flying backward. The figure grasped it deftly, positioning themselves back-to-back with Liu Feng, the heavy swords intersecting. The clash of steel echoed, sparks flying in the air. Liu Feng waved his hand, a slight grin breaking across his lips as he turned to the figure behind him. What is this? The Moonwolf King inquired, scrutinizing the figure for a considerable time before hesitantly asking. It's the mirror image, Liu Feng replied with utmost sincerity. Nonsense. Does the mirror image possess any offensive capability? Am I a fool? The Moonwolf King exclaimed in anger. Believe it or not. Liu Feng shrugged indifferently. Humph. I refuse to believe it. What is so remarkable about your mirror image? The Moonwolf King bit down on his silver teeth, stamping his small foot in the void, and huffed. With a gentle flick of his silvery hair, it surged forward with immense power, slicing through the air. Liu Feng chuckled, lowering his voice. Brother, let's go. At his command, the mirror image moved simultaneously with Liu Feng. Two heavy swords manifested, their sword chi intertwining perfectly in the void, severing all of the approaching silver hair. The two of them, one in front of the other, one above the other, defended themselves impeccably, allowing not a single strand to breach their guard. The Moonwolf King danced rapidly in the void, his silver hair swirling around him, forming various bizarre shapes that coiled toward Liu Feng and the mirror image. Faced with the myriad of hair that resembled steel, they opted for defense. Their figures intertwined, darting about, creating a flawless circular web of sorts. Let the strong be strong. As the gentle breeze caresses the hills, let the obstinate be obstinate, while the bright moon illuminates the great river. The severed strands of hair fell slowly through the air, resembling a gentle snowfall. Yet, who could forget that mere moments ago, these silver-white strands were deadly weapons? Watching the falling strands, the Moon Wolf King's eyes revealed a pang of sorrow. A chilling light flickered within his beautiful gaze. Observing the somewhat uneven hair, the Moon Wolf King was consumed with rage. He shot Liu Feng a fierce glare, his hands subtly twisting as the two snow-white Wolf Fang daggers leaped back into his palms. Gently grasping them, the Moon Wolf King slowly closed his eyes. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled yet remaining on guard. The surrounding breeze seemed to solidify, and the space within 3 feet of the Moon Wolf King rippled slightly. Liu Feng's gaze sharpened as he cautiously summoned his true energy. With a flick of his toes, a blade of grass cut through the air, leaving a green streak as it shot toward the Moon Wolf King. The grass sped by, but upon entering that 3-foot space, it was violently torn to shreds by the overwhelming power within. Liu Feng was taken aback, although the grass itself was frail. The true energy he had imbued it with had rendered it as formidable as his heavy sword, yet it was still obliterated. What immense power was required for that? Suddenly, the Moon Wolf King opened his tightly shut eyes, a flash of brilliance shooting forth before swiftly vanishing. He chuckled, sensing the vast energy around him. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. His delicate hand waved gently, creating a ripple in space. Child, have you ever witnessed the power of the saint level? The Moon Wolf King, brimming with confidence, winked at Liu Feng. A formidable aura erupted from within, shattering the towering white clouds above. The immense pressure bent Liu Feng's legs slightly, as the true energy within him surged rapidly, expelling powerful waves of energy from his dantian, akin to a spiraling galaxy. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, the pale hue surrounding him thickened until it fully enveloped him. As the pressure dissipated, he turned to the reflection beside him, observing its indifferent expression, and could not help but let out a bitter smile. Straightening his back, he pointed the tip of his sword at the Moon Wolf King and laughed heartily. Moon Wolf King, do not deceive me with your ignorance. Such power is insignificant before my master, and you are merely borrowing the energy from the 3 feet around you. In comparison to a true saint, you are vastly inferior. The Moon Wolf King was taken aback, unable to decipher the truth behind his words. How much was genuine and how much was false? Nevertheless, she was surprised that Liu Feng could so accurately discern her situation. With a gentle smile, she admitted, "Indeed, I can only harness this level of strength, but it is sufficient to deal with you." With a slight tremor in her body, she transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Liu Feng. The speed exhibited by the Moon Wolf King left Liu Feng astounded. He attempted to evade, but her velocity was too overwhelming. With a dull thud, Liu Feng was sent flying several meters, landing on the grass. He spat out a mouthful of blood, finally unable to contain himself. The Moon Wolf King, with a smirk, maintained her stance of one hand outstretched, teasingly remarked, "Now you understand the disparity between the stars and the saintly realm, do you not?" Meanwhile, the reflection beside him swiftly drew a sword, aiming directly at the Moon Wolf King's neck. "I truly wish to test your reflection," she declared, showcasing her own strength. The Moon Wolf King lightly deflected the dagger in her hand, responding with a playful laugh. Liu Feng rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression as solemn as water. The true energy within him rapidly circulated in his chest, alleviating much of the suffocating sensation. He directed his gaze towards the ongoing battle between the reflection and the Moon Wolf King. This was merely a reflection. She had no intention of holding back, delivering each blow with great intensity, targeting the vital points of her opponent. The reflection remained impassive, parrying with her sword. Yet the disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident, and she could not endure for long. Finally, the Moon Wolf King seized an opening as the reflection inadvertently exposed a flaw. Her dagger slashed through the air, aiming for the reflection's neck. Just as the reflection shattered, Liu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Let me test my 16-fold attack," he declared as he activated the Gale Step. Chapter 39. The Gale Step with 8-fold attack. The Moon Wolf King, her silver hair cascading gracefully, clapped her hands and giggled. What a formidable reflection, however. "You shall still be defeated." Tilting her head, she gazed at Liu Feng in the distance, a proud smirk gracing her lips. Liu Feng's mouth curled into a peculiar smile. Is that truly the case? Upon witnessing his expression, the Moon Wolf King's brows furrowed, and just as she was about to speak, her pupils suddenly constricted. Before her eyes, Liu Feng began to fade into transparency, yet that eerie smile remained intact. A chill coursed through her, a mere shadow. Her body trembled as the surrounding space began to ripple, the atmosphere around her resonating with the energy she wielded, causing her cheeks to flush with intensity. Across the serene expanse of the grasslands, a heavy silence enveloped the battlefield, and those within the camp dared not utter a sound, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. As the Moon Wolf King's pupils reached their utmost potential, they transformed into a silvery hue. A surge of energy coursed through her, prompting a swift pivot. Her dual daggers dancing through the air, leaving trails in their wake as they clashed violently with an unseen force. Realizing the solid nature of the impact against her daggers, the Moon Wolf King frowned, her gaze sharpening as she beheld a formidable sword, yet devoid of any wielder. Panic surged within her. She had fallen into a trap. Just then, a colossal force loomed above, its presence unmistakable despite the absence of a visible figure. A silent curse echoed in her mind. What on earth is this? Sensing the immense power that radiated ominously, the Moon Wolf King dared not linger in hesitation. Her hands moved rapidly, the energy within a 3-foot radius coalescing around her in response to her command. Above her, a thin, iridescent membrane began to form. Although she held great confidence in this seemingly delicate barrier, an inexplicable instinct urged her, it is insufficient. Add more, it must be reinforced. Ultimately, she heeded that mysterious compulsion, channeling all her strength into the membrane, infusing it with a torrent of energy. As the colossal force was absorbed, the colorful membrane thickened considerably. The Moon Wolf King exhaled, her once vibrant face now pale, clearly having exerted herself to the limit. Raising her gaze, she felt the oppressive, invisible energy that instilled an overwhelming apprehension within her, her eyes glimmering with trepidation. Liu Feng regarded the increasingly closer iridescent membrane with a cold smile within his heart. Is this truly sufficient for defense? With a sudden thrust, he stepped onto the vibrant membrane beneath him, his heart echoing with a fierce command. Eightfold attack. The great sword descended with unparalleled might, shattering the very fabric of space and revealing inky voids. The air trembled, distorting in waves. The Moon Wolf King, her delicate visage etched with horror, could scarcely fathom the ferocity of this strike. Surely, even a true Saint-Tier warrior would hesitate to meet it head-on. With trepidation, she contemplated retreat, yet as she moved, she realized that the immense force emanating from the seemingly ordinary great sword had completely locked down the space around her. Her fair countenance paled, and she could only hope that her defensive barrier would prove effective. Meanwhile, Liu Feng's heart was anything but tranquil. It was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. He had not anticipated that the combination of the Gale Step's doubled attack effect with the eightfold attack would yield such a terrifying result. This was no mere augmentation of power. He could distinctly sense that, at the moment of his sword's swing, it seemed to transcend a certain barrier, causing his momentum to surge to an unimaginable level. Exhaling softly, his breath shattered a fragment of the fractured space in the void. A bold thought surged within him, to contend with the heroes of the continent for supremacy. With this notion, an overwhelming spirit welled up inside him. At last, the great sword made contact with the colorful membrane. A soft peef sound shattered the Moon Wolf King's lingering hopes. In the depths of despair, she still found it hard to believe that the defense she had crafted with all her might could be effortlessly obliterated upon mere contact. The heavy sword descended mercilessly, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow to the Moon Wolf King. Witnessing the relentless sword energy, a trace of sorrow involuntarily flickered across the Moon Wolf King's delicate visage. Liu Feng, keenly aware of her expression, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile within his heart. I apologize, but this damn sword has slipped from my control. Indeed, the moment Liu Feng unleashed the blade, it had evaded his grasp. The sheer magnitude of its power was overwhelming, far beyond Liu Feng's current ability to tame. The heavy sword, intertwined with unmatched sword energy, ruthlessly cleaved towards the Moon Wolf King's throat, the space around them trembling in an instant. It seemed as though a tragic tableau of beauty and bloodshed was poised to unfold within the void. Liu Feng exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to rein in the heavy sword. Should he truly slay the Moon Wolf King, the enmity between himself and the wolf tribe would escalate tremendously. Moreover, from her earlier words, there existed among the wolf tribe some ancient beings beyond death. This was not mere fear, it was apprehension. However, the once docile heavy sword now resembled a frenzied wild stallion, impervious to his commands. With a resigned sigh and a hint of humility in his gaze, he heard a thunderous voice emanating from an unknown corner, reverberating through the void. Young friend, Cease your actions. Upon hearing this voice, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the Moon Wolf King's despairing eyes. Liu Feng's lips curled into a wry smile. Did she think he wished to continue? Alas, he was powerless in this regard. As the heavy sword approached a mere half millimeter from the Moon Wolf King's pristine skin, an immense surge of energy pierced through the air, solidifying the space around them. Everything within that realm came to a halt, the heavy sword suspended at that critical juncture. A figure clad in white flickered into existence from the void, seizing the Moon Wolf King and, with a leap, transcended the boundaries of space. Liu Feng exclaimed, "Go!" The heavy sword, accompanied by a mournful wailing, plunged violently towards the ground. A thunderous boom resonated as the sword struck the earth, sending grass and dust flying into the air. As the dust settled, a vast pit emerged before the onlookers, its depths obscured in darkness. A collective gasp echoed through the camp, as the momentary stillness of the void had passed in an instant. Aside from the three commanders and the shadowy figure who had been lurking in the darkness, the rest remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 40. The ceasefire. Liu Feng gazed into the void, where a venerable elder clad in white stood, grasping the Moon Wolf King in the emptiness. At that moment, the elder's aged visage bore a hint of ire. "Young friend, it was merely a spar. Must you wield such ferocity?" Liu Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his hands together and chuckled nervously. "Well, esteemed elder, it is not entirely my fault. I simply could not contain that surge of power." Upon hearing this, the elder's anger diminished slightly. Behind him, the Moon Wolf King revealed her delicate features and shot a fierce glance at Liu Feng. Her lips slightly parted in a silent reprimand. Liu Feng let out a wry smile. It is often said that women harbor the deepest grudges, and this proved true. He clearly understood the unspoken message from the Moon Wolf King. "Remember this, young man. Young friend, might I inquire as to the identity of your esteemed master?" The elder suddenly asked. "Oh, it's nothing. Ha. Those illustrious figures are often rather unique," Liu Feng replied. The elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling Liu Feng to disregard the matter. "Uncle Bai, what brings you here?" The proud Moon Wolf King, in the presence of the elder, resembled a cheerful maiden as she clutched his sleeve, playfully pouting. "You, my dear, I sensed from afar that you were once again employing the Moonhell rampage. How could I rest easy? Thus, I hurried over," the elder replied with a resigned shake of his head, affectionately tapping the Moon Wolf King's pert nose. The Moon Wolf King giggled, knowing well that Uncle Bai favored her most, far more than her aloof father. The elder, stroking his long white beard with a smile of contentment, remarked, "Your father cares for you too. Let us not hold it against him." The Moon Wolf King's lips curled in disdain, clearly unwilling to pursue the subject further. She pointed towards the vehicles within the camp and declared, "Uncle Bai, they have captured the little Moon Wolf. You must rescue it at once." "Oh?" The elder raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze to Liu Feng. "Young friend, could you possibly return the little Moon Wolf to us?" Liu Feng's heart tightened. After a moment of silence, he carefully chose his words. "Esteemed elder, we can indeed return the little Moon Wolf, but can you assure us safe passage across the vast grasslands?" The elder chuckled lightly, disregarding the Moon Wolf King's disapproving glare. "This matter, I can certainly take charge of." The Moon Wolf King, seeing that the elder was ignoring her, could only stamp her foot in the void to vent her frustration. "Then, esteemed elder, might you command the wolf pack to withdraw at this moment? Once they have retreated for half a month, I shall return the little Moon Wolf to you, if that is agreeable." Liu Feng, in a subtle manner, proposed a condition. The elderly figure in white robes responded with a gentle smile. With a graceful wave of his garment in the void, a silent wave of sound enveloped the surroundings, reaching the ears of the pack of wolves below. Upon receiving the sound wave, the wolves gradually rose, letting out a long howl directed at the elder in the air, then surged toward the depths of the grassland. Witnessing the retreat of the wolf pack, a wave of joyful exclamations erupted from the camp. "Young friend, is it now feasible?" The elder in white inquired with a light chuckle, after a fleeting fortnight had passed. Liu Feng nodded and slightly bent forward, assuring, "Senior, do not worry. I shall retrieve the little Moon Wolf at once." The elder nodded in satisfaction. The gazes of the onlookers were filled with fervor. The defeat of the Moon King and the retreat of 10,000 wolves emanated a sense of grandeur that greatly enticed the adventurers, whose hearts still brimmed with a thirst for adventure. Blood Wolf patted Liu Feng's shoulder with vigor, exclaiming, "Huh? You, young lad, have actually managed to defeat the legendary Moon Wolf King. Truly remarkable." Bao Yang raised his thumb in admiration, while the stoic Death Row merely acknowledged with a slight nod. Liu Feng shrugged and smiled. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Did you not see that elder? He is a genuine saint-level being. The trio was taken aback, involuntarily directing their gazes towards the elder in the void. Saint Level, I have long heard the Dean speak of formidable beings from beyond our realm. To see it in person is indeed, as he said. Baogang sighed heavily. Liu Feng nodded in profound agreement, his thoughts drifting to the words of the Moonwolf King. This world is vast. Indeed, it is vast. However, I shall venture forth in the future. A slight smile crept upon Liu Feng's lips as he set an ambitious goal for himself. With unwavering steps, he approached the visibly excited Huan Un and remarked, Huanan, please hand over the little Moonwolf to me. Huanan was momentarily taken aback. Didn't you win? Why must you still take it? Understanding the implications within his words, Liu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. He gestured towards the distant void, stating, You may summon your shadowy assassin to engage with them. That elderly man in white is of the saint rank, indeed. A being of such stature could obliterate us all with ease. Liu Feng's voice thundered, causing Hua An's figure to tremble precariously. Observing the frailty of his form, Liu Feng felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, though the anger ignited by the mercenaries' demise due to deceit swiftly vanished without a trace. Huan, in a state of defeat, waved his hand dismissively, casting forth the key, and sighed, Alas, it is all my fault for being greedy. Liu Feng, with little time to entertain his lamentations, hastily seized the key and dashed outside. Senior, here is the little Moonwolf, in pristine condition, Liu Feng declared, extending the creature he held. The Moonwolf King swiftly approached, carefully cradling it. A fragrant breeze wafted towards Liu Feng, who inhaled deeply and, with a light smile directed at the Moonwolf King before him, remarked, Miss Moonwolf King, you are truly enchanting. In response, the Moonwolf King shot him a scathing glance, gently stroking the head of the little Moonwolf nestled in her embrace. Enchanting? Yet you struck with such force earlier. Lacking any grace. What sort of man are you? Sensing the resentment in her words, Liu Feng could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that perhaps he had indeed been somewhat heavy-handed. Miss Moonwolf King, had I not acted with such intensity at that moment, I might not have had the chance to stand here conversing with you now. Liu Feng shrugged, lamenting his actions. The Moonwolf King shot him another disapproving glance, radiating a beauty that seemed to outshine even the brightest moonlight. Gently caressing the little Moonwolf, her lovely countenance exuded a breathtaking maternal glow, appearing akin to an angel beneath the silvery moonlight. Chapter 41. Arrival at Peace Town after unexpectedly acquiring a sorceress tower unearthed from the ancient tombs of the Miao region. Yang Ling traversed into a parallel world. While others could summon but a few magical beasts, he, endowed with mysterious and potent sorcery, could tame thousands, forging a colossal army of beasts. In his leisure, he would venture out hunting. What were dragons to him? He would siphon their power and refine their souls until they behaved as docile as a dog. When funds were low, he would sell a few magical beast cores. What was a king? Upon meeting, he would still address him as boss. Free and unfettered, he navigated life with ease. A low cough roused Liu Feng from his stupor. He gazed upon the seemingly amused countenance of the white-robed elder, feeling a flush of warmth upon his cheeks. Bowing slightly, he inquired, Elder, is there something you require? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. No need for such formalities. If it pleases you, simply call me by Lao. Liu Feng was taken aback. His fondness for this saintly powerhouse significantly heightened. With a light laugh, he replied, Since Bai Lao is so gracious, I shall heed your request. Bai Lao nodded with a warm smile. Xiao Feng, should you find time, feel free to visit the wolf tribe on my vast prairie. We would be most welcoming. Eagerly, Liu Feng affirmed, If time permits, I shall certainly come. Bai Lao, he continued, take this with you. With this, the little wolf shall not dare to harm you in the vast prairie. The elder revealed a silver insignia, intricately carved with a moon wolf howling at the heavens. Lifelike in its elegance, Liu Feng marveled inwardly, accepting it and carefully placing it within his spatial ring. Now, we take our leave. You have your duties. The Moon Wolf King glided past Liu Feng, leaving behind an ethereal voice. Remember, young one, this king shall not forget you. As the fragrant breeze faded and the void lay silent, Liu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. This king. I did not anticipate that you are indeed a queen. Ha ha. It has been over a day since Liu Feng's fierce battle with the Moon Wolf King. As the town slowly came into view, a soothing smile spread across his face. At last, we have arrived, the Blood Wolf exclaimed, his laughter resonating with the relief of burdens lifted. My lord Liu Feng, the three captains, and Lord Hua and request your presence. A rotund figure, Xiao Gang, beamed with a broad smile. Ah, dear chubby uncle, I hope the journey did not frighten you too much. Liu Feng patted his shoulder, chuckling, hee hee. Isn't it just you folks here? There's no need for me to feel apprehensive. Xiao Gang responded with an easy smile. Not bad, old chap. You've got a point. With a grin, Huan rubbed his hands together and said, I truly appreciate your assistance along this journey, esteemed leaders. The three leaders continued to ignore him, leaving only Liu Feng to speak up. Huan, you're being too courteous. We are merely following the established protocols. Well, regarding the losses incurred by the three leaders, I shall provide double compensation. Shortly, I will visit the mercenary branch in Peace Town to elevate this mission to a B rank. And I will ensure you receive your due commission, Huan remarked with a beaming smile directed at the three leaders. Upon hearing this, the three men's expressions became slightly more aligned. Bloodwolf inclined his head toward Huan, stating, in that case, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of my deceased brother. Huan hastily waved his hands, responding, no need for that. It is merely my duty. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Liu Feng and added, Lord Liu Feng, I will allocate your commission in full, as per the regulations you mentioned during our journey. Please do not refuse. Seeing this agreeable demeanor, Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Huan, encouraged by Liu Feng's nod, eagerly produced an exquisitely crafted crystal card from his robe, grinning, Lord Liu Feng, this is our association's membership card. With this card, you will enjoy VIP discounts at any store affiliated with our guild. I hope you will accept it. Liu Feng regarded the card with a smile. Understanding the intent behind it, it was clear that Huan sought to enhance his goodwill towards the Huajin Guild. Given the solemnity of his offer, this card must indeed hold considerable value. Generally, Liu Feng did not refuse such readily available benefits. He accepted it with a gentle smile. Seeing him take the card, Huan sighed in relief. His acceptance indicated that Liu Feng did not entirely reject him. Establishing a rapport with a formidable individual who had vanquished the legendary Moon Wolf King could not fully offset the repercussions of this mission's failure. Yet it might at least mitigate them. Finally, Peace Town came into clear view before everyone's eyes. The group approached with weary steps, their hearts brimming with joy. The Huajin Guild was well renowned across the continent. Upon catching sight of the grand emblem, the guards promptly swung the city gates wide open. The soldiers stood in awe, contemplating the substantial toll of heads they could not collect. As the convoy drew nearer, the stench of blood accumulated from countless wolf souls assaulted the senses, leaving the inexperienced soldiers pale and trembling. Had it not been for their long spears, they might have collapsed to the ground. The massive convoy paid them no mind, simply passing through. In the face of such audacity, had this been in the past, the soldiers would have charged forward to slap these ignorant and feeble mercenaries. However, today, they found themselves in the presence of true warriors, those who had clawed their way out of the piles of the deceased. Thus, they wisely chose to remain silent. Within Peace Town, Amadiston welcomed these fatigued mercenaries, who were not only physically drained but also spiritually exhausted. Consequently, the three leaders decided to allow their men to rest for a night. The following morning, Liu Feng, the three leaders, and Huan found the local mercenary branch to facilitate the mission handover. The mercenary guild in the town could hardly compare in grandeur to that of the sun never sets. A wooden sign inscribed with the 4 characters of mercenary guild swayed above them. Inside the guild, the number of mercenaries milling about was scant, scattered in small groups. Noticing that Liu Feng and his companions were clearly not local mercenaries, they couldn't help but feel curious but chose to ignore them. Liu Feng and the others approached the counter, gently tapping on the surface. Chapter 42. Musafia, here they come. Here they come. What are you knocking for? Can't you see it's about to break? An aged voice resonated from beneath the table. A pair of gnarled hands, veined and frail, slowly propped up, revealing a weathered face etched with deep lines. Is there something you need, mercenary? Gazing at the feeble elder before him, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered in a tone only he and the old man could hear, an 8th-tier powerhouse? Coming to work at the counter? Is your mercenary guild truly overflowing with experts? The old man shuddered, his murky eyes momentarily flashing with a glimmer of clarity before it swiftly vanished. Heh. The young friend is quite remarkable, he said, slightly lifting his drooping eyelids to fixate on Liu Feng. Black hair, black eyes. I feel as if I've heard something about that. Who could it be? Why can't I recall? The elder's mutterings did not escape Liu Feng's ears. Perhaps he had no intention of concealing them. As the old man trembled, Liu Feng's gaze remained steadfastly locked onto him. I wonder where the old gentleman has heard that before? Black hair, black eyes. Your name is Liu Feng, isn't it? The elder's incessant murmuring of those 4 syllables seemed to trigger a memory, and he lifted his head, weakly inquiring. Liu Feng nodded, a flicker of understanding dawning within him. Sir, do you happen to know Sophie? The old man's lips curled slightly, revealing a few remaining decayed teeth as he offered a somewhat eerie smile and gradually nodded his head. A fine young man indeed. Heh, much better than those two little wretches in the family. Liu Feng's heart surged with excitement as he eagerly asked, then, how is Fire now? Can you tell me about her condition? The elder chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. However, first, you must complete your friend's task. Liu Feng nodded repeatedly and pushed Huan forward. Observing Liu Feng's respectful demeanor towards the elder, Huan dared not be negligent. He slightly bowed and presented the task scroll, saying with a smile, I humbly request your assistance in raising the task level, dear elder. The old man nodded, extending his right hand, resembling a withered branch, to accept the scroll. He examined it closely. Oh, you encountered the Moon Wolf King? After the elder finished reading the scroll, he suddenly looked up and inquired. Huan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly and nodded. It seemed that the fierce aura emitted during Liu Feng's battle with the Moon Wolf King had alerted the nearby powerful beings. His tone was filled with astonishment, and his murky old eyes cast a meaningful glance at the smiling young man with black hair behind him. Indeed, you are now qualified to upgrade to a B-level task. Please hand me your guild emblems. The others promptly complied, and after much effort from the elder, the task's level was finally raised. Observing the slightly joyful expressions of the three guild leaders, Liu Feng felt a stir in his heart. He clasped his hands in greeting and chuckled, Gentlemen, I have a request. The three were momentarily stunned, repeatedly expressing their reluctance. Liu brother, if you have something to say, don't hesitate. Given your assistance to us thus far, we would never refuse help within our means. Xuelang laughed heartily, thumping his chest enthusiastically. Bao Gang and the death row inmate nodded in agreement, showing their support. Liu Feng smiled faintly. Actually, it is not a significant matter. After this task, I may need to leave the fiery mercenary corps. Therefore, I hope you might be willing to assist in looking after them in the future, if needed. Ah, such trivial matters need not trouble you, Liu brother. We will certainly take care of it moving forward. Thank you. In the future, should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. The three men nodded excitedly upon hearing this. It was a rare opportunity to have such a powerful figure owe them a favor. The elder, trembling slightly, led Liu Feng into a quiet little room within the Arms Guild, gently pushing open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door. With a chuckle, the elder remarked, Young friend, please don't mind. This is all we have. Liu Feng waved his sleeve dismissively, clearing the dust from two wooden stools with a surge of inner strength. Please, have a seat, elder. The elder nodded in satisfaction and slowly sat down. Now, can you tell me about Fair? Liu Feng looked at him eagerly. Originally, the clan leader intended to punish her, but in the end, the Hua brothers and Elder Egon interceded on her behalf, thus averting the punishment. As the elder spoke, he suddenly chuckled, his laughter filled with uncontainable pride and admiration. This young girl has indeed grown up. She understands that one cannot afford to be lenient with enemies. Her reputation within the clan is growing ever larger, especially after she revealed that she has someone she likes. The elder looked at Liu Feng with a knowing smile. She said that the one she likes has black hair and black eyes, and that he would appear before her after he becomes a saint-level powerhouse. Liu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Elder, do you truly believe her? The elderly man fixed his gaze upon Liu Feng, and after a prolonged moment, he finally spoke in a languid manner. Initially, I was skeptical. On this continent, aside from the renowned Miss Wei Air from the Star Blue Academy, no one has attained the saint level before the age of 30. However, upon witnessing you today, I realized that I may have erred in my judgment. Faya possesses exceptional discernment, truly exceptional. Yet, your acumen is not to be underestimated either. So, where is Faya now? In the capital of the Star Blue Empire? Star Blue City? Such a lucrative opportunity, far superior to my humble abode. Having received the answer, Liu Feng smiled contentedly and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The old man shook his head and chuckled. No need to refer to me as esteemed elder anymore. It feels too formal. Just call me Uncle Chi, as that girl Fire does. Liu Feng nodded gently. Uncle Chi. He chuckled, and Uncle Chi, satisfied, nodded in return, taking slow strides toward the door. Suddenly, he paused, chuckling lightly. There is indeed a significant matter I nearly forgot. Alas, old age has dulled my memory. The clan leader has arranged a marriage for that girl Fire, the suitor being the second prince of the Star Blue Empire. You know what to do, I trust? Sensing the sudden surge of unmatched energy emanating from behind him, the old man smiled broadly and nodded, slowly exiting through the door and vanishing around the corner. Liu Feng's lips curled into a cryptic smile. What is mine shall forever remain mine. Regardless of who it may be, none shall possess the right to take it away. Chapter 43. The recruitment. Upon learning that the mission had escalated in difficulty, the mercenaries were filled with excitement. According to the customs of their band, the higher the mission's level, the greater the profits for its members, thereby restoring a sense of equilibrium within the hearts of those who had endured this arduous task. As Liu Feng stepped through the door, these rascals were already rushing outside, swiftly apprehending a dwarf who had been hiding beneath another's shadow. With a sideways glance, one of them jested, is that not the valiant warrior badass among the dwarfs? Where do you intend to go? The dwarf badass chuckled heartily and proclaimed, we are off to celebrate, to commemorate the successful completion of the mission. Heh. Liu Feng, exasperated, rolled his eyes and set him down, warning, no troublemaking while you're out. What about them? They're already ahead. More eager than I am. I had intended to wait for you here, the dwarf replied with a sly grin, gesturing towards the front. Sighing, Liu Feng shook his head in resignation and said, all right, let us go together. The group surged forth towards the local tavern, the mercenaries' home. Its unassuming name evoked a sense of familiarity among the mercenaries. They streamed in, filling the modest establishment to capacity. Bloodwolf pushed through the throng to reach Liu Feng's side, laughing heartily. So, Liu brother, have you completed the task? Understanding the matter he referred to, Liu Feng chuckled lightly and nodded. Let us go then. Bao Gang and those two fellows are inside. Let us share a few drinks, Bloodwolf said, pulling Liu Feng in without further ado. The dwarf nodded repeatedly, though his gaze had already drifted towards the fine wines on the table. The trio of Bloodwolf occupied a prime position in the tavern, right in the center. It was indeed a splendid spot, a testament to their status and the self-serving nature of power. Upon seeing Bloodwolf arriving with Liu Feng, Bao Gang and the condemned man quickly stood, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, extending ample respect to this young powerhouse. Given our shared experiences of life and death, is such formality necessary? Liu Feng expressed his discontent, shattering the somewhat tense atmosphere that had enveloped the three. Ever since Liu Feng had triumphed over the Moonwolf King, these three had treated him with excessive courtesy, which left Liu Feng feeling rather vexed. He could only sigh inwardly, reflecting on how deeply entrenched in the world's rules these individuals had become. In a world where strength reigns supreme, respect and admiration are afforded to the powerful, Bloodwolf and his companions were inherently open-minded. While they held Liu Feng's prowess in high regard, they were not oblivious to the need for adaptability. Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, they swiftly understood that he clearly regarded them as friends. Feeling a surge of emotion, Bloodwolf's face flushed as he raised his cup towards Liu Feng, smiling. Indeed, I have been overly courteous. Brother Liu Feng, allow me to drink first as a gesture of respect. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Bao Gang and the condemned man, upon witnessing this, simultaneously lifted their cups and followed suit. Liu Feng smiled and nodded, lifting his own cup to take a modest sip. As the heavy atmosphere dissipated, conversation flowed more freely among the four. Even the usually reticent condemned man chimed in occasionally. Brother Liu Feng, after this mission concludes, we have a plan, Bloodwolf stated, letting out a hearty belch. Liu Feng, intrigued, raised his head slightly. Hee. The three of us intend to merge our mercenary groups into a super mercenary faction, aiming to eventually challenge for A-rank status. Bao Gang chuckled, revealing their intentions. Merge? Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise. The mercenary groups of these three were already B-rank. A merger would indeed bolster their strength and enhance their chances of ascending to A-rank. Though the distinction between A-rank and B-rank was merely one tier, it was akin to the disparity between a star level and an 8th-tier powerhouse. To date, there were only 4 A-rank mercenary groups in the entire mercenary realm, each boasting a membership of over 10,000, a truly colossal organization. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That absurdly exaggerated tale of the 4 great mercenaries. Wasn't their leader one of the heads of those 4 mercenary groups? Ah, yes, Bai Qi. Liu Feng gently tapped his forehead, finding it quite difficult to remember the names of such insignificant characters. After all, wasn't he his father the leader of the A-class mercenary group, the Storm Mercenary Corps? He chuckled, congratulating himself on the emergence of what would soon be the 5th A-class mercenary group in the realm of mercenaries. Ah, it's not that simple. Bloodwolf interjected, a wry smile crossing his face. Why? Are there obstacles? Liu Feng queried, puzzled. Logically, With their reputation and the quality of their members, they should be on par with the other 4 A-class mercenary groups. Bloodwolf took a hearty gulp of fine wine and replied, Brother Liu, those 4 A-class mercenary groups have backing within the mercenary guild. They are, in fact, considered peripheral forces of the guild. Liu Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that the mercenary guild wielded such influence. Did this imply that to become an A-class mercenary group, one must align with the guild's peripheral members? Bloodwolf and his companions nodded in resignation. Baogang managed a bitter smile. We wouldn't mind becoming peripheral members of the mercenary guild as the king of mercenaries. Suhan is our lifelong idol and aspiration. Furthermore, being a peripheral member does not mean relinquishing our power to the guild. It is merely a title. And what about you? Liu Feng asked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his curiosity piqued. The trio exchanged glances before offering another rueful smile. Brother Liu Feng, the internal dynamics of the mercenary guild are far from tranquil. We fear aligning with the wrong faction. Suddenly enlightened, Liu Feng nodded in understanding. These 3 were concerned about making the wrong alliances and facing unnecessary repercussions. A thought struck him, and he smiled slightly. Gentlemen, are you aware of the principal factions within the mercenary guild? And which factions the 4 A-class mercenary groups are aligned with? Bloodwolf furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. The mercenary guild is primarily divided into 3 factions, with 2 of them being the leaders of the A-class mercenary groups. The Cursed Lion Mercenary Corps and the Shattered Sky Mercenary Corps. As for the last one, he hesitated, his expression becoming slightly peculiar. Liu Feng raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Bloodwolf shook his head, chuckling. The last one is a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Liu Feng smirked. However, she is considered the weakest among the 3 major factions, as she has no direct subordinates, while the other 2 have their own mercenary groups. My brothers, I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Liu Feng said, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass with a light-hearted tone. Oh? The 3 leaned in eagerly. Their curiosity piqued. How about aligning yourselves with that lady's faction? Chapter 44. The Brawl. The 3 remained silent. The term holy rank, comprised of merely 2 words, embodies absolute power and authority. Upon entering the holy rank, emperors from all major empires would bow in your presence. The mere thought of this title sent a gentle shiver through their hearts. Join her faction, and I shall offer assistance in any adversity. Even against those of the holy rank, Liu Feng declared, casting down a weighty proclamation that left the trio momentarily stunned. Silence enveloped them once more. After a pause, Bloodwolf finally regained his composure. Taking a sip of wine to soothe his dry throat, he inquired, Brother Liu Feng, may I ask what your relationship with that woman is? Liu Feng swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid flowing gracefully within, and smiled warmly. She is my woman. Taken aback, Bloodwolf soon felt a sense of relief. Lifting his wine glass slightly, he said, Very well, we shall join her faction. However, I trust that Brother Liu will look after us in the future. Fire, may they prove to be of assistance to you, Bloodwolf remarked. The trio did not place their faith in the illustrious woman, but rather in the young man before them. Understanding his connection to her eased their worries. With this promising beginning, the atmosphere among them grew increasingly fervent. Liu Feng, having secured a formidable ally for fire, felt a surge of joy. He accepted every cup that came his way, downing them in one go, earning the admiration of those around him. As Liu Feng's face flushed slightly, his internal energy began to circulate, quietly dissolving the wine within him. He raised his cup once more, clinking it gently with Bloodwolf's, and drank deeply. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the tavern, loud curses and screams reverberating through the air. Liu Feng furrowed his brow and turned to observe. The once tranquil hall had descended into disorder, with distant shouts becoming increasingly audible. The disturbance shattered Bloodwolf's previously jovial mood. He slammed his cup onto the table and bellowed, What are you doing? Silence. The explosive roar reverberated through the hall, drowning out all other sounds. The members of the bloodthirsty mercenary corps, upon witnessing their leader's fury, instinctively recoiled, creating a passageway. Baogang and the prisoner exchanged nods before rising to follow. In the hall, 2 distinct groups stood opposed. On one side were the Bloodwolves, Baogang, and the members of the prisoner's mercenary band, while on the other, a motley assortment of mercenaries appeared to be assembled from various factions. Xiao, this is not my concern. Those fellows sought to expel us, and thus the conflict ensued, remarked the gnome, raising his hands innocently with a grin. Liu Feng rolled his eyes, finding his words hard to believe, and set aside his doubts, cautioning, Just be careful later. The gnome enthusiastically nodded, his hands trembling with excitement. Was it exhilaration? I've roamed the mercenary world for years, yet I have never encountered such audacity. Bloodwolf glared at the opposing crowd, gritting his teeth and asserting, "So they claim our drinking is too loud? They wish to drive us from the tavern and claim our seats?" Liu Feng raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze to the brazen group and inquired, "Which mercenary band do they belong to?" "Supposedly, they are local mercenaries. To label them as such is an affront to the very term. Ruffians might be a more fitting description," Liu Feng mused, observing the throng of dark heads. Noting that none surpassed the 5th tier, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Had the mercenaries aware of the reputations of the 3 great mercenary bands, they would surely be astonished by the spectacle. With a mischievous smile, Liu Feng leaned closer and suggested playfully, "Brother, shall we indulge in a brawl to lift our spirits? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bloodwolf cracked a smile, exclaiming, "Excellent, I relish this." He then turned and bellowed, "Brothers, let us crush this rabble, but refrain from using weapons, and ensure they do not perish. Charge!" With that, he boldly seized a chair from the ground and hurled it with great force. Witnessing their commander's fervor, the mercenaries below erupted into a frenzy, each eagerly grasping whatever lay at hand to hurl at the encroaching foes. The mercenaries outside the tavern, who were the local tyrants of Peaceful Town, had intended to mock a diminutive figure they encountered, only to unwittingly provoke a hornet's nest and summon forth a considerable upheaval. As they beheld the advancing horde, resembling ferocious wolves, they were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by wrath. Having dominated Peaceful Town for many years, they could scarcely believe that anyone would dare to challenge them. It was tantamount to courting death. Grabbing anything within reach, they charged forth with fervent cries, "Brothers, advance! For the honor of our mercenaries of Peaceful Town, let us vanquish these outsiders." They shouted, "Charge! Charge! Ouch! Who struck me? Damn it, you dare to retaliate? Taste my wrath. Brothers, hold the line. I shall summon reinforcements, calling for aid." "Ah, where are you striking?" "No, please, that is for my wife." A cacophony of classic curses filled the air. Liu Feng delivered a powerful kick, sending a mercenary who was baring his teeth soaring through the air, followed by a swift strike aimed at a sneaky assailant approaching from behind. The mercenary struck by this cunning maneuver widened his eyes in shock, his legs curling as he convulsed on the ground. Liu Feng chuckled, "Who told you to ambush me? You have only yourself to blame." With that, he turned and plunged into the throng, seeking his next opponent. However, upon witnessing his ruthless tactics, none dared to confront him again, causing Liu Feng considerable frustration. Raising his gaze to the chaotic scene, a faint smile played upon Liu Feng's lips as he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It reminded him of the exhilarating brawls he once had with his comrades back on Earth. Recommendation for a friend's book: The First Chaos in History, Book No. 174075, a signed work by the 4th editorial group of Yudian. I truly am unfortunate. While others traverse realms, I can only be a mere bystander. While they pursue romance, I find myself pursued. In my pawnshop, I have encountered a series of clients including Jing Ke, Li Bai, Guan Yu, and Qin Kuang, leading to a succession of amusing tales. This book is rich in parody, encompassing themes of cultivation, time travel, urban life, and romance, all interwoven. Thus, it is aptly named The First Chaos in History. On the following day, Liu Feng bid farewell to Mo Fei and the others, accompanied by the Bloodwolf. Hee. Although we were many upon arrival, we evidently encountered even more wolf packs, Badass chuckled. Having learned to disregard his words, Liu Feng instructed the coachman to hasten their pace. The carriage thundered across the grassland, stirring up a trail of light smoke. In the morning mist, the imposing and grand city walls of Yueluo appeared shrouded in mystery, evoking an ineffable sense of depth. Behind him, Mo Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, we nearly met our demise on the grassland." Beifa adjusted his magical robe and chuckled. Such is the life of a mercenary. It is precisely the thrill and peril that allure countless young souls to partake in it with unrelenting enthusiasm. Liu Feng nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed into the city." The massive city gates were bustling with a continuous flow of people. Due to the increasingly tense atmosphere with the Beast Empire, the scrutiny at Yueluo had intensified. Any suspicious figures were swiftly apprehended by numerous soldiers for questioning. The carriage, halted behind a queue of people, could advance no further, compelling Liu Feng and his companions to disembark and walk. Boredom enveloped them as they observed the dwindling heads in front. Liu Feng's fingers fidgeted restlessly within his sleeves. A soldier, caught in the icy gaze of Liu Feng, shivered involuntarily, his spear trembling in hand. A fleeting glance at his comrade's suppressed laughter ignited a surge of indignation within him, prompting him to unleash his pent-up fury upon the young man before him. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Are you deaf?" The soldier lowered his spear, its tip glinting ominously as it pointed directly at Liu Feng. Unable to endure the scene, the dwarf leapt up and shouted, "You wretched scoundrel! Who do you think you are?" Observing the fury erupting from the soldier's eyes, Liu Feng shook his head in exasperation. This dwarf truly had a knack for trouble. While Liu Feng was unafraid of such petty soldiers, he loathed unnecessary complications. Casting a cold glance at the agitated dwarf, he addressed the advancing soldier icily. "You should attend to your duties and refrain from provoking someone beyond your means." The soldier hesitated, suddenly gripped by a chill at the sight of the young man's impassive demeanor, causing him to halt in his tracks, standing there, paralyzed by fear. The other soldiers nearby, witnessing his cowardice, erupted into laughter. "What are you all doing?" A thunderous voice rang out from the city gates, silencing the soldiers' mirth. A figure emerged from among them, clad in armor that clearly indicated a higher rank than the others. "Ah, is that not Deacon Lotta? What brings you here for a leisurely stroll?" The officer nodded repeatedly, wearing a forced smile, while Lotta rolled his eyes and said arrogantly, "You need to be cautious lately. Those orcs have been quite restless. Lord Alhai has sent me for an inspection." "Ah, I understand," replied the officer with an eager invitation. "Let us go to a cooler spot for a drink." The officer, somewhat puzzled, followed his gaze, which landed on a young man with a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Liu Feng observed Lotta's rather comical movements with an amused expression and asked, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me?" Lotta shivered, instinctively wanting to flee, yet ultimately halted his steps. "I have not offended him. Why should I run?" Liu Feng nodded with a smile. The officer, witnessing Lotta's expression akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, felt a chill run down his spine. To instill such fear in one so notoriously arrogant as Lotta, this seemingly harmless young man must possess an extraordinary fearsome nature. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. However, being someone who had climbed from the ranks, he quickly gathered his thoughts. He dashed forward, kicking the dazed soldier to the ground, exclaiming in anger, "You fool! How dare you impede this esteemed gentleman here?" After reprimanding the soldier, the officer immediately donned a congenial smile, saying flatteringly, "Please, sir, do come inside." Upon hearing this, Lotta nodded repeatedly, watching Liu Feng and his entourage enter the city gate. As they vanished from sight, he let out a heavy sigh. The officer approached curiously and inquired, "Lotta, who was that esteemed gentleman? Could he be a prince from some distant land?" Lotta cast him a disdainful glance and scoffed. "A prince? Even if a prince were to arrive, he would still have to heed Lord Alhai's disposition. That gentleman just now commanded respect, even from the Lord. What do you think of my standing with him? Keep your eyes peeled in the future and avoid provoking those you cannot contend with, or you shall find no one to rescue you." The officer nodded vigorously, his mouth full of words of gratitude.